In the city of within a villa in Honolulu, in the confines of a bedroom, Ye Bai opened his eyes, gasping for breath. As he surveyed his surroundings, he recognized the familiar furnishings, the well-known appliances, and beside him, a woman whose presence felt rather unfamiliar. He was bewildered. What the hell am I doing here? I thought I had been crushed to death by a colossal beast. He vividly recalled the events of March 3rd, 2025, when a terrifying apocalyptic disaster erupted a game called Cataclysm that merged with the real world. Countless subterranean creatures surged forth from deep chasms, launching assaults on cities across the globe. But did you think that was the end? No, it was merely the beginning. Subsequently, all calamities from the game manifested into reality. The frigid apocalypse, biohazard viruses, colossal beasts, and the occasional appearance of extraterrestrial beings, alongside volcanic eruptions, floods, blizzards, and various disaster-laden realms, transformed the entire blue planet into a veritable hellscape. In his previous life, albeit fortunate enough to be a player in Cataclysm, he had inadvertently awakened a blue-quality talent. Drawing upon years of experience from reading apocalyptic novels on the Tomato Novel app, he had managed to survive for 2.5 years. Yet ultimately, during a transfer amidst the winter apocalypse, he was still crushed by a beast towering over 200 meters. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. But now, upon opening his eyes, Ye Bai discovered that he had inexplicably returned to his former room. What time is it now? With this thought, he hastily grabbed his phone to check the time. Upon looking, he was met with a startling revelation. March 1st, 2025. Oh my goodness, I have truly been reborn. And merely 48 hours before the apocalypse. Ye Bai was astounded, and soon, a grin akin to that of a 98K began to emerge uncontrollably. In his previous life, it was his failure to invest and his unfortunate choice of a subpar initial talent that had led him to struggle for survival during the apocalypse, ultimately falling victim to that wretched creature. But now, the circumstances were entirely different. He had been granted a second chance, reborn before the onset of the apocalypse. What did this signify? This indicated that he could log back into the game and select his talent anew. Moreover, he could spend extravagantly. As long as he invested sufficiently, once the apocalypse descended, he could utilize the manifested gold coins to acquire an array of survival equipment and items. With these resources at his disposal, what is there to fear about the apocalypse? At this thought, Ye Bai could hardly contain the quivering excitement in his heart. In my past life, I was forced to cower underground, enduring unfair treatment and being bullied. I never experienced the privileges of a protagonist in a post-apocalyptic novel on the Tomato Novel app. This time, I shall reclaim everything I have lost. Recalling the injustices he faced in his previous existence, especially being trampled by that winter behemoth, Ye Bai clenched his fists tightly. Young Master Yi, what troubles you at that moment? However, a delicate hand, as if devoid of bones, gently caressed him, instantly calming his racing heart and trembling hands. Before him stood a breathtaking beauty, dressed as a nine-tailed fox, with alabaster skin and an exquisite countenance, gazing at him with enchanting allure. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, standing at 178 centimeters tall and weighing 55 kilograms, with a captivating figure and stunning features. Ye Bai recognized her. She was a courtesan named Chu Mengyao, whom he had sought out himself. In his previous life, he had barely survived for 2.5 years, struggling even to secure a meal, let alone the company of a woman. However, circumstances had changed. There was precisely 1 hour until the game launched. Ye Bai wasted no time and directly embraced her. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Mengyao exclaimed in alarm, quickly adding, the second time requires extra payment. An hour later, she lay contentedly atop Ye Bai's chest, drawing circles with her finger. You're truly impressive. Given your prowess, I won't charge you for the second time. Not charge. Ye Bai merely scoffed at her words. He promptly kicked her off the bed and tossed a wad of cash in her direction. Get lost. What? Chu Mengyio's expression shifted, her face flushed with anger. You're turning your back on me. Yet, Ye Bai had little inclination to engage further. Only a few minutes remained before the cataclysmic game was set to launch. He needed to invest money without delay. Thus, he dismissed her and offered a parting piece of advice. No worries. Try your hand at a game called Cataclysm. It can ensure your survival in 48 hours. Go to hell. Chu Mingyao believed him to be deranged. What a ridiculous game. However, she was too irked to argue and hastily donned her clothing. Before departing, she glared at Ye Bai and declared, "You'll regret this, Ye Bai. I will have my revenge." With that, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. However, Ye Bai was utterly unconcerned about it, because the apocalypse was imminent, arriving in merely 48 hours. Seeking revenge against me? First, survive the initial wave of biological calamities before you even think about it. Yet, this was not the moment for such contemplations. Upon rising, Ye Bai immediately unlocked his phone and logged into the game. To his delight, the server had just launched. Welcome, player, to the world of calamities. Please be advised, in 48 hours, the calamity game will merge with reality. All talents, equipment, and rewards acquired by players will be returned. After 48 hours, the recharge system will be closed. Do cherish this opportunity. It was just as before. In his previous life, upon seeing such a prompt, Ye Bai would have scoffed derisively. Ha! Who would believe in such a trivial game, played by so few? But now, he selected to enter without a moment's hesitation. System, welcome to the world of calamities. Please proceed to draw your talent. As the words were spoken, a spinning wheel appeared on the mobile game interface. On the wheel, there were dozens of talents of various sizes, ranging from mental enhancement, defensive capabilities, to offensive prowess, and a hodgepodge of others. Suppressing his trembling excitement, Ye Bai understood that while these options appeared plentiful, in reality, over 99% of them bore no distinction from those of an ordinary person. At most, one might become a slightly more formidable ordinary individual at the outset. However, with a stroke of good fortune, one could potentially obtain purple or orange talents, allowing them to establish a small base in the apocalyptic world. As for the elite talents, those of golden or crimson quality, one could forget about acquiring them without spending substantial amounts of money. Moreover, the odds of winning are quite disheartening, standing at a mere 0.1. This implies that one would need to participate in nearly 1,000 draws to secure a single victory. At this juncture, Ye Bai cannot help but criticize the insatiable nature of this game. Right from the outset, even acquiring an initial talent requires monetary investment, and with such low probabilities, it would be disheartening for any player. However, the situation has now changed. With knowledge of the narrative, Ye Bai harbors a singular thought in his mind: to invest. No matter the cost, he is determined to secure a golden talent. Only in this manner can he hope to endure the impending apocalypse. With this resolve, Ye Bai swiftly clicks the mouse. Indeed, a flash of green light ensues. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a green talent. Agility 10. Would you like to save this or cancel and continue drawing? Cancel. Ye Bai decisively opts to abandon this draw. Such a talent bears little distinction from that of an ordinary individual. The paramount goal is to attain gold. One must summon the golden. Hence, Ye Bai opens the recharge interface and promptly invests 100,000. He then proceeds to draw again. Each draw costs 100 gold. After 10 draws, an additional one is granted, guaranteeing a golden talent within 1,000 draws. Ye Bai feigns a smile, his expression betraying his true feelings. An initial talent costs 10,000. In his past life, even NetEase would not dare to operate in such a manner. Yet the circumstances are different now. It's merely money. Draw ding, you have drawn a green talent. Agility 6. Ding, you have drawn a blue talent. Strength 16. Ding, you have drawn the blue talent. Mind 15. As the draws continued incessantly, Ye Bai had already attempted close to 100 times, his hand growing weary. Yet, astonishingly, he had not even encountered a single purple talent. One must admit, the odds are truly abysmal. However, Ye Bai remained unperturbed and pressed on. After exceeding 800 attempts at long last, ding, the entire computer screen flickered momentarily, nearly blinding Ye Bai's eyes. Moments later, he beheld the notification. Ding, congratulations! You have drawn the unique red talent. Plague of the Zerg. Quality, mythical. This enables you to summon the Zerg plague from StarCraft in the apocalyptic world, obliterating all in your path. Chapter 2. Talent maxed out, family borrowed everywhere. Hiss, summoning the Zerg swarm from StarCraft. Is this for real? Upon witnessing the crimson glow and the prompt for Ye Bai, I could not help but gasp in astonishment. I thought I had misread. After all, this is the most formidable race in StarCraft. Wait, can this even be drawn? Just imagine, while others are desperately struggling to survive in the apocalypse, besieged by the relentless Zerg, you merely raise your hand. An endless legion of interstellar Zerg descends, towering leviathans standing 30 meters tall, countless Zerglings, dragonflies rivaling fighter jets, and the spine crawlers comparable to tanks. Along with the 6-kilometer-long Zerg mothership, the Leviathan. Goodness, what kind of catastrophe can withstand such a calamity? Would you like to save? At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Save. Coming back to my senses, the exhilarated Ye Bai hurriedly chose to save. Are you kidding? Who would leave this unpreserved? Waiting for the new year. Meanwhile, in the game, with the emergence of the red talent above the entire channel, players who had just entered the game erupted in excitement. Wow, look, someone has drawn red. The Zerg swarm? Is it the unique profession? How incredible. And this is just the opening of the server. Someone has already drawn red. What luck. Damn, how much money must this have cost? Clearly, no one anticipated that right at the launch of the game, someone would dare to invest such a significant sum. What a tycoon. Yet, there are those who scoff in disdain. What a wealthy fool. Clearly, this is a great misfortune, an obscure, newly launched game, and he invests so much. What else could he be but a naive dupe? Indeed, the sentiments expressed by the commentator above resonate, for such simpletons are a rarity in this day and age. To lavish such funds on a mere fledgling game, what else could one call it but foolishness? Yet, in the face of such mockery, Ye Bai remains unfazed. A cold smile curled upon his lips. Laugh all you wish. After the impending cataclysm strikes in 48 hours, you shall come to realize the true value of your expenditures. No amount would suffice. Nonetheless, he does not squander his resources. Instead, he continues to draw. For according to the Apocalypse's design, a character may possess a maximum of 3 initial talents. Since the first draw yielded a red talent, Ye Bai is determined to secure the finest for the remaining 2. Hence, he opts to persist. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a blue talent, Agility 30. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a purple talent, Agility 50. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a green talent, Strength 10. However, the golden quality talents, including those mentioned above, are exceedingly difficult to obtain. At long last, after nearly 1,000 attempts, a shimmering golden prompt appears, causing Ye Bai's heart to leap into his throat. Could it be? Has another golden talent emerged? Indeed, as the brilliance fades, a prominent message materializes. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the golden talent, Contractor. Contractor. One can forcibly establish a pact with other survivors. Once the agreement is successfully made, the counterpart cannot betray you, and you shall acquire all their attributes. This effect is cumulative. Upon reading the prompt, Ye Bai's gaze sharpened, unable to contain his astonishment. Wow, this talent is quite impressive. The ability to forge a binding contract with fellow survivors, ensuring their loyalty, is remarkable. Most significantly, one can claim all their attributes. Just imagine, if he were to contract with a player possessing a golden talent right from the start. TSK, he could gain an additional golden talent for himself. Would you like to save? Save. Is that even a question? Coming back to his senses, Ye Bai hurriedly selected save. With the successful saving of the second talent, would you like to draw for a third? Draw. Ye Bai was already exhilarated, beginning to relish this exhilarating game of chance. However, it was evident that his fortune would not remain steadfast. After drawing 1,000 times, reaching the guaranteed threshold, and spending over 20,000, he finally obtained his third golden talent. Time pause allows one to momentarily halt time in the surroundings at level 1. Time can be paused for 10 seconds, and as the level increases, it can be continually enhanced. Upon reading the skill description, Ye Bai's first thought was of scenes frequently depicted in certain action films. Yet, those involve handheld devices, while his is activated through will. Moreover, their duration is far longer. 10 seconds? What is the point? That is hardly enough time to pull down one's trousers. Ye Bai couldn't help but voice a remark. However, after a moment of contemplation, he realized that this skill, when utilized properly, would be remarkably formidable, whether for slaying foes or making an escape. It was undeniably advantageous. Thus, after a brief deliberation, Ye Bai resolutely opted to preserve it as his final talent. Ding. Congratulations, host, You have successfully drawn 3 initial talents: red quality, Zerg Summoner; gold quality, Contractor; and gold quality, Time Controller. With the successful preservation, a notification appeared on the screen from the system. Yet, possessing merely initial talents was insufficient. Ye Bai needed to invest a significant amount of money. He distinctly remembered that in 48 hours, the recharge system would cease operations, and any coins recharged within that time frame would be refunded to individual accounts for the purchase of various items. In his previous life, it was precisely due to the game's S-level operations that he could only enter when the apocalypse began, resulting in very few players opting for monetary investment. Consequently, everyone transitioned from mere players to endowed survivors. However, Ye Bai's situation was different now. He had been reborn. As long as he invested sufficiently, even without talents, he could thrive by acquiring various equipment and items. After all, he recalled that in the later stages, one could even purchase interstellar spacecraft. Therefore, his current objective was clear: to invest, invest, invest. With this thought in mind, Ye Bai promptly called his father, Ye Longtian. Indeed, in this world, Ye Bai still had family, albeit the relationship was rather intricate. Due to my father, Ye Longtian, forming a new family with the affluent businesswoman Li Xuanxin from City A, I now have 3 exceptionally beautiful schoolmates as sisters. Of course, for Ye Longtian, this is unfortunate, as none of the 3 daughters are his biological children. Nevertheless, for me, this is a stroke of luck, because my 3 sisters and I shared different fathers and mothers. However, this is not the crux of the matter. Soon, Ye Bai dialed Ye Longtian's number. "Hello, Dad. Ah, my beloved son. You've finally decided to call." A hearty voice resonated from the other end of the line. Ye Bai wasted no time in beating around the bush and stated plainly, "I need a sum of money." "Money? No problem." Upon hearing his son's request, Ye Longtian responded without hesitation. "Isn't it only natural for a son to ask his father for money? How much do you require?" 10 million. "What? 10 million? To Ye Bai's surprise, Ye Longtian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Do you think I'm a rich second generation? I don't even have 1 million. However, Ye Bai remained unfazed. "Though you may not be a wealthy heir, I am aware that your wife is a prosperous one, and those 2 houses were acquired through her." Upon hearing this, Ye Longtian's voice grew even more irate. "Have you lost your mind, plotting against your father's properties?" Yet, the man soon regained his composure and inquired, "What do you need the money for?" Ye Bai's expression was grave. "This is not something you should inquire about. I need it now, and at the latest, within 2 hours. After 48 hours, I will inform you. After all, the catastrophe has yet to unfold. If I disclose this information, I might be deemed insane and receive nothing in return." Ye Longtian was unwilling, fearing that Ye Bai might attract some considerable trouble. "You must provide me with a reason." Ye Bai replied, "The matter of you spying on your stepmother's sister while she bathes." Upon hearing this, Ye Longtian immediately panicked, his voice turning harsh. "Are you threatening me?" Ye Bai continued, "And your theft of your stepmother's bank card to purchase a house for your mistress." "Stop." "Fine." Faced with these continuous revelations, Ye Longtian quickly capitulated. "I will call you tonight." "No, it must be within an hour." "All right, 1 hour it is." Ye Longtian gritted his teeth. "If you do not provide me with a reason within 48 hours, even if it means divorcing your stepmother, I will ensure your demise." He hung up the phone. Indeed, within less than an hour, he received a transfer from his benevolent father. "Ding, you have received a transfer of 10 million from Ye Longtian." Finally, the funds had arrived. Seeing the additional 10 million in his bank account, Ye Bai, who had been tense all along, finally exhaled deeply. With this 10 million, it is no exaggeration to say that he could be considered among the elite in the impending apocalypse. However, this was still insufficient. Ye Bai desired more, preferably a sum of 1 billion or 800 million. At that point, who could possibly rival him in this apocalypse? He dialed his elder sister, Li Hanyan's number once again. "Hello, sister." Soon, a melodious yet icy voice came through the line. "Ye Bai, I am in a meeting." "What is it?" The moment he heard that voice, Ye Bai was reminded of Li Hanyan's stunningly aloof visage, her exquisite figure, and her delicate form adorned in Balenciaga's black stockings. "I would like to borrow some money." "Borrow money? How much?" 10 million. "What?" Unlike Ye Longtian, Li Hanyan's reaction was merely one of mild surprise. With a hint of incredulity in her tone, "What do you need such a large sum for?" "I have my reasons. Rest assured, I will pay you back." Ye Bai preferred not to elaborate too much. After all, one cannot gauge the depths of another's heart, should he mention the apocalypse. They might not believe him and instead send him to a mental institution, which would be a disastrous beginning. However, Li Hanyan, being quite possessive and protective, said, "Xiao Bai. I must warn you, while our family is affluent, it does not mean you can engage in unlawful activities. If you do not explain the rationale behind this request, I will not lend you the money." Chapter 3. You want me to sell my house? Ye Bai immediately discerned the underlying meaning in her words. This indicated that there was a chance. Thus, he tailored his response accordingly. "I wish to partner with a friend to open a bar. I have observed that the business there is thriving. With 10 million each, we could establish it, and the daily revenue could reach 300,000 to 400,000. A bar?" Upon hearing this, Li Hanyan chuckled. "You intend to learn from others in opening a bar? Be cautious, or you might get deceived." Ye Bai reassured, "Rest assured, I will not fall prey to deception. I shall return your investment with interest." However, Li Hanyan remained unconvinced, retorting, "Forget about the interest. Just ensure you return the principal. Worry not, I will transfer it to your card. I have a meeting to attend, so I must end our conversation." After hanging up, Ye Bai soon received a transfer from Li Hanyan, accompanied by a cheeky message. "If you fail to repay, you shall pay with your flesh." Upon reading this, Ye Bai couldn't help but marvel at her good nature. Even at such a time, she jested with him. Nevertheless, with 10 million in hand, it was still insufficient. Ye Bai then dialed his second sister's number, employing the same tactic. Before long, he secured another 10 million. Next, he reached out to his third sister, Liuru. The youngest was quite different. She was a gaming addict, and they hadn't met in ages. Most notably, her penchant for spending on games surpassed even his own. In his previous life, she had squandered tens of millions on a game called Cataclysm, only to thrive in the aftermath, becoming one of the world's elite. Were it not for Liuru, he feared he might not have endured even half a month. Alas, it was during a cataclysmic event that he encountered a colossal beast and met his demise. Yet, he was undeterred. "I'm playing a game called Cataclysm, which hasn't launched yet. I require funds to select some talents and invest a little." "What? Cataclysm? What a coincidence. I'm playing that too." "Ah, what a coincidence." Ye Bai feigned surprise and casually inquired, "So how much do you intend to invest?" Liuru replied, "Not much. I plan to invest 30 million. Ye Bai exclaimed with astonishment, "How could this be insufficient? 30 million is an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. Alas, as a mere commoner, I have indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck. With such a splendid father, a wonderful mother, and a new home, my fortunes have changed." However, he mused, "I too wish to invest a little. How about 20 million? Liuru replied, "If you invest, how can I?" Ye Bai proposed, "What if we split it evenly?" After a moment of contemplation, Liuru agreed, and thus, they secured 1,500,000 each. With this addition, Ye Bai realized he had approximately 4,500,000 in total. This substantial sum would suffice to purchase 100 interstellar battleships in the future. Gazing at the gleaming balance, Ye Bai sighed, contemplating the comfort of life without an apocalypse. Yet, a smirk soon graced his lips. In the face of calamity, wealth brings greater comfort. With that thought, he proceeded to invest the entirety of his 4,500,000 into the game. Moreover, he acquired a spatial ring, a set of advanced energy protective gear, and a protective helmet to shield against fatal blows. Subsequently, he contacted an agent to sell his current residence, which he estimated could fetch around 20 million. "Hello, Xiaolu. Ah, Mr. Yi. It's a pleasure to hear from you." Despite being raised by a stepmother, Ye Bai held considerable sway in City A, who was unaware that he was the stepson of the city's wealthiest woman, having risen to prominence through his father's connections. Thus, the agent greeted him with enthusiasm. Ye Bai wasted no time, stating, "I wish to sell a property." On the other end of the line, Xiao Lu was taken aback. Why on earth was Xiao Yi selling a house all of a sudden? Nevertheless, he quickly responded with enthusiasm. "Would you like me to pick you up for a face-to-face discussion?" "There's no need." Ye Bai declined. "I will drive myself. Please wait for me a moment." "All right. No problem." After hanging up the phone, Ye Bai drove his Aston Martin to the agency. Xiao Lu, accompanied by a charming young lady, had been waiting eagerly. Upon Ye Bai's arrival, he immediately greeted him with warmth. "Xiao Yi, you're here. Please come in." He invited Ye Bai inside, offering him tea and water. After taking a sip, Ye Bai propped up his leg and produced the property deed. "Please assist me in selling this villa." "Wait, are you serious about selling?" Xiao Lu was astonished to see that the location on the deed matched Ye Bai's current residence. He cautiously glanced at him. contemplating whether to inquire about the situation but hesitated to ask. Could it be that Xiao Ye's father had a falling out with the female tycoon? However, he managed to ask with a forced smile. So, how much do you wish to sell it for? I can help you find out. Given the prime location of your villa, according to the current market, a price of 22 million would not be unreasonable. 15 million. To Xiao Lu's surprise. Before he could finish, Ye Bai stated a figure directly, looking at Xiao Lu intently. I only need 15 million within a day. Whatever you can sell it for beyond, that is yours. What? 15 million? Xiao Lu was stunned. And inwardly, he lamented that this gentleman seemed to be in genuine need of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be selling at such a low price. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous. I shall seize this opportunity to amass a considerable sum and deftly take advantage of this young fellow. Little does he know that in less than 2 days, calamity shall befall us, rendering the houses mere ruins. Yet, Ye Bai remains unperturbed. No worries. Fearing the loss of this transaction, Xiao Lu hastily exclaimed, "Give me a day, and I assure you I will sell them." "Very well," Ye Bai replied with a slight nod, preparing to rise. Oh, by the way, he suddenly recalled that his father had 2 more properties. He promptly sat back down, smiling as he noted down the 2 addresses. These 2 combined, I will sell for only 10 million, and that too within a day. Goodness. Xiao Lu's eyes widened in utter astonishment. The location is quite commendable, though not villas. They are guaranteed to fetch 10 million. This is akin to a 50% discount. His grin was almost comical. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, this matter is entrusted to me, and I guarantee you shall receive your funds. All right. Once arrangements were made, Ye Bai did not linger. After all, time was of the essence. Although wealth was now at hand, who could ascertain the true efficacy of this newfound talent? Thus, it was prudent to seek refuge in a secure location and assess the situation. This, of course, necessitated the acquisition of supplies. Consequently, Ye Bai procured a batch of resources, all of which were delivered to his subterranean basement. While not expansive, the basement spanned approximately 200 square meters, boasting commendable decor and remarkable sturdiness, rendering it nearly impervious to the intrusion of ordinary monsters. As for the exterior, he arranged for the installation of surveillance cameras, including solar panels for power generation, and prepared a diesel generator inside to prevent power outages after the apocalypse, ensuring he would not find himself engulfed in darkness. Thus, an entire day was consumed in this endeavor. Observing the nearly 300 square meters of the villa's yard in disarray, he found solace in the fact that the basement had been reinforced. Ye Bai let out a sigh of relief. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of the apocalypse. Chapter 4. The apocalypse approaches, natural disasters merge. However, to Ye Bai's surprise, the apocalypse had yet to arrive, but his father's Shu soul had already come flying his way. Damn it, you little rascal, what have you done? Why is there an agent today asking me to handle the property transfer? Yet, having survived 2.5 years in the apocalypse, Ye Bai was not easily intimidated. He deftly sidestepped the incoming Shu soul and confronted a man whose disheveled appearance and unkempt beard bore a striking resemblance to a middle-aged version of Peng Yuyan. Seething with rage, "Father, do not be alarmed. There is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" "If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I will sever our father-son relationship today." Yi Longtian bellowed angrily. 3 minutes later, "Are you saying you have been reborn?" Sitting in the opulent living room of his stepmother's house, perched upon a $1 million sofa, Yi Longtian was left in stunned silence as Ye Bai laid everything bare, even forgetting to sip the tea he had held to his lips. Indeed, Ye Bai sighed. Despite his father's unsavory character and penchant for infidelity, he was, after all, his father. Truly, one must be kind to oneself. Have you not noticed that I have become a son-in-law, all while caring for my child? Moreover, it must be said that my stepmother and half-sister have treated me quite well. Hence, Ye Bai does not shy away from this reality. If there is an opportunity to amass wealth, one should seize it. Consequently, Ye Bai addressed Yi Longtian with utmost seriousness. In less than 24 hours, the apocalypse will descend upon us. The entire city will, in a mere day, transform into a desolate wasteland. All funds must be transferred to my account for disaster preparedness. Subsequently, we shall possess an abundance of weapons and supplies. Do not underestimate the current wealth of a city's richest. In the future, we may very well become masters of the apocalypse. Yi Longtian gazed at Ye Bai with a peculiar expression, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of gravity. After narrating such tales, selling numerous properties, and borrowing vast sums. You intend to fund a game. How absurd. Ye Bai rolled his eyes, witnessing his father teetering on the brink of fury, feeling utterly exasperated. Do you truly believe I am a fool to utter such nonsense? Just wait until I deal with you today. Father, please remain calm. Ye Bai found himself at a loss for words. This old man could be serious when he ought not to be, and yet, when seriousness was warranted, he was anything but. With utmost sincerity, he declared, I speak the truth. Do you swear it? Yi Longtian observed Ye Bai's demeanor, sensing no deceit, and thus continued his threat. Ye Bai raised his hand earnestly, exclaiming, I swear, if I am lying, let me be condemned to a life of orphanhood. Yi Longtian. He believed it. After a moment of silence, Yi Longtian took a drag from his cigarette and finally raised his head to ask, if what you say is true, will your little refuge be able to withstand the impending doom? Seeing that his father had finally come to believe him, Ye Bai replied, rest assured, although that refuge is not much, I anticipate no significant issues in the initial stages. Moreover, I have deposited a substantial amount of money into the account. Even if problems arise, we can address them promptly. So, how much more do you need? Yi Longtian inquired again. Ye Bai shook his head. That's hard to say. Naturally, the more, the better. After all, there is no limit to gold coins. Upon hearing this, his father seemed to have made a difficult decision. Then how about this? We can sell this house. It is worth at least 120 million. I have a friend in my circle who has been interested in it for quite some time, and your aunt has transferred the property to me. This way, we can secure more funds. Ye Bai? Wait, you managed to acquire this house. This old fellow is quite something. Please don't look at me like that. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under his son's gaze, Yi Longtian nonetheless spoke earnestly. This is love. Ye Bai nodded seriously. I believe you. 12 hours later. It was already 8 in the morning of the next day. With only 12 hours remaining until the catastrophic event, which would occur at 8 in the evening, the house had been sold by Yi Longtian. Ye Bai never imagined such a turn of events. The old fellow is quite outrageous, having managed to swindle away Li Tsunxin's villa. Xiaoyi. In the courtyard, Yi Longtian, puffing on a cigarette, handed a bank card to Ye Bai and earnestly stated, in my lifetime, I have seldom been earnest. But the one time I truly was when I helped you find a wonderful stepmother, allowing you to live a good life. I don't know how it happened, but today I fell for your nonsense. This money is given to you. If the apocalypse truly arrives, at least it serves as a form of closure. If it doesn't come, he paused, glancing at Ye Bai, our father-son bond would reach its end. Run as far as you can. He harbored serious doubts about whether his son had gotten himself into some significant trouble. Yet what could he do? After all, he had only one son. Ye Bai was equally moved, gazing speechlessly at his father. Suddenly, he perceived that the once disheveled figure appeared somewhat majestic. Nevertheless, he nodded earnestly and replied, Father, do not worry. If reality contradicts my words, I will flee far away without you needing to say so. Yi Longtian was taken aback by this response. Why? Ye Bai replied, because I have already borrowed from my eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. If nothing happens, they certainly will not let me off the hook. Yi Longtian was left utterly speechless by this young man, caught between laughter and tears. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. First, you must notify your eldest sister, second sister, third sister, and my beautiful aunt. Find a way to ensure they are home before 8. Remember, you must return before 8 o'clock, not a second later. As for other matters, leave them to me. With a nod, Yi Longtian swiftly departed in the elongated Range Rover. Meanwhile, Ye Bai began meticulously inspecting every detail within the shelter, ensuring that no light penetrated and sound was completely muffled, for those creatures hunted by means of light, scent, and sound. Additionally, he had prepared an array of essentials: surveillance cameras, generators, bottled water, bread, ham sausages, and instant hot pot meals were all in place. In the suburbs, Ye Bai had even secured a warehouse filled to the brim with fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits, all awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse along with his equipment. He intended to store everything within his spatial ring, effectively resolving his food concerns. As the clock struck 6, darkness began to envelop the sky. Ye Bai promptly retreated into the underground shelter, monitoring the movements outside the villa through the surveillance system. A sense of inexplicable anxiety began to creep in, not from fear of the subterranean creatures, but from the significant sum of money he had invested. Should the apocalypse fail to materialize, his situation would be dire. A glance at his phone revealed it was nearly 7 o'clock, yet Ye Longtian had yet to return. What was going on? Why hadn't his father and the others come back? Had something happened? Unease compelled Ye Bai to make a phone call, but to his dismay, the line was disconnected. Shocked, he stood there, bewildered. What was his father thinking at such a critical moment? He quickly dialed Li Hanyan. However, there was no response whatsoever. Could it be that something has gone awry? Or have I truly been forsaken? With a slight frown, Ye Bai found himself questioning the meaning of life. Yet, he soon perked up, reminding himself that in his previous life, they had thrived under the protection of Liu Ro. Little did he know, at that very moment. Within the confines of a towering edifice, the Li Corporation, Ye Longtian stood on the 25th floor alongside an exquisitely beautiful woman, both gazing in terror at the swiftly changing sky. The dim stars and the high-hanging moon suddenly transformed into a crimson hue. Chapter 5. Ye Bai, you go? Immediately, a bizarre roar echoed through the heavens. Following this, angry shouts erupted from the streets. What on earth is that? A driver collided with an unusual entity, the force of impact nearly causing his vehicle to topple. As he emerged, ready to curse the reckless driver, he was met with the sight of a 2-meter-long, ferocious wolf-like creature, its limbs and body resembling rocky formations, slowly advancing onto the road. What the hell? The man's initial fury morphed into sheer terror. A monster. Yet, the mutations were far from over. As night fell, ominous figures began to emerge one after another under the blood moon, sweeping across the landscape. A mysterious force and ethereal shadows seemed to weigh heavily upon the sky, cascading down towards the earth. Good heavens, the apocalypse has truly arrived. Within the towering edifice, Ye Longtian's eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, my husband. The woman beside him, initially dismissive of explanations, transformed into a figure of trepidation, hastily collapsing into Ye Longtian's embrace. Do not fear, for I am here. What of Han Yin and the others? Have they arrived? They're here. They seem to be next door. Realizing the urgency, Li Zuanxin swiftly summoned her daughters to enter. However, only the eldest, Li Hanyan, and the second daughter, Li Yunyan, made their way in, revealing the absence of the youngest. Li Zuanxin paused, bewildered. Where's the third? The impeccably dressed Li Hanyan, exuding professionalism and beauty, caught sight of the horrifying scene outside and quickly remarked, Yuro has been unreachable since she made the call. We have no idea where she has gone. The gravity of her words nearly caused Li Zuanxin to faint. Then hurry and find her. Find her? How? The men remained more composed amidst the chaos. Below, anguish screams echoed, and it seemed that mutated creatures had already infiltrated the building. Ye Longtian made a swift decision, retrieving Li Zuanxin's handgun from the drawer. Quickly. Follow me to the refuge. It is safer there. In corporate buildings, refuge rooms are typically constructed from thick bronze and fire-resistant materials, designed to provide temporary sanctuary in the event of a fire. Yet now, they would serve as a bastion against monstrous invaders. The three women, paralyzed by fear, could do naught but follow Ye Longtian as he led them into the refuge. In the following moment, he heard a thunderous bang from outside, quickly followed by the peculiar sound of the rock wolf's jaw clicking, as if it were devouring something. Li Zuanxin leaned against Ye Longtian, trembling in fright. She never imagined that her husband's words were indeed true. Whatever you do not make a sound. Of course, Ye Longtian was equally astonished. It seemed that the apocalypse had truly arrived. It appeared that his son's words were not mere fantasies. However, he dared not make a noise, fearful of attracting the monster's attention. It was not until the outside commotion from the rock wolf subsided that they breathed a sigh of relief. That creature seems to have departed, Li Hanyan whispered. Yet Ye Longtian's expression remained grave. Do not let your guard down. Let us remain hidden here. Perhaps the military can manage this predicament. After all, when confronted with such enigmatic entities, humanity appeared woefully inadequate. Nevertheless, we have at least evaded calamity. Li Hanyan maintained a positive demeanor, speaking softly. Indeed, with this affirmation, Li Zuanxin felt a sense of relief. This place should be safe for the time being. However, a troubling thought soon struck her. What about Ye Bai? Is he all right? Observing Li Zuanxin's sudden anxiety, Ye Longtian found himself appreciating his stepmother's competence. Yet, his concerns arose as well. That lad, surely he must be fine, right? Hadn't he dug himself a shelter? Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Ye Bai sat comfortably in the underground refuge, legs crossed, sipping the scant remains of milk tea, leisurely observing the changes outside through the surveillance monitors. Meanwhile, As the blood moon descended, the outside world began to undergo a transformation. The once tranquil villa area was abruptly disturbed by mysterious footsteps. Soon, through the surveillance monitor, he spotted a creature resembling a wolf, its skin resembling solid rock, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, swiftly charging towards him. This was the rock wolf. Ye Bai instantly recognized the beast, a member of the first calamity in the world of disasters, a creature from the depths of the earth. Their emergence signified a singular purpose: to devour all of humanity. Moreover, their numbers were terrifying. If the situation persisted, it would be certain death for Ye Bai should he venture out unprotected. As these bizarre creatures appeared, the villa area erupted with a cacophony of anguished cries. "Oh, what is that thing? A monster, don't come near, please." Many inhabitants of the villa were met with brutal assaults. Yet, amid this chaos, Ye Bai remained hidden in the basement, a cold observer. It was absurd to think he could survive if he exposed himself to such peril. Fortunately, at that moment, he heard a notification from the system. "Ding, disaster has merged. You will receive items, equipment, and talent refunds. Congratulations, you have acquired the talent Swarm Summoner, Contractor, Time Pause. Congratulations, you have obtained equipment, Advanced Protective Suit, Spatial Ring. The cheat code has been activated." Upon hearing this, Ye Bai's eyes lit up, and he promptly opened his interface to take a glance. Indeed, he discovered that he had gained 3 new talents and 3 pieces of equipment, all of which he had procured prior to entering. The purpose is to prepare for the impending apocalypse by stockpiling supplies. However, given the current state of affairs outside, the situation appears quite dire. He finds himself unable to venture out. Yet, what excites Ye Bai the most is the sight of a staggering 2 billion gold coins nestled within his backpack. My goodness, this is his true advantage. With such wealth, could he not traverse the end of days unscathed? Nevertheless, he remains unhurried, for these coins are his trump card. Their significance will only become more pronounced as time progresses. Thus, Ye Bai resolves to refrain from utilizing them until the critical moment arises. And he suddenly recalls his talent as a Zerg summoner. Why not experiment with this ability? With this thought in mind, Ye Bai hastily accesses the talent interface. It displays Zerg Summoner, current level 1. Can summon the lowest tier worker insect. Each one cultivated requires an energy cost of 10 points. Would you like to cultivate? Yes. Without hesitation, Ye Bai selects affirmative. However, the system's subsequent response leaves him speechless. Current energy remaining 0. Please recharge first. What on earth? Ye Bai nearly faints from frustration upon witnessing this. At such a time, he must recharge. Fortunately, the sight of his terrifyingly immense fortune in gold coins calms him. After contemplating, he decides to proceed with the recharge. 1 gold coin can replenish 10 energy points. Hence, 1 currency unit can be exchanged for 10 gold coins, allowing him to recharge 100 points. This equates to 1 currency unit summoning 10 worker insects. Is this expenditure excessive? No, it is merely a matter of perspective. As the energy charged successfully, Ye Bai observed a rather unsightly green liquid beginning to pool on the ground of the shelter before him. However, this was merely the prelude. The liquid coalesced into an egg. With a crack, the shell shattered, revealing a plump insect approximately 1 meter in length, adorned with sharp, jet-black pincers that glinted ominously, and a formidable lower jaw. To Ye Bai's astonishment, it exhibited an unexpectedly docile demeanor upon noticing him. Ye Bai thought, is this truly it? Can this creature contend with the towering rock wolf outside, which exceeds 2 meters in length? Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated from outside, drawing the attention of the rock wolf. A surge of alarm coursed through Ye Bai. They had been discovered. Indeed, scarcely had he spoken when the heavy iron door was forcefully breached. A ferocious rock wolf, drooling and ravenous, charged into the shelter. Upon spotting Ye Bai, it seemed to perceive him as a delectable morsel and rushed towards him heedlessly. In that moment, Ye Bai's expression shifted. There was no time for hesitation. He commanded the plump insect, "You attack." Chapter 6. 1 is insufficient. How about 10? With those words scarcely uttered, Ye Bai barely registered the swift motion before his eyes. The purple and green figure lunged forward without a moment's pause. In an instant, the plump insect collided with the rock wolf, catching it off guard and sending the beast hurtling away. Such astonishing speed. Startled by the astonishing speed of the plump creature, one would never have expected such a rotund little being to possess such agility. Clearly, the rock wolf was momentarily taken aback as well. However, regaining its composure, it shook its head and, utilizing its massive physique, flung the plump insect away. With a resounding thud, the creature collided against the wall, narrowly escaping injury. Yet, undaunted, it launched itself once more with an imperceptible swiftness. One must admit, the courage and fearless tenacity of this plump insect left Ye Bai profoundly impressed. Who would have thought that a mere 1 meter in length could be so ferocious? It seemed even an adult would struggle to contend with it. Nevertheless, when compared to the towering 2-meter rock wolf, there was still a noticeable disparity. However, that posed no issue. 1 was insufficient. What of 2? Ye Bai raised his hand once more to summon. After all, he had ample resources. He directly infused $1 worth of energy, summoning 10 creatures at once. As Ye Bai invoked them, pools of green liquid reappeared on the ground. Not particularly pleasing to the eye, yet strangely endearing to Ye Bai. Am I deranged? Clearly not. Gradually, the pools of liquid coalesced into a series of 1-meter eggs. As the shells shattered, one by one, worker insects emerged. They swiftly obeyed Ye Bai's command and charged towards the rock wolf. This time, even the rock wolf could not withstand the onslaught. 1 or 2 might have been manageable, but when 10 attacked simultaneously, especially with those razor-sharp pincers, more formidable than a kitchen knife, the rock wolf emitted a pained howl. Moreover, one particularly audacious plump insect unleashed its corrosive acid, ruthlessly ending the life of the rock wolf. Meanwhile, Ye Bai also received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations. You have slain a level 2 rock wolf. Experience gained, 10, energy gained, 100. He was somewhat astonished upon seeing the notification. He had not anticipated that these little creatures would be so formidable. The most significant aspect was that killing a single rock wolf granted him 100 energy. While a worker bug only required 10 energy, this effectively meant he could directly convert that energy into 10 worker bugs. Wait, where exactly was the expenditure? Ye Bai found himself perplexed, questioning where the costs lay. Wasn't this a veritable perpetual motion machine? However, it was evidently not the time to ponder such matters. After slaying the rock wolf, the worker bugs, following Ye Bai's command, swiftly dragged the carcass outside and discarded it. Indeed, they simply tossed it aside, as the summoned swarm did not require sustenance for the time being. The division of labor among them was remarkably clear. 2 worker bugs remained hidden in the grass, vigilantly observing the surroundings, while 2 others stationed themselves at the entrance and courteously closed the basement door. The remaining worker bugs formed a protective circle around Ye Bai, one of them incessantly chirping at him, conveying a clear message. Fear not, dear brother, we shall safeguard you. Ye Bai couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards these seemingly unimpressive little creatures. To his surprise, they exhibited remarkable loyalty. A system prompt appeared. Rest assured, host, the swarm summoned by the bug summoner is unequivocally loyal to you and fearlessly devoted. Ye Bai replied, you certainly have a knack for timing. However, he was also aware that these insectoid creatures regarded themselves as mere insects. Moreover, he discovered that he could command them through brainwaves. Just moments ago, he noticed that after the worker insects dispatched the rock wolves, he had acquired experience points and energy. Experience points were straightforward, serving the purpose of leveling up. Survivors could enhance their strength by slaying rock wolves. As for energy, it had multifaceted applications. It could be utilized to recharge equipment, items, and weapons. For instance, the advanced protective suit could withstand all forms of physical and energy damage, with a current remaining resistance energy of 10,000. This indicated that after mitigating damage, any residual energy could be replenished using the energy obtained from vanquishing monsters. Clearly, the summoned worker insects functioned similarly to equipment. By utilizing energy points, he could summon additional worker insects. Understanding this, Ye Bai was not hesitant. He immediately summoned 10 more worker insects. As for why he refrained from spending gold coins, that was a jest. Though he possessed an abundance of gold, he would require far more to unlock high-tech products in the marketplace later on, especially considering that he was currently facing only the most basic level of catastrophe. There loomed the potential for global ice encasement, floods, torrential rain, and other natural calamities in the future. Therefore, it was prudent to allocate funds judiciously, avoiding frivolous expenditures. Thus, Ye Bai resolved to utilize the free resources first. Soon enough, within the underground shelter, 10 additional worker insects, each approximately 100 centimeters in size, emerged. They emitted excited chirps in response to Ye Bai. The cacophony of chirping filled the underground refuge, leaving Ye Bai somewhat exasperated. He promptly called out, "Silence." Upon hearing these words, the worker insects immediately became alert and arranged themselves in a neat line. This was commendable. Observing the obedient worker insects, Ye Bai finally revealed a satisfied expression and proceeded to assign tasks. You 5. Venture outside and hunt down the rock wolves. Remember to exercise caution and target those that are isolated. The rest of you, head to the Zifeng building and search for any signs of my father. Chirps of acknowledgement emanated from several worker insects, and under the guidance of 2 sentinel insects, they swiftly darted out, one after another. As the last worker insect departed, the 2 sentinels promptly slammed the heavy iron door shut. Look at that. Ye Bai couldn't help but express his admiration. They were well-trained, nearly comparable to soldiers. Even the most ordinary and basic of worker insects exhibited such prowess. Should they ever advance or activate jump insects, explosive insects, stinging snakes, or even leviathans, terrifying creatures akin to interstellar battleships, then, indeed, when calamities strike, even the mightiest of disasters would be thwarted. However, Ye Bai's primary objective now was encapsulated in a single word: stability. For only by maintaining steadiness and developing discreetly could he nurture the insect race. In due time, the entire city would bow before him. I'm hungry. I should have a bite to eat. Having been preoccupied with awaiting the apocalypse, Ye Bai had scarcely consumed anything throughout the day, and now his stomach was empty. He took out the bread he had prepared earlier and sipped some milk. Yet, before he could begin his meal, he once again heard the system's notification in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 1 rock wolf, earning 50 energy points and 20 experience points. Chapter 7. To my surprise, there is another player. So soon. This left Ye Bai somewhat astonished. He had just stepped outside and had already taken down another one. Yet, that was not all. Merely 2 minutes later, he heard another notification. Ding! Congratulations. You have slain a level 1 rock wolf, earning 50 energy points and 20 experience points. What the heck? Ye Bai was momentarily stunned upon seeing the notification. Another one? However, the surprises did not cease there, as shortly after, he received a third notification. This revelation brought his total energy points to an astonishing 150. He was utterly flabbergasted. How could it be that within just a few minutes, he had dispatched 3 of them? Were these 5 little worker bugs truly that formidable? He attempted to connect to the perspective of the worker bugs outside. As a summoner, he had the ability to perceive through any of his Zerg as if they were his own eyes. It didn't take long for him to uncover the reason behind this phenomenon. On the screen, he observed a worker bug meandering down the street, while 4 others lay in ambush among the nearby bushes. With a roar, the worker bug attracted a rock wolf, and immediately, it fled. In that instant, the remaining 4 surged forth, launching a relentless assault on the rock wolf, causing it to yelp in distress. Subsequently, the worker bug turned back and unleashed a corrosive spray, expertly targeting the softer underbelly. Thus, the rock wolf was effortlessly dispatched. One could not help but be awestruck by the intricate division of labor and the strategic approach displayed. Ye Bai was thoroughly astonished. The worker insects possess a remarkable capacity for learning, adapting swiftly to combat the rock wolves. At this moment, a notification from the system reappeared. Friendly reminder. The insect race not only boasts formidable reproductive abilities, but also possesses unique structures that enable adaptation to various harsh environments in the shortest time possible. My goodness, how impressive. Ye Bai, upon seeing this notification, could not help but silently commend their prowess. It seems the insect race is even more formidable than he had anticipated. However, seeing the industriousness of the worker insects, Ye Bai felt compelled to contribute. Thus, he utilized the remaining 150 energy points to summon an additional 15 worker insects. With the previous 21, the total had now risen to 36. You all form teams of 5. Venture outside and carefully hunt the rock wolves. But remember to exercise caution and avoid detection by others. After all, the surface is currently plagued by subterranean creatures. While these little ones are quite capable, they likely cannot withstand the damage inflicted by firearms. Let us avoid unnecessary casualties. Ye Bai instructed earnestly. With a chorus of chirps, the 15 worker insects responded. Under the coordination of 2 guard insects, they charged forth in rapid succession. As a result, Ye Bai soon noticed an accelerated pace in his own progression. Before long, he was greeted by a series of notifications. Ding! Your worker insect has slain a level 1 rock wolf. gaining 20 experience points and 50 energy. Ding! Your worker insect has slain a level 1 rock wolf, gaining 20 experience points and 50 energy. A notification chimed. Congratulations, your worker insects have successfully defeated a level 1 rock bat, earning you 20 experience points and 50 energy. Another notification followed. Congratulations, your summoner level has successfully risen to level 2. I've leveled up, Ye Bai exclaimed with delight upon hearing the announcement. To think it happened so swiftly. In my previous life, it took me an entire day to reach level 2. Yet now, it has taken less than an hour. Truly, many hands make light work. Ye Bai couldn't help but reflect on this. Naturally, he took a moment to check his statistics and was pleased to discover the following. Ye Bai. Current summoner level, 2. Current worker insect summoning capacity, increased from 100 to 200. 8 levels away from unlocking jumping insects. The capacity for summoning worker insects had indeed expanded from 100 to 200, signifying that he could now summon up to 200 insects. While this number may not seem substantial at first glance, one must consider that this was merely the beginning of the apocalypse, and he had only reached level 2. Imagine the possibilities at level 10 or level 20. He could potentially command thousands. Furthermore, upon reaching level 10, he would unlock the second unit, jumping insects. Jumping insects, unlike worker insects, are not to be underestimated. According to the Zerg's introduction, worker insects are the most basic and economical units, akin to the laborers responsible for construction and various menial tasks. However, when it comes to the main force that possesses numerical superiority, it is undoubtedly the jumping insects. Thus, Ye Bai felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. He promptly summoned another 10 worker insects and commanded, "You all, go outside and lend a hand." From 3 teams to 5. It seems that within a night, we could potentially elevate to level 5. With a flurry of activity, 10 worker insects swiftly emerged, ready to work. However, despite the presence of these industrious insects, Ye Bai did not neglect to observe the external situation. Yet, considering the diminutive stature of the worker insects, they were hardly able to discern any substantial details. Thus, he opted to deploy the DJI drone he had meticulously prepared. He opened the entrance to the basement and maneuvered the drone to survey the surroundings. Fortunately, as the calamity had only recently begun, the external networks and power supply were still operational. As the drone ascended from the villa, it rapidly reached an altitude of 500 to 600 meters. The live footage transmitted from the DJI drone, although anticipated, still left Ye Bai taken aback upon witnessing the devastation outside. What once was a serene night, illuminated and bustling in City A, now lay in chaos following the invasion of subterranean creatures. The streets were a cacophony of colliding vehicles, interspersed with screams and shouts of anger. In many areas, buildings ignited in fierce flames, while sporadic gunfire echoed in the distance, a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Is this the horrific reality that unfolds at the dawn of the apocalypse? Gazing at the footage, Ye Bai murmured to himself. Although he had been aware of the terror associated with the end times in his previous life, he had merely sheltered in the basement and had not witnessed the initial chaos firsthand. From an omniscient perspective, he now comprehends the staggering scene that unfolded in the city following its invasion. In merely an hour, the entire metropolis had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Such devastation, one can only surmise, will persist until dawn. This realization further extinguished any thoughts of venturing outside. It would be folly to consider such an endeavor, for without the presence of those worker insects, his fate would likely not have been any more favorable. Yet, there exists an exception. He observed a lone survivor accompanied by 2 others, wielding a specially designed firearm that emitted a faint azure glow. With a resounding crack, the survivor discharged a round at a rock wolf, the blue energy wave propelling the creature away, though it did not meet its demise. Ye Bai recognized the weapon. It was one of the formidable arms available in the Cataclysm marketplace, unlockable before reaching level 10, albeit at a steep price of 1,000 gold coins. Clearly, this individual was a modest spender in the game. Unexpectedly, he encountered a fellow player in this dire situation. As he beheld the cautious young man, a flicker of surprise illuminated Ye Bai's gaze. Chapter 8. Has he already attained level 4 before even stepping outside? Yet, it was evident that this player had not invested significantly. With a ferocious roar, the injured rock wolf lunged once more, its fury unbridled. Alas, the player, having depleted their energy reserves, could only emit a cry of despair before having their head severed in a single bite. Ye Bai shook his head at this grim spectacle. Though it was a common occurrence, in the realm of Cataclysm, the so-called players were merely survivors endowed with slightly greater strength than the average person. Confronting such creatures, one may initially lack experience, and encountering death is a commonplace occurrence. However, Ye Bai was rather astonished to find himself facing one of these entities so early in the game, and what's more, it had already garnered a modest investment. This was indeed unexpected. Yet, this was the sole instance, for as Ye Bai continued to utilize his drone to scour the downtown area, he failed to locate a second player. The remainder consisted solely of ordinary survivors. Meanwhile, the number of subterranean creatures began to swell, swiftly taking over a significant portion of City A. Hiding in the basement, Ye Bai observed everything with clarity, fully aware that venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for he recognized that he need not leave the basement. He could effortlessly level up and develop his capabilities solely by relying on the insect race. As long as he diligently nurtured his talent as an insect summoner and continued to upgrade, the day would come when he could summon thousands of worker insects, and eventually the more formidable jump insects, explosive insects, and thunder beasts. What would he have to fear from the subterranean creatures then? Thus, his current objective was clear: to develop, and develop further. With this resolve, he recalled the drone and continued to utilize the worker insects for upgrading. At this juncture, it was already past 11 at night. The worker insects remained outside, hunting the subterranean creatures. Moreover, the vicinity around the Tanshan Mountain Villa had been largely cleared of these underground monsters, leaving behind a plethora of corpses from the subterranean creatures and rock wolves. Meanwhile, Ye Bai's level had risen to 3. He glanced at his attribute panel. Ye Bai, level 3. Talents: Swarm Summoner, Contractor. Time Pause, Mental Strength, 38. Stamina, 39. Agility, 37. Strength, 39. Defense, 38. Current Swarm Summoner level, 3. Current Summonable Worker Units, 400. Current Contractor level, 1. Current Contractable Quantity, 1. Time Pause level, 1. Current Pausable Duration, 10 seconds. Requires 10 mental strength. It was then discovered that with the elevation to level 3, all of his attributes had also increased by 30. The system calculates based on a robust individual whose data is set at 10, which is equivalent to an enhancement of nearly threefold. Ye Bai swung his fist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He felt a rush of vigor coursing through his body. Quite good indeed. After being reborn as an ordinary person, Ye Bai initially found it somewhat challenging to adapt. However, now, with this tripling of his capabilities, although it pales in comparison to his former self at level 60, or the 6th tier, it is still sufficient to preserve his life. Of course, this applies solely to players. For other survivors, aside from the military, they have merely become sustenance for the subterranean creatures. Otherwise, how could they possibly become those who possess top-tier talents in this apocalyptic world? Yet, as time was running short, in recent days, having returned to life anew, he has been preoccupied with borrowing money, acquiring funds, selling properties, and preparing for investments, scarcely pausing for rest. At present, all his weaponry and equipment, including talents, have been duly received. Furthermore, he has already amassed a cadre of 50 worker insects by his side. Consequently, Ye Bai has resolved to take a moment to rest. He addressed the 10 guard insects stationed at the entrance, instructing them, "Stay vigilant here. Should anything arise, notify me at once." The large, plump insect at the door chirped incessantly, its meaning unmistakable. "Fear not, boss. Any creature daring to harm, you shall first have to tread over our fallen bodies." Observing these dutiful little beings, Ye Bai could not help but find them rather endearing. Without further ado, he reclined upon his bed and surrendered to slumber. Indeed, with 10 stout insects guarding the portal and 4 more on watch outside, he felt a comforting sense of security. Thus, he quickly drifted into a deep sleep. As dawn broke the following morning, the sound of gunfire from outside jolted Ye Bai awake. At that moment, a small, plump insect cautiously approached, attempting to tidy his blanket. Upon noticing the adorable, wide eyes of this little creature and its tentative movements, he instantly recognized it as his very first stout insect. In a flurry of concern, the small insect waved its pincers, eager to clarify, "Rest assured." Yet, Ye Bai understood its intentions all too well. He merely smiled and reached out to pat its head. "I am aware of your heartfelt intentions. From this moment forth, You shall assume the esteemed position of the captain of the current worker insect battalion." Upon hearing this proclamation, Little Fat Bug's eyes widened in astonishment. Am I being promoted? Yet, the other watchful insects exchanged glances, pondering why they had not thought to cover the leader with a blanket earlier. Behold, this exemplifies the advantages of being born first. Even if merely a minute ahead, one can swiftly adapt to various environments and acquire a plethora of knowledge. As for the captain of the worker insects, although the battalion currently comprises only 50 members, expansion is indeed possible. Thus, upon rising, Ye Bai promptly checked his rank. To his surprise, he discovered that he had indeed ascended to level 5, with a mere 500 experience points separating him from level 6. The prowess of this insect summoner is remarkable. Gazing at his new level, Ye Bai could not help but feel a surge of emotion. In the initial days following the outbreak of the apocalypse, leveling up proved to be quite arduous. Ordinary players likely remained at level 1, or at best, reached level 2 if fortune favored them. Ascending to level 5 was an achievement that typically required at least a week. However, he had not anticipated that his innate talent as an insect summoner would allow him to accomplish this feat in less than a single night. He was undoubtedly among the fastest to level up at present. Moreover, upon examining his insect summoning interface, Ye Bai realized that the number of worker insects he could summon had also risen to 200. At this pace, it would not be long before he exceeded even greater heights. In City A, a small-scale swarm catastrophe could soon be unleashed. Chapter 9. So swiftly, over 6,000 creatures can be summoned? With this thought, Ye Bai wasted no time and continued to augment the number of worker insects. Remarkably, during the previous night, nearly 40 worker insects had collaborated to vanquish around 100 subterranean beings. Thus, his energy reserves now stood at 5,000 points. He resolutely expended an additional 3,000 energy to summon 300 more worker insects. With a hum and a clatter, as Ye Bai initiated the summoning, a multitude of green liquid began to materialize before him, coalescing into a series of approximately 50-centimeter eggs. The shells cracked open with a cacophony, and one by one, the worker insects emerged from their confines. The sheer volume of their numbers soon overwhelmed the entire basement. With no alternative, Ye Bai directed them to the villa outside. This 4-story villa boasted an area of nearly 1,500 square meters, and with the surrounding subterranean creatures nearly exterminated, the worker insects scuttled forth, rapidly securing the entire premises. Any onlooker might question their sanity, mistaking this for an invasion of extraterrestrial insectoids, preparing to proliferate on Earth. However, with the rampant rock wolves outside, it was destined that no one would witness this spectacle. Ye Bai organized them into 30 units, each selecting a leader at random, and sent them out to continue their hunt for the subterranean beings. However, they cautioned each other to remain vigilant and to avoid detection by the survivors, for being perceived as subterranean creatures would be a significant loss at this juncture. It was not yet the time to reveal themselves. Only when they amassed tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, would they truly embody a formidable presence. At this moment, the 300 worker insects, having received their orders, were filled with fervor. After emitting sharp calls, they swiftly and methodically surged out of the villa, embarking on a mission to hunt the subterranean creatures. Meanwhile, just outside the Shangshan Villa area, several subterranean beings were wreaking havoc, still in search of human survivors. Yet, before they could approach, their pupils constricted in alarm as they beheld a multitude of their kind lying lifelessly around them, a grim testament to the demise of dozens. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the worker insects charged forth with a frenzied assault. Caught off guard, the subterranean beings were swiftly overwhelmed. One by one, they were toppled. The few rock wolves among them attempted to resist. Yet the sheer number of the worker insects, 300 in total, was more than sufficient to overpower the mere dozen rock wolves. In mere moments, after a few anguished cries, the rock wolves succumbed to the potent corrosive solution unleashed by the worker insects. These subterranean beings, in their wildest dreams, had not anticipated that their foray would render them the prey rather than the predators. Nevertheless, after vanquishing the rock wolves, the industrious insects did not stray far. Under the guidance of a few leading commanders, they began to disperse and commenced their hunt around the Shangshan Villa area. Before long, the anguished cries of subterranean creatures echoed through the vicinity. The few survivors, trembling in their underground refuge, were initially convinced they had misheard the dreadful sounds. Among them was an exquisite beauty, a natural embodiment of porcelain-like skin, who quivered in her family's basement, having taken refuge there for an entire night. The bizarre noises emanating from outside rendered her too frightened to even draw a breath. However, upon hearing the agonizing howls of the rock wolves outside, Li Mingyao mistakenly believed that rescue from the military had arrived. In her excitement, she instinctively peeked out, only to recoil in terror at the sight before her. The external chaos was not a savior, but rather an even more ludicrous array of monstrous insects. Oh dear, how terrifying! She quickly covered her mouth, shaking in the corner, while inwardly cursing her fate. Why had she not invested more earlier? It seemed all was lost. Li Mingyao lamented internally, having also awakened to a peculiar talent, albeit one that she deemed somewhat useless, aptly named the arrival of the god of wealth. Its sole feature was a rebate system. Indeed, a rebate. Based on her account balance, she could accrue a daily return of 3%, which amounted to a mere 3 yuan from an initial deposit of 200. This interest, while seemingly high, was of little consequence given her financial constraints. She could afford only a protective suit, leaving her unable to purchase even a firearm. Thus, she now finds herself confined within the basement, awaiting the meager interest she has accrued, lamenting her fate. Little does Ye Bai know the extent of her plight. Had he been aware, he would surely be astounded. What a remarkable skill! However, at this moment, he is immersed in the exhilarating thrill of summoning an army. Originally, there were nearly 8 squads of worker insects engaged in hunting the subterranean creatures, but now he has augmented his forces by an additional 30 squads. Consequently, the pace of their hunting has increased by more than threefold. The incessant notifications echoing in his ears resonate with a rhythmic chime. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a rock wolf 1, gaining experience points 10 and acquiring energy 50. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a rock wolf 1, gaining experience points 10 and acquiring energy 50. What an exhilarating experience! To speak candidly, this method of effortless leveling is perfectly suited to Ye Bai. Yet, as his level rises, the experience gained from defeating lower-level subterranean creatures has diminished in comparison to the initial encounters. Fortunately, the energy yield remains unchanged. Thus, although his progression may be sluggish, Ye Bai can still amass significant energy by vanquishing large numbers of these creatures, enabling him to activate even more of his swarm. At this juncture, Ye Bai, concealed within the underground refuge, bears a striking resemblance to a queen insect. As the flow of energy continues to surge, he persistently summons additional members of his swarm, to the point where he feels a bit lightheaded from the sheer volume. Summoning such entities demands mental fortitude, yet fortunately, the low level of the worker insects makes this a negligible concern. Summoning hundreds at once poses no significant issue. As a new batch of nearly 100 worker insects was summoned, they emerged from their shells, producing a series of high-pitched squeaks. Ye Bai commanded them. You shall proceed to the warehouse on the outskirts of City A, tasked with safeguarding the supplies there. Allow no one to approach, should anyone dare to draw near. Eliminate them without hesitation. After all, those supplies had cost him 2 million before the apocalypse, and the majority consisted of food and beverages, including meat. It was imperative that others did not encroach upon this bounty. As he was unable to venture outside himself, he arranged for these worker insects to stand guard. Upon receiving their orders, the worker insects nodded earnestly before swiftly departing the villa in succession. Watching this cohort leave, Ye Bai summoned another 100 and instructed them to gather supplies in the vicinity. In the realm of the apocalypse, what holds utmost significance? Supplies, supplies, supplies. It is a truth worth reiterating thrice. Though the urgency may not be apparent at present, in a few days, as shortages become evident, especially with the impending natural disasters such as harsh winters, blizzards, and floods, compounded by biochemical viruses and mutated creatures, these provisions will become exceedingly precious. Fresh vegetables and fruits will be particularly rare and elusive. Previously, there had been no means to preserve them, but the situation has changed. He now possessed a spatial storage ring, a premium item that the market offered for a mere 1888. Yet, its capacity was vast enough to accommodate a small marketplace. Moreover, the advanced storage ring possesses a remarkable advantage. It is devoid of the passage of time. In other words, any items placed within it remain suspended in the moment they were inserted, provided they are not removed, thus eliminating any concerns regarding spoilage. Therefore, seizing the opportunity presented by the recent onset of the apocalypse, it would be wise to stockpile fresh vegetables and fruits. Consequently, Ye Bai advised the 100 newly summoned creatures, who were still acclimating to their new surroundings, with clear instructions. Your task is quite simple. Prioritize the collection of fresh vegetables and fruits. Gather anything with a short shelf life and anything delectable. Do you understand? The little beings, regaining their focus, immediately chirped in agreement, their intent unmistakable. Rest assured, boss. We shall handle it. With that, they surged forth in a flurry of enthusiasm. Observing their spirited diligence, Ye Bai nodded, a sense of satisfaction evident on his face. These little creatures truly are the chosen laborers. With their assistance, along with the summoning of an additional 400, Ye Bai began to feel overwhelmed and thus sought refuge in the underground shelter to rest. However, upon awakening, he was astonished to discover that night had fallen. Have I slept for so long? He marveled at the clock, which indicated it was already 7 in the evening. The prolonged slumber was likely due to his low level and insufficient mental fortitude, making it challenging to summon such a large number at once. Yet, to his surprise, he realized that his level had remarkably risen to level 7. Ye Bai, level 7, talent categories: Swarm Summoner, Contractor. Time pause: Mental power, 78. Stamina, 79. Agility, 77. Strength, 79. Defense, 78. Current Swarm Summoner level, 7. Current Summonable Worker units, 12, 800. Current Contractor level, 1. Current Contractable quantity, 1. Time pause level, 1. Current pausable time, 10 seconds. Each use consumes mental power, 10 points. The speed of advancement is astonishing, particularly upon observing the number of summonable worker units, which has already reached 12, 800. Even Ye Bai was taken aback. At just level 7, he can summon 12, 800 swarm creatures. If this pace continues, by level 20, he might be able to summon over 1,000,000. Who in City A could possibly rival him then? Chapter 10. The brave Ye Tian naturally. While witnessing the ever-increasing swarm within his underground sanctuary, Ye Bai felt reassured about his safety. Yet he did not forget about his elderly father. He wondered how his father was faring. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Ye Tian was still sheltering with Ye Xuanxin and the sisters within the Zifeng building. However, due to the immense size of the Zifeng building and its central location, which was a disaster zone, the 4 of them could not find a way to escape from their refuge. Yet, they could not remain in this state indefinitely. Dad, we haven't eaten in a day. We can't stay like this any longer. Li Hanyan harbored no aversion towards her stepfather. Not only did he bear a striking resemblance to Wu Yanzu, but her brother had also benefited greatly from this familial arrangement, treating them as one cohesive unit. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, standing at the doorway with a firearm in hand, gazed at his wife and their 2 obedient daughters, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Recognizing that remaining in this predicament was not a sustainable solution. However, the crux of the matter lay in their ignorance of the external environment. Should they venture out recklessly, encountering those mutated creatures could spell disaster. Ye Tian spoke gravely, acknowledging the peril of their current situation. Yet, remaining confined was equally untenable. Through a small window, Li Xuanxin had already observed the desolate streets outside, devoid of life. Only those monsters roamed aimlessly, in search of prey. How about this, he proposed, noticing his daughter's faces growing pale from hunger. I shall venture outside to procure some food for you. No, you cannot, Li Xuanxin exclaimed in alarm, grasping Ye Tian's hand. The outside world is far too dangerous. Yet, Ye Tian gently patted her delicate hand, which was as youthful as that of a girl in her 20s, and smiled reassuringly. You know my capabilities. I am a former Special Forces soldier. Rest assured, I shall not stray too far and will merely search within the confines of the building. Li Xuanxin hesitated, reluctant to let him go, but Ye Tian exuded a sense of resolute masculinity. Listen to me. Stay put and do not move. I will fetch some oranges, no food. With that, he opened the bronze door of the shelter and stepped outside cautiously, firearm at the ready. As Li Xuanxin observed the departing Ye Tian, she remained silent, fearful of attracting the attention of subterranean creatures. She silently prayed, My dear husband, please do not encounter any misfortune. Misfortune? Ye Tian possessed considerable skills. After ensuring that the surroundings posed no threat, he cautiously opened the door. Discovering the corridor outside was still enveloped in tranquility, he swiftly made his way to the vending machine, procuring some bottled water and instant noodles. However, just as he believed he was safe, he suddenly sensed something amiss in the dimly lit room. It felt as though a pair of eyes was fixated upon him from the darkness. With a swift turn, Ye Longtian was met with the ferocious sight of a rock wolf lunging toward him. Fortunately, Ye Longtian's agility allowed him to evade the attack with a deft sidestep. In a seamless motion, he seized a nearby stick and struck with force. The resounding impact nearly rendered the rock wolf unconscious. There was no doubt about it. Ye Longtian, with his background as a special forces operative, was no ordinary adversary. Typically, 7 or 8 individuals would find it impossible to approach him. It is not an exaggeration to assert that his combat prowess rivaled that of an average individual with a blue talent, and it was comprehensive at that. After all, how else could he have subdued the beautiful chairwoman of the Li group as a security guard? His reluctance to use a firearm stemmed from a desire to avoid drawing the attention of other subterranean creatures, which could lead to overwhelming numbers and dire consequences. Yet, the rock wolf's hide was remarkably tough. Despite enduring a brutal blow, it merely shook its head in brief astonishment before baring its sharp fangs and lunging ferociously at Ye Longtian. Fortunately, Ye Longtian reacted swiftly, using the iron rod in his hand to firmly jam the jaws of the rock wolf. As the two engaged in a contest of strength, Ye Longtian found himself pressed to the ground. The rock wolf roared in fury, determined to sink its teeth into him, exclaiming, "How dare an insignificant ant strike my head?" At that critical moment, as he fumbled desperately, Ye Longtian unexpectedly grasped a knife nearby. A surge of joy filled his heart. Without hesitation, he swung the blade, piercing it directly into the wolf's abdomen. The rock wolf, encased in a shell as hard as stone, revealed its vulnerabilities only at the belly and beneath the neck. Thus, Ye Longtian's knife easily penetrated its flesh, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. Yet, this only provoked the wolf to become more ferocious. As the wolf's ferocity intensified, Ye Longtian felt a surge of primal fury awaken within him. Armed with the knife, he struck repeatedly, each blow precisely targeting the vital points he had learned from previous combat experiences: the arteries in the neck, the intestines in the belly. Ultimately, the rock wolf could no longer withstand the onslaught. Blood gushed forth from its severed arteries. Had this been a game, one would surely witness the wolf's health bar dwindling away. A minute later, Ye Longtian pushed aside the lifeless body of the wolf, panting heavily. He quickly rose to his feet, gathered some snacks and drinks, and returned to the shelter. Upon his return, he was met with a gasp from Li Xuanxin, who was horrified at the sight of him drenched in blood. She rushed forward to examine his injuries. "Your arm is hurt." It's nothing," he reassured her. Sitting in the corner, Ye Longtian feigned calmness and chuckled. "Just a minor injury. I accidentally got caught. Quickly, there's food here. You all should eat." Upon seeing the abundance of provisions Ye Longtian had brought back, Li Xuanxin could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her face. "I never imagined my husband would risk his life for me." Even our 2 daughters were moved to the brink of tears by their stepfather's bravery. "Oh, how courageous he is, putting himself in danger for us. I used to wonder why my mother fell for a security guard, though he is rather handsome in middle age. Now they understand. It is his masculinity that captivates." "Enough," Ye Longtian interjected. "Hurry and eat. We must replenish our strength if we are to escape this place." "Yes, all right." The 3 women nodded eagerly and began to eat heartily, restoring their energy. Li Xuanxin took out a bottle of nutritional supplement and offered it to Ye Longtian to help him regain his strength. The following morning, at the break of dawn, the 4 rested souls were startled by a rustling sound from outside. Ye Longtian jolted awake and motioned for the 3 women to be silent. With wide, frightened eyes, they held their breath in anticipation. As Ye Longtian cautiously approached the metal door and peered through the peephole, he was taken aback by what he saw. Outside, 5 monstrous insects, each over a meter in length with bodies as hard as steel, were crawling around, emitting incessant chittering sounds. Oh my goodness! Ye Longtian was nearly overwhelmed by fear, a sensation far more terrifying than that posed by the rocky wolf. "What is happening?" Li Xuanxin, witnessing Ye Longtian's expression of dread, hurriedly supported him. "Do not speak. Outside there are insects." "What? Insects?" The sisters, Li Hanyan and her sibling, were somewhat bewildered. Just moments ago, they had praised their father's prowess. How could they now be so rattled by mere insects? However, as a series of clicks echoed, one of the insects began to open the door. As it slowly swung ajar, the 4 of them were rendered speechless by the sight. It was astonishingly large. Fortunately, Just as Yilongtian was about to take action, the insect suddenly emitted a series of high-pitched sounds, fervently waving its large pincers as if to communicate through sign language. This left Yilongtian and the others momentarily taken aback. It appeared to harbor no ill intentions. Finally, as the insect struggled to convey its message, something even more outrageous transpired. One of the insects scampered up onto the boss's desk and procured paper and a pen. To their astonishment, it began to write. If Ye Bai were to witness this, he would undoubtedly exclaim in sheer amazement, "Incredible!" Its capacity for learning was remarkable. It could even write. As a few crooked letters appeared, Yilongtian and his companions deciphered the message. "Do not be afraid. We are here at the behest of our master to rescue you." Yet, before the message could be completed, a rocky wolf suddenly lunged forward. The high-pitched cries of the insects filled the air as one was swiftly taken down, prompting the remaining four to charge into action. Chapter 11. It is time to leave the basement. In the underground chamber of the Villa District in City A, Ye Bai was fervently summoning worker insects, one after another. The sound of cracking eggshells echoed through the space as each worker insect emerged, offering Ye Bai a chorus of respectful chirps. With a sigh of relief, he wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that this marked the 1/800th insect he had summoned today. Since the previous night, he had scarcely taken a moment to rest. Excluding the several hundred he had summoned earlier, he had managed to conjure nearly 1/800 insects in just one night, bringing his total to an impressive 2/500. The effort had exhausted him, yet it bore fruit. As more of his insect swarm ventured forth to hunt the rock wolves, his own level had ascended to level 9. However, he lamented the arduous challenge ahead. The progression from level 9 to level 10 proved to be a significant hurdle. To attain such an upgrade, one typically needed to defeat a formidable underground creature akin to a minor boss. Left with no choice, Ye Bai decided to send a contingent of worker insects to the outskirts in search of potential discoveries. Yet, even amidst this fatigue, upon checking his status panel, he was astonished to see that the total number of worker insects he could summon had surged to an extraordinary 25,600. If he were to summon all these insects, he believed he could face even a biological frenzy without trepidation. Ye Bai, level 9, talent categories, Zerg summoner, contractor. Time pause, mental power, 98, stamina, 99, agility, 97, strength, 99, defense, 98. Current Zerg summoner level, 9. Current summonable worker units, 25,600. Current contractor level, 1. Current contractable units, 1. Time pause level, 1. Current pause duration, 10 seconds. Each use consumes 10 mental power. To enhance other talent levels, a profession switch is required. As for the contractor and time pause talents, they remain unexploited. This is due to the necessity of switching professions for training. In essence, apart from personal attributes, everything else must commence from scratch. However, the primary focus for now is to elevate the Zerg summoner's level. As long as the number of summoned units is sufficiently vast, what is there to fear regarding level advancement? Moreover, the summoned worker units have not been idle. After a night of industrious activity, they have transported a substantial amount of resources back, all adhering to Ye Bai's specifications. The majority of these supplies consist of various vegetables and fruits, such as apples, pears, tomatoes, pineapples, spinach, greens, celery, and so forth. Ye Bai even stumbled upon a considerable quantity of strawberries, durians, and cherries. This particular item. Ye Bai felt a wave of disbelief. For in his previous life, this fruit was notorious for its high toxicity. Nevertheless, what is toxicity when one is faced with starvation? Upon further inspection, the mere quantity of cherries amounts to over 100 boxes, each containing 5 pounds, totaling more than 500 pounds. Consuming them all would indeed take a considerable amount of time. Additionally, Ye Bai conducted a calculation. Cherries, 500 pounds, durians, 1,000 pounds, spinach, 300 pounds, greens, 400 pounds, strawberries, 1,000 pounds, apples, 2,000 pounds. Furthermore, including various other items such as cabbage, potatoes, and oranges, the total weight exceeds 40,000 pounds, equivalent to approximately 20 tons, nearly filling the villa's courtyard. Even Ye Bai, upon witnessing such an abundance of resources, had to concede that these little creatures were exceptionally industrious. In just one night, over 100 worker insects had transported such a vast quantity of supplies. Thus, Ye Bai praised the leading worker insect, saying, "Well done." You have worked hard. Upon hearing this, the group of worker insects buzzed with excitement, emitting a chorus of chirps. It was evident that there were no survivors nearby. Otherwise, one might think a multitude of mice had been gathered. Their message was clear. Serving the leader is no burden. You have labored hard. Ye Bai was quite pleased with their high level of awareness and commitment. However, the quantity of these perishable supplies was still insufficient. Considering the various apocalyptic disasters that may arise in the future, this was merely the beginning. Hence, Ye Bai dispatched an additional 1,000 insects to continue the collection of resources. At this rate, with 100 insects gathering 20 tons in a single night, 1,000 might very well bring back 200 tons by tomorrow. Sufficient resources have been gathered from several villas surrounding Honolulu, as well as from the community supermarkets, convenience stores, and other fresh produce markets. However, there are stipulations. This time, the primary focus is on collecting supplies from the refrigerated warehouses. 3 days have elapsed since the power supply ceased yesterday, and although some refrigerated warehouses possess backup generators, their efficacy is limited. Consequently, Ye Bai resolved to include these as well. With a series of chirps, the thousands of worker insects, having received their orders, promptly set off, resembling a swarm of locusts. Once these little creatures departed, Ye Bai meticulously stored all the fresh vegetables and fruits into his advanced storage ring. A buzzing sound accompanied the scanning process, where a blue beam of light swept across the area, causing all gathered supplies to vanish completely. He then utilized his consciousness to survey the contents within the storage space of the ring. Having endured considerable hunger in his previous life, Ye Bai finally felt a sense of security. However, just as he was about to turn back and continue the incubation of the insect clan, he suddenly noticed 2 worker insects hastily approaching from a distance. Upon arrival, they gestured animatedly towards Ye Bai, chirping incessantly with palpable urgency. Yet, Ye Bai comprehended their message. His eyes lit up momentarily, realizing they had found his father and the others. But his expression soon shifted to one of concern as he learned they had been taken away by another group of survivors. The 2 worker insects nodded emphatically in response. Originally, these few were the worker insects previously tasked with tracking down Ye Longtian and his companions. They had initially ventured to the Zifeng building, but were hindered by the vast surroundings, teeming with subterranean creatures and survivors, making their search quite arduous. After a considerable effort, they finally located their targets, only to be met with an ambush by rock wolves. They had no choice but to divert the attention of those rock wolves. Upon their return, they discovered a group of heavily armed survivors had found Ye Longtian, Li Tsuanshin, and others hiding in a refuge. To ensure the safety of Li Tsuanshin and the others, Ye Longtian was compelled to accompany them. The account provided by the worker insects caused Ye Bai to furrow his brow. Damn it, could it be that misfortune has struck again? Wasn't it Li Yuru who took him away in a past life? This scenario deviates from the script. Nevertheless, the worker insects exhibited wisdom. They refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation upon realizing that Ye Longtian and his companions were temporarily safe. Thus, 3 of them stealthily followed, while 2 returned to relay the information. Well done. Upon hearing this plan, Ye Bai nodded in approval. The worker insects had made the right decision. Given the overwhelming number of opponents armed with weapons, even 5 worker insects would find it exceedingly challenging to prevail. Dispatching 2 to relay messages while 3 trailed was indeed the optimal strategy. However, he still promptly connected with the perspective of 1 worker insect. He soon discerned that, indeed, from that vantage point, Ye Longtian and the others were being escorted into a vehicle, heading towards the southern direction of City A. Unfortunately, the perspective of the worker insect was somewhat compromised, as it had taken refuge beneath the vehicle, obscuring its view. Nevertheless, Ye Bai gleaned a general sense of their departure direction. Damn it, they are snatching people right from under my nose. It is important to note that these individuals are among my closest relatives, especially my father, who has always treated me exceptionally well. I cannot bear the thought of losing them. Thus, gazing at the receding military truck and observing the fierce and exuberant army of insectoids before me, Ye Bai contemplated. Let us take action. Chapter 12. With so many insectoids, are we going on a vacation? This time, Ye Bai resolved to take matters into his own hands. Despite the insectoids' remarkable adaptability and intelligence, rescuing them safely would not be an easy endeavor. Therefore, he decided to intervene personally. However, before departing, he made sure to procure an array of equipment. It is no joke that, although he now possessed a high-grade energy protective suit and a sophisticated energy helmet, capable of withstanding a tank shell without flinching. One can never be too cautious. Additionally, Ye Bai acquired an energy blade. In this apocalyptic world, firearms are gradually being outclassed as humanity evolves and strengthens, making melee weapons the new standard. Yet, one should not underestimate this energy blade, which is priced at a staggering 1,888 gold coins. With a single strike, it could inflict a staggering 999 damage on a rock wolf, rendering its defenses futile. Only Ye Bai could afford such luxuries. For anyone else, it would be an extravagant purchase. Even acquiring storage rings would be a more prudent investment. Alongside this, he also purchased a selection of mental enhancement potions, life recovery potions, agility-boosting potions, and strength-enhancing potions, among others. All of these items cost him nearly 5,000 gold coins, equivalent to about 500 currency units. It is amusing to consider that he still has approximately 200 million coins remaining. This situation bears little distinction from a mere sprinkling of water. However, in the initial stages, one should not underestimate the significance of those 500 units. They essentially grant one the ability to traverse with ease. Thus, once adequately equipped, Ye Bai raised his electromagnetic rifle, directing it towards the multitude of over 1,000 worker insects nestled within the villa. "Commence," he commanded. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The worker insects, upon receiving their orders, immediately emitted a series of high-pitched cries. One after another, they surged forth in a swift rush. Naturally, leading such a vast number of insects was impractical due to the sheer scale. Thus, Ye Bai conceived an ingenious plan. A portion of the worker insects would stealthily follow from the periphery, while he himself commandeered a Range Rover, accompanied by a mere handful of the insects. The insect captain observed Ye Bai's driving with utmost seriousness. Ye Bai offered a reminder, "Keep a keen eye, perhaps next time you shall take the wheel." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The insect captain nodded thoughtfully. Ye Bai couldn't help but chuckle at their adorably naive expressions. He ignited the engine and set forth along the route indicated by the trailing insects. As he ventured along the path, exiting the confines of the Xiangshan Villa district, he even caught sight of a few worker insects peeking out from the grass, having just dispatched a rock wolf. Upon hearing the commotion, they curiously emerged, puzzled by their leader's sudden departure. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Yet, upon witnessing the main contingent moving forward, those insects abandoned their previous tasks and hurriedly followed suit. Consequently, the assembly grew increasingly substantial. Within a mere kilometer, the initial count of 1,000 had burgeoned to 2,000. Fortunately, they remained well concealed. Thus, it would generally remain undetected. Yet, there are always those lacking in insight. As Ye Bai traveled approximately 3 kilometers, he was suddenly confronted by 2 jeep vehicles that obstructed his path. The tires screeched in protest as the vehicles came to a halt, and several men emerged, brandishing firearms and knives. "Halt!" barked the leader, a bald man, with a menacing glare directed at Ye Bai. "You've got some nerve, kid. In this apocalyptic world, you dare to drive recklessly. Aren't you afraid of encountering those subterranean creatures?" Ye Bai was taken aback. Even at this juncture, there were still individuals resorting to robbery. However, he remained unfazed. Lowering his car window, he surveyed the 5 men and 1 woman who had emerged. The woman, clad in leather and fitted trousers, was of middling beauty but possessed an admirable physique. The man, a bald head, unmistakably bore the traits of a post-apocalyptic survivor. "What brings you here?" Ye Bai inquired, his voice steady. They had yet to notice the lurking insectoid creatures behind them. The bald leader, toying with his firearm, chuckled menacingly. "Nothing much, brother, just borrowing some supplies." "Oh," Ye Bai responded with a smile upon hearing this. "And what if I refuse?" "If you refuse, ha ha ha," the bald man licked his lips, his expression turning cruel. "Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Let me remind you, in this apocalypse, murder is not a crime." "Indeed, you make a valid point." Ye Bai nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic of his statement. Without hesitation, he raised his hand towards the insectoids behind him and commanded, "Eliminate them." Squeak, squeak. As soon as the words fell, a flurry of purple figures adorned with green hues surged forth from within the Land Rover. To his utter astonishment, the leader, Neodon, was seized by terror at the sudden emergence of the insectoid creatures, his face betraying sheer panic as he mistakenly believed them to be subterranean beings. "Run! They are monsters." Yet, they had no time to flee, for the worker insects moved with astonishing speed. In mere moments, Neodon found himself thrown to the ground. In a state of sheer fright, he hastily discharged his firearm, but the exoskeleton of the worker insect proved formidable, akin to the defensive resilience of the subterranean rock wolves. Sparks flew as the bullets struck its surface. Infuriated, the diminutive creature emitted a high-pitched screech and effortlessly snapped his handgun in two. Good heavens! Nyodon gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief at the razor-sharp pincers. The remaining subordinates fared no better. One unfortunate survivor barely had time to react before a swift worker insect lunged at him, mercilessly slashing his throat. What a joke! In front of the boss. We are merely trivialities. Did you truly believe we were insignificant? Please spare us. The remaining few, witnessing the brutal fate of their comrade, felt their legs weaken, and a terrified female member instinctively covered her head in a plea for mercy. Wait. However, just as the worker insects were poised to deliver the final blow, Ye Bai suddenly halted their advance, reconsidering his course of action. Ah, big brother, big brother. With the insects momentarily ceasing their assault, all eyes turned toward Ye Bai. Nyodon, pinned to the ground, hastily professed his loyalty. Just spare my life, and I shall grant you anything you desire. I will relinquish all the supplies I've taken. The girl, appearing to be in her early 20s, quickly added, Yes, yes, indeed. Whatever you wish for, including myself, I am willing to serve you. You? Yet Ye Bai cast a disdainful glance at the girl, feeling that she could not even measure up to a fraction of Li Han Yen. Serve me? No. Suddenly, Ye Bai paused, pondering why he was making such a comparison. Never mind. That's not the crux of the matter. Do you know of any significant apocalyptic factions in the southern part of City A? Ye Bai inquired abruptly. The mention of the southern district caused Nyodon to momentarily freeze, swiftly shaking his head as he replied, I am unaware. We are merely a group of ordinary people who just escaped from the Zifeng building. It turned out that Nyodon was also an ordinary individual who had narrowly evaded the relentless pursuit of subterranean creatures after the apocalypse struck. However, due to a lack of food, he had allied with a few other survivors and, by a stroke of luck, acquired a pistol, resorting to robbery along the way. They had observed that the numbers of the subterranean creatures during the day were not overwhelming, which emboldened them to venture out. But unexpectedly, they encountered someone who carried a multitude of insectoid creatures with him. Nevertheless, the conversation swiftly shifted as Nyodon seemed to recall something, and he hurriedly continued, Indeed, in the southern district, there is a group of survivors. They are well-armed and have a formidable leader, gathering approximately dozens of individuals. They call themselves the Wild Wolf Base. The name Wolf Base lingered in Ye Bai's mind, evoking a sense of familiarity. Regardless, he decided to investigate further. However, considering the multitude of his subordinates, he deemed it too exhausting to traverse on foot. Coincidentally, he was in need of several drivers. Thus, he instructed them to procure a few vehicles. Although the survivors were perplexed regarding Ye Bai's intent for the vans and trucks, they hastily complied, driven by the instinct to survive. Before long, under the watchful eyes of several worker insects, 2 large trucks and 3 vans were parked by the roadside. Nyodon promptly reported to Ye Bai, Brother, we have arrived. Excellent, Ye Bai exclaimed, surveying the lineup of trucks and various transport vehicles with satisfaction. He then beckoned, Come forth, my little darlings. As his words fell, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. From the grass along the roadside surged countless insectoid creatures, swiftly boarding the vehicles, causing them to tremble as if on the verge of toppling over. What on earth? Nyodon and the others were left in awe, witnessing the rapid filling of the 2 massive trucks and the vans with the writhing bodies of the subterranean creatures. Is this person even human? Boss, where to next? Regaining his composure, Nyodon turned to Ye Bai for directions. To the south of the city, to Wolf Base. Chapter 13. Assault on Wolf Base. What? We're heading to Wolf Base? Nyodon, trembling in fear, hesitantly spoke. Boss, this is impossible. I've heard that the Wolf Den is teeming with people and armed with numerous guns. I'm terrified. Yet Ye Bai merely chuckled. If you don't go, you'll perish right now. The nearby worker insects menacingly waved their pincers in agreement, intensifying the threat. Faced with such dire circumstances, Nyodon clenched his teeth, resolved to take the plunge. With the multitude of subterranean creatures surrounding this leader, he surmised that the Wolf Den would be manageable. He hastily summoned his subordinates to drive, and thus, a convoy of 6 vehicles surged toward the southern outskirts of the city to the Wolf Denver. At this moment, City A had essentially succumbed entirely to chaos. Along the route, Remnants of limbs and human corpses lay scattered alongside the ravaged roads, elevated bridges, and buildings riddled with gaping holes. Flames engulfed various structures. It was unfathomable to think that just 3 days prior, this place was a bustling metropolis of 15 million inhabitants. Now, it resembled a desolate wasteland. During their journey, they encountered several subterranean creatures known as rock wolves, who were in search of sustenance. Neo Dan and his companions trembled at the sight. Fortunately, with the insectoid swarm accompanying them, any rock wolves they encountered were swiftly dispatched by the worker insects, ensuring that no energy was squandered. The searching rock wolves could hardly anticipate that one day they themselves would become prey. Conversely, Neo Dan and his allies, initially apprehensive at the sight of the rock wolves, found themselves gasping in awe at the ferocity of the worker insects. Goodness, these creatures are exceptionally formidable. On average, 3 individuals can vanquish a single rock wolf. Within these vehicles, there are at least 1,000. If they were to be unleashed, it would undoubtedly resemble a minor insect plague. What could this individual possibly seek at the wolf base? The protagonist pondered silently. Before long, upon arriving in the southern part of the city, several large trucks, accompanied by a van and a Land Rover, reached the territory of the wolf base. Before them lay an abandoned factory, surrounded by a dense network of barbed wire, which was electrified, clearly intended to thwart any assaults from the subterranean creatures. Evidently, this precaution proved effective. At the entrance stood a few vigilant survivors, armed and alert, their grimy appearances belied by their keen, watchful eyes. Inside the makeshift rooms of the factory, a man with a tattooed shoulder and bare torso was exerting himself fervently. The woman beside him had disheveled hair. He was known as Brother Wolf, in his 30s. A seasoned player who had not only reached level 3, but also fortuitously acquired a blue talent, strength 30. This meant he commenced his journey with thrice the strength of an ordinary person. As a veteran player, having invested 500 yuan, he promptly equipped himself with gear post-apocalypse. In a mere 3 days, he assembled a team and established his own stronghold, the Wolf Base, and within that short span, his survivor group burgeoned to 50 individuals. In the nascent days of the apocalypse, he undoubtedly distinguished himself among the common survivors. Thus, as a level 3 warrior, the wild wolf possessed the unrestrained privilege of mate selection. For instance, at this moment. However, the sound of rumbling trucks outside caused the wild wolf to furrow his brow. Shortly thereafter, he heard one of his subordinates guarding the entrance shout, "Halt! Who are you?" A man's voice resounded, "Bring your boss out." "Damn it, who dares to disturb my wild wolf base?" Upon hearing this, the wild wolf was engulfed in fury and immediately donned his attire, emerging amidst a throng of followers. Before him stood 2 large trucks, 3 vans, and a Land Rover. In front of these vehicles, a bald man, though intimidated, still directed his gaze towards the wild wolf and inquired in a deep tone, "Are you the leader of the wild wolf base? Damn it, are you seeking death?" Before the apocalypse, the wild wolf was merely a petty thug, but after the calamity, he awakened the abilities of a player. Now he was above others. Who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Indeed, the group of subordinates beside him was also incensed. "Who the hell are you to speak to our boss like that? Right? Do you have a death wish? Wise up and scram, or we'll make you pay?" Yet the bald man dared not flee, confronted by so many firearms. He instinctively glanced at Ye Bai, who sat within the vehicle. After receiving a signal, he spoke. "Our boss asks if you have brought over 1 man and 3 women today. If so, hand them over quickly, or do not blame my boss for flattening your base." "What? Flatten them?" Little did they know that upon hearing this, the members of the wolf base erupted into even more exuberant laughter, convinced that this young man had lost his sanity. "Ha! Do you have any idea how many of us there are? Just you? Or do you have someone in your vans? How many can possibly emerge? A mere dozen? And you dare to challenge us?" Mocked a bespectacled strategist beside the wolf. "Indeed, you must be like an old man hanging himself, tired of living." Moreover, the already seasoned members of the wolf base dismissed Neo Dan entirely. With a disdainful smirk, the leader of the wolf declared, "We have captured many. Who knows how many men or women there are? But rest assured, if there are indeed any men, I have killed them, and the women have been entertained." Ha ha. This proclamation only served to amplify the laughter among the survivors at the wolf base. However, this very statement caused Ye Bai, seated within his Land Rover, to grow increasingly cold. "You are truly courting death," he remarked as he stepped out of the vehicle, fully armed. "Ah, mere boy." Upon observing Ye Bai's youthful appearance, The leader of the wolf hesitated, sensing that this individual might not be as simple as he appeared. Nevertheless, he continued to threaten. What? Do you think that with just the 3 vans you can contend with the wolf base? We have over a dozen firearms here. How do you plan to fight us? Indeed, the others echoed, utterly dismissive of Ye Bai, convinced that 3 vans could only accommodate a limited number of individuals, perhaps 10 per vehicle at best. There were merely 30 individuals. The wolf base, however, boasted over 50 survivors, armed with a dozen firearms, including a unique electromagnetic gun wielded by their leader. Yet, they had gravely underestimated Ye Bai's capabilities. For within his vehicle, there was not a single human being. As Ye Bai, devoid of further chatter, coldly uttered a command, the van's doors swung open with a resounding clatter. One after another, fearsome insectoid creatures emerged, each measuring approximately 100 centimeters in length, brandishing razor-sharp claws and menacing mandibles. The sight of these creatures left the previously jovial survivors of the wolf base in stunned silence, their smiles fading into expressions of sheer terror. What in the world? This cannot be human. They gasped in disbelief. Surely, these are creatures from below the earth. But that was not the end of it. With a cacophony of skittering, thousands of these insectoids surged forth from the truck, densely congregating in every direction. Soon, nearly 2,000 of these creatures had encircled the repurposed factory that constituted the wolf base. The survivors of the wolf base, witnessing this overwhelming sight, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. So many. Chapter 14. This was his own sister, a half-sibling. Initially, they had thought that 3 vans were already a formidable force. Yet, it now appeared that at least 2,000 had emerged. With merely over 50 individuals at the wolf base, even if each had a firearm, they were likely no match for such a horde of insectoids. The smiles that had once adorned their faces became frozen, unable to return. Only the wild wolf discovered Ye Bai's true identity. He frowned and said, "You are a player too." Of course. Ye Bai had recognized Wild Wolf at first glance. No wonder that the name sounded somewhat familiar. This fellow had caused him no small amount of trouble in a past life, having pilfered numerous resources from him and nearly taken his life. In his previous existence, he had lacked the strength and had departed from City A. Yet now, fate had brought them together once more. "Wild Wolf, we meet again." Ye Bai smiled at him and said, "Do we know each other?" Wild Wolf was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. However, this was not the crux of the matter. "Ha, that's splendid. Since we are both players, we are allies. There's no need for a life-and-death struggle." Wild Wolf laughed heartily, attempting to lower Ye Bai's guard, planning to find an opportunity to eliminate him later. But Ye Bai was fully aware of Wild Wolf's intentions, especially after 2.5 years of survival in this apocalyptic world. He had encountered all kinds of players. Thus, he wasted no words and simply raised his hand, uttering a single command: attack. At that, the once quiet worker insects erupted into a cacophony of shrill cries, and thousands surged forth in a frenzied swarm. The scene was akin to a locust plague, terrifying the survivors at Wild Wolf's base. "Oh no, quick! Open fire and eliminate them." The survivors, witnessing the overwhelming tide of worker insects, were paralyzed with fear and hurriedly opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Yet their marksmanship was woefully inadequate, and coupled with the tough exoskeletons of the worker insects, the bullets merely ricocheted off with dull thuds. However, those worker insects moved with astonishing speed, directly pouncing upon a survivor and eviscerating him. Oh my! The others were horrified by this scene, and one individual atop a platform urgently shouted, "Quick! Activate the circuit breaker, electrify them, electrify them. Let's fry these creatures." The survivor near the circuit breaker hurriedly manipulated the switch. Buzz! Instantly, the barbed wire entwined around the dilapidated factory walls crackled with electricity. A number of charging worker insects were immediately jolted, their bodies convulsing. Witnessing the downed insects, the survivors became exhilarated. This contraption was designed to fend off subterranean creatures. Even their rock-like exoskeletons could not withstand it, let alone these worker insects. Surely, this time they were finished. Yet, they underestimated the insect's capacity to adapt to their surroundings. In the next moment, to their horror, they beheld the worker insects, previously incapacitated by electricity, rapidly acclimating to the current. They charged forward once more. Oh no! As the insects advanced, the bespectacled man shouted again, "Increase the voltage, increase it." But it was already too late. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! The first wave of worker insects surged forth, attacking anything in sight. Within moments, the air was filled with blood-curdling screams. This gruesome scene resembled a hellish nightmare. Neodon and his companion trembled in fear, paralyzed and nearly losing control of themselves. Goodness, this is utterly terrifying. Thankfully, we voted early, otherwise, we would be doomed as well. Only the wild wolf, being a level 3 combatant endowed with the Azure Power Affinity, could contend with those insectoid creatures. With a resounding thud, the wild wolf delivered a powerful blow, incapacitating an approaching worker insect. He then swiftly drew an energy blade, slicing through another oncoming worker insect, its verdant blood spilling profusely onto the ground, obliterated in an instant. The audacity. It seemed you were determined to defy reason. As the wild wolf's base teetered on the brink of collapse, he remained undaunted, aware that all players were equally formidable, including Ye Bai. Yet, Ye Bai remained unperturbed. For even in death, these worker insects could be summoned anew, revived at his command. Astoundingly, the insectoid summoner possessed the ability to continuously summon reinforcements based on the order of their demise. In simpler terms, even if they perished upon being summoned again, they retained their original memories and environmental adaptability. However, this predicament weighed heavily on the wild wolf. Despite his immense strength, boasting an extraordinary power several times that of an ordinary human, he was overwhelmed by the relentless tide of insectoid foes. After firing several shots and dispatching a few more of the creatures, he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. Gasping for breath, his malicious gaze fixated on Ye Bai, realizing that continuing in this manner was futile. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If he could eliminate Ye Bai, the swarm would surely dissipate. Thus, he executed a swift maneuver, displaying his agility to the fullest. After violently hurling aside 5 or 6 worker insects, he launched a powerful punch toward Ye Bai. Ah! Be careful. At that moment, a melodious and familiar scream echoed from a distance. What was that? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ye Bai instinctively turned his head. To his surprise, not far away stood an enchanting beauty, clad in tattered jeans, who was anxiously reminding herself. Sister. Ye Bai was taken aback. It was Li Han. What a fortuitous opportunity. Seeing Ye Bai distracted at such a critical moment, the wolf within felt a surge of delight. As he swung a powerful punch, he taunted. Kid, how can you be a player and not understand that one must not lose focus during battle? Yet, just as his forceful fist was about to connect with Ye Bai's face, an unexpected event transpired. He discovered an invisible energy barrier had materialized before Ye Bai. His punch struck it, yielding no effect whatsoever. Aren't you supposed to be an experienced player? Surely you know that there exists a piece of equipment in the shop called the Advanced Energy Protective Suit? This time, it was Ye Bai's turn to speak. Calmly turning around, he seized the wolf's fist and squeezed with force. Crack! The wolf emitted a painful scream, his face contorting in agony. He collapsed to the ground. Boss. The other subordinates, still struggling against their foes, turned pale upon hearing their leader's cry. However, they could only utter a single exclamation before being overwhelmed by the worker insects, who proceeded to tear them apart. How is this possible? The wolf, his face twisted in pain, gazed at Ye Bai, who had effortlessly subdued him with a single hand, nearly losing consciousness. He could hardly fathom that on the 3rd day of his journey, he would encounter such a formidable player. Moreover, he is quite the avid spender. It is important to note that this is a premium energy protective suit, priced at 1,800 yuan each. He is certainly willing to splurge on it. Wild Wolf is thoroughly impressed. However, he still menacingly threatens Ye Bai. Kid, you will regret killing me. The Wild Wolf base has a strong alliance with the nearby Cheetah Doomsday commune and the Tiger base. If they learn of your actions, they will seek vengeance upon you. Oh, is that so? How wonderful. Ye Bai responded, his surprise turning to delight upon hearing this. Both factions are involved. That means he can seize another opportunity. With that thought, Ye Bai swiftly produced an electromagnetic gun and aimed it at Wild Wolf's head, firing 2 shots. As Wild Wolf's lifeless body slumped to the ground, devoid of breath, the remaining 7 or 8 survivors, who were still resisting, were utterly thrown into panic. Brother Wolf is dead. Run, we must flee. They no longer dared to fight back and turned to escape. However, how could they outpace the 2,000-strong insect horde? They met their demise swiftly. In his previous life, the Wild Wolf base had a notorious reputation. There were no good individuals among them. Thus, Ye Bai showed no mercy and directly commanded the worker insects. With a cacophony of chirps, the worker insects surged forward with even greater speed, eagerly commencing their feast. Meanwhile, after resolving all troubles, Ye Bai turned to face Li Hanyan, who was rushing towards him. Her delicate face was somewhat disheveled, yet her beauty remained evident. However, her eyes were glistening with tears, shattering the previous image of the icy beauty she once embodied. Upon seeing Ye Bai, she could no longer suppress her overwhelming emotions and threw herself into his embrace. Ye Bai, how wonderful, you are still alive, she sobbed. The sudden warmth in his arms rendered Ye Bai momentarily stiff. However, he quickly reminded himself to remain composed. Calm down, calm down. This is my sister. My half-sister. Chapter 15. Will you stay with me while I sleep? I am feeling a bit frightened. Yet, he was still puzzled. Elder sister, what are you doing here? I. As she recalled the events, Li Hanyan hurriedly wiped away her tears and explained, this morning, a group of individuals came and took us away. But we encountered a horde of subterranean creatures on the way. I became separated from my parents. Fortunately, I had these little companions with me. Thus, I managed to escape. So that was it. Ye Bai glanced at the few worker insects that had accompanied Li Hanyan and immediately grasped the situation. Initially, she had been quite frightened upon seeing the worker insects. However, when she found herself hiding behind a box and was targeted by a rock wolf, these little creatures bravely charged forward without hesitation, saving her and even hunting down 2 rock wolves along the way. What was even more astonishing was that while fleeing, one of the worker insects gestured insistently until she finally understood its intent. It led her to seek out Ye Bai. Li Hanyan surveyed the scene, the harrowing sight of this hellish realm, and cast a fearful glance at the individual who once only ever asked her for money. Is this still the same frugal little brother? Fortunately, upon hearing the full story, Ye Bai finally comprehended the situation. As for why the worker insects only rescued Li Hanyan, it was because they encountered subterranean creatures that separated Li Hanyan from Ye Lontian's vehicle. Thus, the worker insects could only save the overturned Li Hanyan for the time being. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Moreover, due to their failure to complete the mission, the 3 worker insects felt quite ashamed. However, Ye Bai understood that they had done their utmost. With so many rock wolves and only 3 of them, it was impossible to save them all. Furthermore, since their father's vehicle had not overturned, it was possible they had already fled. They could always search again later. At the very least, one of them was safe. Rest assured, with me here, you shall be unharmed. Li Hanyan gently nodded, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Gone was her former icy demeanor as the aloof beauty. Her voice trembled with emotion. Primarily, she had never imagined the apocalypse would truly arrive. Yet, she was fortunate to have found Ye Bai. Boss. Meanwhile, the wild wolf base had also been seized by the insect tribe. Neo Dan, brimming with excitement, rushed over holding a box, exclaiming joyfully to Ye Bai, we have discovered something remarkable. Oh, Ye Bai, upon seeing this, opened the box to reveal numerous transparent polyhedra of various sizes. It turned out to be energy cores. Ye Bai's heart raced. This was indeed a valuable find. Since players could only acquire energy directly into their storage after defeating rock wolves, they would not receive energy cores. However, if an ordinary survivor were to kill it, one could extract an energy core from the heart of the subterranean creature. This item possesses numerous applications. For players, it can enhance and replenish weapon energy, as well as elevate one's own level. For ordinary survivors, consuming it can fortify their bodies and augment combat capabilities, though the probability of success is remarkably low, at merely 1%. This explains the abundance of energy cores among the wild wolves, despite their lack of utility. Nonetheless, for personal gain, it is even more advantageous, as it can bolster the combat prowess of the insectoids. Here, there are at least a dozen cores, evidently acquired from the hunting of numerous rock wolves. Neo Dan, clearly aware of their benefits, spoke with a hint of greed in his eyes. Boss, these are energy cores, extracted from the bodies of those rock wolves. It is said that consuming one can enhance one's genes, transforming one into an evolved being. You seem to be quite knowledgeable, Ye Bai remarked, casting a meaningful glance at him. Neo Dan felt a tremor of fear and immediately lowered his head. However, Ye Bai still found them useful, particularly for transporting the insectoid species. This thought elicited a slight sigh from Ye Bai. Regrettably, his level was too low. If only he were of a higher rank, he could summon the Leviathan and wouldn't even need a vehicle. A spacefaring biological warship stretching 6 to 7 kilometers long would indeed strike with precision. Yet he remained unhurried, knowing that opportunities would gradually present themselves. At that moment, another subordinate brought good news. There were abundant supplies within the Wild Wolf base. Ye Bai followed the young subordinate into the warehouse and was immediately struck by the sight before him. It was a veritable mountain of supplies. Rice, flour, bread, instant noodles, and canned goods piled high, amounting to hundreds of tons. This revelation astonished Ye Bai. He had not anticipated that the Wolf base possessed such an impressive stockpile. Even Li Hanyan, standing beside him, was momentarily taken aback, her delicate features reflecting her surprise. After all, over the past 3 days, she had barely consumed a few snacks and drinks, while others had been hoarding such an abundance of resources during the apocalypse. Indeed, there are 3 essential elements for survival in such times: firearms, supplies, and water. Ye Bai remained composed. After dispatching Neo Dan and the others, he utilized his storage ring to swiftly gather all these provisions. This method was far more efficient than scavenging for supplies himself. At that moment, he recalled the older sister beside him. Noticing her slight blush of embarrassment, Ye Bai smiled and produced some bread and milk, saying, "Let's replenish your energy." "Yes, please." Upon seeing the food, Li Hanyan shed her previous airs and nodded eagerly, devouring the offerings with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, outside, the insectoid species had commenced the grim task of clearing the bodies of the survivors from the wolf base. Their organization was strikingly systematic. Some insects were tasked with transporting corpses, others with cleaning up bloodstains, while additional units reinforced the defenses. A few of the elder insects had even begun to examine the electrical circuits. This scene left Neo Dan and the others in a state of astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, they exhibit more discipline than an army." They were utterly astonished. At that moment, Ye Bai also emerged from the warehouse, for the day was waning. Thus, he remarked, "You all should rest here for the night. After all, we have yet to locate my father. I need to further utilize the Zerg for the search." "Yes, boss," responded Neo Dan and the others, eagerly nodding in agreement. Following this leader promised far greater prospects than toiling alone. He was more than willing to heed Ye Bai's every word. Meanwhile, the Zerg continued to clatter and enhance the defenses of the area. As evening descended, the place was illuminated brightly. Having consumed a hearty meal, Li Hanyan still felt a tinge of trepidation, yet sitting beside Ye Bai, the tension in her heart began to ease. Especially while observing Ye Bai, who was enjoying his dinner, she found herself clinging to his arm, her enchanting eyes unable to look away. "Hey, why are you staring at me like that?" Ye Bai felt a bit uneasy under her gaze, wondering if this sister harbored any intentions towards him. No, nothing. Coming to her senses, she managed a charming smile, shaking her head as she said, "I was merely reflecting. I never imagined what my father said was true. The apocalypse has indeed arrived. Even more astonishing is that you saved me in a critical moment." Of course, Ye Bai scoffed. If they had followed my plan, none of this would have happened, and we wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. However, Ye Bai never lingered on such thoughts. Instead, he noticed the dark circles forming under Li Hanyan's eyes and gently advised, "I see you haven't been sleeping well these past few days. You should rest for a while." "All right," she replied. Li Hanyan gently nodded. Yet she clung to Ye Bai's arm, her enchanting eyes pleading, "But could you stay with me while I sleep?" I'm a little frightened." Chapter 16. The Leopard Workshop, the Tiger Base, coming to avenge the wild wolves? Do not misunderstand. However, realizing the ambiguity in her words, Li Hanyan's delicate face flushed, and she hurriedly added, "I meant, could you stay beside me?" These past few days had frightened her considerably. After all, we are siblings. You still acknowledge that we are siblings? Ye Bai rolled his eyes. However, after reflecting on her recent fears, he chose not to refuse. "Very well, I shall remain here. You may rest." All right." With Ye Bai's consent, Li Hanyan finally managed to muster a charming smile. She then cautiously curled up on the soft, large sofa to rest. Ye Bai covered her with a blanket, perhaps due to her overwhelming fatigue. It wasn't long before Li Hanyan fell into a deep slumber. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, indicating her sleep was not entirely serene. Of course, while Li Hanyan slept, Ye Bai was not idle. After all, he had lost track of his father, stepmother, and an older sister. As for Liuru, it was of little concern. That woman was likely living her life more lavishly than anyone else. Thus, Ye Bai raised his hand once more, summoning 1,000 insectoids. With a rustling sound, One after another, the insectoids emerged from their shells, all obediently gazing up at Ye Bai. Ye Bai commanded a recently revived worker insect, instructing, "Take 500 worker insects and meticulously search the southern part of the city for any trace of my father." With a series of chirps, the worker insect leader acknowledged the order and swiftly led its 500 companions into the fray. As for the remaining insects, Ye Bai pointed towards the rest of the swarm, declaring, "Venture outside and hunt for subterranean creatures to ensure the safety of our surroundings and gather additional energy." Although they had successfully captured the wolf base today, they had incurred losses, with over 30 insects perishing, most of which fell to the wolves. Furthermore, those creatures had allies, necessitating early preparations. It would be ideal to elevate to level 10, enabling him to ascend as a second-tier insect summoner, capable of calling forth even more formidable jumping insects. One of those could likely eliminate a player of wolf-level prowess. With a chorus of chirps, the remaining 500 insects responded to Ye Bai's command. Under the guidance of a few leading worker insects, they promptly set off to hunt subterranean creatures. In addition, Ye Bai did not overlook the opportunity to gather resources in the vicinity, as the southern city was rich with supplies and storages. Thus, he summoned an additional 1,000 insects to collect resources, ensuring nothing would go to waste. As the final batch of insects departed, Ye Bai noted with satisfaction that he now commanded approximately 4,500 worker insects. Especially this time, a total of 2,000 were summoned. Even now, Ye Bai found it somewhat overwhelming, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Consequently, after resolving the situation, he simply collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, before Ye Bai had awakened, he noticed that Li Hanyan had already risen. Upon seeing Ye Bai still peacefully asleep beside her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Did this count as sharing a bed? Moreover, he seemed to be sleeping even more soundly than she was. Nevertheless, despite her thoughts, she carefully got up, fearing he might catch a chill, and considered covering him with a blanket. As she drew closer and observed his serene sleeping face, she unexpectedly found her brother quite handsome. Big brother, something's wrong." Just as Li Hanyan was lost in her musings, Niu Dan rushed in, flustered and out of breath. This sudden intrusion startled Ye Bai awake, causing Li Hanyan to jump up and feign nonchalance as she adjusted her hair. Ye Bai, however, paid little attention to her, instead focusing on the anxious Niu Dan. "What's the matter? Why the panic?" "Outside," Niu Dan hurriedly reported. "Survivors from the Leopard Workshop and Tiger Base have attacked. They surrounded our base. It seems they are seeking revenge for the wild wolves." "What? They come for revenge?" Li Hanyan's expression shifted at this news. They had arrived so quickly. Oh, Ye Bai hadn't anticipated their swift arrival either. Yet, he remained unfazed. Just perfect. Just as he was contemplating seeking them out, they unexpectedly appeared at his doorstep. However, he inquired, "How many of them have arrived?" "It seems there are approximately 60 people," Niu Dan responded. "Only 60, and you look so frightened?" "It's not that," Niu Dan clarified. "It's just that they also brought a tank." Upon hearing this, Ye Bai's eyes widened in realization. No wonder they had the audacity to approach with just 60 individuals. They possessed a weapon of mass destruction. Yet, he quickly chuckled to himself. It was merely a tank, and with over 4,000 insectoids. It could be obliterated in an instant. "Let us go take a look," Ye Bai declared as he stood up to head outside. "Wait." At that moment, Li Hanyan rushed over, her expression filled with concern. "I want to go too." "You?" Ye Bai glanced at her incredulously. This woman was just an ordinary person. Yet, Li Hanyan's intentions were unmistakable. "I've already parted ways with my parents. I cannot be separated from you any longer. You must take me with you. I insist on staying by your side." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. "Well, all right then." Observing her tearful demeanor, Ye Bai pondered for a moment before acquiescing. After all, he would have to procure equipment for her sooner or later. Thus, he purchased a set of advanced energy protective gear for her from the shop. With this, even if they were struck a few times by the tank, her defenses would remain intact. Very well. Although Li Hanyan was uncertain of what awaited her, she resolutely donned her attire in order to accompany Ye Bai. Soon after, the trio departed from the hall of the wolf base. Meanwhile, outside the confines of the base, a thunderous rumble announced the arrival of a tank, accompanied by over 60 fully armed survivors, who cautiously concealed themselves while advancing towards the entrance, firearms at the ready. As the tank positioned itself at the main gate, a hatch opened, revealing a bespectacled man adorned with a helmet, iron head, the leader of the Cheetah Guild. Ironhead was taken aback by the reinforced state of the wolf base. By heavens, it feels far sturdier than when I last visited. Unexpectedly, beside him stood a woman clad in low-grade energy protective gear, her masked visage concealing a pair of penetrating eyes. She was, indeed, a player. Anyone capable of taking down the wolves was undoubtedly formidable, and her protection gear was equally commendable. However, Ironhead scoffed. What use is even the finest protection if it cannot withstand the shell of a tank? With that, he brandished a loudspeaker and bellowed, "Listen up, inhabitants within. I will count to 3. You better come out peacefully, or do not blame the tank for its indiscriminate fire. How dare you attack our allies? Are you courting death?" The group of survivors, emboldened by their tank and 2 level 3 warriors, brazenly demanded, "Come out swiftly. Surrender honestly and open the door. Do not compel us to take action ourselves." However, as soon as the words were uttered, within the confines of the wolf base, Ye Bai, accompanied by Li Hanyan, approached the wall formed by containers. The moment they emerged, a throng was instantly captivated by Li Hanyan's breathtaking beauty. Good heavens, this woman is extraordinarily enchanting. A true gem of humanity. Who would have imagined that even amidst the apocalypse, such a stunning woman could exist? Even Taitu was mesmerized by Li Hanyan's exquisite visage. Her aloof demeanor, remarkable poise, and unparalleled allure made her a rare find indeed. Yet, he turned to inquire of a survivor who had escaped from the wolf base. "Is this the one who eliminated the wolves?" "Yes, indeed, that is him." The survivor, the sole fortunate individual who managed to escape yesterday and sought refuge at the Cheetah Collective, eagerly pointed at Ye Bai, embellishing his account. This is the guy who claimed that the Tiger Base and the Cheetah Collective were nothing to him. He vowed to settle scores with each of them one by one. Arrogance, sheer arrogance. Taitu scoffed at this proclamation. "Is this all they have? Just 5 or 6 individuals? How can they possibly contend with us?" Yet soon enough, alongside Ye Bai, a swarm of blue-green, formidable insectoids, each exceeding a meter in length and exuding a menacing aura, began to ascend the containers, filling the high platform and establishing a commanding view over their adversaries. Gradually, they formed a tightening encirclement around them. His beaming smile began to falter, transforming into a frozen expression. What on earth is this? Chapter 17. This is truly an incredible skill. There are far too many of them, densely packed, one after another, each exceeding a meter in length. Over 2,000 to be precise. Ironhead was bewildered. Wait, who was fighting whom? This scene feels rather perplexing. Not to mention the group of underlings surrounding Ironhead, who were already in a state of shock at the sight of these bizarre, ferocious insectoids. Big brother, what are these things? Goodness, there are so many. They instinctively clutched their guns, inching closer to the tank. Ironhead realized he was outmatched, gazing at the terrifying insectoids. He swallowed hard and awkwardly chuckled. Brothers, this might be a misunderstanding. Oh, a misunderstanding. Ye Bai, noticing Ironhead's swift capitulation, became intrigued. Weren't you saying you wanted to avenge the wild wolf? What's changed? The wild wolf. But to everyone's surprise, Ironhead abruptly shifted his stance, declaring, "Who is the wild wolf? I don't know any wild wolf." He then turned to his underlings. Oh, the underlings immediately understood and hastily feigned ignorance. We don't know. Who on earth is the wild wolf?" "Oh, I see." Suddenly, Ironhead had a revelation and promptly betrayed a subordinate of the wild wolf standing nearby. He grinned at Ye Bai, saying, "Brother, misunderstanding. I am here to deliver a head to you." Upon witnessing himself being pushed forward, the young man was utterly bewildered. "No, brother, I have been sold." However, Ironhead paid no heed to such concerns. Had he known the adversary was so formidable, he would not have sought vengeance against the wild wolves. Who in their right mind would come here? Yet, it was too late. Since he had arrived, he indeed had matters requiring their assistance, so he might as well stay. On the container, Ye Bai flashed a smile at Ironhead. "What? Stay?" Those words sent a tremor through Ironhead's heart. Who in the world wants to remain here? But Ye Bai was undeterred. He raised his hand and commanded, "Charge." Suddenly, with Ye Bai's decree, 2,000 insectoids emitted a piercing shriek, surging forward with a thunderous roar. By heavens! As the densely packed swarm of insectoids approached, their shrill cries filled the air, and Ironhead was instantly thrown into a panic. "Quick! Open fire! Open fire!" The 60-odd survivors disregarded everything and began a frantic barrage, their gunfire echoing relentlessly. Yet, against the hard-skinned, numerous insectoids, their efforts proved futile. In mere moments, Several survivors were brought down, their anguished screams piercing the chaos. Soon after, more of the young men fell victim to the onslaught. Ironhead and the masked woman beside him, witnessing the carnage, wasted no time. They swiftly grasped their electromagnetic rifles and unleashed a hail of fire. Yet, the sheer number of insectoids was overwhelming, and their speed was akin to lightning, rendering any defense nearly impossible for the two. After effortlessly dispatching 7 or 8 foes, a Zerg creature suddenly lunged forward, toppling Haruko, who was clad in protective gear, to the ground. The shrill cries echoed, startling the girl into a frantic escape. Fortunately, her basic energy shield could withstand 1,000 points of energy and physical damage, preventing the Zerg from breaching her defenses. However, the sheer number of Zerg was overwhelming. One might fail to penetrate her defenses, but 10 would surely do so. Under the relentless assault of dozens of these creatures, the energy reserves of her shield dwindled rapidly. Observing from atop a cargo platform at the Wolf base, Ye Bai regarded the scene with a cool detachment, though he found it peculiar. The woman, who lay defenseless on the ground, seemed to possess no remarkable abilities, despite being a player. It was baffling how she could not fend off even a single Zerg. In contrast, although Ironhead was not a player, he had consumed numerous energy cores, resulting in an evolution that rendered his physical prowess 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. With his formidable strength, he managed to hold his ground, piquing Ye Bai's interest. Soon, the 60-odd survivors from the Tiger Base and Leopard Guild could no longer withstand the onslaught. Their cries of despair filled the air as one by one. They either fell victim to the Zerg or were incapacitated, unable to resist. Despite Ironhead's strength, he too could not endure against such a multitude and was ultimately captured. This spectacle left Neo Dan, his girlfriend, and the other onlookers in a state of astonishment. It was truly an overwhelming display of power. In just a few minutes, the 2 doomsday bases, comprising over 60 individuals, were seized. The insectoids were undeniably audacious. "Let go of me, let go of me." At that moment, Ironhead was firmly restrained, yet he continued to shout defiantly. However, the worker insect, incensed, raised its hand and struck him with a blunt force. Damn! Ironhead was left dazed, gritting his teeth in pain. Meanwhile, Ye Bai approached with Li Hanyan. Turning to Ironhead, Ye Bai inquired, "In the entirety of South City, apart from your 3 doomsday bases, are there any other survivor bases? Or players?" "Oh, is that what you wish to know?" Initially fearing for his life and contemplating begging for mercy, Ironhead suddenly found his courage upon hearing Ye Bai's inquiry. He straightened his posture, asserting, "I can tell you, but you must release me first." But unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a worker insect, under Ye Bai's directive, pierced through Ironhead's abdomen. Ironhead's eyes widened in shock. What a twist in the tale. A nearby girl, witnessing Ironhead's demise, panicked and cried, don't kill me, I'll give you a chance, just speak." Ye Bai replied with a gentle smile. The girl gulped, realizing that Ye Bai was also a player, and trembled as she said, I know. There are 6 shelters in South City, among which 2 are suspected players. So many. Ye Bai couldn't help but feel astonished upon hearing this. It seemed that this small South City had transformed into a gathering place for players. In light of this, it appears the scope can be further narrowed. Ye Bai mused to himself. By targeting these 6 refuge bases, he should be able to locate his father and the others swiftly. This big brother. The woman, not easily deceived, noticed Ye Bai's inquiry and assumed he harbored intentions regarding the control of the southern city. She promptly declared, "I can enlist the survivors from our Tiger base to assist you. We shall heed your commands. Moreover, with Ironhead deceased, I can also subdue the Leopard Guild. And from now on, we will all follow your lead." However, to her surprise, Ye Bai showed little interest in seizing control of the southern city. Instead, he appraised her with a smile and remarked, "At present, I find you quite intriguing." "What?" Kingxi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively tightening her grip on her chest. Goodness, could she possibly be thinking of that? "What is your talent?" Yet, Ye Bai's next statement quickly dispelled her apprehensions. "Inquire about my talent?" Kingxi was initially stunned but, unable to conceal the truth, lowered her head and confessed, "My talent is plunder." Plunder? Ye Bai was somewhat surprised upon hearing this term for the first time. This talent sounded rather obscure. Indeed, Kingxi nodded, elaborating, "My talent is of purple quality, but unfortunately, it is not particularly useful. It primarily allows me to seize equipment and gold from other players. Furthermore, There are numerous restrictions. Either the opponent must initiate a trade, or I must eliminate them and loot their corpse. Speaking of this, Wang Xiaoqing was filled with grievances. Heavenly mercy. As a novice player, she was utterly bewildered. She assumed that having a purple quality item must indicate its superiority. Little did she know how utterly ineffective it was. After the apocalypse descended, it proved to be less useful than an ordinary combat talent, which at least enhanced one's strength multiple times. As for her own abilities, the thought of trading with others was laughable, who would willingly part with their precious equipment and gold. The notions of robbery or scavenging corpses seemed even more absurd. The number of players was fewer than that of a rare giant panda, making corpse looting within 10 minutes a near impossibility. Fortunately, she had invested $300 to acquire a full set of gear, along with a spatial ring. By leveraging her resource-storing abilities, she managed to deceive Iron Head into believing she possessed spatial powers, which enabled her to establish her own territory with his assistance. However, it appeared that Iron Head had also met his demise. She felt utterly defeated. Oh, plunder? Yet, she failed to notice that upon hearing this, Ye Bai's eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness. This was indeed a miraculous skill. Chapter 18. Isn't that unreliable father? It is essential to understand that in the Cataclysm game, when a player perishes, their energy, equipment, resources within storage rings, and gold vanish without a trace. There is no opportunity for others to collect them. Yet, this woman could actually plunder energy, equipment, gold, and resources from other players. Naturally, for Wang Xiaoqing, this talent seemed somewhat impractical, as she lacked the means to plunder others. Waiting for other players to die and then scavenging their corpses within a mere 10 minutes was an exceedingly daunting task. However, for her, the situation was entirely different. Just contemplate the possibilities. Should one encounter a player in the future, one might simply eliminate them or coerce them into a transaction. Consequently, all the resources, equipment, and gold within their inventory would become one's own. This scenario essentially permits one to plunder the possessions and wealth of other players at will, thereby resolving the current limitation on gold accumulation and the inability to recharge. For oneself, this feels akin to wielding a divine power, a talent seemingly crafted for one's very existence. Upon regaining composure, Ye Bai's gaze towards Wang Xiaoqing transformed entirely. What? Wang Xiaoqing, caught off guard, noticed the peculiar glimmer in Ye Bai's eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. Surely, doesn't he intend to do something to me? As anticipated, Ye Bai ceased to conceal his intentions and boldly declared, "It's you." He promptly seized Wang Xiaoqing and led her into the Wild Wolf base. "Oh, what do you plan to do with me?" she exclaimed, witnessing the leader of the Tiger base being dragged inside. Even Li Hanyan was left in astonishment. What on earth is my brother up to? Could it be that he intends to? Indeed, after a brief interlude, anguished screams from Wang Xiaoqing echoed from within, causing Li Hanyan's cheeks to flush with heat. This is too swift. Although she had begun to accept the lack of constraints and rules in this apocalyptic world, her sister was still present. Must he be so outrageous? Not to mention Niu Dan and the others, who, upon seeing Wang Xiaoqing being taken inside, expressed envy. This is truly the epitome of our kind. Hey, say that again, Niu Dan exclaimed, only to be met with discontent from his wife, who promptly twisted his ear. Nay, desist. It stinks, bellowed Niu Dan, hastily begging for respite. Before long, while the others were still lost in fanciful musings, they beheld Ye Bai approaching, escorting a visibly distressed and aggrieved Wang Xiaoqing. Good heavens, that was swift, someone exclaimed. A mere minute elapsed before it was concluded. Niu Dan and the others were dumbfounded. What concluded so quickly? Ye Bai, uncomprehending, paused, noticing the ambiguous glances cast their way. Ah, nay, you all. Regaining her composure, Li Hanyan inquired with a peculiar expression, did you not escort her in there for that purpose? Furthermore, Wang Xiaoqing, having removed her mask, now revealed her true countenance. Her exquisite features, coupled with a figure neither too slender nor too stout, boasting alluring curves, marked her as a rare beauty. If Li Hanyan merited a score of 95, then this maiden warranted at least 94. Which purpose? Upon observing the expressions of the crowd, Ye Bai comprehended the situation and rolled his eyes. Heavens! Do you perceive me as such a person? Do you not embody such a persona? Li Hanyan inquired timidly. Heavens! Ye Bai lamented, taken aback by the image they held of him. Nevertheless, he elucidated, I merely entered into a covenant with her. After all, Such prodigious talent was best kept from prying eyes. A covenant? Li Hanyan echoed, perplexed by the term, tilting her head in bewilderment. Ye Bai affirmed, refraining from further elaboration, simply stating, in essence, Wang Xiaoqing is now one of us. Is that not so? He cast a glance at Wang Xiaoqing. At that moment, she felt utterly wronged. She had never anticipated that upon entering, Ye Bai would do nothing but force her into some sort of system contract, effectively binding her. The reason for her anguished cries was her desire to escape. The pain was unbearable. She harbored grave doubts that if she truly betrayed Ye Bai, it could cost her life. Hence, she chose to obediently comply. Even if Ye Bai demanded something from her, it seemed she would have no choice but to acquiesce. However, there was a silver lining. Ye Bai had also acquired the talent of plunder. For Wang Xiaoqing, this talent was of little value, but for him, it was nothing short of divine. As he beheld the newly acquired ability, Ye Bai found himself increasingly enamored. Without hesitation, he proceeded to sift through Wang Xiaoqing's storage ring, and indeed, he discovered over 20 energy cores, more than 20 firearms, and over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, along with 10 grenades. The remaining items were mere odds and ends: food, drink, clothing, and undergarments. You have quite the stockpile. As he extracted the energy cores, Ye Bai quickly reduced Wang Xiaoqing's possessions to near nothing. The young beauty, her face flushed with embarrassment, gazed at Ye Bai with a look of indignation, as if she had been stripped bare. Is this really happening? You've already bound me, and yet you still won't relent. Of course, Ye Bai had no intention of letting her off the hook. The storage ring she possessed was of low grade, with limited capacity, containing mostly useless items. Thus, he took it upon himself to assist in clearing it out, even taking the electromagnetic gun meant for Ironhead. Without hesitation, he handed the gun to Li Hanyan, saying, "Sister, take this weapon. You can use it to defend yourself in case of danger." "All right," she replied, accepting it without reluctance. She did not wish to rely on Ye Bai for protection every time. It was manageable under normal circumstances, but should Ye Bai encounter an equally matched adversary, she feared she might become a liability. Unbeknownst to her, Ye Bai was on the brink of reaching level 10, capable of summoning tens of thousands of Zerg creatures, making him virtually unmatched among current players. And let us not forget about Wang Xiaoqing. Ye Bai instructed, "You will lead the team to the Cheetah Workshop and the Tiger Base. Eliminate all who refuse to surrender and bring back all their stored supplies." This declaration struck Wang Xiaoqing as somewhat peculiar. Wait, I am the leader of the Tiger Base. How can they possibly surrender? Yet, upon observing the fierce Zerg creatures awaiting her command, she suddenly felt a thrill. Indeed, accompanying Ye Bai seemed far more exhilarating than leading the survivors. Thus, she excitedly nodded. "No problem, Brother Bai." With that, Wang Xiaoqing swiftly recruited 2 new subordinates, hopped into her vehicle, and set off with a throng of Zerg creatures in tow. Within half a day's time, nearly all the doomsday bases and shelters in the southern part of the city received the alarming news of the complete annihilation of the Tiger Base and Cheetah Workshop. Chapter 19. With such a multitude of Zerg brethren by your side, you can only ponder how touched you truly are. This revelation sent waves of panic throughout all the bases in the southern city, prompting them to reinforce their own doomsday shelters. Devise a strategy to fend off this terrifying adversary. Yet with so few individuals and so scant weaponry, how could they possibly withstand the onslaught of the Zerg, who can traverse even the cosmos? Thus, in a mere afternoon, Wang Xiaoqing led 1,000 Zerg to once again lay waste to 2 bases, seizing all supplies in the process. This event instilled sheer panic within the remaining doomsday stronghold. Boss. Within a small shelter in the southern part of the city, roughly 30 individuals congregated. Among them, 6 were armed, while the rest were ordinary folk. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, whose visage would undoubtedly astonish Ye Bai. This man was none other than his father. Yes, Ye Longtian was very much alive. Remarkably, he had been taken by another group, but, leveraging his exceptional skills as a retired Special Forces soldier, had managed to dominate this small faction of over 30 led by Yang Ge. They had thus acknowledged Ye Longtian as their leader. It was inevitable. Ye Longtian was formidable. He could fell a rock wolf with his bare hands, and they were utterly in awe of him. However, now, Ye Bai's Zerg army had nearly engulfed the entirety of southern city, inciting alarm among them. "Brother, this is dire. The doomsday tyrant has annihilated 2 more bases this afternoon. At this rate, we shall be next." "What? So soon?" Ye Longtian was taken aback by this revelation. This adversary was no ordinary foe. Indeed, Yanga hastily replied, I have heard that the opponent is a powerful player, which explains the rapid obliteration of the entire base. Once again, players. Upon hearing this, Yilong felt a surge of frustration. He slammed the table and exclaimed angrily, Humph, if only my son Ye Bai were here. With his capabilities, who would dare to bully us? Initially, Yilong had been skeptical about his son's investment in the game, dismissing it as mere folly. However, with the onset of the apocalypse and the proliferating presence of players, he had come to believe. Yet, he couldn't help but ponder the staggering sum of nearly 200 million that his son had spent. Surely, he must be far ahead of other players. Alas, if only Ye Bai were here. Little did he know, Ye Bai was not just ahead, he had already vanquished several players. Moreover, the reason Yanggu remained steadfastly loyal to Yilong was largely due to his boasts regarding his son's extraordinary talent and imperial potential. But now, what shall we do? Yanggu cautiously glanced at his elder brother. Don't panic. Fortunately, Yilong maintained his composure. His gaze grew profound as he contemplated, then declared, As long as we can devise a way to reach the Xiangshan Villa in the city center and locate Ye Bai, we need not worry. Ah, the city center. Upon hearing this, Yang Ji's expression fell. Goodness, that is a perilous journey fraught with unknown subterranean creatures. Boss. At that moment, another individual rushed in, flustered. It's bad. Outside, those formidable insectoids have appeared. What? So soon? This revelation startled Yilong, prompting him to rise immediately. If those insectoids were to invade the refuge, they are doomed. Goodness, that was swift. Clearly, others have heard the commotion and immediately descended into panic. What shall we do? This is disastrous. Do not panic. If it were not for the boss, one could see Yilong's resolute expression as he raised his hand and declared, Bring me my shotgun. We must venture outside. Darling. However, upon hearing this, Li Xuanxin hurriedly grasped his arm. You cannot go out there. It is far too perilous. Fear not. Seeing his wife's concern, Yilong sighed. Who in their right mind wishes to go outside? It is a matter of necessity. He exhaled deeply and reassured her, Do not worry, I shall exercise caution. With that, he led the group outside. Indeed, outside their refuge, several reconnaissance insects had already detected their presence. Good heavens! Peering through the barbed wire. Upon witnessing these creatures, each over a meter in length, even Yilong, who had encountered grand spectacles before, could not help but gasp in astonishment. They are extraordinarily large. Squeak. However, it was not long before the insectoid beings discovered them and began to emit shrill calls. In no time, they were surrounded by a swarm of these creatures. Judging by their numbers, there were at least hundreds. Brother, the nearby Xiao Yang was utterly panicked. Casting a pleading glance toward Yilong. Goodness, with these hundreds, our refuge barely has over 30 individuals. How are we to contend with this? However, Yilong remained composed, rising to his feet and recognizing that this was a manipulation by the players. He called out loudly, Friends, since you have already surrounded this place, why not reveal yourselves for a proper introduction? Oh, quite bold indeed. Wang Xiaoqing, who had recently vanquished 2 doomsday bases, now exuded a sense of arrogance. Intrigued by his words, she stepped forward, gazing at Yilong with surprise. This individual was the first to speak so calmly to her. Thus, clad in high-grade armor, Wang Xiaoqing approached with a smile. Her exquisite visage and alluring figure captivated the group of men present. It was astonishing that such a stunning woman commanded an army of so many insectoid creatures. Yet, Wang Xiaoqing wasted no time with pleasantries and simply inquired, Do you have any final words? Yilong shook his head, striving to buy time as he responded, I have no final words to share. Rather, I have but one condition. If it is resources you seek, I can offer you everything I possess. Alternatively, if you wish to kill me, that is also acceptable. But I implore you to spare these survivors. They are innocent. And my wife as well. Wang Xiaoqing paused, taken aback by the bravery of this middle-aged man. It was her first encounter with such courage. However, she sighed and shook her head, replying, You are commendable, but alas, I have pressing matters at hand. None of you shall escape. What? Is it truly hopeless? Yilong sighed softly at her words. He had not anticipated that amidst the apocalypse, a tyrant like this would arise, intent on slaughtering his own kind. If only my son Ye Bai were here, why should I fear you doomsday parasites? Wait. Originally, Wang Xiaoqing intended to conquer this base and make these individuals her pawns. However, upon hearing those words, she was taken aback. She looked at Yulong Tian in disbelief. What did you say your son's name is? Yulong Tian was momentarily stunned and somewhat perplexed, but he replied nonetheless, Ye Bai. Wow, you are Yulong Tian. Wang Xiaoqing's fair face displayed a mix of shock and delight. You know me? Suddenly called by name, Yulong Tian was rendered speechless. The underlings beside him were equally astonished, gazing at their boss with a mixture of bewilderment and admiration. Wow, boss is impressive. Even the tyrant recognizes you. Yet what followed was even more absurd. Wang Xiaoqing immediately transformed into a vision of gentleness. Uncle Yi, hello, my name is Wang Xiaoqing. I was sent by your son, brother Ye Bai, to find you. Indeed, I am here to find you. What? Upon hearing this, Yulong Tian was utterly shocked. These are all my magnificent son's acquaintances. The surrounding underlings were even more stunned. Wait, are these our own people? Big brother, this is incredible. Chapter 20, Slaying the Rock Wolf Boss, the Heart of the Boss. Even Yulong Tian was bewildered. He gazed in disbelief at the dense swarm of insectoids. He never expected that this would truly be his son's doing. Quick, hurry. Regaining his composure, Yulong Tian exclaimed with delight. Quick, take me to find Ye Bai? No problem. Wang Xiaoqing responded, equally exhilarated. After traversing numerous locations, their purpose was clear, to locate this old fellow. No, this esteemed uncle. Now that she had finally succeeded, she couldn't help but feel triumphant before Ye Bai. With a playful grin, she hastily beckoned the insect tribe to step aside and personally welcomed Yulong Tian, leaving a group of bewildered subordinates in her wake. Meanwhile, Yang Go, having regained his senses, glanced at the equally dazed insect tribe member beside him and cautiously inquired, buddy, can you speak? The insect tribe member paused, then responded with a string of expletives that were anything but pleasant. On the other side, Ye Bai had already discovered a rock wolf boss in the southern part of the city. After all, when it came to finding people, he could leave that task to Wang Xiaoqing. His own priority was to level up, as reaching level 10 would enable him to summon more members of the insect tribe, making future searches far more efficient. Little did Ye Bai anticipate that fortune would smile upon him so readily as he stumbled upon a formidable adversary, the rock wolf boss. Measuring nearly 4 meters in length and accompanied by over 100 minions, was scanning the surroundings, gradually encircling the insect tribe, clearly feeling a sense of trepidation. He had not expected to slip into the southern city only to encounter such a multitude of alien beings. Without further ado, Ye Bai gestured, and a swarm of insects emitted a chorus of chirps as they surged toward the rock wolf boss. The rock wolf boss, clearly unwilling to back down, summoned his numerous subordinates with a thunderous roar, and soon, hundreds of his minions surged forth. Faced with this alien creature, which stood merely around 1 meter tall, he regarded it with contempt. With a resounding thwack, he swiftly dispatched one of the creatures with a single blow, taking evident pride in his prowess. However, in the next moment, as an overwhelming tide of insectoid foes began to advance, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. Why are they all targeting me? With a fierce roar, he hastily called upon the other rock wolves for support. This prompted several alert rock wolves to rush to his aid, forming a protective barrier around their leader. Yet, the sheer number of the insectoid horde was insurmountable. Thousands surged forth in a relentless wave. The newly arrived rock wolves were immediately engulfed by the swarm. In a panic, the rock wolf boss bellowed once more, desperately seeking to rally more of his kin while he fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught. However, the relentless insectoids, undeterred by fear and exhibiting a remarkable sense of strategy, executed their assault with precision, some defending while others advanced, their numbers nearly eightfold. Finally, the rock wolf boss could bear it no longer and turned to flee. But Ye Bai had been waiting for this moment, having been stuck at level 9 for a day, anticipating this very encounter. With unwavering resolve, Ye Bai drew forth an electromagnetic gun and aimed it squarely at the thigh of the rock wolf boss. With a swift pull of the trigger, the shot struck true, piercing the thigh of the formidable creature. This rendered the rock wolf boss momentarily incapacitated, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The swarm of insects seized the opportunity, surging forward with fervor, intent on dismembering the fallen beast. The health bar of the rock wolf began to plummet dramatically, accompanied by its anguished cries. Seizing this moment, Ye Bai swiftly advanced, wielding a laser knife with precision, and delivered a decisive blow. With a swift thrust, he pierced the creature's abdomen. In that instant, the rock wolf could no longer endure, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Simultaneously, Ye Bai was greeted by the melodious notification, ding. Congratulations on defeating the level 10 Rock Wolf boss. Experience gained, 100, energy gained, 500. Congratulations. You have obtained equipment, Rock Wolf Claw. Equipment, Rock Wolf Claw. Increases attack power by 30 and agility by 20 when equipped. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the boss heart, which can be used for second-tier job advancement. More equipment has dropped. Ye Bai's eyes brightened at the notification. In the Cataclysm game, ordinary monsters do not drop equipment. There exists but one exception: bosses. Any creature classified as a boss has the potential to yield equipment. This is precisely why, in the aftermath, survivors from various bases would opt to collaborate in hunting formidable cataclysmic entities, driven by the allure of gear and rewards. Of course, the level of this Rock Wolf boss was rather low, and the equipment it dropped was quite ordinary. However, to others, it represented an invaluable tool. As for the boss heart, this is precisely what is needed to enhance one's innate profession. In other words, to advance to the second tier, one must possess the heart of the boss. Consuming it is essential for leveling up. Once the limitations are surpassed, one's talents will experience a significant elevation. For instance, at this moment, I have finally obtained it. Ye Bai swiftly picked up the heart of the boss and the claw of the Rock Wolf, placing them into his storage ring. Simultaneously, as the Rock Wolf boss fell, the remaining Rock Wolves could no longer withstand the pressure. They emitted desperate howls before hastily retreating. Yet the swarm was still in the heat of battle, relentlessly pursuing their prey. Some even managed to bring down a Rock Wolf, which yelped in terror, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by the swarm. Of course, Ye Bai paid no heed to such matters, gazing at the heart of the boss in his hand. He was about to consume it to reach level 10 when he heard the excited voice of Wang Xiaoqing calling out, "Brother, brother, look who I've brought." Upon hearing this voice, Ye Bai turned around and was astonished to see Wang Xiaoqing arriving with Yilongtian. "Dad!" This unexpected sight elicited a surprised exclamation from him. "What a good lad, it truly is you." Seeing Ye Bai, Yilongtian was equally thrilled, rushing forward to envelop him in a warm embrace. "My dear son, it's been several days since we last met. Have you missed your father? Your father has missed you dearly. Who would have thought that the apocalypse would indeed come? Son, you are incredibly impressive, having faced so many swarm creatures. You are truly a fine specimen of the Yi family." Ye Bai found himself bewildered by the incessant barrage of questions. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief that he was still alive. But what about his mother and the others? Speaking of Li Tzu and Xin, Yilongtian could no longer contain his excitement and hurriedly urged Ye Bai to return. "Come with me. I shall take you to see your mother," he exclaimed, tugging Ye Bai along with him. "Wait for me." Wang Xiaoqing, who stood nearby, was envious of this touching father-son moment. Suddenly realizing that the leader had been whisked away, she quickly called out and followed after them. With no other choice, Ye Bai stored the boss's heart into his storage ring and proceeded to accompany Yilongtian to the base. Chapter 21. Upgrade. Unlocking the second unit. Jumping insects. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Brothers base, a group of survivors was attempting to communicate with the insect tribe, as a vehicle thundered towards them from the distance. Yang Gu and the others spotted Yilongtian and Ye Bai, their eyes instantly lighting up. "Wow, so this is the big brother's son. He truly stands out. He is certainly extraordinary." The insect tribe, upon seeing Ye Bai, became even more animated, standing at attention and chirping incessantly. "My goodness!" This scene left Yang Gu and the others utterly astonished. They were clearly well trained. However, they quickly approached, exclaiming, "Big brother! Big brother! Come, let me introduce you." Finding his son, Yilongtian was filled with excitement and promptly introduced, "These are my new younger brothers, Xiaoyang, Xiaowang, and Xiaoba." Ye Bai looked at Yilongtian with a peculiar expression. "Goodness, I have been searching for you for several days, and you have taken in younger brothers." Clearly sensing Ye Bai's speechlessness, Yilongtian scratched his head in slight embarrassment. What could he say? He was merely trying to survive. Nevertheless, Ye Bai turned to Xiaoyang and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." "Oh, it's nothing. It is our fortune to follow Boss Yi. How could we possibly thank you?" Xiaoyang replied, exhilarated by Ye Bai's politeness. "The boss is no exaggeration. This son of his is far more impressive than he is. If we can follow him with so many insectoids around, what do we have to fear from the apocalypse?" Ye Bai was somewhat astonished. These young men were quite sensible. It seemed that taking them in was indeed a good decision. "Come." At that moment, Yilongtian could hardly contain his eagerness, pulling Ye Bai along. "Enough of this chatter for now. I will take you to see your mother." He referred to Li Xuanxin. She has been worried about you for quite some time. Seeing you safe and sound will surely bring her joy. All right. Ye Bai nodded in agreement, following Yi Longtian to a bedroom within the base. Inside the room, both Li Xuanxin and Li Yunyun were present, though their expressions were far from pleasant. There had been no news of Li Yuru, and Ye Bai was equally in the dark. To make matters worse, Han Yin had also gone missing. This apocalypse was truly a calamity. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the air. Who could it be? Who else but me? As the words faded, the door swung open to reveal Yi Longtian accompanied by Ye Bai. Sitting before the vanity, the somewhat haggard Li Xuanxin turned around, and upon recognizing Yi Longtian and the figure beside him, her delicate face froze in astonishment. Xiao Bai. You are alive, she exclaimed, disbelief evident in her tone. What did she mean by alive? Yi Longtian rolled his eyes at her words, ready to retort that he had already mentioned this fellow was a top-tier player. However, before he could utter a word, Li Xuanxin had already dashed over, enveloping Ye Bai in a fervent embrace that nearly suffocated him. Goodness, you are so big. Woo-woo, Xiao Bai, it's wonderful, you're still alive. Feeling the genuine affection from this stepmother, Ye Bai's heart brimmed with warmth. After all, he had only his father as family. Yet this stepmother treated him as her own, alongside his 3 elder sisters. Thus, he responded with a smile, of course, I am well. I came this time to bring you all back. Back? Li Xuanxin paused in confusion. Where to? To our own sanctuary, of course. Ye Bai replied. You have a sanctuary? Li Xuanxin gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Once the wealthiest in City A before the apocalypse, she found herself reduced to this state. Not just that. Yi Longtian interjected dramatically. Do you know who the monstrous horde wreaking havoc in the southern district is? It is Xiao Bai's doing. What? Xiao Bai. You are the doomsday tyrant. Upon hearing these words, Li Xuanxin became increasingly agitated. What a tyrant. Yet Ye Bai remained oblivious to his designation, wearing a puzzled expression. Ah. It's nothing at all. Sensing the urgency to divert attention, Yi Longtian hastily shifted the topic, chuckling, it's getting late. Let us rest for now and discuss it further tomorrow. Indeed. Ye Bai responded with a smile, saying, tomorrow, I shall escort you all back. Very well. Realizing the hour was late, and having been concerned for much of the day, Li Xuanxin and the others breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in agreement to retire early. However, Ye Bai did not rest. Instead, after ensuring everyone was asleep, he ventured to an uninhabited clearing, summoned a group of insect guardians, and proceeded to utilize the boss's heart for an upgrade. As he consumed the boss's heart, a peculiar force began to circulate within his body. This warm current spread throughout him, and shortly thereafter, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using the boss's heart. Your insect summoner talent has successfully advanced to level 1. Ding! Congratulations on elevating your insect summoner to level 1. New unit unlocked. Jumping insect. It succeeded. Upon hearing the system notification, Ye Bai opened his eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing within them. At last, he had accomplished his goal. He had finally leveled up. Moreover, he had unlocked a new unit, the jumping insect. Ye Bai opened the insect panel and was indeed greeted with new notifications. Jump bug, level 2. Characteristics, high-speed movement, capable of accelerating metabolism to enhance mobility. Burrowing, can utilize burrowing skills to delve underground, entering an invisible state. Mutation, can evolve into an explosive bug at critical moments, inflicting area damage in a single strike. Vision, possesses exceptional night vision in darkness. Tenacity, able to rapidly adapt to various environments in a short time. Summoning 1 requires 100 energy, consumes 1 mental power. Current maximum summonable quantity, 100. My goodness, I must say. Upon reading the introduction of the jump bug, even Ye Bai was momentarily taken aback. Is this the second unit unlocked, the jump bug? It certainly possesses an array of skills. Moreover, it appears to be significantly more powerful than the worker bug. Let us summon one and see. With this thought in mind, Ye Bai raised his hand, expending 200 points of energy to summon one. However, soon after, as a pool of purplish-red liquid surged from the ground, it transformed into a massive egg, approximately 1.5 meters tall, which slowly cracked open. Ye Bai was left stunned. For emerging from within was a creature over 2 meters long, adorned in purplish-red hues, possessing 4 limbs and a pair of golden eyes. It bore a striking resemblance to a majestic version of a rock wolf. Wait, you call this creature a jump bug? Chapter 22, The Absurd Jump Bug. Ye Bai found himself questioning reality. This creature undeniably resembled a 2-meter-long predator, commonly referred to in the interstellar realm as a puppy. However, this little dog appears rather absurd. Growl. The summoned jump bug emitted a low growl, filled with utmost reverence towards Ye Bai. Just right. Coming back to his senses, Ye Bai was eager to assess this creature's prowess. Thus he commanded, "Go hunt a subterranean creature and return." Growl. Upon receiving the order, the jump bug instantly vanished with a swift motion. This spectacle caused Ye Bai to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. This prowess far surpassed that of the worker bug. Yet, its remarkable abilities did not end there. As Ye Bai connected with the jump bug's perspective under the protection of the insect tribe, he discovered that the jump bug had already arrived at a desolate suburban town after nightfall. Here, a rock wolf was meandering about, seemingly in search of new prey. Whoosh! Just as the jump bug burst forth from the ground, the rock wolf, startled like a frightened wild dog, immediately crouched down and scampered to the side with its tail tucked. Upon realizing that it was a bizarre insect creature, comparable in size to itself, the rock wolf was incensed, letting out a fierce growl. The message was clear: "How dare you intimidate me?" It assumed that their sizes were similar and deemed the situation manageable. Yet, it underestimated the jump bug's swiftness. Whoosh! The jump bug launched its attack first. The rock wolf barely had time to react before it felt a blur before its eyes. Arc! In the next moment, it found itself bitten on the neck by the jump bug. The overwhelming force rendered the rock wolf as defenseless as a mere puppy, directly lifted and then pressed down to the ground. Hiss! This scene astonished Ye Bai. Such immense strength. Initially, he thought the jumping bug was merely a second-tier unit, perhaps possessing considerable power, but at most 2 or 3 times that of a worker bug. Yet now it appears to be no weaker than a level 5 player. A level 5 player possesses quintuple the capabilities of an ordinary person. However, this creature seems to surpass that. Previously, Ye Bai believed summoning the jumping bug could easily dispatch a wild wolf, but it seems he had underestimated its prowess. Ye Bai murmured to himself. What astonished him most was the biting force of the jumping bug. After thoroughly dominating the rock wolf, the jumping bug managed to bite through the creature's sturdy rocky hide, severing its neck in one swift motion. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the rock wolf 1. Gaining experience 3. Energy 50. As the system's melodious notification chimed, even Ye Bai could not help but be amazed by this creature's might. At this rate, even 2 wild wolves would stand no chance. However, this was ultimately advantageous for him. After all, the stronger the insect race, the better it would be for him. Moreover, Ye Bai discovered that as he advanced to his second-tier summoner, the attributes of the worker bug units had also enhanced. These little creatures were now more than twice as powerful as before. It seems that leveling up as a summoner is not merely about unlocking units. It also generally elevates the strength of summoned entities. Ye Bai mused to himself. Ye Bai, Ye Bai? While they were still engrossed in researching the talents of the Zerg summoner, a melodious voice resonated nearby, approaching them. Ye Bai turned around and was greeted by his second sister, Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan bore a striking resemblance to Li Hanyan, yet they possessed distinct differences. Li Hanyan exuded a cold elegance, embodying the essence of a strong woman, while Li Yunyan radiated a gentler, more serene demeanor, characterized by her amiable personality. Sister. Upon recognizing Li Yunyan, Ye Bai rose with a smile to greet her. What brings you here at such a late hour? It turned out that Li Yunyan had ventured out in the middle of the night for a restroom break, and, upon not spotting Ye Bai, felt a twinge of concern, prompting her to search the base. She then found him surrounded by a swarm of worker insects, seemingly engaged in some task. Oh, it's nothing. Ye Bai casually brushed off her worries, adding with a grin, I merely stepped outside to assess the situation and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Is that so? Li Yunyan accepted his explanation without skepticism, sighing, You truly are working hard. If it weren't for you being here today, the Rose base might have fallen. She had never anticipated that her brother, who constantly asked her for money, would exhibit such prowess and sense of responsibility. By the way, in this apocalypse, where is your boyfriend? Ye Bai sought to divert the conversation from that topic, teasing her instead. What boyfriend? At the mention of the subject, Li Yunyan let out a rueful laugh, saying, We broke up long ago. Why? Ye Bai inquired, curiosity piqued. Li Yunyan shook her head, responding, We simply weren't compatible. Or rather, our personalities clashed. Moreover, his association with me is solely for monetary gain. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Ye Bai retorted, Who would be with you without ulterior motives? After all, With a wealthy matriarch like mine, who could resist? Unexpectedly, Li Yunyan chuckled. But you are with me, without seeking wealth. This remark startled Ye Bai, prompting him to caution, do not speak carelessly. Be wary of what our parents might overhear. Oh, I was merely jesting. Li Yunyan replied with a light-hearted laugh, then suggested, I think it would be best if you returned home to rest. The defenses here are so stringent that your presence is unnecessary. Very well, Ye Bai conceded. After all, he had already experimented with the jump insects, and he felt no desire to linger here. Thus, he promptly followed Li Yunyan back to sleep. Chapter 23. A family must be united. The following morning, Ye Bai returned to his villa with his family in tow. He certainly did not forget about Yi Longtian's subordinates. After all, without these individuals, his father would likely be in dire straits. Furthermore, to be candid, apart from the insect race, he indeed required the support of his human allies. Hence, he instructed Wang Xiaoqing to escort them into the wolf pack base. Naturally, this delightful news thrilled Yang Ge and the others, who would not desire to follow their elder brother, especially with the protection of so many insects. It was far preferable to wandering aimlessly here and worrying about the rock wolves. Thus, Yang eagerly exclaimed, Elder brother, rest assured. We shall pledge our unwavering loyalty to you. Nodding slightly, Ye Bai entered the vehicle. Soon after, the group made their way back to the wolf pack base. Moreover, due to Ye Bai's arrangements with the insectoid species yesterday to gather resources, upon arrival, he indeed discovered numerous insectoids awaiting him. Upon seeing Ye Bai driving a Land Rover, followed closely by a convoy of large trucks, they immediately began to chirp excitedly. Even Yo Dan and others, upon witnessing Ye Bai's return, could hardly contain their excitement and rushed forward, exclaiming, Boss, are you all right? When they noticed Li Zuanxin and Li Yunyan seated in the back, as well as the already acquainted Li Hanyan, even Yo Dan could not help but exclaim, what a beautiful pair of mother and daughter. The boss is truly remarkable. In this apocalypse, anything is possible. Ye Bai, well aware of the implication in Yo Dan's gaze, chose not to elaborate and simply stated, from this moment on, the wild wolf base will belong to you. You are to manage it diligently. After all, although he anticipated an influx of insectoids in the future, one must not forget that this world harbors not only apocalyptic disasters, but also military forces. The current insectoids were not yet formidable enough to contend with them. Therefore, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, it would be prudent to maintain some survivor factions to assist in managing affairs. Boss, you should take charge. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Bai suddenly addressed Wang Xiaoqing. Ah, me? Wang Xiaoqing pointed at herself, momentarily taken aback. Am I capable of that? She hesitated, feeling somewhat uncertain. However, it was worth noting that this woman was indeed a player herself, and with their contract, her advancement would also enhance her strength. Naturally, she could not remain idle. Although caution was paramount, I shall provide you with 1,000 worker ants. Rest assured, this is no problem at all. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her head nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. With 1,000 worker ants, there is no need to fear even if a biological frenzy descends. As for Ye Bai, after transporting a portion of supplies, he returned to the fragrant mountain villa with his family. Upon entering the villa and opening the door to the spacious living room, Yi Longtian exhaled a sigh of relief, stretching his limbs and sinking into the sofa. Li Hanyan and her sister, Li Zuanxin, also reveled in the familiar ambience. Li Hanyan, in a moment of abandon, disregarded her long skirt, embracing a cushion as her delicate face radiated an unprecedented sense of comfort. Ah, home is indeed the most delightful place. After wandering outside for so long, one realizes how cozy their little nest truly is. Hey, mind your image. Li Yunyan chided her sister, somewhat exasperated. What is there to worry about? Li Hanyan brushed off the concern, unperturbed by their father's presence nearby, who could not see them. As for Ye Bai, he was no stranger. They had shared the same bed before, albeit under innocent circumstances. Chapter 24. The Imminent Frigid Winter Storm. Observing the unabashed demeanor of Li Hanyan, Li Yunyan was filled with doubt. When did you become so generous in front of Ye Bai? Little did she know the events that had transpired. Alas, heaven have mercy. In truth, Ye Bai also endured considerable hardship. These two enchanting beings, undeniably, would challenge any man's fortitude, let alone in such a posture. Ye Bai remained remarkably composed. Why? The review had not passed. Thus, He could only strive to maintain his calm and remarked, "Let us relish these final 2 days of comfort. In just 2 days, a cold wave shall descend upon us, and it will no longer be so pleasant." "What? A cold wave?" Upon hearing this, Li Hanyin stood up, adjusting her short skirt. A hint of perplexity in her expression. "Is there really a cold wave approaching?" "Indeed." Ye Bai nodded affirmatively. "Otherwise, why would I be so anxious to summon you all back? What if one were to succumb to the cold? Furthermore, it is not merely a cold wave. Additional calamities shall follow. Do you still believe this is merely the end of days?" This realization left the group somewhat awkward. Indeed, if the apocalypse had arrived, it was entirely plausible that further disasters were imminent. However, it was not long before Ye Tian inquired, "Is there anything we need to do?" "Not at all. Yet." Ye Bai was already prepared. After all, did he acquire a fortune of 2 billion for naught? "When the time comes, I shall provide each of you with a temperature-regulating suit, allowing you to set your own desired warmth. With such an item, you shall be safe as long as the energy persists. Why spend such money?" But before he could finish, Ye Tian interjected, "Isn't it just a cold wave? I have experience." Being a retired Special Forces soldier, he was well versed in the hardships of survival and understood the realities of low temperatures. Moreover, he was aware that Ye Bai's so-called temperature-regulating suit was undoubtedly purchased from the marketplace, regardless of the wealth involved. Yet Ye Tian earnestly remarked to Ye Bai, "This money ought to be allocated to more meaningful endeavors. It is in critical moments that it can serve as a lifeline." The gravity of his words momentarily stunned Ye Bai. When did my father become so serious? He pondered, casting a glance at his mother and the sisters, Li Hanyin and others. "Are you certain they can withstand it?" "Rest assured." Ye Tian confidently patted his chest and declared, "While we may not be able to assist you in other matters, given our lack of evolution or supernatural abilities, this small task is certainly within our reach. We can refurbish our underground refuge, install some heating equipment, and procure a few supplies to fend off the cold." This statement left Ye Bai momentarily speechless. Yet it held a certain logic. After all, he had endured a similar situation in his past life. Unaware of the impending harsh winter and devoid of time to prepare adequately, he had merely relied on a down jacket, a quilt, and a meager supply of food to survive. Indeed, Li Xuanxin also grasped the implication. Although Ye Bai had invested a considerable sum, utilizing it for such foreseeable needs seemed rather extravagant. While the amount was substantial, the end of the world remained uncertain, and it would be wiser to conserve resources. "Well, since we are on this topic," Ye Bai conceded, "it wouldn't hurt to consider the possibility of acquiring some offensive tools should we encounter formidable creatures in the future. Let them engage in their preparations." "Very well." Thus, Ye Bai addressed Ye Tian, saying, "Then this matter shall be entrusted to you, my father." With a confident pat on his chest, Ye Tian replied, "Rest assured." Of course, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Ye Bai arranged for each of them to be equipped with a set of advanced energy protective suits. After all, while they need not fear the rock wolves, the lurking survivors with hidden agendas remained a concern. Furthermore, Ye Bai organized a contingent of insectoids under his command. Ye Tian did not decline this arrangement. In fact, he found himself eager to experience the thrill of leading the insectoids. Soon, he set out with the insectoids alongside Li Xuanxin and Li Hanyin. In Ye Tian's words, it was merely a matter of keeping warm. First and foremost, the area surrounding the shelter needed to be thoroughly secured, leaving only a few outlets for ventilation. Next came the necessity for heating devices and power generation equipment. Ye Bai possessed 2 solar panels and 2 diesel generators. Yet for Ye Tian, these resources proved insufficient. "We require additional heating devices, such as small heaters and warm air machines," he declared as they drove out. Turning to Li Xuanxin, he inquired, "Where shall we procure these?" Although Li Xuanxin had previously been a prominent business figure, her knowledge of everyday necessities was rather limited, making her particularly attentive to Ye Tian's directions. This prompted Ye Tian to reflect on how the apocalypse seemed more comfortable than peacetime, with his wife exhibiting greater tenderness toward him. Nonetheless, he chuckled and said, "Just follow me." He directly brought Li Hanyin and Li Xuanxin, driving to a villa district situated 3 kilometers away, where a 5-star electrical appliance mall awaited. As for Ye Bai, upon observing Ye Tian's movements through the insect clan, he immediately grasped his intentions. It appeared he was procuring some heating devices. However, one could not deny that this approach was indeed correct. Ye Bai muttered to himself, "Hey, what are you talking about, Ye Bai?" Beside him, The idle Li Yunyin rested her delicate chin in her hand, gazing at Ye Bai. Oh, it's nothing. Coming back to his senses, Ye Bai smiled and replied, I am simply curious about what my father will bring tonight. I see. Li Yunyin chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet soon after, she suddenly inquired, By the way, Ye Bai, are you hungry? At the mention of this, Ye Bai abruptly realized that in his busyness, he had forgotten to eat. But what do you intend to do? Ye Bai looked at Li Yunyin with caution. Well, Li Yunyin appeared somewhat shy as she gazed at Ye Bai. Her sparkling eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. How about I cook a meal for you? Ye Bai. What? You cooking? Please spare me. Ye Bai quickly waved his hands in alarm. Before the apocalypse, he had personally experienced the culinary disasters that even instant noodles could become in her hands. Given the scarcity of food in this new world, it would be best not to waste it. Ye Bai kindly advised. The words spoken prompted Li Yunyin to roll her eyes gracefully, exclaiming with mild irritation, If you don't want to eat, then so be it. I have no inclination to cook. However, upon noticing Ye Bai, who had stepped aside to continue leveling up, she felt a pang of sympathy. Thus, she stealthily returned to prepare a meal. Meanwhile, Ye Bai, aware that the Ice River storm was imminent in just over 40 hours, seized the opportunity to maneuver his insectoid minions and gain some experience. Given that these creatures were merely the most basic of their kind, he pondered whether they could withstand the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees. To ensure their safety, he decided to instruct the insectoids to excavate a substantial nest in the nearby Fragrant Mountain, a refuge against the impending winter apocalypse. After all, should they prove unable to endure the harsh conditions, it would be prudent to have a sanctuary to retreat to. As night fell, around 8 o'clock, a resounding roar of engines echoed from outside. Ye Bai opened his eyes to see Yi Longtian returning with Li Tsuanxin and Li Hanyan, each of them laden with an array of electrical appliances. Items such as small heaters and warm air machines astounded him. He was momentarily baffled, thinking, Father, did I not provide you with storage rings? Why are you carrying these? The insectoids, being summoned units, were incapable of utilizing the storage rings to gather supplies, unlike humans. Though Yi Longtian and the others were not players, as survivors, they could indeed make use of the storage rings. Yet, to his surprise, upon mentioning this, Li Hanyan appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, Well, the storage rings are already full. What? It's full. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth happened? How could it be full? It should be noted that despite being merely a low-level storage ring, it possessed a volume of nearly 1,000 cubic units, equivalent to a space measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height. Acquiring some winter supplies, it seemed implausible that it could be filled to capacity. Well, you won't be able to inquire further, Yi Longtian remarked, placing the heater on the ground and wiping away a bead of sweat. Outside, a queue of insectoid creatures awaited. He gestured toward Li Hanyan and Li Tsuanxin. When Ye Bai glanced inside the storage, he immediately comprehended the situation. For within were not mere supplies, but rather an array of clothing, intimate apparel, and an assortment of branded cosmetics, even sanitary products, alongside a select few electrical appliances, televisions, laptops, refrigerators, microwaves, and the like. Ye Bai could only stare in bewilderment. Li Hanyan's cheeks flushed upon witnessing his reaction, and she hastily offered an explanation. Ye Bai, you must allow me to clarify. You see, an ice storm is imminent, and temperatures will plummet to -70 degrees. Many items could potentially spoil. Thus, we took the initiative to stockpile essentials beforehand. Otherwise, after the ice storm hits, these items may become unserviceable. So you decided to hoard these everyday necessities? Ye Bai interjected, nodding as realization dawned upon him. I had overlooked that. Indeed, although an underground calamity has erupted, it has yet to inflict catastrophic consequences on the external world. However, the glacial storm presents a different scenario, with temperatures plummeting below -70 degrees. While some supplies may be preserved intact, many others are bound to be annihilated. For instance, one can only wonder if garments can still be salvaged after enduring such frigid conditions. Thus, gathering provisions now could prove advantageous, as they will undoubtedly be of use in the future. Particularly, items such as spirits and tobacco are essential. A bottle of Maodai could be exchanged for a boss's heart. Consequently, Ye Bai addressed Li Hanyan, saying, Sister, you are correct. I have focused on collecting essential survival supplies while neglecting these vital items. It has become evident that daily necessities are equally crucial. Let's proceed with this plan. After all, no one would ever complain about having too much. With a day remaining, I shall procure a high-grade storage ring, which boasts a capacity of 10,000 cubic units, ample enough to accommodate the contents of a large warehouse. Seize the opportunity tomorrow to gather as many items as possible that we might require in our daily lives. Even tobacco and spirits will enhance our quality of life moving forward. Ye Bai handed the ring to Li Hanyan. Ah, certainly, Li Hanyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the prospect. She eagerly nodded, relishing the thrill of acquiring resources with such ease. It was exhilarating. Subsequently, they shared a simple meal. To Ye Bai's astonishment, Li Yunyan's culinary skills had remarkably improved, prompting him to regard her with newfound respect. Unbeknownst to others, upon witnessing Ye Bai's astonished expression, Li Yunyan secretly scoffed to herself, thinking, do you truly believe that after the last time you feasted, I learned nothing? On the contrary, I have invested a considerable sum to enlist the expertise of a 5-star chef. However, these thoughts were secondary. After the meal, Yi Longtian commenced the arrangement for the transformation of the underground shelter. The subterranean refuge spanned approximately 200 square meters, comprising 4 rooms, a spacious living area, and a kitchen, all meticulously designed for underground living. Thus, the undertaking was no small feat yet. The insectoid race was remarkably efficient in their tasks, allowing Yi Longtian to direct operations with ease. He began by insulating all areas surrounding the air vents with thick layers of thermal cotton. Subsequently, he meticulously draped the walls of the entire underground sanctuary with layers of blankets. Given that it was originally a basement, it naturally retained warmth in winter and remained cool in summer. With the addition of such substantial insulation, it effectively thwarted the intrusion of frigid air from outside. Moreover, with the procurement of numerous heaters and warm air machines, and plans to acquire diesel the following day to ensure the generator's functionality, Yi Longtian felt confident that challenges were manageable. As dawn broke on the 7th day of the apocalyptic calamity, Ye Bai, still nestled in bed, sensed a marked change in temperature. Rising from his slumber, he was greeted by the exuberant entrance of Li Yunyan, who exclaimed, Ye Bai, it's snowing outside. Intrigued by her words, Ye Bai descended to the first floor, where he was met with the delightful sight of soft snowflakes cascading from the sky. Uncertain of how long it had been, the outside world was swiftly enveloped in a thick blanket of snow. Even the once rampant subterranean creatures had seemingly retreated to unknown depths, nearly vanishing from sight. From the vantage point of a snow-laden worker ant scout, one could observe the city of A, which had been ravaged to resemble a post-apocalyptic wasteland, slowly beginning to reveal signs of survivors after a prolonged silence. Clearly, these were the individuals who had long sought refuge in underground shelters, now unable to endure their confinement any longer and emerging to seek sustenance. Li Yunyan, however, could not witness the scenes beyond. She merely gazed at the snow-covered villa district, complemented by the verdant foliage of Xiangshan, which created a unique aesthetic allure. Clad in her down jacket, she admired the enchanting winter landscape, unable to suppress her admiration. How beautiful it is. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. Returning to reality, Ye Bai noticed her slightly flushed cheeks, which added an extra layer of charm to her already captivating visage. He nodded in agreement. Yet he was acutely aware that within this beauty lurked a far more sinister threat. For soon, those formidable ice beasts would make their appearance, heralding the true onset of the apocalyptic calamity. Chapter 26. The Arrival of the Frigid Winter. Ye Bai would forever remember the shock and terror those ice beasts had instilled in the survivors during their initial emergence. Even ordinary players were no match for them, forced to seek refuge in underground sanctuaries while waiting for the disaster to pass. However, the circumstances had changed. Now at level 10, he felt confident that while he might not be able to vanquish the powerful bosses, dealing with the ordinary threats posed by the ice beasts would not present a significant challenge. This is a fortuitous opportunity to upgrade and strategically position oneself for the impending apocalypse. After all, for players, advancing swiftly is the optimal choice. Consequently, after returning Li Yunyan to the shelter, Ye Bai seized the remaining time to venture out in his vehicle to gather supplies. The previous day's actions of Li Hanyan had served as a wake-up call. Thus, it is prudent to amass more resources during these times. At this moment, in City A, after being ravaged by subterranean creatures, it now faces a heavy snowfall, blanketing the area in white. The roads are treacherous, making even vehicular travel a challenge. Ye Bai equipped his Land Rover with snow chains before setting out. Along the way, he encountered numerous survivors. With the subterranean creatures having vanished, these ordinary individuals emerged, looking disheveled and weary, their eyes reflecting a numbing despair. They braved the relentless snowfall in search of sustenance, many of them having lost family members or children, their own bodies emaciated and pitiful. However, Ye Bai had long grown accustomed to such sights, for this is the reality of the apocalypse. Pity for others would only hasten one's demise. Thus, he ignored the envious glances cast in his direction and first made his way to a tobacco shop. The establishment offered little in terms of food or drink, save for one category, alcohol. Upon entering, Ye Bai surveyed the selection: Matai, Wuliangye, Dream Blue, Fingio, and other esteemed brands. The quantity substantial, totaling over 100 boxes. In ordinary times, these items are highly sought after. If they were truly free, one could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue. However, the situation has dramatically shifted, heralding an apocalyptic reality. For the average survivor, these possessions hold little value, akin to refuse, and are even less desirable than a mere bottle of mineral water. Yet, Ye Bai, with his 2.5 years of experience from a previous life, fully comprehends the significance of these items for the future. In a word, they are invaluable, extremely so. Whether one might utilize them or not is secondary. Acquiring them is undoubtedly advantageous. Additionally, there are cigarettes. Consequently, Ye Bai utilized his storage ring to gather all of these items, meticulously and methodically. After a morning's effort, he had amassed an impressive collection of unnoticed cigarettes and spirits from the street, including some luxurious timepieces. Mechanical watches, in particular, are of great importance. As time will become an elusive concept in the future, everyone will rely on such devices. After a careful assessment, he realized that he had collected over 1,000 packs of cigarettes, brands such as Li Kun, Nanjing, and Yuhua Shi, among others, along with more than 1,000 boxes of liquor. In quieter moments, he could indulge in a drink or two. Naturally, he did not neglect to inform Wang Xiaoqing, as the emergence of the ice beast posed a significant threat to them. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoqing had already heeded Ye Bai's advice and made the necessary preparations. With the aid of the storage ring, they need not worry about supplies. Ye Bai had but one stipulation. During the icy storm, no one was to venture outside, regardless of any noises they might hear. Upon arriving at the wolf base, Ye Bai solemnly reiterated his warning. Understood, came the reply. In response to Ye Bai's warning, Wang Xiaoqing vigorously nodded her beautiful face. Oh, and Ye Bai added, during this period, if anyone wishes to enter or join you, do not accept them. Why? Wang Xiaoqing was somewhat puzzled. Why couldn't they accept survivors to strengthen their own power? Yet, Ye Bai merely smiled and suddenly posed a question. Do you believe that beings capable of walking normally in temperatures of -70 degrees could be human? Hiss. Wang Xiaoqing's expression changed dramatically as she grasped the implication. Having resolved matters with Wang Xiaoqing, Ye Bai noted that it was getting late and refrained from further conversation, opting instead to drive back to his shelter. By the time he returned, it was already 5 in the afternoon. He found that Yi Longtian and the others had also returned and were making final preparations. Once they finished their tasks, it was 7 in the evening. They gathered for a meal together before retreating into the underground shelter. Of course, Ye Bai was not idle. He had not forgotten to check on his insect colony. To his surprise, he discovered that the nest had been completely established. The 5,000 to 6,000 insects had thoroughly excavated Xiangshan, creating a labyrinth of tunnels. With this pace, Ye Bai had no doubt that even at -100 degrees, it would scarcely affect them. Meanwhile, the weather continued to grow colder. Even in the underground shelter, Li Hanyan noticed that the temperature was steadily declining. The thermometer, which had initially read around 20 degrees, had plummeted to 10 degrees. The temperature has been steadily dropping. Observing the changes on the thermometer, Li Hanyan expressed her concerns, saying, "Is this shelter truly reliable?" However, Yi Longtian exuded confidence as he replied with a smile. "Rest assured, our underground refuge will not encounter any issues." "Well, let us hope that is the case," Li Xuanxin remarked, glancing at the thermometer. Despite her words, a hint of worry lingered in her heart. Yet, Ye Bai interjected, "You all may retire for the night. Should any danger arise, I will awaken you." "All right then." Li Xuanxin, having not rested properly in days, could no longer endure and said to Ye Bai, "We shall come to relieve you later. We shall also take our leave." The sisters, Li Hanin and her sibling, were also overwhelmed and urged Ye Bai, "You should rest as well. The insectoids are keeping watch here." "Indeed, I understand." He nodded, watching them retreat to their rooms for slumber. Ye Bai then settled onto the sofa, monitoring the situation through the surveillance screens. After all, it is prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. However, just as the clock approached midnight, footsteps echoed, and upon turning around, Ye Bai was surprised to see Li Hanyan, clad in a thick down jacket, approaching. This puzzled him. Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Why have you returned? Oh well. Li Hanyan, feeling a twinge of guilt at leaving Ye Bai alone, smiled and said, I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd keep you company for a while. Her words left Ye Bai somewhat speechless. However, gazing at Li Hanyan, who was seated beside him with a heater placed at her feet, her long, graceful legs partially visible, he couldn't help but think, you'd best stay for a while. The remark left Li Hanyan feeling somewhat embarrassed. We are siblings, what are you thinking? She retorted. Yet as they conversed, she instinctively leaned closer to Ye Bai. It's a bit chilly, she remarked. Ye Bai thought to himself, goodness, who can endure this? Yet, Li Hanyan seemed to revel in the moment. Just as she intended to tease Ye Bai, an abrupt, jarring sound pierced the air. Ye Bai quickly rose to check the monitor. Upon glancing outside, he was taken aback. The once tranquil snowy city was suddenly engulfed by a terrifying blizzard, sweeping forth like a sandstorm, accompanied by various eerie sounds. Ye Bai's expression shifted, his tone turning grave. The ice storm has arrived. Chapter 27. The Arrival of the Ice Beasts. For others, it is a calamity. For him, it serves as an experience gauge. Meanwhile, outside, a rustling sound emerged. What is that noise? Li Hanyan exclaimed in alarm, clutching Ye Bai's arm tightly. At that moment, Yi Longtian, alerted by the commotion, donned his heavy down jacket and hurried outside alongside Li Zuanxin. The rustling grew increasingly closer. What is that? Yi Longtian furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of tension. It is the ice beasts. However, Ye Bai remained unperturbed, for he understood that within this glacial tempest lay a myriad of calamity creatures, known as ice beasts, which emerged during the second era of cataclysms. Ice beasts. Yi Longtian and the others were oblivious, their faces betraying a mix of confusion and intrigue at the mention of such entities. Indeed, Ye Bai nodded, opting for caution rather than immediate explanation. He connected to the perspective of a jumping insect in Xiangshan and soon discovered the truth. The entire vicinity of Xiangshan was engulfed by a terrifying glacial storm. A tempest akin to a sandstorm, unleashing frigid winds that swept across the land with overwhelming ferocity. In its wake, silence reigned. Some buildings had even been shattered as if by a divine hand. After a full 10 minutes, as the malevolent storm subsided, what greeted the eye was an even harsher reality. Temperatures plummeted to a staggering -70 degrees. Within the once frozen remnants of the apocalyptic city, a series of ice beasts emerged, each translucent and crystalline, measuring over 2 meters in length. Their arrival was heralded by deep, resonant roars as they scoured the area for signs of survivors. Failing to find any, they brazenly invaded homes, malls, and shops, wreaking havoc and creating a cacophony of destruction, a veritable scene of ice beast looting. Is this truly the initial manifestation of ice beasts? Observing the glistening, uniquely shaped creatures outside, Ye Bai mused to himself. Although he had encountered ice beasts in his previous life, those experiences were from a later period. He had yet to witness the first wave in their true form. As he gazed upon the scene, an unsettling sensation washed over him, akin to encountering a creature from the ancient ice age. Outside the refuge, peculiar sounds echoed, unmistakably heralding the emergence of ice beasts. Stay calm, Ye Bai murmured softly to Li Hanyan, who clutched her arms tightly. He then commanded 3 swift insects, the ferocious beasts, to investigate the situation. With a roar, the swift beasts obeyed and swiftly delved underground. They soon arrived at the villa, where the subterranean temperature remained bearable. To Ye Bai's astonishment, these swift beasts appeared to withstand the chill. However, he quickly realized the anomaly. These swift beasts were, after all, part of the insect race, an interstellar species. Not only could they endure the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees, but they could also adapt to the vacuum of space. Indeed, as he surmised, the 3 swift beasts had detected 2 approaching ice beasts, which were scanning their surroundings and sniffing the air, seemingly on the verge of discovery. Yet, before they could draw closer, a sudden crack erupted beneath one of the ice beasts. In an instant, a swift beast, measuring over 2 meters in length, erupted from the fissure, colliding forcefully with the ice beast and sending it crashing against a structure nearly engulfed in snow. With a resounding thud, the ice beast let out a pained howl, but soon attempted to retaliate. However, the swift beast showed no mercy, wielding its razor-sharp claws and terrifying speed to seek a decisive strike at the ice beast's neck. Even Ye Bai, witnessing this scene, could not help but be astonished. Good heavens, this creature is formidable. It strikes fiercely. However, he soon noticed something unusual. As the swift beast's sharp claws made contact with the ice beast's neck, he observed, to his dismay, that the claws were visibly freezing over at an alarming rate. Low temperature. Ye Bai furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that the ice beast's body temperature could plummet to -70 degrees. Fortunately, the swift beast was not to be underestimated. After a brief moment of freezing, it suddenly bit down hard, decisively severing the ice beast's neck. With a crack, as the ice beast's neck snapped, Ye Bai also heard the system's melodious notification chime in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying an ice beast. Experience points 30, energy points 100. Seeing that his experience points, which had remained stagnant for nearly a day, had increased by nearly 1/20th, Ye Bai felt a surge of joy. Indeed, reaching level 10 at this early stage was already quite remarkable. Thus, aside from hunting the subterranean creature, the Rockwolf boss, there were likely no other sources of experience points to be found. However, now, with the emergence of the second phase ice beasts, he had effectively unlocked new conditions for the dungeon. The experience points had surged from the meager 2 provided by the Rockwolf to a substantial 30. This indicated that, should he eliminate another 30 ice beasts, he could ascend from level 10 to level 11. Meanwhile, outside the ice-covered snow hut, the other 2 swift beasts, in collaboration, had also dispatched another ice beast. However, before the 3 nimble jump bugs could take a bite of their ice cream, a vigilant jump bug suddenly lifted its head. In the distance, amidst the snow-covered forest, the thunderous sounds grew louder, as one ice beast after another swiftly approached along the street and over the rocks. There were at least 100 of them. Retreat. Upon witnessing this, Ye Bai realized that the 3 ferocious beasts were no match for the formidable horde. He promptly instructed them to burrow underground. With a rumble, as the 3 jump bugs descended into the earth, the ice beasts soon arrived. When they discovered that a companion had been slain, the leader of the ice beasts exhibited a surprisingly human-like expression of shock. However, after scanning the surroundings in vain, they had no choice but to disperse in search of other targets. Thankfully, thanks to Ye Bai's perspective, they were able to observe the situation outside. As the ice beasts departed, Li Xuanxin, who had been holding her breath, finally exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "We were fortunate not to be discovered. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. Indeed, it's all thanks to Daer." Remarkable. Yi Longtian nodded, still shaken. If such a multitude of ice beasts had stormed in, they would have been finished. He couldn't help but worry about his little brothers, hoping they were safe. Yet, Ye Bai remained unfazed. Those fellows would not perish. With 1,000 insect kin at their disposal, no ice beast could bring them down. That was all that mattered. Upon hearing these words, Yi Longtian let out a chuckle, a sound that caused Ye Bai to question his existence. Why did it seem that his father still harbored ambitions of being the leader? Nevertheless, since the ice beasts had departed, it was prudent for them to take a moment to rest and reassess the situation come morning, Ye Bai suggested. Indeed, sounds good. Yi Longtian, along with Li Xuanxin, Li Hanyan, and Li Yinyan, nodded in agreement, deciding to wait until the next day to evaluate their circumstances. As dawn broke the following day, Ye Bai rose early and utilized the exterior jumping insects to survey the surroundings. Upon confirming the absence of large groups of ice beasts, he donned his energy protective suit and grasped his advanced energy lightsaber, preparing to venture outside in pursuit of some ice beasts. To others, those creatures might represent a cataclysmic disaster, terrifying entities. Yet for him, they were undoubtedly a source of invaluable experience points. He certainly would not let this golden opportunity for swift advancement slip away. Chapter 28. Truly, a city abounds with talent. Soon enough, having left a few swift beasts at home, Ye Bai suited up and stepped outside. With a thud, he was greeted by a breathtaking landscape of crystalline white, resembling a long-forgotten snowy hamlet. It was hard to fathom that just the day before, this place had been a desolate ruin of the apocalypse. However, at present, it appeared even more perilous. Roar. Not far off, Ye Bai spotted several ice beasts swaying about. Upon noticing him, their white eyes glimmered with excitement as they eagerly charged towards him. However, Ye Bai was well prepared. The night before, he had summoned all the jumping worm units, an impressive total of 100. As the 4 ice beasts charged forward, Ye Bai raised his hand, causing the hard, steel-like icy ground to crack open with a resounding sound. With a sudden burst, several fierce beasts erupted from the depths below, colliding violently with the ice beasts. The unexpected attack sent the 4 ice beasts flying. Without hesitation, a dozen of these fierce beasts rushed forward, engaging in a frenzied assault of biting and clawing. In the blink of an eye, the 4 ice beasts were torn to shreds. Should this scene have been witnessed by other surviving players, they would have gasped in astonishment, utterly shocked. After all, these were ice beasts, the weakest of which were level 5, with the stronger ones reaching level 10. Ordinary players would surely flee at the sight. Yet here was Ye Bai, effortlessly dispatching 4 of them at the outset. It was simply absurd. But there was no denying the power of Ye Bai's red-quality insectoid cataclysm talent. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain an ice beast 1. Experience gained 30, energy gained 200. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain an ice beast 1. Experience gained 30, energy gained 200. As the 4 ice beasts fell, notifications from the system resonated in Ye Bai's mind. Indeed, the thrill of leveling up was exhilarating. Observing the steadily increasing progress bar, Ye Bai felt confident that he would soon reach level 20 and unlock the next unit. At this moment, the swift beast that had dealt with the ice creature swiftly approached Ye Bai, wagging its tail like a playful puppy. It seemed to convey, "Boss, did I perform admirably?" Ye Bai, quite pleased with the swift beast's performance, commanded all of them, form teams of 10 and hunt down any solitary ice creatures. If you encounter a large group, retreat. With a low growl in response to the orders, the swift beasts swiftly vanished into the frigid air, leaving 10 behind to ensure Ye Bai's safety. With the assistance of the swift beasts for upgrades, Ye Bai did not remain idle. He led the remaining 10 swift beasts towards the city center to assess the situation. Upon arrival, he was struck by the eerie silence that enveloped the world, as if it had succumbed to a profound stillness. No signs of life were anywhere to be found. It felt as though, aside from the calamity-born creatures, he was the sole inhabitant of this desolate realm. Soon, he reached the city center, where he observed the familiar sight of structures blanketed in ice and snow. The once towering buildings, standing 300 to 400 meters high, now resembled magnificent ice sculptures, evoking a sense of awe. Suddenly, as Ye Bai approached the heart of the city, he was startled by the sound of gunfire. Causing his gaze to sharpen, he immediately activated his energy protective suit and followed the sound, only to discover something unexpected. In this nearby central area, astonishingly, there were 4 survivors engaged in a fierce battle with an ice beast. Players? Ye Bai was somewhat taken aback upon witnessing this scene, as he had not anticipated that players would emerge so soon after the onset of the ice disaster. At that moment, the 4 individuals, one of whom appeared to be a female, were locked in combat with the formidable ice creature. Though the beast was of level 10, it was a solitary foe. However, it was evident that they were far from capable of overcoming it. The bullets from their firearms merely sparked against the beast's icy exterior, inflicting no substantial damage. Conversely, the female player unleashed a mysterious sonic wave with both hands. Buzz. Struck by the sound waves, the ice beast faltered, its body trembling in response. Seizing the opportunity, a male player swiftly drew an energy knife and leapt towards the beast, delivering a fierce stab to its head. Roar. Even the powerful ice beast could not withstand this assault, staggering and collapsing to the ground, succumbing to its demise. With the ice beast vanquished, the female player exhaled in relief and stood up, brushing off her hands. All done. Indeed, this hefty adversary yields ample experience. Upon discovering her advancement to level 6, she was filled with delight. Quick, let us see if there are any treasures to be found. The other 3 players eagerly rushed over, but to their dismay, there was nothing aside from experience and energy points. This realization left them somewhat disappointed. It appeared that only by defeating a boss could one hope to acquire equipment. Boss, do you think it's that easy to kill? The girl retorted with irritation. Taking down an ice beast is no simple feat. And now you want to slay a boss? There's no choice but to devise a plan to hunt more ice beasts. As long as we level up, everything will be fine. It turned out that they were a group of apocalypse players, albeit different from others. The 4 of them often teamed up to play games. So when the Cataclysm server launched, they registered their accounts together. Consequently, when the apocalyptic disaster struck, They naturally banded together to combat the calamity's creatures and strengthen themselves. With the onset of the ice storm, they felt no fear, as their physical prowess had reached 6 times that of an ordinary person, prompting them to venture out and hunt. Suddenly, the boy's gaze sharpened as he noticed Ye Bai approaching. They swiftly assumed a combat stance. "Who are you? Please, do not misunderstand. I am also a player." Upon realizing that Ye Bai was indeed a person, the 4 members visibly relaxed. The leader among them, the girl, introduced herself warmly. "Hello, my name is Chen Wushuang." What a peculiar name, Chen Wushuang. Ye Bai initially intended to assess whether these individuals possessed any remarkable talents, hoping to recruit them. However, upon hearing that name, he was taken aback. Wait, is this for real? The future Sword Emperor, Chen Wushuang? Indeed. Ye Bai recalled vividly that 2.5 years into the apocalypse, the world had nearly been partitioned among the major powers. For instance, take my inexpensive sister, Li Yuru, who is renowned as the Phoenix Empress, possessing an unparalleled affinity for flames. Then there are others, such as Lu Rubing and the Hercules Emperor. Among them, one stands out as particularly unique, a woman named Chen Wushuang. She lacks her own faction, yet commands a small team, each member bearing names steeped in legend, and each possesses formidable strength. The most notable campaign in which they participated was the Battle of Frost City. Frost City, founded by Lu Rubing, faced an onslaught from the Zerg, a calamity that no apocalyptic city in history had withstood. However, it was the indomitable Sword Empress Wushuang and her band of hunters who valiantly repelled millions of Zerg invaders, thus solidifying their renown. Yet now, you are telling me that these seemingly simple-minded individuals are destined to become the Celestial Squad? Ye Bai gazed at them, somewhat bewildered. Upon reflection, it does seem that the Celestial Squad indeed hails from City A. Could it truly be these few? Hey, you haven't told me your name yet. Chen Wushuang observed Ye Bai's astonishment and felt a twinge of curiosity, albeit she replied somewhat curtly. "Oh, my name is Ye Bai." Coming back to his senses, Ye Bai looked at her and asked, "So what do you think? Are you interested in forming a team?" Upon hearing Ye Bai's name, Chen Wushuang expressed interest and inquired further. "Absolutely not." Ye Bai shook his head in refusal. While they may hold great potential in the future, he believed he was more than capable on his own at present. He had no need for a team. "I'm merely out here looking for something to eat." "Ah, I see." Chen Wushuang was undeterred by the rejection. However, those who emerge at this juncture are certainly not ordinary individuals. Moreover, they are seasoned gamers, well-versed in the art of leveling up, standing among the elite. The adage, "the more friends, the more paths," rings true, for upon reaching level 5, players gain the ability to add friends, share coordinates, and communicate with one another. Thus, Chen Wushuang added Ye Bai as a friend, envisioning the possibility of leveling up together in the future. With a subtle nod, Ye Bai did not decline, pondering that they might indeed cross paths again. With the successful addition of friends, it was evident that Chen Wushuang was a fervent leveling enthusiast. Hence, without further ado, he swiftly departed with his team members in search of new objectives. Chapter 29. Talent, the arrival of the God of Wealth. Meanwhile, Ye Bai seized the opportunity to scout for any valuable items to collect. As for leveling up, that was a non-issue. With the presence of the swift beasts, 100 swift beasts equated to 100 players assisting him in his endeavors. What was there to worry about? Before long, upon reaching level 11, he would possess 200, then 400, 800. Thus, leveling up was hardly a concern. It would be far wiser to seek out useful resources first. Ye Bai recalled that 2 years post-apocalypse, the landscape was not solely populated by players, but also by numerous survivors, including various urban bases that could facilitate resource trading. Items once overlooked, such as toilet paper, alcohol, and even wristwatches, would transform into highly coveted treasures. Thus, Ye Bai also entered the luxury store in the heart of the city. This was once the most bustling area of the Dragon Kingdom, the site of a legendary shopping mall that boasted annual sales reaching hundreds of billions. Upon entering, a sudden roar erupted. Ice beasts wandered within, and upon discovering Ye Bai, charged towards him with fierce intent. However, before they could approach, the ground around Ye Bai split open, and swift beasts emerged once more. The ice beast, descending from the 2nd floor, felt its pupils constrict in shock, realizing it was too late to halt its advance. In a flash, the swift beast swiftly dispatched it. "You all, cleanse this building of the ice beasts," Ye Bai commanded the swift beasts. With a chorus of roars in response to his orders, 10 swift beasts darted in all directions. Before long, The entire building echoed with the anguished cries of the ice beasts. At that moment, Ye Bai also heard the system's melodious notification. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain an ice beast, gaining 30 experience points and 200 energy points. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 11. The number of jump worm units has expanded to 200. An upgrade already? Ye Bai's eyes sparkled at the system notification. This pace is indeed impressive. At this rate, I might reach level 15 in a day's time. Ye Bai mused to himself. Yet, this was not enough. He desired more. The higher the level, the better. In his previous life, he had attained level 60. Though not the pinnacle of strength, he was by no means weak. However, now, just a little over a week has passed, and I have already reached level 15. Moreover, with each calamity that befalls, I can swiftly ascend by 10 levels. I estimate that within half a year, I shall transcend to the legendary level of 100. At that point, Ye Bai recalled the calamity ice beast that had once crushed him. It seems that you may not be my adversary after all. With this thought, Ye Bai summoned forth once more. Buzz, crackle. As enormous eggs emerged and shattered, fierce beasts erupted from their shells, emitting low growls as they surveyed the frigid atmosphere. Upon catching sight of Ye Bai, their ferocious gazes softened into docility. At this moment, the entire hall was filled with a myriad of these swift beasts. Ye Bai felt slightly dizzy. After leaving 10 to guard him, he commanded, "The rest of you, go forth and hunt the surrounding ice beasts." Roar. The beasts, upon receiving the order, wasted no time and set off immediately. Before long, Ye Bai heard a series of notifications announcing the slaying of ice beasts. Goodness, that was swift. Watching his experience bar surge rapidly, Ye Bai felt a genuine sense of awe. However, summoning 100 jumping insects at once was proving to be taxing on his mental energy. He found himself at his limit. Thus he decided to take a brief respite to recover. Once rejuvenated, he utilized his storage ring to collect various luxuries from the mansion, including the esteemed Patek Philippe, Rolex, and an array of other valuable timepieces. There exists a plethora of luxury items, including various skincare and cosmetic products. At first glance, these may seem like mere trifles, now nothing more than discarded remnants. However, as players and survivors began to rise, they gradually established a foothold, transforming these items into the most coveted treasures among the affluent. Consequently, Ye Bai devoted 3 hours to completely deplete this resource. Upon inspecting his storage space, he found it nearly brimming with a staggering volume of 10,000 cubic units. Coupled with the 2 additional rings and the one held by his father, Ye Bai now possessed approximately 40,000 cubic units of supplies. This equated to filling an entire large shopping mall to capacity, ensuring a lifetime free from want. Yet, who can predict what the future holds? It is prudent to stockpile as much as possible. However, time was slipping away, and Ye Bai noted with satisfaction that his level had ascended to 13. In just 3 hours, he had risen 2 levels. If other players were to discover this, they would surely be infuriated, having to toil endlessly to reach levels 5 or 6, while he effortlessly soared to level 13 in such a short span. The disparity was overwhelming. Yet, it seemed that no one would uncover this secret. At that moment, the ice beasts in the city center had been nearly eradicated by the swift predators. Despite their numbers, the ice beasts were no match for the sheer quantity of their assailants. Ye Bai calculated that he had slain a total of 200 beasts, roughly equivalent to the number surrounding the central skyscraper. It was time to return. Aware that the hour was late, Ye Bai signaled the predators to depart with a resounding roar. The swift beasts, commanded to act, burrowed underground one after another, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos on the surface. Nothing else was visible, prompting Ye Bai to reflect on the superiority of these creatures over worker insects. Soon, as Ye Bai drove back to the Xiangshan Villa area, afternoon had already set in. However, just as he was about to enter the villa area, a piercing scream echoed through the icy, silent expanse, capturing his attention. Curious, Ye Bai followed the sound and discovered that, not far away, in the expansive yard of a villa engulfed by a snowstorm, several ice beasts were menacingly fixated on a young woman, relentlessly attacking her. Surprisingly, the girl was clad in a low-level energy protective suit. Despite the relentless onslaught from the ice beasts, they were unable to breach the defenses of the energy suit. Ye Bai was taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of another player so close to his neighborhood. However, it soon became apparent that the woman was only capable of passive defense, lacking offensive capabilities. The ice beasts, perceiving her as prey, attacked with fervor. Although the energy suit was losing power gradually, the depletion was evident, causing her to panic. "Please, don't eat me," she cried out in desperation. Indeed, she was none other than Li Mingyao. She never anticipated that during this period, she would be hiding in an underground shelter, never venturing outside, only to find that her provisions had run dry. Overwhelmed by hunger, she had no choice but to muster her courage and spend all her savings on an energy-protective suit, hoping to venture out and seek her fortune. However, to her dismay, the moment she stepped outside, she found herself being targeted by a dozen ferocious ice beasts. "What kind of luck is this?" she lamented. "Wasn't it said that the god of wealth possesses exceptional fortune? How could my luck, as a female deity of wealth, be so abysmal?" Fortunately, just as Li Mingyao resigned herself to her fate, closing her beautiful eyes in acceptance of her demise, Ye Bai appeared. With a swift motion, a series of deep, thunderous roars echoed through the air. Upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to witness the previously frenzied ice beasts being completely devoured by a group of grotesque monsters, exhibiting no semblance of resistance. As these creatures respectfully retreated to the sides, Ye Bai emerged before her. Chapter 30. If you take me, you must protect me in the future, all right? The moment she laid eyes on Ye Bai, Li Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon noticing the fierce beasts surrounding him, she quickly realized that it was this young man who had saved her. Grateful, she hurriedly expressed her thanks. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Are you also a player?" To her surprise, Ye Bai inquired with genuine interest. Li Mingyao was momentarily stunned by the question, but soon her lovely face lit up with realization. "You are too." "Indeed." Ye Bai nodded slightly, and then introduced. "These are the ferocious beasts summoned by my innate talent." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's delicate face displayed a look of realization. No wonder he could walk normally in such frigid air, especially with so many bodyguards. "It seems your talent is quite formidable." Li Mingyao gazed at Ye Bai with a hint of envy. "Goodness, if I had so many bodyguards, would I still fear those monsters?" Heh, but one should consider how much money was spent to summon them. Ye Bai thought maliciously to himself. However, that is not the main point. "What is your talent?" Ye Bai feigned curiosity and asked. "Ah well." Li Mingyao hesitated upon hearing this. Seeing her reaction, Ye Bai felt somewhat dissatisfied. "Friend, I have shared my talent with you. Why won't you disclose yours? What about trust between people?" Did you tell me?" Li Mingyao, not to be outsmarted, paused for a moment and then weakly inquired. "All I heard you say was about summoning. You didn't mention specifics." Remarkably, this girl was not foolish. Yet Ye Bai had his methods. "No worries, if you prefer not to share, that's fine. I must take my leave. It is quite dangerous here, with ice beasts lurking everywhere. They say bosses will appear at night." "Wait." As Ye Bai turned to leave, Li Mingyao appeared flustered and hurriedly called out to him. "Is there anything else?" Ye Bai inquired, deliberately not turning back. I said. After a moment of hesitation, Li Mingyao finally decided to take a chance, thinking, what if this brother is a good person? Taking a deep breath, she turned to Ye Bai and declared, "My talent is that of the god of wealth." "The god of wealth?" Ye Bai was momentarily taken aback. "What kind of talent is this?" It sounded rather impressive. Li Mingyao, not concealing her embarrassment, continued. "My talent doesn't possess any extraordinary abilities. It merely allows for rebates." "Rebates?" Ye Bai was stunned. "Indeed," Li Mingyao affirmed with a nod. "As long as the money is in my account, I receive a 3% rebate daily. This means if I have 100 yuan, it will become 103 yuan the next day, and so forth." "Wow," Ye Bai exclaimed, his eyes widening as if he were gazing at a giant panda. "Is this for real? Such a talent exists?" The realization struck him, a 3% daily return. Over the course of 10 days, that would accumulate to 30%. And in 100 days, it would amount to 300%. Of course, considering that 100 yuan is not much, it would take just over 3 months to grow to 300. But what about 200 million? With a 3% daily rebate, that translates to 6 million in returns without lifting a finger. Saving money? That would hardly be a concern. Ye Bai's gaze towards Li Mingyao had undergone a complete transformation, akin to that of a worshipper beholding a deity of fortune. "Hey, what kind of look is that?" Under the intensity of Ye Bai's stare, Li Mingyao felt as if she were a vulnerable little rabbit, stripped bare, with the potential for imminent peril looming over her. "Oh, it's nothing," she quickly reassured herself, as her thoughts were preoccupied with elevating her status as a bug summoner. she had yet to transition to enhancing her contractee's level. In other words, she required a boss heart to promote her contractee to level 2 and acquire a second follower. Thus, Ye Bai pondered for a moment and resolved to reassure the young girl. Why don't you accompany me? I can ensure your safety. Really? Is that true? Li Mingyao's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. At merely 18 years of age, she was an avid gamer, often engrossed in expansive AAA titles. And she relished the art of cosplay, embodying various characters. Standing at 1.75 meters tall and weighing 55 kilograms, her charming youthful visage was undeniably captivating. It is worth noting that there isn't a man who could resist the allure of such an adaptable cosplayer. However, I digress. The author intends to convey her simplicity and lack of guile. Ye Bai nodded and proclaimed, as the apocalypse approaches, although we are players, we are also survivors. The number of humans in this world is dwindling, and only through collaboration can we nurture hope for a brighter future. This statement struck Li Mingyao as somewhat disconcerting, yet she could not find fault with it. Moreover, she recognized the formidable prowess of this elder brother. Thus, the young beauty eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at rice, exclaiming, "All right, I'll listen to you." Upon returning home, Yi Longtian and Li Tsuanshin had been waiting anxiously for some time. Seeing Ye Bai return, they rushed forward in delight. "Ye Bai, you're back. Where did you go so early? You scared us to death. Oh, who is this?" However, they quickly noticed the exquisite yet slightly disheveled young lady accompanying Ye Bai, which left them momentarily speechless. Oh, Ye Bai did not conceal the truth, explaining, "This is a survivor I encountered on the road. She has no family left, so I brought her back." The mention of a lack of family caused Li Mingyao's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Indeed, the sight was too much for the middle-aged parents, especially since Li Mingyao's stature was similar to that of Li Yuru. Li Tsuanshin's heart melted instantly. She smiled warmly and said, "It's all right from now on. This place is your home." "Yes, thank you, auntie." Li Mingyao nodded in gratitude upon hearing these words. "All right, come in quickly and have some food." With Ye Bai back and accompanied by such a lovely young girl, Li Tsuanshin hurriedly invited them to dine. Li Hanyin and Li Yunin were also taken aback upon seeing Ye Bai return with a stunning 18-year-old beauty. "Wait, brother, have you found yourself a wife?" Of course, she wasn't a wife, but there was a kernel of truth in that statement. This girl was indeed a treasure. TSK. I must procure a boss's heart for myself and upgrade my contract. Goodness, I shall no longer have to wait for anything. When the moment arises that I require funds, I can use them at my discretion. As for Li Mingyao, it must be said that upon witnessing such a plethora of delectable dishes, her stomach grumbled audibly, her eyes nearly bulging with anticipation. Oh, to think that in the basement, her sustenance consisted solely of instant noodles and sausages. Yet now, here lies an abundance of exquisite cuisine: roasted goose, large plate chicken, stir-fried greens, and hairy crabs. Such indulgence. Well then, I shall not hold back. Li Mingyao could no longer contain herself and began to eat voraciously. Observing such a gluttonous display from the young girl, the others were momentarily taken aback. However, they soon sighed, fully aware that life outside was fraught with hardship. Had it not been for Ye Bai, their situation would hardly be any better. In light of this, Li Tsuanshin suddenly found herself missing her little daughter. She wondered how Yuro was faring now. Yet Ye Bai, upon hearing this, felt no concern whatsoever. After all, this woman not only possessed the golden fire control ability, but also had at least 10 million in credits. Who could possibly rival her? Thus, Ye Bai remained entirely untroubled. After their meal, Li Hanyin bathed Li Mingyao. This is worth noting. Despite the frigid temperatures outside, the indoor climate had stabilized at a comfortable 20 degrees. Furthermore, due to the generator's power supply, there was a dedicated shower system. This left Li Mingyao utterly astonished. No, is it really this extravagant here? Enough of that. Yet, Li Hanyin refrained from idle chatter and smiled at her, saying, "Come, let's wash up first. Once you've taken a bath and had a good night's sleep, everything will be behind you." Li Mingyao had initially thought that returning with Ye Bai might be daunting. But now, feeling her sister's care, she was deeply moved. After they finished bathing, Ye Bai, with nothing to do, was watching television when he noticed Li Hanyin had emerged with Li Mingyao. At that moment, Ye Bai was taken aback. The little girl no longer bore the disheveled appearance from before. Instead, she wore a pale yellow nightgown that, under the glow of the lights, accentuated her exquisite silhouette. Her delicate curves were perfectly proportioned, complemented by a stunningly beautiful face that bore an innate allure. Even Ye Bai found himself momentarily speechless. My goodness, has she developed so well at 18? It would be no exaggeration to say she rivals Li Hanyan in beauty. What's wrong? Are you in a daze? Li Hanyan noticed Ye Bai's astonished expression and felt a twinge of jealousy. Regaining his composure, Ye Bai dismissed it casually. What have I not seen before? This remark left Li Hanyan somewhat speechless. However, as it was getting late, Ye Bai stood up and said, let's rest for now. We'll see how things are in the morning. All right. Li Mingyao felt a bit shy. It was her first time wearing such loose nightwear in front of a boy. However, as the night deepened, just as Ye Bai was preparing to sleep, suddenly, Li Mingyao walked in through the door, leaving him momentarily stunned. What are you doing? He asked. And nothing, Li Mingyao replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her delicate face under the dim light. However, after casting a glance at Ye Bai and taking a deep breath, she unexpectedly approached him, climbed onto his bed, and turned her back to him. With a soft and melodious voice, she said, well, if you take me, you have to protect me from now on, okay? Ye Bai was left speechless. Chapter 31, Level 20 Ice Beast Boss. Goodness, one must admit that this young girl, despite being only 18, possesses remarkable maturity. Even Ye Bai was taken aback. However, gazing at such a stunning beauty, it would be foolish to hold back. Moreover, after the recent tumult caused by Li Hanyan, Ye Bai felt no need for restraint. He proceeded directly to the content that required payment to access. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Ye Bai awoke to find that he had leveled up. To his astonishment, his level had risen to 19. Remarkably, within a mere day and night, the swift beast had assisted him in reaching level 9. Even more astonishingly, his energy reserves had surged to 100,000. This was equivalent to having vanquished at least 1,000 beasts overnight. Considering the entire central district of City Ye, it was likely they had wiped them out entirely. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real revelation was that Ye Bai discovered his capacity to summon swift beasts had escalated from 100 yesterday to an astounding 51,200. Such a number. Even Ye Bai felt a shiver of astonishment upon witnessing this vast increase. Certainly, there is an overwhelming sense of silence. Although the upper limit has been reached, my mental fortitude is insufficient. Yesterday, I summoned nearly 300 creatures. Yet, the evident pace of advancement pales in comparison to the summoning threshold. At this rate, even if I summon 500 per day, amounting to over 50,000, it would require ceaseless effort for 3 months. Alas, it seems imperative to unlock the Queen of Insects swiftly. Ye Bai discerned that among the unawakened units, the Queen's role is to ensure the propagation and nurturing of the Zerg species. The limit of reproduction does not hinge upon the number of queens, but rather on my own capacity. This implies that if I successfully summon a queen, I could summon 1,000 creatures in a single day. With 10 queens, I could reproduce 10,000 daily. This equates to an inexhaustible production of units. Moreover, with the subsequent acquisition of spikes, cockroaches, and leviathans, I would soon orchestrate a genuine Zerg catastrophe. Of course, this is contingent upon my need for a boss heart to facilitate my ascension. Ding! Just as Ye Bai contemplated where to hunt for the boss heart, a notification unexpectedly appeared on his system interface, a message adorned with an exclamation mark. Upon inspection, he discovered it was from Chen Wushuang. What could this woman possibly want from him? Puzzled, yet intrigued, Ye Bai decided to open the message. The interface revealed, Chen Wushuang, White God, are you there? White God is the gaming ID Ye Bai had crafted for himself. Ye Bai responded, is there something you need? Chen Wushuang, I have discovered a boss atop Wulong Mountain in the western part of the city. Are you interested in taking it on? A boss. Upon reading this, Ye Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was as if what he had been yearning for had suddenly materialized. This woman had indeed located a boss. What do you think? Are you interested? I believe the 4 of us may struggle to handle it. Chen Wushuang continued to send messages. Count me in. Given the presence of a boss, Ye Bai felt no trepidation with his current level, thus he readily agreed. Seeing Ye Bai's consent, Chen Wushuang promptly sent the coordinates. Upon receiving them, Ye Bai noted it was Wulong Mountain in City A, a modest hill. Wait for me. He quickly replied before rising and setting off. Approximately half an hour later, Ye Bai arrived at Wulong Mountain, which was now blanketed in snow, resembling a majestic snow-capped peak. Having reached level 8, Chen Wushuang, along with 3 other companions, awaited him. As Ye Bai approached, The four eagerly greeted him. "White God, what's the situation?" Ye Bai inquired, glancing over to see a colossal ice beast, clearly the boss. Chen Wushuang did not withhold any details, sighing. "We came here to level up and stumbled upon a level 20 ice beast boss. Of course, if it were merely the boss, we might manage. However, this creature is accompanied by over 20 other ice beasts. The four of us may struggle against them, which is why we called you to give it a shot." "Certainly. You need not worry." Fearing that Ye Bai might decline, Chen Wushuang exclaimed, "As long as we vanquish this ice beast boss, the spoils will be split between us." However, Ye Bai showed little interest in the division of loot. His sole objective was to confront the ice beast boss and obtain the boss heart. Thus, he stated, "I desire nothing else. I only wish for the boss heart." "What? The boss heart?" Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances. It seemed that the most valuable item was indeed the boss heart. Nevertheless, Chen Wushuang and her companions already possessed a boss heart from the rock wolf. Hence, this arrangement was not entirely out of the question. "Very well." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Wushuang acquiesced. "However, before we proceed, we must ascertain your talents. Since we are to collaborate, it is only fair to understand each other's capabilities." To be courteous, she began introducing her team. "My talent lies in sonic attacks. Ming Cheng is an 8th level berserker. Ahua is an 8th level ranged archer with a special skill called insight, which allows him to detect the weaknesses of opponents. And then there is Xuejia, who is a healing priest." Xuejia. Ye Bai was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. He instinctively turned to look at the individual clad in black robes, initially assuming the group comprised 3 men and 1 woman. He was surprised to discover that the figure in black was indeed a woman. As expected, the one referred to as Xuejia extended a hand, fair as jade, from beneath her robe and politely introduced herself. "Hello, I am Zhang Xue." "Hello." Ye Bai nodded in acknowledgement. When it comes to showcasing their talents, Mingqing and Ahu are evidently quite proud. After all, in this apocalyptic world, most survivors are merely ordinary. To possess even a hint of green or blue talent is considered fortunate. Yet, they all boast purple talents as a baseline, which certainly gives them a reason to feel superior. "By the way, what is your talent?" However, when Chen Wushuang inquired about Ye Bai's talent, Mingqing and Ahu were instantly taken aback. "Oh, my talent may not shine as brightly as yours. It is the ability to pause time." "What? What did you say?" The four of them were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Pausing time? Wait, are you telling me that your talent is time pausing?" "Indeed." Ye Bai nodded, confident that with 3 talents at his disposal, he could casually mention any one of them. "It allows me to freeze the surrounding time for 10 seconds. Hiss. Upon hearing this, all 4 were astonished. They gazed at Ye Bai with incredulous expressions. Goodness, pausing time for 10 seconds. Surely, this must be a golden talent. Even Xuejia, clad in a black robe, spoke with a hint of surprise in her melodious voice. "Ah yes." Ye Bai paused, not denying it. "My goodness, brother." Upon hearing this, Mingqing and Ahuan nearly wished to cling to him for dear life. Wow, this is indeed a golden talent. How extraordinary. No wonder he dares to wander alone outside. This is simply a divine skill. Upon hearing the news, Chen Wushuang was momentarily astonished, but soon his face brightened with joy. "That's perfect. As long as you, Bai Shin, can implement the time stop on that boss, we can eliminate him within 10 seconds. As for the surrounding, I shall handle that." Before Chen Wushuang could finish his sentence, Xuejia's melodious voice interjected. "Allow me to divert their attention first." "Yes, indeed." The group nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed." With that, the 4 of them, accompanied by Ye Bai, advanced towards the ice beast boss. Xuejia was the first to make her appearance. With a roar, the ice beasts immediately recognized the figure draped in a black cloak, rushing towards her as if she were a delectable feast. Unfazed, Xuejia swiftly utilized her electromagnetic gun to fire while simultaneously retreating. In no time, a dozen ice beasts were completely lured away. "Quickly, now is our chance, attack." As the ice beasts were drawn away, Chen Wushuang suddenly shouted. The commotion immediately captured the attention of the ice beast boss, who had been dozing off. Observing an audacious human charging towards him, he was indifferent, thinking that his minions would soon capture the intruder and present him as a gift. Little did he know, the true target was none other than himself. A classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the yellow oriole behind. After a brief moment of confusion, the ice beast boss let out a furious roar. rising to deliver a powerful swipe. With a resounding crack, the ground trembled as the ice beast made contact with the snow. The air seemed to crystallize into ice. Damn, the damage is substantial. Witnessing this, Chen Wushuang couldn't help but utter a curse. Yet, she swiftly reminded Ye Bai, "White God, it's your turn." "No problem." Ye Bai, now at level 19, was merely a step away from reaching level 20. Confronting a level 20 ice beast boss, he felt confident, if not ready to take it on single-handedly. As the ice beast approached, he raised his hand and unleashed his time stop ability. Time halted, with the words barely spoken. The ice beast boss, which had been ready to pounce, was abruptly frozen midair. What astonished Chen Wushuang even more was that even the frigid, condensed air had succumbed to the stillness of time. This is truly an extraordinary talent. It was the first time she had encountered such a terrifying gift, leaving her gasping in awe. However, she understood the urgency of the situation. "Quickly, let's make our move," she urged her companions. Without hesitation, the trio brandished their advanced electromagnetic rifles and unleashed a torrent of fire upon the ice beast boss. Ye Bai could only shake his head in disbelief. He had expected them to employ their unique abilities in the fight, but instead, they resorted to firearms. Nonetheless, due to the time stop effect, everything surrounding the ice beast boss remained in a state of suspension. Within mere seconds, a vast accumulation of energy waves converged around it. Boom. As the 10 seconds elapsed and Ye Bai withdrew his hand, a barrage of over 100 energy beams erupted forth. All attacks landed squarely on the ice beast boss. How? The ice beast, momentarily freed from its temporal constraints, was caught off guard, perplexed by its own levitation. Yet, in the blink of an eye, as it was struck with blinding precision, it let out a pained roar, its body riddled with wounds. Hiss. Chen Wushuang was utterly astonished by this spectacle. Goodness. The time-stopping ability is truly remarkable. Who would have imagined it could be wielded in such a manner? Nevertheless, there was no time for further contemplation. Observing the ice beast boss on the brink of collapse, Chen Wushuang immediately unleashed another sonic wave while notifying Mingqing. "Qing, go." Understanding the command. And amidst the sonic disruption of the ice beast boss, Qing drew forth an energy lightsaber and leapt fiercely to strike at the creaturesque crown. However, to his dismay, despite the ice beast teetering on the edge of demise, its defenses were astonishingly formidable. The strike landed with a resounding thud, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Good heavens! What impenetrable defenses! Qing gasped in disbelief, his complexion paling. Roar! The ice beast boss, having narrowly escaped calamity, wasted no time and turned to flee. "Quick! Don't let it escape," Chen Wushuang urged, eager to regain control. Yet, the ice beast's speed was extraordinary, and in the blink of an eye, it had dashed over 100 meters away. There, astonishingly, stood a blue energy portal. A secret realm entrance. Ye Bai furrowed his brow and promptly cautioned, "Do not let it enter." With that, he retrieved an energy gun from his storage ring. With a precise aim at the leg of the ice beast boss, a resounding blast echoed through the air. It was the high-caliber energy gun, capable of inflicting damage even on a level 20 boss. Consequently, the ice beast boss emitted a mournful howl, struggling to retreat into the depths of the secret realm. However, Ye Bai was quicker, executing a swift maneuver to position himself before the creature's head, delivering a decisive strike. The moment the blow landed, the ice beast boss could no longer withstand the force, its body fracturing into pieces. Simultaneously, Ye Bai received a notification. Ding. Congratulations on successfully defeating the ice beast boss in a team effort. Experience gained. 200. Energy gained. 500. Ding. You have acquired the Heart of Energy. Ding. You have obtained the equipment, Sigh of Snow and Ice. Chapter 32. Unlocking New Unit, Venomous Serpent. With the demise of the ice beast boss, Chen Wushuang and the others also heard the notification, realizing they had leveled up to level 9, filling them with delight. However, Mingqing soon noticed, "White God, why haven't you leveled up?" It was obvious. Before Ye Bai could respond, Chen Wushuang, who had approached, smiled and said, "It must be because White God's level is too high, hence no increase." Since Ye Bai had concealed his level, they were unaware of it. Yet, given his reluctance to disclose, Chen Wushuang and the others did not press further. "Let us quickly see what we've obtained." Soon, their attention was captivated by the items that had dropped, and they discovered, aside from the heart of the boss, before them lay a crystalline bow, shimmering with a faint, cold glow. "This is the ice snow sigh," exclaimed Ye Bai. It is an orange-grade bow. Its quality is exceptional, and it requires a level of 20 to wield. Goodness, an orange piece of equipment. Aho's eyes sparkled at the sight of such a fine bow. For he was an archer, and this bow was perfectly suited for him. Moreover, being orange-grade, it was just a step below the coveted golden equipment. He marveled at his good fortune, having obtained it from defeating a level 20 Ice Beast boss. Do you want it? Ye Bai inquired, intrigued by the yearning gleam in Aho's eyes. Aho felt a bit shy under Ye Bai's gaze, realizing that it was Ye Bai who had vanquished the boss. Truth be told, without Ye Bai, they would not have been able to defeat it at all. Thus, he quickly waved his hands and chuckled. White God, this boss is beyond our capabilities. Since you defeated it, the equipment rightfully belongs to you. Indeed. Chen Wushuang nodded in agreement. Although the bow was exceedingly rare and could allow a Hua to obliterate creatures of the same level, they felt it inappropriate to claim the reward, as the credit for the kill belonged to Ye Bai. To their surprise, Ye Bai casually tossed the bow toward them, saying nonchalantly, I have already stated that I only desire the boss's heart. The rest is yours. What? Upon witnessing the snow and ice that had been tossed over, Ahua gazed at Ye Bai with a mix of excitement and disbelief. No way. Bai Shun, are you truly unaware of the exceptional quality of this equipment? He had presumed that Ye Bai was oblivious to the magnificence of the bow and arrow, and though it was bestowed upon him, Ahua had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Little did he realize that no explanation was necessary. Ye Bai was exceedingly knowledgeable about such gear. In typical circumstances, an ordinary survivor or player possessing a purple weapon could effortlessly eliminate various calamities of the same level. To exaggerate, if fortune favored them and they were to obtain a golden weapon, it could inexplicably increase their personal strength by 200%, enabling them to potentially obliterate a boss of equal rank. However, the prospect of acquiring golden equipment was nearly impossible. One would have to vanquish 100 bosses to have a chance at obtaining it, let alone the elusive red gear. Orange gear, while merely one tier below gold, was also deemed extraordinary, particularly weapons, which were exceedingly rare. Yet, Ye Bai was acutely aware of the identities of his companions, members of the future Celestial Squad. Perhaps in time, he would become overwhelmingly powerful, but with these friends by his side, he felt little trepidation in contending with the titans of the future. After all, only about 20 individuals could reach level 100, and he had fortuitously encountered 4 of them, the most unassuming among them, which endeared them to him even more. Moreover, with his current prowess as a Zerg calamity, he regarded the orange equipment with indifference. As I've stated, all I seek is the heart of the boss. The rest belongs to you. I am a man of my word. Thus, Ye Bai reiterated. Brother, upon hearing these words, Ahua was so moved that he nearly fell to his knees, wishing to become a loyal subordinate. This was the true essence of brotherhood, speaking decisively and generously bestowing such splendid equipment upon oneself. However, Ahua was not one to overlook propriety. Thus, he gritted his teeth, retrieved a level 10 boss core from his storage ring, and presented it to Ye Bai with sincerity. Since you are so generous, I cannot be remiss as your subordinate. Although this level 10 boss core pales in comparison to the value of this bow, it is a token of my appreciation. If you encounter a suitable survivor, please bestow this boss core upon them. It could enable their evolution. You must accept it. Ye Bai recognized the boss core, resembling a rock, as belonging to the Rock Wolf boss, evidently a gift from Ahua intended for his own enhancement. Yet, seeing the earnestness in his eyes, Ye Bai did not decline. As it happened, he still required boss cores for his 3 talents. Thus, he nodded and said, I shall accept it. Of course. As Ahua watched Ye Bai take the boss core and then gazed at the bow, he instantly fell in love with it, feeling he had struck a remarkable deal. Chen Wushuang was equally taken aback by Ye Bai's generosity and suddenly entertained the notion of revering him as a brother. However, she quickly recalled, oh no, Sister Xue is still below, luring the ice beast. I must assist her. No longer. However, before Chen Wushuang could turn around, she noticed that Zhang Xue, with her black robe partially torn, revealing her long and graceful legs, was approaching. Upon seeing Zhang Xue in a somewhat disheveled state, Chen Wushuang and the others immediately felt a twinge of embarrassment, having been preoccupied with dividing equipment and leaving this sister behind. She hurriedly rushed forward and inquired with concern, Sister Xue, are you all right? Fortunately, this Sister Xue was a magnanimous person who did not mind the situation. She simply shook her head with a smile and said, these ice beasts cannot capture me. That's good. Seeing that everyone was safe, Chen Wushuang then directed her gaze toward a blue energy gate that stood about 5 to 6 meters away, pondering, "What is this?" "It is a secret realm," Ye Bai explained. "A secret realm?" The four of them were momentarily taken aback, clearly hearing this term for the first time. However, with his prior experiences, Ye Bai understood well that such a secret realm was likely the origin of these calamity creatures. Yet, one must not recklessly enter. It is perilous within. Observing the energy contained within the icy gate, Ye Bai surmised that this was probably the stronghold of ice beasts in City A. In essence, it resembled a spawning ground for monsters. Nonetheless, no one dared to enter. Why? Because those who ventured inside had never returned. Thus, it was dubbed the Gate of Hell or the Door of Death. Of course, there were curious survivors, such as several formidable Imperial-level beings from the past, including Li Yuru, the level 90 Phoenix Emperor, who teamed up with a few other powerful individuals to venture inside. Yet, upon their return, they appeared grave, with even their weapons shattered. Upon their emergence, only a singular phrase escaped their lips: "Do not enter." Consequently, since that moment, none had entertained the notion of venturing into the secret realm again. Naturally, Ye Bai remained intrigued. Yet, at present, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. "With just the few of us entering, we would likely perish without understanding the cause." I concur. The group consisted of seasoned players who comprehended that such monster spawning points were invariably teeming with countless creatures. In the later stages of the game, this might be manageable. But at this early juncture, with everyone at a low level, it was surely unfeasible. Hence, Chen Wushuang proposed, "Let us explore other locations to level up." However, the others were evidently leveling enthusiasts, yet Ye Bai resolutely waved off their suggestion. After all, he had already secured the boss heart, enabling him to surpass level 20. Additionally, he possessed another level 10 boss heart. Thus, Ye Bai addressed Chen Wushuang and Xuejia, stating, "I shall return first. You may proceed." Very well. Seeing Ye Bai's reluctance to join them, Chen Wushuang and the others did not press the issue. They had already collaborated once, and future opportunities for teamwork were assured. Consequently, Xuejia remarked, "We shall depart first. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to reach out." Indeed, understood. As he bid farewell to the four, Ahua could not help but cast lingering glances at Ye Bai, which left him somewhat unnerved. Once the group had distanced themselves, Ye Bai stole another glance at the secret realm before turning to leave. Upon returning near the sanctuary, Ye Bai eagerly retrieved the boss's heart and summoned a dozen fierce beasts to serve as guardians. He then consumed the boss's heart. "Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded to level 20. Congratulations! Your status as a swarm summoner has ascended to Tier 2, unlocking the next unit, the Stinger." Chapter 33, Stinger, a mass-produced boss-level unit. Has it truly succeeded? As a warm, gentle current surged throughout his body, Ye Bai felt an imperceptible enhancement of power. His eyes sparkled with realization as he hastily opened his interface. Indeed, it was true. Ye Bai, level 20, talent categories: Swarm Summoner, Contract Holder, Time Manipulator, Mental Strength, 208, Stamina, 209, Agility, 207, Strength, 209, Defense, 208. Current Swarm Summoner level: Tier 2, current summonable units: Worker Bug, Jump Bug. Stinger, current Contract Holder level: 1, Contract Holder, Wang Xiaoqing, remaining contractable quantity: 0, Time Manipulator level: 1, current time pause duration: 10 seconds. Each use consumes 10 mental strength. He had ascended to level 21, with attributes that were approximately 21 times that of an ordinary person. 21 times. It is noteworthy that in the movie, Captain America's comprehensive attributes were merely 4 times. At present, Ye Bai has already attained a remarkable strength, boasting a potency 21 times greater than before. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that he feels capable of vanquishing 3 bulls with a single blow. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in Ye Bai's discovery of a newly unlocked unit, the Stinger Serpent. The Stinger Serpent is a ranged attack unit that can launch toxic, penetrating strikes from the armored shell on its back, capable of targeting both aerial and terrestrial foes. With an attack frequency of once every 0.83 seconds. It possesses a skill known as Burrow, allowing it to delve underground, enter an invisible state, and regenerate its health. Furthermore, it can evolve into a lurker, gaining the ability to attack from beneath the ground and inflict devastating damage upon its enemies. Currently, Ye Bai can summon up to 50 units, with each summoning requiring a consumption of 5 mental energy points. Upon reading the description of this unit, Ye Bai could not help but marvel in astonishment. Previously, he had been uncertain whether the creatures he summoned belonged to the Zerg of StarCraft, but with the emergence of the Stinger Serpent, his suspicions were confirmed. He is indeed a summoner of the Zerg, a race renowned as the scourge of the universe. One must realize the implications of this. Should he continue to grow in strength at this rate, he could potentially conquer not just Blue Star, but the entire solar system as well. However, now is not the time for such contemplations. Ye Bai raised his hand, and with a resonant hum and a series of crackling sounds, the once frozen and solid ground began to tremble violently. Suddenly, he witnessed the earth being forcefully torn asunder. With a roar, a colossal monster, standing approximately 3 meters tall and measuring 5.5 meters in length, emerged from the depths of the earth. His appearance is peculiar, somewhat reminiscent of a serpent, yet distinct in that his enormous head boasts a remarkably hard and sharp lower jaw, indicative of an astounding biting force. Additionally, he possesses 2 exceedingly sharp, dense bone claws, as fearsome as a blade. Coupled with his crimson eyes, his entire body is enveloped in a shell akin to iron, densely covering him. However, upon seeing Ye Bai, the fierce, blood-red gaze of the serpent swiftly transformed into one of utmost reverence, as it bowed in a display of submission. Is this truly the serpent? Indeed, upon encountering this colossal creature, an expression of shock flickered in Ye Bai's eyes. It resembled the serpent from the interstellar insect race to a T. Astonishingly, it measured over 5 meters in length, dwarfing those ice beasts by several magnitudes. Goodness, possessing even one of these is absurd, and yet you tell me they can be mass-produced. What difference is there between this and a tank? Meanwhile, not far away, Ye Bai could hear the roars of the ice beasts. Perfect. Ye Bai was eager to ascertain this creature's combat prowess, so he commanded the serpent, "You, go eliminate those ice beasts." Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpent emitted a low, rumbling sound before swiftly turning, and with a resounding crash, it burrowed into the ground, akin to a minor earthquake. Immediately, Ye Bai connected with the serpent's perspective, plunging into darkness as it tunneled underground. Moments later, it emerged onto a snow-covered street, where the surrounding trees were nearly flattened under the weight. Several ice beasts surrounded an underground refuge, discovering the survivors within. These were ordinary people, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at the menacing creatures outside, holding their breath in silence. For them, detection meant certain death, yet fate was unkind. The ice beasts were not to be underestimated. As one of the beasts crept closer, peering through the vent, it caught sight of the few individuals inside. With a roar, its white pupils gleamed with a disturbing semblance of excitement. The survivors, witnessing this, could not help but succumb to despair, closing their eyes in resignation. It was over. They had been discovered. But unexpectedly, a tremendous crash echoed through the air, and just as everyone braced for the end, they were left in stunned disbelief. A colossal creature, measuring over 5 meters in length and 3 meters in height, erupted from the ground behind the ice beasts. This behemoth was immense, comparable in size to a caravan, adorned with an astonishingly formidable exoskeleton. With a single sweep of its tail, it sent one of the nearby ice beasts flying. "What on earth is that?" one survivor exclaimed, startled by the sight of the massive creature, which they initially mistook for another apocalyptic monstrosity, seemingly of boss-level caliber. However, it was evident that the creature, known as the stinging serpent, had no time to concern itself with them. It was merely executing the task assigned by Ye Bai. At that moment, as one ice beast was dispatched with brutal efficiency, the remaining dozen or so ice beasts were filled with fury. They charged forward in a frenzy, each significantly smaller than the, measuring only about 1/3 to 1/2 of its size. The sheer number was overwhelming. They unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the spiked serpent, biting and clawing at it. However, despite its imposing size, the serpent exhibited remarkable agility. Unfazed by the assault of a dozen ice beasts, it maneuvered with dexterity. With 2 enormous bony claws, it seized one of the ice beasts and crushed it to smithereens. Witnessing this spectacle, the surviving onlookers gasped in astonishment. This creature was formidable, effortlessly engaging in a one-on-many battle against the ice beasts without losing ground. With a ferocious howl, one ice beast was reduced to a mere block of ice. The remaining beasts, witnessing their comrade's demise, grew increasingly enraged and charged forward. Yet, they were no match for the spiked serpent. Within mere moments, it dispatched 7 or 8 of them. Realizing their impending doom, the remaining beasts turned to flee. However, the serpent was relentless. Its bony armor shifted, and in an instant, a barrage of bone spikes erupted, impaling several fleeing ice beasts, which shattered into icy fragments. Even Ye Bai, witnessing this display, could not help but draw a sharp breath. The spiked serpent was astonishingly powerful. Initially, one might expect it to possess a slight advantage over the ice beasts. But the reality was far more astounding. It was capable of effortlessly handling multiple foes. This creature was undoubtedly of boss-level caliber. As the spiked serpent completed its task, it paid no heed to the astonished and anxious gazes of the survivors, burrowing directly into the earth, swiftly vanishing without a trace. Let us depart. The sight of the spiny serpent leaving in such haste rendered the survivors, who had initially feared a dispute over food, utterly astonished. However, this turn of events also brought them a sense of relief. A young woman patted her chest in a gesture of self-assurance and remarked, "It is better this way. At least we are still alive." Little did they know, this was merely a small experiment orchestrated by Ye Bai. Before long, the spiny serpent, having dealt with the ice beasts, returned. Upon emerging from the ground, it exhibited an utmost respect and submission towards Ye Bai. Observing this, Ye Bai was taken aback. For the serpent's capabilities far exceeded his expectations. It was undoubtedly a boss-level creature. The most astonishing aspect was that such a formidable entity, comparable to a natural disaster, was capable of mass production. Just imagine, with a mere gesture, hundreds, even thousands, of spiny serpents could be summoned. What kind of calamity could withstand such a relentless onslaught? Moreover, they could unleash poisonous spines, akin to the firepower of a Barrett rifle. Truly, a formidable weapon for city defense, especially considering the numerous impending assaults by calamity creatures. Chapter 34, The Outbreak of the Apocalypse. On the 14th day, the first armored legion emerged in City A. Time was not on their side, and Ye Bai decided to rise. He then addressed the obedient and flattering raptors and spiny serpents around him, instructing them to return. With a hearty roar, the dozen or so raptors and spiny serpents sprang into action, thundering as they burrowed into the earth. Ye Bai swiftly made his way back to the shelter. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Ye Longtian's furious and anxious voice echoed in the air. "Where have you been, you little rascal? You didn't even leave a word. You nearly frightened me to death." Seeing Ye Longtian storming towards him with a shoe sole in hand, Ye Bai hurriedly explained, "Why are you so anxious?" "I went out to level up." "What? Level up?" Ye Longtian was taken aback by this revelation. He was well aware that Ye Bai had the ability to upgrade. In fact, nearly all survivors knew that players were the true rulers of this world, and leveling up was immensely beneficial. However, he did not expect Ye Bai to be so diligent. With a purposeful sigh, Ye Bai remarked, "I have a whole family to support at home. Naturally, I must level up sooner rather than later. Otherwise, what will we do in the future?" Upon hearing this, Ye Longtian felt a pang of guilt and set the shoe sole aside. Indeed, we are in an apocalyptic world. If our family lacks a powerful presence, any unforeseen events could spell disaster for us. Nevertheless, Ye Longtian still spoke with a hint of uncertainty. "But even if you go out to level up, you should at least inform us. Otherwise, we would be overly worried." Hearing these words, a warm current surged within Ye Bai. Realizing that his father was concerned for his safety, he nodded and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, Dad. With all the insectoids we have now, there is no catastrophe or creature that could pose a challenge to me." "Good, that is reassuring." Ye Longtian nodded, yet still appeared somewhat unconvinced. "Oh, what a pity." At that moment, Li Hanyan also sighed and remarked, "If only we were evolved beings, we could lend you a hand." Indeed, Li Yunyan felt a twinge of regret. Relying solely on Ye Bai for the family's welfare weighs heavily on one's conscience. However, unexpectedly, Ye Bai suddenly interjected, "It's not as if there are no opportunities." Upon hearing this, the others brightened with intrigue. Could it be that we too have a chance to become evolved beings? Certainly, Ahua had procured a boss heart for himself, which could indeed facilitate the evolution of ordinary survivors. However, the probability of success is contingent upon the quality of the boss heart. The higher the level, the greater the likelihood of evolution. This explains why, in later times, the number of evolved beings increased significantly. Nevertheless, such an item comes at a steep price. In the later stages, a single heart could fetch as much as 100,000 gold coins, the currency of the impending apocalypse. Yet, Ye Bai remained unperturbed. After all, With his capabilities, acquiring more boss hearts in the future would not pose a significant challenge. For now, he needed to consume this boss heart and forge a contract with Li Mingyao. Thus, he refrained from elaborating further and simply smiled at the four, saying, "Do not worry. Opportunities will arise in due time. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now." With that, he hurriedly retreated to his room upon witnessing Ye Bai rush into the room. Yi Longtian and the others were momentarily taken aback. After all, Li Mingyao was still within. Surely, there was no need for such haste. "Son, you need not be in such a rush. I am still here." However, Li Hanyan recalled the incident with Wang Shuqing, and her delicate face immediately flushed. "Little brother, you really are quite bold." Yet, they had no idea what Ye Bai intended to do. After consuming the heart of the Rock Wolf boss, he elevated the contractor's level to the first tier. With a mischievous expression akin to that of a big bad wolf eyeing a little white rabbit, Ye Bai approached Li Mingyao. "Ah, Yi. Brother Ye Bai." Seeing him approach with ill intentions, Li Mingyao became frightened and hurriedly covered herself with the blanket. After all, she had not fully recovered from yesterday. "It's all right." Ye Bai chuckled. "It's irrelevant." Upon hearing this, Li Mingyao's face turned crimson. "Geg, you truly lack any sense of tenderness." She sighed. "Well, since you desire it, come then." She closed her beautiful eyes, resigning to enjoy the moment. However, after a brief wait with no response from Ye Bai, she opened her lovely eyes, gazing at him in confusion. To her surprise, Ye Bai raised his hand earnestly, inscribing mysterious ancient symbols in the air, forming a gigantic disk. His expression then became quite solemn. "Li Mingyao, do you wish to contract with me and become my maid?" Li Mingyao was taken aback. "What? A maid?" She never imagined that while she regarded him as an elder brother, he would see her as a maid. Yet, soon after, her slightly flushed cheeks were filled with a hint of anticipation as she bashfully nodded repeatedly. "I am willing." "Oh my." The abrupt contrast startled Ye Bai. "Wait, why do you seem even more excited than I am?" At that moment, he suddenly recalled a crucial point. "No, that's not right. Before the apocalypse, Li Mingyao was an avid cosplayer. Could it be?" Indeed, Li Mingyao adored cosplaying as anime characters, particularly those who exuded a touch of dominance and eccentricity, resembling a stunning beauty. Hence, Li Mingyao eagerly exclaimed, "Pigeon, quickly contract with me." Meanwhile, outside, Li Hanyan and Li Yunin were eavesdropping, curious to discover the intentions of the two. To their surprise, it was quite thrilling. Only Yi Longtian and Li Tsuanxin felt embarrassed. Is it normal for a father to eavesdrop on his own son?" Li Tsuanxin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, prompting the two to retreat indoors. Left behind were the sisters, Li Hanyan and Li Yunin, who were intrigued to listen in on Ye Bai and Li Mingyao's conversation. However, upon hearing, "Pigeon, contract with me," the two were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances that mirrored their mutual surprise. "No way. Ye Bai, are you really going this far? Even in the apocalypse, you're into cosplay?" Li Hanyan's cheeks flushed with indignation, realizing her younger brother's unexpected nature. "Why isn't it me being contracted?" Just then, Ye Bai's voice echoed once more. "Then let us sign the contract." With the abilities of the contractor activated, Ye Bai soon heard a melodious notification. Ding. "Congratulations on successfully contracting player, Li Mingyao. Congratulations. You have acquired the divine ability, the arrival of the god of wealth. Your current balance is 2.08 billion gold coins. If deposited for a day, you will earn a profit of 32.4 million gold coins. Gasping in astonishment at this notification and the projected gold coin returns, Ye Bai was utterly taken aback. Is this truly possible? Over 30 million gold coins in just one day? That equates to more than 3 million in cash reserves. What does this imply? To illustrate, the marketplace is replete with an array of equipment and items. As 1S level ascends, an increasing variety of gear becomes available, with prices escalating accordingly. For instance, at level 20, one can unlock the Purple Energy Protective Suit, priced at 18,888 gold coins, which can absorb 20,000 points of energy or physical damage. This isn't merely for tanks. Even a missile strike could be endured several times. In fact, one could purchase over 1,000 such suits in a single day. Furthermore, in the later stages, there are interstellar spacecraft, steel warframes, mechanical guardians, and Viking fighters. The most affordable Viking fighter is priced at 30,000 gold coins per set, allowing the purchase of 1,000 units daily. The priciest interstellar spacecraft costs 2 million gold coins, enabling the acquisition of 15 ships each day. This is an extraordinary return. Not just on Blue Star, but across the galaxy, one could indulge freely. Ye Bai was filled with excitement. Brother Ye Bai, what is going on? Noticing Ye Bai's exuberance, Li Mingyao, who had just been contracted, looked perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Oh, it is nothing. Once he regained his composure, Ye Bai did not elaborate further, merely offering a smile to Li Mingyao. I believe it is time for you to venture out and practice leveling up. Currently, Li Mingyao remains a mere level 1 player. He was intrigued by the thought of whether enhancing the God of Wealth's talent could yield further benefits. Venturing out to level up. Yet, Li Mingyao felt a twinge of fear. No matter. Ye Bai promptly initiated a forced trade, transferring 1,000,000 coins. This exemplifies one of the advantages of plunder. It allows for mandatory exchanges from both parties. One can trade their resources and equipment while also transferring funds to the other. 1,000,000 gold coins. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of wealth in her account, Li Mingyao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. No, brother, this is far too much. Her gaze shifted to Ye Bai, now brimming with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, why are you giving me so much money? What will you do for yourself? Are you foolish? Ye Bai gently patted her head and reassured her. You have the God of Wealth's return benefit. This money will allow you to earn an additional 30,000 gold coins each day, granting you a semblance of infinite wealth. Isn't that splendid? Moreover, with the impending calamities, you cannot always rely on my protection for growth. You must learn to level up. Only then can you assist me. Indeed, Li Mingyao took his words to heart, feeling even more grateful towards Ye Bai. She had never fathomed how he managed the transfer or where the system acquired such a feature. Yet, at this moment, she wiped away her emotional tears and nodded earnestly at Ye Bai, saying, Yes, Mingyao understands. Brother Bai, rest assured, I will definitely work hard to level up. She knew that only through continuous advancement could she better assist Ye Bai in the future, ensuring she would not become a burden. Oh, and there was also Wang Xiaoqing. This woman was also his contracted maid and needed to enhance her level as well. After all, the higher their levels, the greater the benefits they would receive. Therefore, he also informed Wang Xiaoqing about this matter. Of course, at the Wolf base, Wang Xiaoqing was initially reluctant to leave, as she found it quite comfortable to stay there. Although there were dangers outside, upon learning that Ye Bai had found her a teammate who was an incredibly wealthy woman, with a daily allowance of 30,000 gold coins to squander, her eyes lit up. Goodness, a wealthy woman. If only she could have 30,000 gold coins every day. Not to mention ice beasts. Even ice beast bosses could be easily dealt with. Such is the advantage of spending money. In the realm of calamities, there are only 2 ways to level up rapidly. One is to possess an extraordinarily powerful talent, like a golden one that is combat-oriented. The other is to spend money, lots of it. To what extent? To the degree that the equipment and items wield outrageous single-use power. Evidently, the 2 women belong to the latter category. Thus, in the following 2 days, Wang Xiaoqing actually came to team up with Li Mingyao. Their first task together was to hunt ice beasts. For safety's sake, Ye Bai also dispatched 100 swift beasts to follow them discreetly, ready to assist in case of danger. If not, it would be no matter. After all, one must undergo some training. Thus, within just 2 days, their levels surged from one at level 3 and the other at level 1 to levels 8 and 9 respectively. This essentially meant that the 2 women had combined their attributes, amplifying them by a remarkable factor of 17, all bestowed upon Ye Bai. Consequently, Ye Bai's original multiplier of 20, when augmented by this new factor of 17, culminated in a staggering 34 times. It was truly unexpected. The talent of the contractor was even more formidable than I had anticipated. Observing the increase in comprehensive attributes within the brackets, even Ye Bai felt a twinge of awe. Initially, he believed that the contractor merely acquiring the talents of others was already outrageous. Yet, he was unprepared for the comprehensive enhancement of all attributes. Just consider, this was only with 2 individuals. What if, in the future, there were 10 or even 20? That would render him several hundred times more powerful than an ordinary person. Ye Bai began to feel a sense of anticipation. Naturally, during these few days, Li Mingyao and Wang Xiaoqing had been leveling up in teams. He himself was not idle either. His daily task involved an incessant summoning of troops. Oh no, rather, summoning insects. Worker insects were no longer necessary. He had accumulated over 10,000, and their numbers continued to swell. At this point, the focus shifted to the swift beasts and the spiked serpents. He had summoned an additional 50 spiked serpents, along with 2,000 swift beasts. This overwhelming influx of creatures was causing Ye Bai daily headaches. He was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Only his rapidly enhancing mental fortitude allowed him to cope with the pressure. Moreover, he had a steady supply of recovery potions. Otherwise, such rapid troop summoning would have been impossible. Indeed, there are advantages to this situation. Ye Bai discovered that as he diligently expended his mental energy each day, utilizing restorative potions incessantly, his mental fortitude became inexplicably robust. In simpler terms, he had nearly reached an astonishing 400 points of mental strength. Unless he were to deplete it all at once, even with just a solitary point remaining, he could remain vibrant and vigorous, as if nothing were amiss. However, should he exhaust that final point, slumber would swiftly claim him. While this might appear inconsequential, it bore its own significance. Beyond this, he was compelled to organize his forces to venture forth and hunt the ice beasts. Consequently, the entire central district of City A was thoroughly ravaged by Ye Bai's insectoid calamity. This left him no choice but to deploy his swift snakes and ferocious beasts to pursue the ice creatures in more distant locales. Thus, 3 days elapsed, during which Wang Shaoqing and Li Mingyao ascended to level 12, while Ye Bai himself reached level 25. At this juncture, the ice beasts in the vicinity were on the brink of extinction. This led Chen Wushuang to contact Ye Bai, inquiring whether he had recently witnessed any peculiar occurrences, noting that the ice beasts in City A had seemingly vanished. Naturally, Ye Bai refrained from divulging that he was the one responsible for their demise, instead offering a plausible excuse that perhaps the secret realm had not recently produced new ice beasts. Chen Wushuang, in his simplicity, took this to heart and proposed they venture to the adjacent city to level up. With that, he set forth with his team. And so, another 2 days passed. Ye Bai's level has risen to 27, yet he finds himself unable to progress further. Clearly, the ice beasts can no longer meet his upgrading requirements. However, early that day, an unexpected event unfolded in City A. It marked the 14th day since the calamity had befallen the world. With a thunderous roar, a fully armed armored legion slowly rolled into City A. Chapter 35. Ye Bai's Plan, the Future of the Longevity Clan. Is this an army? From the underground shelter, linked through the perspective of the insectoid creatures, the scene was broadcast on the television at home. Upon witnessing the rumbling armored vehicles and the tank battalion entering City A, Yi Longtian's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! He had not anticipated that, 14 days into the apocalypse, an army would arrive. It appeared to comprise over 100 tanks. Moreover, the soldiers were clad in heavy winter gear, wielding an array of weapons. Even in these dire times, there exists a military presence. What could their purpose be? Yu Longdian was perplexed. Yet, Ye Bai remained remarkably composed. It was no jest. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, one must not forget that this was a fully equipped army. What were they lacking? Tanks and armored vehicles were mere trifles. Even if the calamity's creatures, such as the rock wolves and ice beasts, could withstand bullets, could they endure the wrath of machine guns? A close-in defense gun firing 6,000 rounds per minute, perhaps? Or fighter jets, missiles, armor-piercing shells, and high-temperature incendiary projectiles? Even nuclear weapons. What a farce. If one were to discuss who could acquire the energy core the fastest. Initially, there truly was no comparison to the military, as players only rose to prominence later. How could it be otherwise? It goes without saying. Ye Bai understood their purpose for being here. Thus, he declared, they have come to rescue the survivors. What? Rescue the survivors? A few individuals were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Ye Bai nodded. In his previous life, he recalled that on the 14th day of the apocalypse, a global federation formed by the world's leading powers assembled a vast number of troops. They constructed city after city capable of withstanding the calamities wrought by the catastrophe. The aim of sheltering survivors was to preserve humanity's last flicker of hope. Consequently, 2.5 years later, it was due to the global federation, including those players, that humanity managed to claim a final sanctuary. However, with the continuous emergence of disasters, those sanctuaries suffered repeated damages. Only the formidable doomsday cities built by players and the most elite shelters of the global federation could withstand the onslaught. For instance, the Phoenix Empire city of Liuru and the Ice Emperor city of Lu Rubing. These cities were the only ones deserving of respect from the global federation. Of course, these are matters for another time. Presently, their purpose for being here is unmistakable, to rescue the remaining survivors and establish a new sanctuary for humanity. After all, where there are people, there is hope and labor. Otherwise, who would toil for the noble lords? Indeed, rumbling. As the armored legion made its entrance, the loudspeaker blared in the frigid temperatures of -70 degrees. Attention, all survivors. We are the forces of Qinglong City, here to rescue you. We have established 6 rescue locations in City A. Please respond upon receiving this message, and we shall escort you to safety in Qinglong City. Attention, all survivors. Attention, all survivors. This important announcement must be reiterated thrice. As the broadcast resonated, the survivors, hidden within the underground shelters of City A, were overwhelmed with emotion upon hearing the sound. Tears of joy welled in their eyes. How wonderful! The army has come to save us. I knew our nation would not forsake us. They had endured 2 arduous weeks in this apocalyptic wasteland, struggling for survival, with many having perished. It was uncertain if even 1/10 of them remained, let alone 100. Thus, upon witnessing the arrival of the military, their excitement was palpable. Hearing the commotion, some survivors, risking the bitter cold, hastened to call for help. Upon hearing the plea for rescue, soldiers clad in specially designed winter attire swiftly made their way to the site, providing them with specialized clothing and assisting them onto the tanks. Of course, some skeptics wondered if this was merely a ruse by bandits masquerading as a rescue operation. However, upon witnessing the survivors being aided and provided with food and drink, their excitement only intensified. They rushed forth in droves, eager for salvation. Even Ye Tian, observing the scene, felt a stirring within. Son, should we not go over there? He swiftly turned to Ye Bai. I don't need it. However, Ye Bai was in no need of rescue. In fact, some evolved beings, including the players, required no assistance at all. What a jest! Hunting calamity creatures outside, enhancing one's own powers, and constructing a personal apocalyptic city. Wasn't that splendid? Especially with the interstellar insect race at his disposal and the talent of Fortune's arrival. He scarcely regarded these calamity creatures as a threat. Thus, the ones truly hoping for rescue were merely ordinary survivors. Ye Bai stated, so you mean we don't need to go? Ye Tian paused momentarily at this remark. Not exactly, but unexpectedly, Ye Bai suddenly shifted his tone, looking at them with a smile, saying, You all seem quite suitable. Us, Ye Tian, Li Hanyan, and the others were taken aback, pointing at themselves. Indeed, Ye Bai affirmed, Qinglong City was a fortified stronghold meticulously constructed by the Global Federation to fend off the invasion of calamity creatures, boasting remarkable defenses. For ordinary people, it was indeed quite secure. After all, it was a region prioritized by the Global Federation. A plethora of weaponry and equipment was available, complemented by future upgrades, alongside allied players and formidable evolved beings to safeguard it. This positioned Qinglong City to become one of the 5 major cities of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Even 2 years post-apocalypse, it remained intact. Therefore, if you entered, I would have no lingering concerns and could expedite my own advancement, Ye Bai declared. Damn. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian rolled his eyes in exasperation. After much deliberation about our emotions, it dawns upon us that we are indeed a burden. However, upon further reflection, it seems far more prudent to seek refuge in Qinglong City rather than trailing after Ye Bai. This would alleviate any concerns for that young man. Moreover, considering Ye Bai's current wealth, 34 million gold coins daily, it is not an exaggeration to assert that, when compared to the purchasing power of the market and the currency ratio of our reality in the apocalyptic scenario, it could easily reach 1 to 1,000. Truly, he is extraordinarily affluent. If we can seize this opportunity wisely, it would not be a monumental task for us to control the economic lifeline of Qinglong City in the future. Ye Bai is aware that even if a safe zone is established later on, the rules will differ significantly from those before the calamity. It will be a world where strength reigns supreme and wealth dictates status. With my mother's business acumen, though I shall dismiss my father's abilities, remaining by my side would merely render me an ordinary survivor. However, should we develop in Qinglong City, we could potentially carve out a niche for ourselves even within the Dragon Kingdom, establishing our own human faction. This would ultimately grant us access to more resources. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ye Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thumped his thigh. While I may lack the capability, your mother is a business genius. Even in the apocalypse, who could refuse the prospect of establishing a formidable family legacy? Thus, Tian devised a new plan. Very well, your mother, your sister, and I shall journey to Qinglong City to lay a solid foundation for our family's future. As for you, focus on leveling up and ensuring the prosperity of our family's post-apocalyptic ventures. The more he contemplated, the more he felt it was appropriate. Dian even turned to Li Zuanxin and inquired, Zuanxin, what are your thoughts? Li Zuanxin appeared momentarily dazed by Ye Bai's scheme, but upon further reflection, she found it rather plausible. Moreover, their family's resources were quite substantial. With the supplies contained within the storage ring, they were already in a favorable position. After a brief contemplation, Li Zuanxin felt a spark of interest. It could be worth a try. Excellent. Seeing that no one opposed the idea, Ye Bai made a decisive choice. He declared, I will escort you all to Qinglong City so that we can establish our own influence. However, he did not intend for his parents to seek out the military. Instead, he planned to personally accompany them to Qinglong City to assess the situation. Chapter 36. The Frenzied Leveling of Wang Xiaoqing and Li Mengyao. Although these military factions appeared quite secure, there was still a significant risk of encountering ice beasts along the way. A mishap during the journey would be dire. Thus, in the following days, Ye Bai continued his relentless pursuit of leveling up. However, the experience points were woefully scant. Given Ye Bai's current level, the experience yielded by ice beasts had dwindled considerably, and the ice beast bosses were not readily available. Consequently, the pace of leveling was rather sluggish. Fortunately, the energy remained unchanged. During this period, he took the opportunity to summon numerous venomous snakes. The number of worker bugs remained stable, yet the jumping bugs had increased to 3,000, and the venomous snakes had reached a count of 1,000. What does 1,000 venomous snakes signify? It is akin to possessing 1,000 tanks. If such a multitude of Zerg were to emerge, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could effortlessly raise an entire city. However, Ye Bai's objective is not confined to this. Rather, it is to confront the impending and far more terrifying calamity of the beast tide. When silence prevails, it is imperative that the first sound is one that astonishes. During this interval, the human military forces stationed here have not remained idle. They have endeavored to rescue the surviving souls within City A and have set numerous traps to ensnare the ice beasts. Yet, what perplexes them is the remarkably scarce number of ice beasts in City A. Despite their presence for several days, they have scarcely encountered a single one. This anomaly has even caused the leader of the rescue battalion, Li Xiaoya, to ponder. Dressed in heavy winter military attire, with 2 short blades at her waist, a bow and arrows on her back, and a specially designed assault rifle in hand, she surveyed her surroundings. After days of vigilance, not a shadow of an ice beast had been sighted. Commander, a lieutenant approached, inquiring with curiosity, what are you observing? Oh, nothing. Coming back to her senses, Li Xiaoya replied with a melodious yet composed tone, I find it rather curious that City A is quite exceptional, having not revealed a single ice beast for such an extended period. Indeed, the lieutenant, now realizing, responded, it must be said, City A does seem remarkably safe. Could it be that some protective force wards off these ice beasts? He said half-jokingly. Li Xiaoya chuckled softly at the notion, clearly skeptical, and simply asked, in the past 3 days, how many survivors have we escorted to safety? Upon mentioning this, the adjutant became quite earnest. Currently, we have successfully escorted 200 individuals from City A. Today, we have also received approximately 300 more. However, I believe we are nearing the end of our efforts. What? Only a little over 3,000. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya gazed at the vast expanse of City A, which once boasted a population of 7 million, and felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. It was astonishing. Once hailed as one of the top 15 cities in the nation, the city center now harbored merely over 3,000 survivors. This catastrophe truly was terrifying. Yet, the adjutant held a different perspective. There are still many shelters in City A. We cannot possibly search them all. Furthermore, there are players and evolved beings who have established their own strongholds during this apocalypse and opted not to join Qinglong City. I estimate there are about 10 to 20,000 of them. That is of no concern, Li Xiaoya replied, unfazed. Our sole responsibility is to rescue these survivors. Oh, by the way, she suddenly inquired with renewed interest, are there any players or evolved beings among these individuals? The adjutant hesitated, appearing somewhat awkward. Unfortunately, no. It seems those players are unwilling to join us. He paused for a moment, his expression darkening as he continued, moreover, on our journey from City A to Qinglong City, we have frequently encountered attacks from ice beasts. We have already lost 6 tanks and armored vehicles. Damn those wretched ice beasts. At this revelation, Li Xiaoya's anger flared, and she slammed her fist against the nearby ice wall. Even the icy walls were on the verge of fracturing. It was evident that she was no ordinary individual. Nevertheless, she remained remarkably composed, acutely aware that if this continued, more would fall victim to the onslaught of the ice beasts. Thus, she lifted her beautiful eyes and surveyed the vast frozen city, declaring, "Relay the message. In 2 days, if the situation remains unchanged, we shall retreat." "Understood," replied the lieutenant with a respectful bow. Meanwhile, at Wulong Mountain, Ye Bai was still guiding Wang Xiaoqing and Li Mingyao in their ascension. At this moment, Wang Xiaoqing and Li Mingyao had both reached level 18. In just a mere 7 days, they had achieved such a remarkable milestone. If other players were to discover this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. My goodness, their progress was astonishingly swift. Those survivors with commendable talents had barely reached level 10. Yet these 2 young women, under Ye Bai's tutelage, had soared to level 18 in just a week. Boom. As the transformed snowy peaks of Wulong Mountain reverberated, Li Mingyao unleashed a powerful energy electromagnetic cannon, its terrifying force sweeping through and effortlessly penetrating a level 10 ice beast, shattering it into fragments of ice. In its final moments, the creature wore an expression of profound disbelief. Seriously, is this how we deal with mosquitoes with a cannon? There was no alternative. They had the means. With a sigh of relief, Li Mingyao wiped the sweat from her brow, thanks to her energy suit. The perspiration was not instantly frozen, and exclaimed with excitement, "That's already the 30th one today. How fast it is." Beside her, Wang Xiaoqing, wielding an energy blade, rolled her eyes in exasperation at this remark, unable to contain her irritation. Nonsense. This advanced energy electromagnetic gun is priced at a staggering 28,888 gold coins. How could it not be impressive? It can eliminate a level 10 rock wolf boss with a single shot, while the ice beast boss requires no more than 5 shots. Using it against ordinary ice beasts is akin to child's play. Of course, the consumption is astonishing. Each shot demands 100 energy. Nevertheless, overall, Li Mingyao still profits handsomely. Hee. Speaking of which, Li Mingyao turned with a beaming smile towards Ye Bai beside her and remarked, "Isn't it all thanks to brother Ye Bai? Otherwise, how would we possess such an abundance of equipment?" Indeed, Wang Xiaoqing, observing the relaxed Ye Bai, who effortlessly dispatched ice beasts with his swift beast, promptly rushed over to flatter him. "Without brother Bai, I wouldn't be leveling up so rapidly." Alas, she soon sighed, "It's such a pity. I haven't encountered a single ice beast boss yet. Otherwise, I would have reached level 20 by now, feeling a bit bored at level 19. After a whole morning of play without a boss to challenge, her experience bar remained stagnant, yet Ye Bai found it entirely normal. Indeed, bosses are not available at all times, especially the ice beast bosses in the early stages. It could take several days for one to respawn. The last time, when he and Chen Wushuang teamed up to defeat one, they still hadn't encountered a second. However, he was not in a hurry. "Rest assured, I have already dispatched the swift beast to search." Just as they were conversing, a terrifying explosion suddenly resonated from a distance. Boom. Huh, what is that sound? Upon hearing the tremendous noise, Wang Xiaoqing immediately rose and turned her gaze toward the source. It was the ice beast boss. Ye Bai also stood up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It is worth noting that, in these times, the ice beast boss is a rare find. Both he and Wang Xiaoqing, as well as Li Mingyao, were in need of it. Thus, when Ye Bai caught sight of the ice beast boss through the perspective of the swift beast to the north, he was astounded to discover not just one, but 2 ice beast bosses. What? The ice beast boss? What a coincidence! Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Goodness, we just mentioned it. And here it is. Let's go take a look, Ye Bai declared as he rose. Yes, indeed. The 2 women promptly stowed away their equipment and swiftly followed in Ye Bai's footsteps. Chapter 37. Did they just uncover golden equipment? Before long, they arrived at the location where the ice beast bosses were rumored to appear. They found themselves on a snow-covered mountain road, where the towering trees on either side were bent low beneath the weight of thick snow, creating an atmosphere of desolation and silence. However, to their surprise, they soon discovered that it was not just one, but 2 ice beast bosses. It appeared that the 2 ice beast bosses had encountered each other. Surrounded by more than 30 ice beasts, who seemed to be whispering amongst themselves, directing their attention toward City A. Oh my, This revelation left Wang Xiaoqing and Li Mingyao, who were concealed in the snowy heights, utterly astonished, their beautiful eyes betraying their delight. What incredible luck to encounter not one, but two. It is noteworthy that, on ordinary days, even finding a single one is a challenge. Not to mention the odds of encountering two of them together. It's a 1 in 100 chance, if that. Yet, upon hearing this, Ye Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. What nonsense. Such fortunate happenstance. It's only because it's them. If it were any other survivors or players, they'd likely curse their ill fate upon encountering such a duo. However, it's evident that these two pose no threat to the young ladies. Brother Bai? No need to look at me. Ye Bai had no intention of intervening, desiring to further hone the women's skills. You two take them on. Your combat experience leaves something to be desired. Understood. Li Mingyao and Wang Xiaoqing nodded without hesitation. Then, activating their advanced energy protective suits and brandishing advanced energy electromagnetic guns, Li Mingyao unhesitatingly aimed at one of the ice beasts below and unleashed a devastating blast. The terrifying energy wave surged forth, directly striking the unsuspecting ice beast boss. With a single shot, it was sent flying. Several nearby ice beasts were unfortunate enough to nearly perish. Roar. This sudden ambush enraged the injured ice beast boss as it scrambled to its feet, frantically surveying its surroundings in fury. The message was clear. Who the hell ambushed me? I haven't even made it to a city, and I'm already getting attacked? But it was met with yet another terrifying energy cannon blast. This time, the hit was precise, nearly obliterating the ice beast boss and sending it soaring 8 meters into the air. And in that brief opening, the ice beast boss caught a glimpse of Li Mingyao and Wang Xiaoqing, who were concealed within the snow. With a ferocious roar, it immediately signaled its direction. Oh no, they have been discovered. Upon realizing their predicament, the two women exhibited a moment of panic, instinctively glancing towards Ye Bai for assistance. Yet, all that was offered to them was a look that urged them to resolve the situation independently. With no other choice, Li Mingyao and Wang Xiaoqing exchanged a quick glance and then swiftly executed their plan. Boom, boom. Another 2 energy blasts erupted forth. This time, the ice beast boss could not withstand the onslaught and was shattered into countless pieces. Simultaneously, Ye Bai received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations to your teammate, Wang Xiaoqing, for defeating the level 20 ice beast boss. You have gained 50 experience points and 1,000 energy points. Of course, the two women also heard the notification, but they had no time to dwell on it. The ice beasts had already detected their presence and, with furious howls, charged toward them. Hurry, swift and decisive action. Wang Xiaoqing and Li Mingyao were no longer the inexperienced girls they once were. Both had reached level 19. Their speed and strength were formidable, rendering ordinary ice beasts no match for them. The two women charged their energy while firing their weapons. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless assault reduced the ice beasts to mere fragments. However, the sheer number of foes was overwhelming. And at the very moment Li Mingyao was replenishing her energy, a single ice beast charged toward her with a deafening roar. Fortunately, Li Mingyao reacted swiftly as she sidestepped. She drew forth an energy blade, thrusting it fiercely into the abdomen of the ice beast. With a resounding crash, the blade, exceedingly sharp, cleaved the creature in twain before it could even register the attack. Simultaneously, they once again heard the system notification. Roar, roar, roar. At this juncture, the remaining ice beast boss, witnessing its minions dwindle, exhibited clear signs of panic. It incessantly bellowed, urging its remaining followers to advance, while it itself crouched low, attempting to retreat. Attempting to flee? Yet the two women grew increasingly adept at their assault and discerned the beast's intentions. With a subtle smile, Li Mingyao unleashed another energy cannon, toppling the ice beast boss to the ground. Of course, one cannot entirely fault the ice beast boss for its weakness. In this realm, it had once been quite formidable. Even the shells of a tank might struggle against them. The primary factor here was that the two women were not only of considerable level, but had also heavily invested in enhancements. The high-level energy electromagnetic gun was a formidable weapon. Even a level 20 hard mode boss would likely falter against it, let alone two assailants. Thus, as anticipated, the ice beast boss emitted a series of pitiful howls, resembling a defeated creature. Ultimately, it fell to Li Mingyao's decisive strike. Ding! Congratulations. You have slain the level 20 ice beast boss, earning 500 experience points and 1,000 energy. All done. With the ice beast boss vanquished, Li Mingyao clapped her hands and smiled at Ye Bai on the mountain. Her captivating smile radiated charm. Ye Bai was momentarily taken aback. Even he had not anticipated that these two young ladies would possess such remarkable prowess. However, he quickly broke into a smile. Was this not a fortuitous turn of events for him? At that moment, Wang Xiaoqing's voice of excitement echoed, "Brother Bai, we've obtained the equipment." Oh. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai felt a surge of anticipation and swiftly leaped down from his elevated position, arriving at the lair of the Ice Beast boss in no time. There, he beheld the Ice Beast boss, shattered into countless fragments, yet its frigid aura remained oppressive, with temperatures plummeting to a chilling -70 degrees, emanating wisps of vapor that solidified in the air. It was evident that the temperature of this beast was even lower. Amidst the shards of ice, a bow glittering with a golden radiance caught Ye Bai's eye. Could it be a golden piece of equipment? His heart raced as he hastily picked it up for inspection. The moment he examined it, he was astounded to discover. Item name, golden. Sigh of snow and ice. Quality, golden. Level, 20, upgradable. Description, a bow crafted by the goddess of snow and ice, endowed with divine blessings. It is the bow of the gods, capable of piercing through all illusions and freezing all in its path. Agility, 200. Attack power, 200. Special effect, Guardian Sigh, provides the user with an energy shield that absorbs up to 10,000 damage. Special effect, Wrath of Snow and Ice, inflicts ice attribute damage, with a chance to unleash a chain effect equal to 100 of the user's power attribute, capable of bouncing up to 9 times. Good heavens, this was indeed the legendary Golden Ice and Snow. Upon seeing this weapon, Ye Bai's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. Chapter 38, Journey to Qinglong City, The Astonishing High Walls. He never anticipated such extraordinary fortune. Defeating a level 20 ordinary Ice Beast boss, he astonishingly acquired a legendary weapon known as the Golden Ice Snow. It is imperative not to underestimate this weapon. In the apocalyptic realm of disaster, the most formidable weapons are solely of red quality, yet this particular item is exceedingly rare. Thus, the golden quality stands as the pinnacle of excellence. Especially for a bow of this caliber. Ye Bai recalled that in his previous life, as a level 100 archery emperor, he possessed such a bow. It is no exaggeration to assert that placing this weapon in the auction house would incite madness across the globe. Yet, it was unexpected that he achieved this with merely a level 20 Ice Snow boss. Truly, such luck is nothing short of miraculous. Is this bow truly formidable? However, for the gaming novices Wang Xiaoqing and Li Mingyao, this was somewhat unclear, prompting the two young ladies to tilt their heads in confusion and ask. Of course, to demonstrate its formidable attributes, Ye Bai raised his hand and drew the bowstring. With a resonating hum, a terrifying force enveloped him. From the golden ice, Snow emanated a golden-hued ice arrow. Whoosh! As Ye Bai released the arrow, the terrifying ice projectile, infused with his inherent strength of 67 times and an additional 20 times, amounted to the power of an attack from a level 87. It struck true, hitting a distant ice beast that had been observing. Boom! The creature was instantaneously obliterated. The power. I'm astounded. It rivals that of a missile. Indeed. When Li Mingyao and Wang Xiaoqing beheld the arrow, they were immediately struck with astonishment. Goodness, is this not astonishingly impressive? It seems far superior to my advanced energy electromagnetic gun. Naturally, as he stowed away the golden ice snow, Ye Bai expressed some reflections. This is akin to the effect of launching a missile with a single hand, truly deserving of its legendary status. However, he was also aware that the power of this bow and arrow extends far beyond what has been displayed. Its might would amplify with the elevation of the user's level, capable of reaching level 100 effortlessly. Otherwise, how could it truly be deemed a divine artifact? Yet, Ye Bai refrained from elaborating further, casually tossing it to Wang Xiaoqing, saying, "This golden ice snow is now yours." "What, for me?" Wang Xiaoqing pointed to herself, her delicate face adorned with an expression of disbelief. "Wow, is this real? Brother, this is a legendary divine artifact, and you're just giving it to me. Am I worthy of such a gift?" Nevertheless, possessing the cataclysm of the Zerg, Ye Bai truly held little regard for such a trinket. No matter how exceptional the weapon, it pales in comparison to the formidable Leviathan in the later stages. Moreover, he had no inclination towards archery. Thus, this weapon held little significance for Ye Bai. Hence, he stated, "Take it, it's yours." "Wow, thank you, Brother Bai." As Wang Xiaoqing received the golden ice snow, her excitement was palpable, unable to part with it. Should an outsider witness this, they would surely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Wait, you are giving away an artifact that could drive the entire world into frenzy? Such generosity is beyond comprehension. Yet, this left Li Mingyao, who stood nearby, in a rather unfortunate position. The little dove, with its pitiful appearance, is a sight that no man could resist, leaving Ye Bai feeling somewhat uneasy. If it weren't for the frigid weather, he might have acted on impulse. Nevertheless, he comforted her, assuring, "Do not worry. When we uncover superior weapons in the future, I shall grant you one." "Thank you, little dove." Li Mingyao had been waiting for this promise and immediately embraced Ye Bai's arm with joy. In addition to the golden ice snow, Ye Bai had not forgotten to present 2 boss hearts, urging the 2 ladies to level up as swiftly as possible. With a hum, both women soon achieved a successful upgrade to level 20. Glancing at his own comprehensive attributes, he found himself at level 69, equivalent to his previous life's level after 2.5 years of effort. Ye Bai was astonished. In his past life, it had taken him that long to reach level 60, yet now, in just over half a month, he had attained the prowess of level 69. Such speed was indeed remarkable. However, noticing that time was of the essence, Ye Bai decided not to linger. "Let us return." "All right." Having successfully leveled up, Li Mingyao and Wang Xiaoqing, now among the top players in this post-apocalyptic world, nodded obediently. The 3 swiftly made their way back. Upon returning to the shelter, Ye Bai received surprising news. The armored legion of City A had retreated. Retreated? Ye Bai looked at his father in astonishment. Wasn't there still about 2 days left? Why have they left early? "I cannot say," replied Yilong Tian, shaking his head. He had witnessed it with his own eyes. The armored legion has accommodated the last batch of survivors, seemingly in a hurry to depart. Consequently, it is estimated that some survivors still remain in City A. Yilong Tian remarked, "It matters not." However, Ye Bai is indifferent to these developments. Their departure is rather advantageous, as it allows him to indulge more freely in the enhancement of his insectoid army. Thus, he declared, "Let them leave. It does not affect us. Once the weather warms up a bit, I shall take you all to Qinglong City." Considering the timeline, the 2-week stretch of frigid temperatures at -70 degrees has now elapsed for 9 days, leaving approximately 5 days until its conclusion. Hence, Ye Bai asserted, "Indeed, very well. For now, our primary focus is on my ascension. The stronger his son becomes, the better their chances of survival in this apocalyptic world." Time swiftly passed, and soon 2 more days had gone by. During this period, aside from hunting ice beasts, Ye Bai dedicated himself to nurturing his insectoid forces, as this was the crux of their future. In just 2 days, he successfully cultivated 1,000 stingers and 2,000 swift beasts, bringing the total to over 7,000. This does not even account for the tens of thousands of worker insects. It is no exaggeration to say that deploying these creatures could easily unleash a minor calamity. As of now, it is March 25th, 2025, the 22nd day since the onset of the apocalyptic disaster. At long last, that morning the temperature began to rise, climbing from a chilling -70 degrees to -40 degrees. Although still frigid, this temperature, with adequate protection, permits one to venture outside, a stark contrast to the previous ghastly conditions. As the temperature began to rise, the perspective of the swift beasts and industrious insects revealed a transformation in the once desolate city of Ye Bai, hidden in her refuge. Observe the emergence of a few survivors, though they were few and far between, akin to the elusive giant pandas. These individuals were preoccupied with the quest for sustenance and hydration to sustain their strength. Simultaneously, the ominous roar of armed helicopters echoed through the sky, announcing to the remaining human survivors the urgent need to seek refuge in Qinglong City. Attention, attention, all survivors, please take note. According to credible sources, a more severe cold wave will strike within the next 24 hours. It is imperative that you make haste to Qinglong City for shelter. Attention, this cold wave will bring forth a multitude of ice beasts. Please evacuate to Qinglong City promptly. Indeed, the arrival of this news left the remaining survivors in a state of bewilderment. What? Another wave of intense cold? Is this for real? Is this natural disaster never-ending? In my opinion, it would be wise for us to seek shelter in Qinglong City. However, some survivors could no longer endure the situation. Having spent over half a month in the underground refuge, they wondered when it would all come to an end. Thus, after careful consideration, some survivors decided to venture towards Qinglong City. As for Ye Bai, she was already prepared to depart. Of course, there was little to pack. Their refuge was merely a temporary shelter. All their belongings were safely stored within a space ring, allowing for a swift and uncomplicated preparation of their escape from the underground haven. A few individuals swiftly boarded a motorhome procured from elsewhere. With a thunderous roar, the engine sprang to life, and Ye Longtian deftly maneuvered the vehicle, whisking his family away from the villa nestled at the foot of Shangshan. They traversed the highway, heading towards the direction of Qinglong City, which, due to its proximity to City Ye, approximately 200 kilometers away, was well within reach within a mere 24 hours. However, as they embarked on the highway towards Qinglong City, Ye Bai soon realized that the road was bustling with numerous travelers. Various vehicles, including Land Rovers and Mercedes G-Class, among an array of off-road cars, were all making their way to Qinglong City for refuge. Whether these vehicles belonged to their drivers was uncertain. In addition, there were some ice beasts that posed a threat to passing vehicles, claiming the lives of many. Yet, for Ye Bai, this was of little concern, as any approaching danger was swiftly neutralized by Li Hanyan and her companions, who dispatched them with a high-grade energy electromagnetic gun. Thus, they continued their journey through the snowstorm, which lasted approximately 8 hours. As dusk descended, the group caught a glimpse of the Qinglong City sign and the illuminated silhouettes of its iconic buildings through the snow-covered windshield. This sight filled Li Hanyan, seated in the passenger seat, with excitement as she eagerly pointed outside, exclaiming, "Look, we're almost there." Indeed, they were. As they gazed in the indicated direction, the crowd gradually discerned the silhouette of Qinglong City coming into view. However, as they drew closer, they realized that the Qinglong City before them bore no resemblance to the one from the era before the apocalypse. Chapter 39. Farewell to Chu Mingyao. The former Qinglong City was a vast expanse of urban plains. Yet now, at the heart of this urban landscape, towering walls constructed of thick concrete and reinforced steel had risen, soaring to a height of over 30 meters and stretching approximately 10 kilometers in length, resembling a colossal serpentine dragon intent on encasing the entirety of Qinglong City. From a distance, it appeared remarkably grand and magnificent. Li Hanyan, upon witnessing such an imposing structure, felt a surge of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Is this truly the Qinglong City I once visited? My goodness, it is utterly magnificent. Li Yunyan was equally taken aback. Living in such a city, the sense of security visible at a glance is truly overwhelming. Even Ye Longtian couldn't help but express his admiration. Our nation's infrastructure remains as formidable as ever. It is no wonder the military has summoned us to Qinglong City. It is, without a doubt, a fortified bastion of steel. Nonetheless, Ye Bai was not surprised, for he had long been aware of Qinglong City's layout. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. In the future, when Qinglong City erects walls akin to a towering 200-meter Great Wall, it will be nothing short of breathtaking. However, he refrained from elaborating further. Let us proceed for now. Indeed, it was evident that Li Hanyan and the others were unaware of this transformation. Upon hearing Ye Bai's words, he quickly nodded in agreement and followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the city gate. Halt! Who are you? Where do you come from, and what brings you here? As they approached the gate, Ye Bai and his companions were halted by fully armed soldiers and staff members. The flow of people entering and exiting was quite substantial, yet the majority seemed intent on gaining entry. Noticing the situation, Ye Longtian hastily interjected, "We come from City A, seeking refuge." City A? The staff member, taken aback by this revelation, looked up at Ye Longtian with surprise. It was well known that the distance from here to City A spanned 200 kilometers. How had this group managed to arrive safely? Are you players, or perhaps evolvers? The staff member inquired. Ah, no, neither. Ye Longtian chuckled awkwardly, swiftly clarifying. We are merely ordinary survivors. Just regular folks. Upon hearing that they were neither players nor evolvers, the staff's demeanor underwent a dramatic shift. Very well. Please fill out this form, they said, tossing a sheet of paper their way. Nonchalantly, they settled into a chair, adding, "Remember to be thorough, including your ID numbers and current family members." Annoyed by the abrupt change in attitude, Ye Longtian felt a surge of displeasure. Damn it. I used to be a leader out there, you know? However, recognizing the necessity of compliance, he forced a smile and pretended that nothing was amiss as he proceeded to sign the form. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted not far away. Look, a player has returned. It appears to be a level 10 player. Incredible, is it true? Such a remarkable individual. While speaking, a group of people disregarded the rules here and directly led the way inside. The staff in other areas, witnessing this, became extraordinarily enthusiastic, showing no concern for the haughty demeanor of the newcomers, addressing them with the utmost respect. How astonishing! The status of players is so elevated. This scene left Li Yunyan somewhat astonished. Indeed, upon hearing this, one of the staff members curled his lip. In Qinglong City, players are regarded as top-tier talents, future prospects, and are certainly given significant attention. If you are also a player, once you enter, members of prominent families will seek you out. Just imagine. You will have access to whatever you desire. How wonderful! Upon hearing this, Li Hanyan's heart stirred, and she instinctively glanced at Ye Bai. A level 10 player is already so impressive. My younger brother is nearly a level 30 powerhouse. Yet, Ye Bai pretended not to notice. Being sought after by others? Isn't it better to construct a towering stronghold in the apocalypse instead? Alright, let us proceed. Soon, after completing the registration, Ye Bai, along with Yi Longtian and Li Hanyan, entered Qinglong City. Upon entering the sanctuary, they immediately noticed a significant transformation from the times before the apocalypse. Although the original architecture remained grand, the extreme cold had rendered this place reminiscent of an ice city. Within the city, many survivors were clad in tattered garments and burdened with their belongings, curled up in corners like lost souls. It resembled a relief center. Meanwhile, at the other end of the street, a luxurious supercar roared, its engine echoing through the city. A group of well-dressed, affluent youth laughed and chatted merrily, their arms draped around beautiful companions. Is this what Qinglong City has become? Witnessing this scene, Li Xuanxin furrowed her brow, clearly taken aback by the stark social divide that now permeated the city. In particular, the streets were intermittently patrolled by fully armed soldiers, ostensibly to prevent any unrest. Here, everything demanded wealth. Without money, one was destined to lie on the streets like those survivors. Conversely, with wealth, one could ascend to the heights of society, residing in the most opulent hotels and indulging in a lifestyle akin to paradise. Suddenly, a melodious and gentle voice broke the silence. This prompted Li Xuanxin, Yi Longtian, and Ye Bai to instinctively turn their gaze. Approaching them was a striking young lady, seemingly around 17 or 18, her face radiant with youthful vitality. With enthusiasm, she introduced herself. I am Jiang Xiaoyan, a guide in Qinglong City. If you newcomers require assistance, feel free to consult me. I will provide a comprehensive introduction to the city for a fee of merely 100 grams of gold. Good gracious. Her words caused even Li Hanyan to gasp in astonishment. Wait, little sister, do you truly expect to earn 100 grams of gold a day as a guide? This object, prior to the apocalypse, was valued at an astonishing 60,000. However, Jiang Xiaoyan appeared unfazed, instead gracing the air with a charming smile as she remarked, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, gold merely serves as a medium of exchange. 1 gram of gold equates to a mere 10 yuan before the end. Li Hanyan and Li Yunyan exchanged glances, astonished by the exorbitant price. Yet, Ye Bai had anticipated this scenario. In the early stages, the currency in various cities consisted solely of gold, and as gold accumulated, it would be minted into coins for circulation. Nevertheless, he bore no concern, for during his previous gathering of supplies, he had conveniently collected several banks, which still held several tons of gold. Moreover, he possessed energy cores. Thus, he effortlessly retrieved a 100-gram gold bar from his storage ring. Jiang Xiaoyan noticed this detail and was somewhat taken aback. This individual was indeed a high-level player. However, upon seeing the gold, her eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Ye Bai tossed the gold to her and then stated, "First, secure us a place to stay. It must be a good one. After all, money was no object." "Absolutely. No problem," Jiang Xiaoyan thought, her heart racing with exhilaration as she clutched the gold. This was her opportunity for wealth. Without hesitation, she stowed away the gold and promptly led the way, exclaiming, "Please, follow me." In no time, she guided Ye Bai and his companions to the most luxurious hotel in Qinglong City, the Rose Hotel. What a name! Upon seeing the grand sign illuminated by neon lights, defiantly shining even in the frigid air of -40 degrees, Ye Bai couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight of the imposing entrance. Who possesses such remarkable talent? It's my boss. Jiang Xiaoyan felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. Yet she playfully stuck out her tongue before ushering Ye Bai and the others into the hotel. Upon entering, they spotted the front desk where a stunning beauty clad in a black down jacket, her long legs swaying gracefully, was munching on sunflower seeds. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyan stepped inside, She quickly exclaimed, "Sister Chu, we have guests." "Oh, is that so?" The beautiful woman immediately transformed into a warm and welcoming presence. "Welcome to the Rose Hotel." However, as she approached Ye Bai, her demeanor shifted abruptly. She froze. Her face contorted with intense anger. "You scoundrel! Huh, you are." Ye Bai was momentarily taken aback by the furious expression of this stunning woman, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. It didn't take long for him to recall. Chu Mingyao. Chapter 40. How on earth did you manage to defeat a level 20 Ice Beast boss? You are still alive. Puffed, puffed, puffed. What do you mean I'm still alive? Upon hearing such remarks, the enchanting woman instantly became indignant, spitting in disbelief. Of course, I am living perfectly well, unlike you. Haha, you are still alive too. Indeed. This was none other than Chu Mingyao, the captivating beauty who had made her debut in the first chapter, originally just a fleeting romantic encounter. To my astonishment, I encountered her once more in this place, gazing upon the Rose Hotel, which was once the illustrious Bulgari Hotel. Ye Bai expressed his surprise. "Is this yours?" "Indeed, it is," retorted Chu Mingyao, raising her alabaster neck in pride, the brilliance of her capital dazzling. She sneered, "Ye Bai, did you ever imagine we would meet again after the apocalypse? I must confess, I truly did not foresee this." The sight of Chu Mingyao once again stirred profound emotions within Ye Bai. Yet what astonished him the most was that she had acquired a hotel of considerable worth amidst the aftermath of the apocalypse. This, of course, was largely due to Ye Bai himself. After their separation, Chu Mingyao had stormed back to her room, seething with anger for an entire day. Eventually, in her boredom, she heeded Ye Bai's suggestion and engaged in the calamity. Intending to deposit a modest sum, she inadvertently converted 100 yuan into her bank card password, losing it all in one fell swoop. Initially, she cursed vehemently, but when the apocalyptic disaster struck, she found herself unexpectedly fortunate. Thus, in recounting this tale, she felt a sense of gratitude towards Ye Bai. Otherwise, she might have perished without understanding how. Little did she expect to find herself in such a comfortable situation now. Reflecting on this, Chu Mingyao crossed her arms defiantly and huffed, "All right, given that you aided me once, I shall overlook the previous incident." However, the intimate exchange between the two did not escape the notice of Li Xuanxin, Li Hanyan, and their father, Yi Longtian. "Ah, my friend." Ye Bai chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain. How should one express this? Should one refer to it as merely a casual arrangement? Such matters are hardly suitable for discussion. Thus, Ye Bai swiftly shifted the topic, addressing Chu Mingyao. "Since this is your hotel, please prepare the finest presidential suite for me." "A presidential suite?" Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyao laughed, a cold smile gracing her lips as she looked at Ye Bai. "It comes at a cost. The price is considerable. I understand. A little extra payment is no issue." Ye Bai jested. "You." Chu Mingyao, upon hearing his words, raised an eyebrow, nearly fainting from indignation. However, she managed to regain her composure and instructed two female attendants. "Please escort these esteemed guests to the number 2 presidential suite." "Certainly, boss." The two attendants, clad in uniforms, warmly welcomed Yi Longtian, Li Xuanxin, and the others. Sister." After Yi Longtian and the others ascended, Jiang Shaoyan stared blankly at Chu Mingyao and Ye Bai. "You truly know each other?" "Well, sort of," Chu Mingyao replied vaguely, reluctant to disclose her past indiscretions. It was her first experience in such a role, and it resulted in just one client, who had taken advantage of her. How embarrassing it would be if this were to become known. Thus, she hastily concocted an excuse to dismiss Jiang Shaoyan, saying, "Could you please check what we are lacking at the auction house? I'll see if there is something suitable to procure at a profit." "Oh, all right." Jiang Shaoyan, unsuspecting, quickly dashed out. After she departed, Chu Mingyao led Ye Bai into her office. It was a lavish workspace situated on the 200th floor, offering a breathtaking view of the outside scenery. With a cold smile, she declared, "Ye Bai, it's time we discuss our matters, wouldn't you agree? I have been meaning to bring this up." Ye Bai, eager to converse, interjected before she could continue. "How much did you invest?" I. Chu Mingyao hesitated, momentarily taken aback, but eventually responded vaguely, "Approximately over 300,000. "Over 300,000? Ye Bai was astonished by the figure. "We've only known each other for a day, and you trust me this much?" "I trust you, my foot." Chu Mingyao glared at Ye Bai, her teeth clenched. If it weren't for that person's clumsiness, mistakenly entering a password instead of the amount, would I have amassed such a fortune? Nonetheless, this turned out to be a fortuitous situation. Without such substantial funds, she wouldn't have access to such a luxurious hotel, such a secure area, or such a high status. Regaining her composure, she remarked, I should thank you, after all. Without your reminder, I wouldn't be living so comfortably. Indeed. Ye Bai accepted this with pleasure. However, he thought to himself, it's just over 300,000. I earn over 30 million daily in returns. This mere sum is insignificant. His curiosity piqued. He inquired, what is your talent? Why do you ask? Upon hearing this, Chu Mingyao's delicate face immediately displayed a hint of vigilance. It's nothing. Ye Bai responded with a smile, just curiosity. Oh, I see. Chu Mingyao, not suspecting anything amiss, continued, I am now at level 10. My talent is quite decent. I spent a little money to acquire a golden one. It's fire control, allowing me to manipulate flames. Oh? Ye Bai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. It seemed this woman had good fortune. It is known that those who can control the elements of the world possess golden-level abilities, which indicates a high potential for future growth. To his surprise, this woman also had a golden talent. However, such abilities are somewhat challenging to upgrade. Speaking of this, Chu Mingyao felt a bit of a headache. How so? Ye Bai inquired with interest. Chu Mingyao explained, in the early stages, fire control is indeed impressive, but it merely allows for the manipulation of flames without any skills. To upgrade, skill books are essential. Otherwise, I would still only be able to use a simple fireball technique. I almost forgot about that. After a moment, Ye Bai suddenly realized. Indeed, while golden talents are powerful, upgrading them is quite difficult. It requires not only the heart of a boss, but also the integration of skill books that drop. This is considerably challenging. However, if a suitable skill book were to drop, particularly one that aligns with an area of effect talent, that would be quite extraordinary. Nonetheless, these details are not the crux of the matter. The key point is that this woman possesses a contractual golden quality fire talent, which is already quite remarkable. Hey, why are you asking about this? As Chu Mingyao caught sight of Ye Bai's mischievous gaze, an involuntary recollection of a previous encounter flooded her mind, prompting her to instinctively shield her body. Enough, Ye Bai remarked nonchalantly. I have seen every inch of your physique. Chu Mingyao's delicate face instantly flushed crimson. After all, she was now a prominent figure in Qinglong City. Was he truly bold enough to jest with her like this? In truth, Chu Mingyao possessed striking beauty and an alluring figure, perfectly sculpted in all the right places, exuding an innate charm that had undoubtedly caught Ye Bai's attention. Now, transformed into a player and enhanced by her fire-based talents, her allure was further amplified. However, Ye Bai soon recalled the matter at hand. Redirecting his gaze, he stated, since we are familiar with each other, I shall be straightforward. I require assistance in exchanging a substantial amount of universal currency. Could you facilitate this for me? After all, despite his mother's sharp business acumen, initial capital was still necessary. He had initially intended to visit the trading post himself, but now with such a significant client at hand, it was fortuitous. Money? Chu Mingyao, upon hearing this, crossed her arms over her chest and perched her shapely figure on the desk with a playful smile. So, our little Ye Bai has finally come seeking my assistance. However, today, I find myself in a good mood, so do tell me. How much do you wish to exchange? In her view, Ye Bai's presence here was merely a means of seeking refuge, and she was curious as to how much doomsday currency he might wish to convert. Yet, to her astonishment, when Ye Bai spoke, he nearly caused her to spit out the sip of water she had just taken. A minimum of 1 million, or perhaps even more. With a scoff, Chu Mingyao widened her eyes, mockingly gazing at Ye Bai. Little Ye Bai, have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea how much gold is required to secure a guaranteed million? Even if you possess an energy core, you would at least need 100 of them, and their levels cannot be subpar. Oh, is that so? Yet, Ye Bai remained unfazed, retrieving a pulsating boss heart that shimmered with frosty energy. The moment this formidable energy core emerged, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, and the chill began to wreak havoc. This sight caused Chu Mingyao to gasp in astonishment. A level 20 ice beast boss heart. My goodness. Chu Mingyao's gaze shot up in shock as she looked at Ye Bai. You actually managed to defeat a level 20 ice beast boss? Chapter 41. What is going on? Is this for real? It must be noted that even now, within Qinglong City, only the legendary God Squad is capable of collaboratively taking down an ice beast boss. You did it all by yourself? Chu Mingyao inquired tentatively. Why not? For Ye Bai, a level 20 ice beast boss was merely a trivial task. However, to Chu Mingyao, the perception was entirely different. From initial anger to calmness, and then to sheer shock. Her exquisitely beautiful face had morphed into one of delight. Ye Bai, dear brother. Her tone suddenly softened, and she leaned in with warmth and enthusiasm. Upon witnessing the exuberance of Chu Mingyao, Ye Bai deliberately distanced himself, remarking, I cannot bear the fervor of Lady Chu at this moment. This remark infuriated Chu Mingyao to no end, leaving her flustered. However, she soon regained her composure. After all, this was an individual capable of single-handedly vanquishing the Ice Beast boss, a figure even mightier than the Celestial Squad. Chu Mingyao had not anticipated Ye Bai's remarkable prowess at this juncture, yet upon reflection, it was to be expected. Ye Bai had received intelligence prior to the apocalypse, undoubtedly preparing himself. Thus, it was only natural that his abilities surpassed those of the average individual. With a hint of eagerness, she tentatively inquired, So, brother Ye Bai, how much have you invested? It must be a considerable sum. Yet, to her surprise, Ye Bai dismissed her curiosity with a wave of his hand, stating, That is of no concern to you. After all, could he confess to having spent 200 million? That would surely terrify her. His primary interest lay in determining how much this could fetch in Qinglong City. Wait, you intend to sell it? Chu Mingyao's expression shifted slightly, as she swiftly deduced Ye Bai's approximate level. Given that this was a level 20 Ice Beast boss, it was essential for leveling up and would attract fierce competition among players. If it were truly to be auctioned, a conservative estimate would yield around 10 million. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Mingyao raised her beautiful eyes and presented a figure. Good heavens, 10 million. Even Ye Bai was taken aback by this sum. He had anticipated a sale of perhaps 2 million, which he would have considered quite satisfactory. Yet, he still underestimated the current value of the Ice Beast boss heart. At present, this item is exceedingly rare. In the entire Qinglong City, apart from the Celestial Squad, no one else possesses the capability to hunt such a formidable boss, and thus, the price has naturally surged. Chu Mingyao remarked, moreover, the Ice Beast boss heart not only allows players to ascend to level 20, but also enables ordinary survivors to evolve, with the possibility of acquiring ice-related abilities. Although the odds are quite slim, there will undoubtedly be those willing to take the chance. Therefore, 10 million is merely a conservative estimate and not exorbitant. Indeed, Ye Bai nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. After all, rarity begets value. Currently, as everyone lacks the means to slay the Ice Beast boss, the price is understandably steep. In the future, as levels increase, it will gradually decline. So, are you planning to sell it? At that moment, Chu Mingyao inquired with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Yes, Ye Bai affirmed. Please handle it for me. I require funds to establish a venture amidst the apocalypse. However, Chu Mingyao had a different perspective, pouting her alluring lips. You are already a walking treasure, a level 20 entity. Wherever you go, you are in high demand. Why would you need to exchange this item? It is no exaggeration to say that with Ye Bai's current standing, he could easily secure a position akin to deputy mayor in Qinglong City. Deputy mayor? Ye Bai chuckled, expressing disinterest in such a subordinate role. I have no desire for anything less than a mayoral position. Oh no, even that won't suffice. My ultimate ambition is to become the star leader. The star leader of Blue Star. Thus, he was too lazy to elaborate. Just handle it directly for me. No problem. Chu Mingyao readily agreed. I can help you sell it within 24 hours at most. But I will need a commission. That's not too much to ask, right? Chu Mingyao leaned against Ye Bai's shoulder, her enchanting visage likely too captivating for any man to resist. Naturally, Ye Bai was aware of such conventions, a 5% service fee. After all, who would assist you in selling otherwise? Nevertheless, Ye Bai was indifferent to this trivial sum, for he had already dispatched more stinging serpents and raptor beasts to hunt down Ice Beast bosses in other regions. While a city had none left and Qinglong City was also scarce, it did not imply that the countless cities worldwide were devoid of secret realms. At the very least, there were hundreds of Ice Beast secret realms. Producing several hundred Ice Beast bosses daily posed no challenge. Thus, Ye Bai had already tasked the stinging serpent team with the hunting. This was something he had in abundance. Upon receiving his consent, Chu Mingyao's heart brimmed with joy. We're going to get rich. 5% of 1 million is 50,000. Wow, earning 50,000 gold coins in just 24 hours. This deal is truly a bargain. However, upon witnessing Ye Bai's generosity, Chu Mingyao suddenly felt a bit bashful. She inched closer and asked, Ye Bai, do you have a girlfriend lately? Ye Bai was momentarily taken aback by the question. Why do you ask? Chu Mingyao immediately nodded in response. Ye Bai rolled his eyes at the words spoken. I asked you what you were doing, not what you were doing. However, Seeing the eager expression on Chu Mingyao's face, he felt a pang of compassion. Thus, Ye Bai engaged in conversation with Chu Mingyao for several more hours. By evening, darkness had settled in, and Li Hanyin and Li Yunin were nearly dozing off on the sofa. Where is Ye Bai? How can he be gone for so long? What kind of relationship takes hours to discuss? Li Hanyin huffed. I bet it's not merely a platonic friendship. Nevertheless, it must be said. Sitting on a sofa worth hundreds of thousands, gazing around the pristine and opulent presidential suite, adorned with valuable furnishings, while enjoying the warmth inside, contrasted sharply with the frigid outside world of a snow-laden city at -40 degrees. The bustling streets outside added to the ambience. It truly felt delightful. Indeed, beside her, Li Yunin stretched languidly on the plush sofa, her exquisite curves on full display, her charming face radiating enjoyment. This was one of the rare sanctuaries in the world. How could it be anything but splendid? This was certainly true. After all, there was no hotel in the entire Qinglong city that could rival this one in quality. Just then, Ye Bai returned. Ye Bai, you're finally back. Upon seeing him, Li Hanyin sprang up from the sofa and hurried towards him, inquiring, Why did you take so long? Oh, it was nothing. Just some matters that delayed me, Ye Bai casually replied, offering a vague excuse. He then remarked, I have already asked Chu Mingyao to help us exchange for some gold coins. They will be delivered tomorrow, approximately 10 million gold coins. What? 10 million? Upon hearing this figure, everyone gasped in astonishment. So much. Li Tsuanjin exclaimed in surprise. That's not excessive. Ye Bai chuckled and replied. These gold coins are merely to serve as your initial capital. We need to utilize this money to gradually seize control of the economic lifeline of Qinglong City and even beyond. After all, this place has just been established and is still quite chaotic. However, Ye Bai precisely requires such a tumultuous environment. For it is only under these circumstances that one can rise swiftly. As long as we dominate Qinglong City, the resources will be boundless. Understood. As a business magnate, Li Tsuanjin naturally recognized the advantages of thriving amidst chaos, and indeed, 10 million gold coins is no small sum. She nodded gently and said, Rest assured, I will swiftly develop our own post-apocalyptic industry. That's good. With Li Tsuanjin on board, Ye Bai felt a measure of reassurance. Despite possessing the insectoid calamity, which serves merely as a strategic siege weapon, having a human faction is indeed essential for the future. At the very least, one should not be surrounded solely by insects. Chapter 42, Cold Wave, Monster Siege. However, before they could even catch their breath, a series of alarming sirens blared. This sudden noise startled everyone. What in the world is that sound? Just as Yi Longtian sat down on the nearby massage chair to indulge in a moment of relaxation, he was startled awake. A cold wave was approaching. Only Ye Bai remained relatively composed, although a grave expression began to settle upon his features. What? A cold wave? Upon hearing this, Li Hanyin and the others were taken aback. Indeed, Ye Bai nodded in affirmation, as they had been informed upon their arrival. A massive cold wave was set to erupt tonight. It would only be after this wave that temperatures would gradually rise. However, that was contingent upon their survival. As anticipated, upon hearing the news, Li Hanyin and the others hurriedly gazed through the hotel's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The moment they looked outside, they could not help but gasp in shock. Beyond the towering walls of Qinglong City, an ominous and terrifying white cold wave, reminiscent of a sandstorm, surged forth with a thunderous roar, sweeping relentlessly towards them like an avalanche. The sounds of terrified survivors echoed from below. Quick, take cover. The cold wave is here. The cold wave is coming. In an instant, countless survivors, who had previously been wandering aimlessly on the streets, sprang into action. No longer resigned to their fate, they desperately sought refuge in nearby shops and hallways. Chaos ensued on the streets as panic reigned supreme. Some individuals even resorted to gunfire. Bang! Get the hell out of my way. Damn it, what time is it? If you want me to leave, I'll take you down first. Many began to forcefully invade the premises, and even the Rose Grand Hotel was not spared, as a large number of survivors surged forward, seeking sanctuary. However, they underestimated the security system of the Rose Grand Hotel. Leave this place at once, or I shall take your lives. At that moment, an elegantly attired bartender, clad in a suit with a bow tie adorning his chest, appeared at the entrance of the hotel. He wore a graceful smile, yet his eyes were imbued with a chilling intensity, causing some survivors who had intended to seize the opportunity to hesitate abruptly. This man is an evolved being. So what if he is an evolved being? We are many here, What is there to fear? Yet, there were those who remained undeterred. One imposing figure, an African American, inexplicably arrived in Qinglong City, determined to lead the charge. Bang! But scarcely had he uttered his words when he found himself uncontrollably hurled across the space, crashing against the distant icy wall, his fate uncertain. Hiss! This audacious act instantly silenced the crowd, instilling fear within them. The man then spoke with polite elegance. I shall give you 3 counts to vacate. Should you fail to depart, you will all perish here. Damn it! A madman, a lunatic. As the cold tide approached, the survivors recognized the futility of breaching the Rose Hotel's defenses and hastily sought refuge elsewhere. Soon, chaos ensued as everyone scattered. Remarkably, this scene captured Li Hanyan's attention, her exquisite eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. The security measures of the Rose Hotel are commendable. Is this not quite ordinary? Yet, Ye Bai remained unfazed, for it was known that Chu Mingao herself was a level 10 player. Killing ordinary individuals was akin to dispatching a mere dog. In such a vast industry, it is essential to enlist a few players or evolvers for security. Otherwise, Qinglong City would hardly be a place for her to establish herself. However, gazing at the elegant bartender, Ye Bai felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. Yet, this was not the time for such musings. Look, the cold wave is approaching, exclaimed Li Hanyan, pointing towards the window, her delicate face etched with astonishment. Indeed, from a height of over 200 meters, one could clearly observe the situation several kilometers away, especially in the face of such a widespread cold wave that resembled an avalanche. The scene was unmistakable. With a rumble, the fierce and heart-pounding blizzard seemed to shake the entire building. Fortunately, it was sufficiently sturdy to withstand winds of up to 18 levels. Nevertheless, the spectacle outside was truly terrifying. And this was just the beginning. As the cold wave drew nearer, approximately 1 kilometer from the high walls, Li Hanyan, squinting her eyes, discerned something amiss. What she saw was astonishing. Amidst the blinding cold wave, akin to a sandstorm, countless translucent, ice crystal-like creatures were swirling about. Upon closer inspection, she realized these beings were indeed alive, an overwhelming multitude, their numbers unfathomable. Ice beasts, Ye Bai calmly articulated, providing the answer. What? Ice beasts? Li Yunin and Li Hanyan exclaimed in unison, their eyes reflecting incredulity. Is that really true? My goodness, how many could there possibly be? Amidst the biting cold, countless ice points cascaded like snowflakes, enveloping the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, however, one would discover that they were entirely composed of ice beasts. At that moment, even Li Hanyan, who had witnessed much alongside Ye Bai, was taken aback, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of terror. She never imagined that the so-called cold wave was, in fact, a horde of ice beasts. Their frigid temperatures caused the very air around them to solidify, and under the onslaught of these creatures, the environment began to shatter and disperse. From a distance, it resembled a vast, sweeping sandstorm. My goodness! Beside her, Ye Longdian gazed out the window, his composure wavering. How many were there? It appeared there were at least 100,000. Could Qinglong City withstand such a cold wave? Of course. Yet Ye Bai remained unfazed. Not only did he possess the ability to summon thousands of swift beasts, like the venomous serpent, to ensure his safety, but it was also crucial to remember that Qinglong City had its own military forces equipped with heavy weaponry. One must never underestimate their might. This was one of the reasons Ye Bai had come to Qinglong City prior to the cold wave's arrival. As anticipated, with the emergence of the extensive cold wave, the entire city was put on alert. The streets quickly filled with a multitude of armored vehicles and tanks, rumbling forward, accompanied by rocket launchers. They hastily mobilized towards the fortified walls as the cold wave approached, now only about a kilometer away from Qinglong City. Upon the towering walls, a fully armed female officer raised her hand, her voice cutting through the air with an icy command. Open fire. Boom, boom, boom. As her words echoed, a multitude of artillery pieces and hundreds of tanks, guided by radar precision, unleashed a thunderous barrage. Each shell, amidst the deafening roar, surged forth like a roaring dragon. A myriad of projectiles surged towards the encroaching cold wave. With the first impact of a tank shell, the colossal force struck the frigid tide, as if colliding with an invisible barrier, erupting into massive ripples that momentarily halted its advance. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Following this, hundreds, even thousands of shells descended like a torrential downpour. The rocket vehicles fired incessantly, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. The ground within a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers was subjected to a relentless carpet bombing. In this moment, even the formidable domain of the ice beasts could not withstand the onslaught. Under the unyielding waves of artillery fire, the overwhelming cold tide shattered like a fragile glass mirror. Then came the countless shells, cascading down upon the frenzied, icy horde. Chapter 43, The Monster Siege. The True Puppet Master. In an instant, the icy tides roared and surged. Yet, even in the face of such terror, the ice beasts charged forth fearlessly into the fray. Roar, roar, roar. Like a relentless tide, they surged towards Qinglong City. Yet, the officers atop the walls remained unfazed. As they entered the range, the female officer raised her hand once more and commanded, "Fire." Instantly, the defensive artillery, long prepared upon the city walls, locked onto the multitude of ice beasts with precision. Clearly, such a degree of targeting was unnecessary. The moment the fiery tongues of the cannons erupted, countless ice beasts were struck, their bodies shattering in an instant. This barrage was not singular. On the towering walls ahead, there were hundreds of such cannons. Within less than a minute, the bullets accumulated into mountains. The results were conspicuous. In just one onslaught, over 10,000 beasts were vanquished. In an instant, the corpses of the ice beasts began to pile up. Even Yilong Tian was taken aback. Astonishingly, even at this critical juncture, the firepower of Qinglong City remained remarkably formidable. Moreover, it was evident that they had not yet deployed their full arsenal to withstand the onslaught of over 100,000 ice beasts. Naturally, it was also Ye Bai's first encounter with such a sight, leaving him equally stunned. Indeed, with the high-caliber artillery deployed, it resembled a military tribunal. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that within 10 minutes, the entire icy tide would be utterly eradicated. Of course, the defensive cannons would need to endure uninterrupted for that duration. Furthermore, if these weapons were to be unleashed upon the insectoid species, it would likely yield similar results to those against the ice beasts, hardly favorable. Ye Bai's gaze shimmered with contemplation. This was merely the initial phase. Looking ahead, unless large-scale thermal weaponry, such as nuclear arms, was utilized, it would remain exceedingly challenging to confront the calamities of nature, let alone the insectoid disaster, reputed to be the most formidable among them. Even nuclear weapons would be rendered ineffective in the face of Leviathan. Nevertheless, this gave Ye Bai a clearer understanding of the current state of Qinglong City. In 2 words, immensely powerful. Indeed, Li Hanyan also felt a sense of awe, as she finally grasped why so many sought refuge in Qinglong City. Such a chilling onslaught could likely be withstood only by this city. Roar, roar. Meanwhile, outside Qinglong City, the creatures of the cold wave continued their relentless assault on the walls. Yet, they could not withstand the meticulously coordinated firepower. Not a single one managed to approach within 500 meters before being eliminated. Yet these creatures exhibited a remarkable disregard for their own lives. Roar. Finally, amidst the frigid blizzard, several level 20 ice beast bosses charged forth. Leading the way, they unleashed a deafening roar, and in the instant they emerged, the surrounding air began to crystallize into ice. Open fire. As these ice beast bosses appeared, a look of gravity crossed the face of Officer Li Xiaoya atop the high walls, but she maintained her composure and issued directives. With a resounding thud, armed helicopters began to take off one after another, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the ice beast bosses. The machine guns were smoking, and even the shields of the ice beast bosses were shattered. Moreover, there were numerous players atop the city walls, witnessing the arrival of the ice beast bosses. They were filled with excitement. Wow, ice beast bosses have come. Haha, if we take them down, we'll strike it rich. Quickly, charge forth, charge forth. Though the players defending the city were of relatively low level, merely around 7 or 8, their access to weapons from the marketplace rendered them formidable. They unleashed a relentless barrage upon the ice beast bosses, the air filled with the sounds of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. This situation escalated, as the already challenging task of confronting the armed beast was compounded by the arrival of a throng of players, making the ice beast's progress increasingly arduous. Yet, the players pressed forward, undeterred by the fierce gunfire. At last, with a resounding roar, one ice beast ascended the high wall in a flash. Taking only a few bounding steps after its icy shield shattered, it swatted aside a hapless survivor with a single swipe. Alarm bells rang among the players. Danger was imminent. Quickly, take him down. cried one in urgency as 5 or 6 players surged forward. However, the Ice Beast boss remained remarkably resilient despite being besieged. As more Ice Beasts charged, they bought precious time for the frigid onslaught. Hold this position. Do not allow them to destroy the weapon, Li Xiaoya said, her brow furrowed. Should the weapons be compromised, the oncoming cold wave would be unstoppable. Yet, in this critical moment, an ominous sound pierced the air. A swift arrow, glowing with terrifying intensity, flew forth from a distance, striking one Ice Beast boss squarely. With a resounding explosion, the beast was sent tumbling to the ground. The players and survivors witnessing this spectacle were immediately filled with exhilaration. They recognized the weapon. It was the sigh of ice and snow. The celestial squad had arrived. Indeed, scarcely had the words left their lips when, in the distance, several figures darted onto the battlefield like lightning. Leading them was Chun Wushuang, wielding an energy sword. With a sudden leap, she plunged the sword into the body of an Ice Beast boss. With a splatter, the Ice Beast boss succumbed to the tremendous force, falling instantly. After vanquishing one Ice Beast, Chun Wushuang raised her weapon and declared, "Everyone, hold on. There are not many of these Ice Beast bosses left. If we eliminate them, the ensuing cold wave will dissipate." Indeed, witnessing the captain of the Celestial Squad invigorated the players and survivors who were on the verge of losing hope. These were among the strongest players globally. Their presence instilled a fierce determination to face the cold wave. Consequently, they brandished their weapons and shouted in excitement, "Charge! Eliminate them! Onward!" Thus, under the leadership of the Celestial Squad, the attacking Ice Beast bosses were swiftly dispatched. This scene astonished Ye Bai. He had not anticipated Chun Wushuang and her team being here. However, it was evident that with their arrival, the tide of battle had dramatically shifted. They repelled all the Ice Beast bosses, showcasing the advantages of top-tier players, an advantage that revealed itself early in the confrontation. One could only imagine the formidable strength of Lu Rubing, who could freeze an entire city with a mere gesture. As the Ice Beast bosses were repelled, the survivors observed that the once advancing cold wave had come to a halt. The defeated Ice Beast bosses retreated in disarray back into the icy tempest. "Oh, how splendid! We have successfully pushed back the cold tide." Witnessing the retreat of the Ice Beast bosses, both players and survivors erupted into jubilant cheers. "Have we truly held our ground?" Even Li Hanyin, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, felt a surge of fervor and quickly inquired. "Not necessarily." Yet, Ye Bai's gaze remained fixed on the advancing colossal blizzard, his tone suddenly taking on a grave seriousness. "There is still a formidable entity within." What? Li Hanyin had yet to fully comprehend the situation when she noticed that the players and survivors, who had been celebrating their victory atop the city wall, began to sense an unsettling shift. The excitement and smiles on their faces gradually faded, replaced by a foreboding sense of dread. Even Chun Wushuang and others turned their attention to the cold wave, their expressions growing increasingly somber. They realized that amidst the cold wave, as a more terrifying and frigid aura spread, a massive shadow began to expand within the towering 50-meter cold tempest. With a thunderous roar, a gargantuan arm, shimmering with ice crystals, slowly tore through the endless veil of blizzard. Chapter 44. The moment to reveal one's true power has arrived. Emerging from the depths was a colossal creature, towering over 20 meters, composed entirely of ice and stone, possessing limbs and standing upright, resembling a monstrous snow spirit. Its arms were extraordinarily robust, with a diameter of at least 3 meters, resembling pillars that seemed to support the heavens. When they descended, the ground trembled in response. Following this, its immense form stepped forth from the icy tempest. What on earth is this? It's enormous. Survivors and players alike were rendered speechless at the sight of this behemoth. Is this even real? It's simply too large. Even Chun Wushuang and others, who had never encountered such a sight, wore expressions of grave concern. This creature was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary survivors and players to confront. Could this be the mastermind behind the assault of the icy tide? It is the Ice Demon. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the Rose Hotel, Ye Bai recognized the creature's identity. The Ice Demon. However, Li Hanyin, Li Yunyun, and Yi Longtian appeared perplexed, gazing at Ye Bai in astonishment. Indeed, Ye Bai nodded affirmatively. This is a level 30 boss. Whenever monsters lay siege, there is always a boss overseeing them. The greater the number of monsters, the higher the level of the boss that lies in wait. It was clear that the boss responsible for this siege was this formidable level 30 Ice Demon. Do not be deceived by its level. In the early stages, it is already incredibly formidable. Roaring, the massive ice demon slowly advanced from the ranks of the icy horde. He let out a furious roar towards the heavens, a terrifying bellow accompanied by a chilling tempest akin to a tornado, surging towards Qinglong City. Some of the more timid survivors felt as though their hearts might shatter under the pressure. Goodness, is this truly the boss we face? It seems far too colossal for such an encounter. The heavens bear witness, for although the survivors and players had witnessed numerous spectacles, they had never before encountered anything of this magnitude. Standing over 20 meters tall, it resembled a small mountain. Before it, a mere human seemed insignificant, no larger than a fingertip. Should it charge, the walls of Qilong City would likely prove futile against such an adversary. Is it even possible to contend with such a boss? However, in contrast to Ye Bai, his thoughts diverged significantly. This was merely the beginning. He was well aware that the subsequent bosses could reach heights of 200 meters. Now that would be truly terrifying. Compared to those, this creature was but a small nuisance, akin to a mere tiger scout. Moreover, the most pressing matter was that he was just one 30-level boss hard away from leveling up. Thus, Ye Bai's gaze toward the ice demon brightened. If he could vanquish this foe, he would ascend to level 30. Of course, he understood that this adversary was not easily subdued. Boom. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the colossal ice demon had emerged. Quick, open fire, commanded Li Xiaoya, responding swiftly to the situation. However, as the towering ice demon loomed at 9 stories high, it became evident that the rockets, grenade launchers, and various missiles were rendered utterly ineffective. Before the shells could even approach, they were ensnared in the formidable freezing power of the ice demon, immobilized in midair. With a fierce roar, the ice demon unleashed a chilling breath towards the sky, causing the heavens to succumb to ice. A chorus of howls erupted from countless ice beasts, who, upon witnessing this, surged forward with unrestrained fervor. Though Li Xiaoya was astounded by the ice demon's might, the relentless onslaught of ice beasts compelled her to issue another command. If the city gates fell, all would perish. Yes, tens of thousands of survivors and players began to fire desperately. Yet, with the ice demon's intervention, their firepower was thoroughly suppressed. A cacophony of roars filled the air as innumerable ice beasts charged forth, clashing with the players and survivors in chaotic melee. The Celestial team, led by Chun Wushuang, abandoned ranged attacks in favor of close combat, as all members had reached level 20. Against these ice beasts, merely at level 10, they sliced through them with ease. However, the sheer volume of the beasts proved overwhelming, and the ice demon drew ever closer. In a decisive moment, Qin Wushuang cleaved an ice beast in two and solemnly instructed her teammates, "We must devise a way to eliminate this formidable foe, or we shall not withstand the onslaught." Both Minqing and Ah Huo were taken aback by her words. "But, leader, that creature is at least level 30. How can we contend with it?" Yet, Qin Wushuang replied resolutely, "Do we have any other options?" Upon uttering these words, several individuals exchanged glances, fully aware that no alternative solutions remained. Consequently, Ah Huo sprang onto the city wall, drawing his bowstring taut. With a resounding thud, a terrifying arrow of light surged forth, instantly targeting the ice demon. Turning his head, Ah Huo declared, "I shall provide long-range harassment from here. The rest is up to you all." At this critical juncture, it was indeed a matter of fighting for their lives. Of course, Chun Wushuang and her companions were not without their strengths, particularly given that their adversary was a level 30 boss. The allure of slaying it and obtaining the boss heart was irresistible. No one could withstand such temptation. Thus, Qin Wushuang brandished her energy sword, swiftly closing the distance like a bolt of lightning. She soon stood before the ice demon, leaping high into the air, reaching a height of 20 meters, and aimed directly at the creature's abdomen, preparing to descend with force. However, just before impact, she was astounded to discover that her energy sword was impeded by the solidified air surrounding her, making it nearly impossible to advance. What is this? Qin Wushuang was taken aback. What kind of absolute defense is this? To make matters worse, she noticed that the energy surrounding her protective armor was diminishing at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye. At this pace, even if she avoided direct hits, she would only be able to endure for a maximum of 30 seconds. Calculating the time in her mind, Qin Wushuang gritted her teeth and raised her hand to unleash a sonic attack. She called out to Ming Cheng, "Ming Cheng, you understand?" Ming Cheng, who had just dispatched several ice beasts below, let out a fierce roar. In an instant, A striking surge of vibrant red blood energy erupted from his body, radiating with vigor. This was his innate ability, frenzy. In essence, he is a berserker. Once activated, within a span of 3 minutes, his strength, speed, and even defense are magnified several times. However, should this state persist beyond the 3 minutes, he would be drained of life force and perish. Yet, 3 minutes is ample time. With a thunderous roar, Ming Qing brandished a long blade emanating a blue luminescence. With a single sweep, the ground nearly caved beneath him. He leaped above the ice demon's head, bringing his blade down. Roar! The ice demon, noticing this minuscule creature no larger than its own eye, initially dismissed it. However, to its astonishment, a crack appeared in the ice shield that stood before it. Seizing the moment, Ahua swiftly nocked an arrow, channeling all his strength into a single strike. The arrow pierced through the fractured ice shield with a swift whisper, striking true at the ice beast's eye. Boom! The ensuing explosion elicited a mournful wail from the ice demon, its colossal form staggering backward momentarily, though it was but a single step. This brief retreat sent a chill through the thousands of survivors and a handful of players atop the city walls, leaving them gasping in disbelief. Hiss! Is this the might of the celestial team? Such terror! How long has it been since the apocalypse erupted, and already a player dares to challenge such a formidable creature? What lies ahead? Li Xiaoye, too, was awestruck by the celestial team's prowess. Her eyes gleamed with determination. She harbored a singular thought, no matter the cost. She must retain a team of such divine caliber. Yet, it was evident that they had grossly underestimated the terror of the ice demon. Although this blow inflicted some damage, it was but a mere scratch. Rather, it ignited his wrath. With his colossal claws shielding his eyes, the ice demon unleashed a furious roar. The surrounding air, solidified in its chill, began to tear apart with the ferocity of an avalanche. The ice demon then directed his attention towards Ming Qing, bringing down a massive hand. Ming Qing, be careful, Chen Wushuang exclaimed urgently. Alas, Ming Qing could not escape. As he watched that enormous hand descend, he let out a roar, bracing himself to withstand the impact. Yet, at the very moment the ice demon's palm was about to strike, a hum resonated as Chen Wushuang initiated a sonic attack, momentarily halting the ice demon. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure darted into the battlefield, pulling Ming Qing out of harm's way. Then came a thunderous crash. The ice demon's gigantic hand slammed down. The two narrowly evaded disaster. Shuejie, upon realizing that he had been saved by Zhang Shui, Ming Qing's crimson eyes brightened considerably. Be careful. However, soon after, the ice demon's colossal hand descended once more, this time aimed at Zhang Shui. As she witnessed the massive palm descending, Zhang Shui realized that the space around her had been solidified. It was over on the high wall. A group of survivors, witnessing this scene, instinctively shut their eyes in despair. Surely, this would reduce them to mere pulp. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, in the next moment, an even more bizarre occurrence unfolded. Just when all believed the celestial squad was doomed, suddenly, amidst the once bustling and chaotic battlefield, a moment of stillness emerged. Almost immediately, a figure materialized upon the scene. Even the ice demon stood frozen in place at the sight of this apparition. Then, the figure swiftly lifted Zhang Shui from the fray, a voice resonating. I apologize for my tardiness. It was none other than Bai Shan. Nearby, Chen Wushuang, who had exhausted himself by unleashing consecutive sound waves, was taken aback with joy upon recognizing Ye Bai, exclaiming in delight. Chapter 45, Sister Shui, how grand. Indeed. Ye Bai had arrived, manifesting in this crucial moment. Yet, something felt amiss. The sensation was rather slender. Initially, Ye Bai had presumed Zhang Shui to be plump, perhaps due to her penchant for donning oversized black robes. However, he soon discovered the truth. His hands roamed for quite some time before finally encountering her delicate waist. As he ventured further up, he was astonished to find remarkable proportions. Moreover, there was an element of allure. This unexpected gesture caused Zhang Shui's figure to tense up instantly, and she murmured softly, hastily dismounting from Ye Bai's grasp. Concealed behind her mask, her features remained obscured. Yet from her strikingly large eyes, he discerned a distinct tone in Zhang Shui's voice. Thank you, thank you. After stepping aside, she expressed her gratitude. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Returning to his senses, Ye Bai's gaze towards Zhang Shui shifted subtly. This woman was far more impressive than he had imagined. Bai Shan, your timing is impeccable. How splendid. At this moment, it was evident that Chen Wushuang had not noticed these details. Upon seeing Ye Bai arrive, she exclaimed with excitement, "We must devise a plan to eliminate this colossal creature. If we can vanquish it, our fortunes will change." "No doubt about it." Regaining his composure, Ye Bai turned to Qin Wushuang and said, "As per our usual arrangement, the heart of the boss belongs to me." "What? Is that true?" Qin Wushuang, taken aback, stared in disbelief. "Are you already using the heart of a level 30 boss? Your level has risen astonishingly fast." "Indeed. But one must consider the number of Zerg assisting me," Ye Bai replied, offering no further explanation. "Let's prepare for action." "All right." Once she regained her focus, Qin Wushuang noticed that, with the passage of time, the massive ice demon had begun to regain its mobility. Clearly, the earlier pause had left it somewhat bewildered. However, shaking its head to clear the confusion, its furious gaze swiftly locked onto Ye Bai and the others. On the city wall, Li Xiaoya was equally astonished to see Ye Bai charge into the battlefield. She had not anticipated anyone could surpass the prowess of the divine team. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, Ye Bai remained undeterred. With a fierce roar, as the ice demoness' enraged fist descended, Ye Bai raised his hand once more. Time stop. A peculiar force enveloped the scene, freezing the ice demon in place. What a perfect opportunity. "Go." Qin Wushuang called out to Ming Cheng beside her. "Understood." With a thunderous roar, Ming Cheng leaped forward, his massive axe radiating a crimson glow before crashing down with tremendous force. Boom. Under the influence of time-stopping magic, their target was the heart. Although the frigid air surrounding them did not shatter, it might as well have been broken. It was my turn. Observing this, Ahua swiftly knocked an arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In mere seconds, a flurry of ice arrows surged forth, each one perfectly poised at the chest of the ice demon. What an astonishing talent! How impressive! Other players were left in awe by such a remarkable display. Goodness, is this the legendary time freeze? So many arrows suspended before the ice demon. And what about me? How delightful it is to have Ye Bai around. Qin Wushuang, filled with excitement, immediately swapped her energy sword for an electromagnetic gun, unleashing a barrage of fire at the ice demon. Rat-a-tat-tat, a wild flurry of shots. Though it seemed prolonged, it lasted no more than 10 seconds. As this series of actions concluded, boom, the effect of time suspension dissipated. And before the enormous ice demon could bring its fist down, Ming Cheng's axe had already shattered its defenses. Following that, Ahua's arrows struck true, all landing squarely on its chest. Then came Qin Wushuang's electromagnetic gun. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless assault proved too much for the ice demon. Its massive form began to topple backward, emitting a wretched cry. With a crash, countless ice shards erupted like bullets in all directions. Incredible. We brought it down. Upon the city walls, witnessing the ice demon being so thoroughly vanquished, other players and survivors collectively gasped in astonishment. This was truly remarkable. Yet, it was evident that the ice demon was not easily subdued. In a fit of rage, it attempted to rise once more. Quickly, as its health dwindled, Qin Wushuang shouted, "Bai Shun, unleash another combo. Just one more time stop, and this ice demon will surely fall." However, at that moment, a multitude of ice beasts surged forth, charging towards Ye Bai in an apparent bid to assist the ice demon. "Watch out, Bai Shun." Ahua, stationed on the walls, shouted a warning as he observed hundreds of ice beasts barreling towards them. Yet for Ye Bai, this was merely a minor obstacle. He remained unfazed and promptly activated the time stop once again. In an instant, every ice beast around him came to a halt, including the ice demon, which could not rise. Seizing this opportunity, Ye Bai swiftly retrieved a high-grade energy blade from his storage ring. With a powerful leap, he ascended onto the colossal form of the ice demon, and with a fierce strike, the energy blade descended. Boom. This was a high-grade energy blade, capable of dispatching a level 20 boss with ease. While it might not fell a level 30 foe at full health, this adversary was critically wounded. As the energy blade struck decisively, the moment time resumed, it pierced through the heart of the ice demon. With a deafening roar, the ice demon let out a cry of agony. He yearned to resist, yet the fleeting essence of his life slipped away incessantly. Coupled with Ye Bai's astonishing power, now amplified 70-fold, the level 30 ice demon found itself utterly incapable of opposition. The ground trembled as it struggled feebly a few times before succumbing to silence. Simultaneously, Ye Bai was greeted by an enchanting notification. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the level 30 boss, Ice Demon. Experience gained, 1,000. Energy gained, 3,000. Ice Demon Heart acquired, 1. Ding. You have obtained a weapon, Frost Lance. Ding. You have acquired a skill book, Ice God Shield. At last, it was accomplished. Upon hearing the notifications, Ye Bai finally let out a sigh of relief and instinctively glanced at the shattered ice fragments. Indeed, amidst them lay not only a fist-sized ice demon heart, but also a resplendent frost lance, radiating an eerie chill, along with a skill book. Quick! Let me see what treasures have emerged. At that moment, Chen Wushuang and Sister Shui hurried over, their eyes sparkling with excitement upon witnessing such a bounty. My goodness! So many valuable items. Weapons and skill books too. This boss was truly worth the effort. Ye Bai, picking up the weapon, examined its attributes. Weapon, Frost Lance quality. Purple attack power, 100 defense power, 50 special effect. Freezing, capable of inflicting a freezing effect on targets. With double damage against fire-based entities. Skill book, Ice God Shield, quality. Orange, can create an absolute zero field around the user, capable of absorbing damage up to 1,000 points. It belongs to the defensive skill category, usable by ice-type professions. Chapter 46, The Terrifying Insectoid Catastrophe, The Devastation of the Frozen Tide. It was discovered that this was, in fact, a purple weapon accompanied by an orange skill book. This revelation surprised Ye Bai. What good fortune! He exclaimed. Indeed, Chen Wushuang, standing nearby, shared in the surprise. I never expected to find a purple weapon, especially one with ice attribute attacks. One should not underestimate a purple weapon. In the apocalypse, such an item is quite formidable. At the very least, it serves as a powerful artifact in the early stages. To acquire something like this at level 30 is truly remarkable. Moreover, there is also the Ice God Shield. However, Chen Wushuang understood that without Ye Bai's intervention, they would not have been able to defeat the boss, and their lives would have been at stake. Thus, she said to Ye Bai, "This time, everything belongs to you, White God." "Oh, all of it belongs to me." Ye Bai responded with surprise upon hearing her words. "Yes." Chen Wushuang nodded affirmatively. "Without you, Sister Shui would have certainly perished, and we would not have been able to slay that formidable creature. Hence, all the spoils should rightfully belong to you." Indeed, Zhang Shui, cloaked in black, concurred, acknowledging that it was Ye Bai who had saved her life. "Take it, White God. Without you, I might not have survived. So it would be inappropriate for me to claim any equipment. Well, I shall not hold back." Ye Bai also took no reservations, as these two items might prove useful in the future. Even if they do not serve a purpose, they could fetch a considerable sum. Thus, he tucked them away. At that moment, as the ice demon was vanquished, the icy tide lost its grip, retreating like a receding wave, while the ice beasts scattered in chaos. This scene left the survivors and players atop the city walls utterly astounded. They could scarcely believe their eyes. To think that a player could slay a level 30 boss. How remarkable! The most composed among them was Li Xiaoya. Witnessing the ice beasts fleeing in disarray, she quickly urged, "Hasten, everyone. Let us pursue and capitalize on our victory. Indeed, let us slay." The crowd snapped back to reality. These were valuable spoils. Particularly, players could level up by defeating the ice beasts. Forward. Thus, a throng of survivors and players surged forth, embarking on the hunt for the ice beasts. Bang! One after another. The ice beasts fell to the onslaught of close combat artillery and tanks. Other players joined forces to dispatch them. Soon, the ice beasts were further demoralized, scattering in even greater haste. As the icy tide dissipated entirely, some players continued the chase, while others among the survivors began to cheer. "Oh, splendid! We have triumphed. Ha! We actually repelled the icy tide. This must be the first city to achieve such a feat post-apocalypse. How extraordinary!" They were filled with exuberance. For since the cataclysm, no city had managed to withstand the onslaught of the cold wave. Yet, Qinglong City had achieved this remarkable feat. As the first city to repel the frigid assault, how could the soldiers stationed there not feel a surge of exhilaration? Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya had not forgotten about Ye Bai and Chen Wushuang, and quickly made her way over to them. "Thank you for your assistance. Without your help, Qinglong City would likely have fallen," she expressed with genuine gratitude as she approached the group. "There's no need for thanks," Chen Wushuang replied with a wave and a smile. "We are also here to level up." Li Xiaoya nodded lightly, fully aware of Chen Wushuang and his companion's intentions. They had originally come to Qinglong City to procure supplies for their venture. However, her gaze soon shifted to Ye Bai, as she recalled his extraordinary performance. He must be at least level 25 or 26. Such a formidable individual likely surpassed even Chen Wushuang and his peers. When had Qinglong City produced such a terrifying presence? Oh, Chen Wushuang interjected, knowing that Ye Bai preferred to avoid interactions with others. This is Bai Shun, the ultimate leader of our heavenly god squad. What? Upon hearing this revelation, Li Xiaoye was taken aback. This individual was indeed the supreme leader of the Bai Shun squad. She had always thought that the heavenly god squad consisted of only 4 members, never realizing there was a 5th. Hello, my name is Li Xiaoye. Upon regaining her composure, Li Xiaoye eagerly shook hands with Ye Bai, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration. My goodness, not only is this person remarkably impressive, but he also possesses a visage that rivals even the most esteemed readers. Even she, typically composed, felt her heart fluttering. Ye Bai, aware that Chen Wushuang was deliberately concealing his identity for him, acknowledged that he didn't possess much of an identity to begin with. Nevertheless, having this layer of anonymity was advantageous. At least when the swarm of the insectoid calamity erupted, he would not become a public enemy. He nodded and returned the handshake, noting the softness of her grip. Soon, they exchanged a few casual remarks before Ye Bai, along with Chen Wushuang and others, decided to take their leave. Aren't we going to pursue those ice beasts? Ahor inquired, leaping down from the city wall, perplexed by Ye Bai and Chen Wushuang's departure. No need, Ye Bai replied, waving his hand dismissively, shaking his head. We won't catch up. This statement left Ahor bewildered. What does that mean? Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, the fleeing ice beasts were dispersing into several groups. As approximately 10,000 ice beasts made their way toward an icy river, the ground beneath the endless glacier-like plains erupted, revealing countless terrifying 5-meter-long spiked serpents and a multitude of ferocious beasts. In total, around 5,000 creatures obstructed their path. With the emergence of these predators and serpents, the ice beasts, now cornered, hastily slammed to a halt, causing a chaotic pile-up behind them. The sound of a cacophony echoed as countless ice beasts collided together. Fortunately, they ultimately managed to halt their advance. However, upon encountering the densely packed swarm of insectoid creatures, they were momentarily taken aback, mistaking them for other catastrophic entities. Suddenly, a formidable ice beast boss surged forward, emitting a thunderous roar as it attempted to negotiate. The intent was unmistakable. Is this not the domain of the ice beasts? Why have you emerged prematurely? Yet, the leading spiked serpent, upon hearing this, let out a mocking hiss. They were not mere harbingers of disaster. They were subservient to a master. Without further ado, the spiked serpent unleashed a low, menacing growl, prompting 1,000 of its kind, along with 5,000 to 6,000 swift beasts, to charge forth like a relentless tide of calamity. With a roar, the ice beast boss, incensed by the abrupt hostility, rallied its legion of ice beasts, which surged forward in a cacophony of fury. Alas, they were no match for the spiked serpents and swift beasts. In the initial clash, the icy onslaught was swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming tide of the insectoid swarm, which surged forth like an iron flood. This left several ice beast bosses utterly horrified, prompting them to seek an escape. Yet, it was too late. Several spiked serpents had locked their gaze upon them, revealing a disturbingly human-like grin as they lunged forward. Fortunately, this grim spectacle went unnoticed. Had anyone witnessed it, they would have been rendered speechless in terror. Was it not foretold that a chilling tempest would descend? How could there exist a catastrophe more terrifying than the cold wave? It was not until the icy tempest was completely consumed that a large contingent of troops arrived, albeit belatedly, once the insectoid swarm had departed. However, when they arrived at the glacial plain and beheld the ground strewn with shattered ice and the carcasses of ice beasts scattered across the landscape, the leading captain was utterly astonished. He could not help but draw in a sharp breath, staring incredulously at the shocking scene before him. What could have transpired? Where were the ice beasts? A nearby scout, equally aghast, remarked, I just witnessed them running this way. Could it be they were eliminated by other calamity creatures? This sight resembles a terrifying locust invasion. How can this be? Yet, the captain's expression grew increasingly grave. If indeed other calamity beings were responsible, it would be a nightmare. In just a few minutes, over 10,000 ice beasts have been completely devoured. What sort of monster could accomplish such a feat? Nevertheless, he resolved, let us return and report this immediately. With a somber demeanor, the captain promptly instructed his team. Yes, the others, not daring to linger, hurriedly maneuvered their tanks and armored vehicles, rumbling back. Chapter 47, Level 30 Summoning Thunder Beasts. This system is quite audacious. Soon, he relayed the news to the Legion commander. Li Xiaoya, and the mayor, Chen Qingchuan. What? You mean to say that a mysterious creature devoured over 10,000 ice beasts? Upon hearing this news, both Li Xiaoya and Chen Qingchuan were taken aback, gasping in disbelief. Is this true? How could such a terrifying creature exist? In a mere few minutes, over 10,000 ice beasts were eradicated. What an extraordinarily formidable presence this must be. Indeed, the commander, though reluctant to believe it, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Having witnessed it firsthand, in just a few minutes, we traversed a distance from those frigid creatures, and upon arrival, all that remained were the corpses of the ice beasts, nothing else. As this revelation unfolded, Chen Qingchuan and Li Xiaoya exchanged astonished glances, each perceiving the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. It appears that this apocalyptic calamity is far more terrifying than we had imagined. Chen Qingchuan, with a hint of trepidation, remarked, I never anticipated such horrifying creatures existed outside. Are there any other discoveries? He inquired hastily. None. This was precisely what instilled fear in the commander. In mere minutes, everything was annihilated without a trace left behind. This is utterly absurd. Only Li Xiaoya remained cautious. She spoke solemnly. Regardless of the nature of the threat, we must fortify the defenses of Qinglong City to better safeguard this metropolis. Yes, indeed. Chen Qingchuan, lacking a true understanding of these matters, owed his position largely to his previous high-ranking role here. He now relied entirely on Li Xiaoya, this seasoned strategist. Furthermore, after a brief contemplation, Li Xiaoya added, we also need to recruit some powerful players to secure our position. After all, the drawbacks of conventional weaponry have already manifested. While they can contend with those icy beasts, it is evident that the future belongs to the evolved beings and players. Only by recruiting sufficiently powerful players can we better protect Qinglong City in the future. However, Chen Qingchuan inquired, where can we find such a formidable player? At present, the most powerful force in Qinglong City is the Heavenly God Squad, yet they are merely here for a temporary respite. This Li Xiaoya was certainly aware of the Heavenly God Squad's intentions, and it would be ideal if they could be persuaded to stay. After all, it was evident to all that this squad had a promising future and was likely to become one of the most elite forces. However, it was clear that Chun Wushuang and the others could not remain in Qinglong City. Suddenly, a figure emerged in her mind. Ye Bai? If only Ye Bai would be willing to join us, Qinglong City could undoubtedly evolve into the premier city of the apocalypse. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, she looked up at Chen Qingchuan and said, Mayor, I might have a suitable candidate. Meanwhile, Ye Bai, after vanquishing the ice demon, did not return immediately to Qinglong City, but instead ventured to a secluded suburban area. Concurrently, reminders from the system continuously flashed in his mind, providing an exhilarating sensation. Indeed, the Zerg catastrophe was summoned by him with the purpose of gathering ample energy and the essence of bosses. After all, the current Zerg catastrophe was still not sufficiently powerful, especially after witnessing the firepower of Qinglong City. Ye Bai realized that sending over merely 20,000 Zerg would likely result in their swift annihilation. Therefore, the primary task at hand remains development. As long as there are enough, whether in the hundreds of thousands or millions, no city can withstand the onslaught. However, the personal summoning is, to be frank, far too slow. Thus, Ye Bai now requires a swift upgrade. He must unlock the insect swarm as soon as possible, which would grant him an unfathomable number of insectoid calamities. Consequently, he orchestrated the insectoid disaster to eliminate the thousands of ice beasts in the frigid tide. Although Ye Bai's current level yielded little experience points, the sheer number of over 10,000 beasts propelled his level from 29 to an impressive 30. However, for now, he must prioritize upgrading the talent of the insectoid summoner. Ye Bai produced the ice demon heart he had just obtained, and with its emergence, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted considerably, nearly freezing his hand. Yet, as he absorbed the energy within, a wave of coldness surged into his body, soon transforming into a warm current. A familiar notification then resounded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully utilized the ice demon heart. Your level has risen to 30. Ding. Congratulations, your insectoid summoner level has ascended to the 3rd tier. Congratulations, you have successfully unlocked new units, Flying Dragon and Thunder Beast. It worked. The sudden notification stirred something within Ye Bai. However, upon noticing the newly unlocked units, he was taken aback. Thunder Beast, is this for real? He thought he must be mistaken, his eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness, it is crucial to understand that within the insectoid calamity, The Thunder Beast is the most formidable ground unit. A mere single head can reach an impressive height of nearly 30 meters. Moreover, in terms of both defense and offensive capabilities, it is undoubtedly a battlefield bulldozer. Even a venomous serpent pales in comparison, resembling nothing more than a small dog in its presence. Yet here I am, at level 30, capable of summoning such a creature? Additionally, aside from this, Ye Bai also encountered the flying dragon. This entity, too, is an aerial unit of the Zerg calamity. As the saying goes, he who commands the air supremacy commands victory. The combat prowess of the flying dragon is comparable to that of a fighter jet. With this thought in mind, Ye Bai quickly examined the new unit and discovered the following. Name: Flying Dragon, Aerial Unit. Talent 1, can launch swordworms, inflicting heavy damage on targets. Talent 2, capable of flight, with extreme speed, able to traverse the battlefield in a short span of time. Talent 3, reconnaissance, able to scout enemy movements and formations without being easily detected. Talent 4, can evolve into an aerial guardian, enhancing both size and combat strength, requiring 2,000 energy. Current unlockable units, 20, each requiring 20 points of mental power. This cost doubles with each level increase. It became apparent that I could summon 20 of these creatures right from the outset. What does this signify? It is equivalent to 20 fighter jets. Of course, it cannot compete with those top-tier supersonic jets. However, in the context of this apocalyptic world, this represents the pinnacle of combat power, exhibiting terrifying mobility, perfectly suited for urban and close-quarters warfare. Moreover, the devastation wrought by the cataclysmic creatures is merely the beginning. 20 is insufficient. What of 1,000? Or even 100,000? Even the combined might of global fighter jets would likely prove inadequate. However, this is not the crux of the matter. Ye Bai's attention remains fixated on another unit, the Thunder Beast. This is the foremost Titan unit. Thus, Ye Bai scrutinized the details. Name: Thunder Beast. Type: Advanced Ground Unit. Possesses formidable crushing power, as well as exceptional defensive and offensive capabilities. Special ability: naturally endowed with a berserk skill, rendering it immune to various effects such as slowdowns, dizziness, and mental control. Special ability: can burrow underground, entering a state of invisibility. Current summonable units, 2. Each requires a mental energy expenditure of 40. Upon examination, it was indeed the Thunder Beast. However, at its current level, he could only summon 2. Yet, 2 would suffice, for this creature towers at an impressive height of over 20 meters, comparable to that of an ice demon. Would you like to summon? At that moment, with the system's prompt, Ye Bai, regaining his focus, promptly chose to summon one. With a hum and a resounding rumble. As 40 points of mental energy were consumed, the snow-capped mountains began to tremble violently. Soon after, the ground fissured, revealing a creature that stood a staggering 28 meters tall. Reminiscent of a dinosaur, emerging slowly from the depths. Its size was truly colossal. The body remained encased in a formidable shell, adorned with a crown-like carapace atop its head. At the front of its colossal form, 2 pairs of blade-like appendages jutted forth, presenting a truly terrifying visage. Could this truly be the Thunder Beast? As I lifted my gaze, I was confronted by a creature reminiscent of a towering edifice, its head nearly obscured from view. Ye Bai was left in a state of bewilderment. Was this behemoth truly summonable at a mere level 30? Chapter 48, The Insectoid Mother Nest. Are you certain this acquisition is not merely a desolate planet? This creature was overwhelmingly massive, rivaling even the ice demon in size. Its formidable limbs were thicker than a tank. One stomp could easily crush an elephant. Ye Bai sensed that even with his current strength capable of vanquishing 10 bulls with a single blow, he would struggle to inflict any harm upon this giant. Roar. As the Thunder Beast was summoned, it released a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. However, upon noticing Ye Bai, it immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost respect and submission. To Ye Bai's astonishment, the immense creature gradually lowered itself, assuming a posture of fealty. Standing before it, Ye Bai could barely reach its chin. Roar. Yet, the Thunder Beast obediently responded with a deep growl, clearly indicating, "Master, I am well behaved." Indeed, Ye Bai comprehended its unspoken sentiment as he gingerly touched the only accessible area. One word came to mind: hard. Incredibly hard. Harder than diamond. This realization stirred a sense of admiration within him. With such a creature at his command, what need was there to fear conventional weaponry? However, one is certainly insufficient. Ye Bai requires several more, ideally a few thousand. That way, Even when confronted with the formidable winter beasts on Blue Star, he would dare to face them head-on. Thus, he raised his hand once more. With a hum, he summoned forth a dozen flying dragons from the depths below. Each stood approximately 4 to 5 meters tall, stretched 6 to 7 meters in length, and when they spread their wings, they measured around 8 to 9 meters across. They circled gracefully in the air, emitting respectful low roars towards Ye Bai. "You there," Ye Bai commanded. "Go scout ahead and ascertain where high-level ice demons may be lurking. If any are found, join forces with the Thunder Beast to eliminate them." With a series of roars, the dragons, having received their orders, swiftly flapped their wings and departed at a terrifying speed. Ye Bai observed this with admiration, marveling at their efficacy, which surpassed that of fighter jets. Moreover, with the increasing numbers of the insectoid race, remaining in Xiangshan was no longer viable. Though the spiked serpents, swift beasts, and thunder beasts could burrow underground, they could not remain hidden indefinitely. A few hundred would suffice. Any more would be excessive. This prompted Ye Bai to contemplate an item within the marketplace, the insectoid nest. This was a hidden object in the shop, unlockable only by those who became insectoid summoners. The so-called nest was, in fact, a portable dimensional realm. By opening this realm, the insectoid race could enter and exit freely. Just imagine, whenever he required assistance, he could simply open the portal to the realm, and a swarm of insectoid calamities would surge forth, overwhelming everything in their path. Ah, what a trump card this would be. Thus, Ye Bai glanced at the marketplace and, indeed, discovered that upon reaching level 30, the Zerg nest had been unlocked. However, the price left him somewhat astonished. Zerg nest, quality gold. Upon activation, it allows one Zerg to move freely in and out, encompassing an internal space of 1 million square kilometers, capable of housing billions of Zerg. Price, 18.88 million gold coins. Damn, 18.88 million. That amount could purchase several interstellar motherships later on. No wonder it is said that this endeavor is financially draining. Providing the Zerg with a movable abode is exorbitantly costly. Can an ordinary person withstand such expenses? Nevertheless, considering his recent windfall of 300 million, 18.88 million seemed trivial. Purchase. Ye Bai decisively chose to buy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the Zerg nest. As the system's voice resonated, Ye Bai felt as though something new had entered his mind. With a slight gesture of his finger, a mysterious blue energy portal gradually unfolded, as if the surrounding space had transformed into paper. As the energy portal opened, Ye Bai attempted to enter it with his consciousness. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and in the next moment, he found himself on a desolate planet, barren and silent, devoid of any signs of life. Only desolation stretched before him. He gazed upon the vast expanse of nearly 1 million square kilometers of lifeless terrain. Ye Bai even began to question whether he had spent over 10 million to purchase a planet. Was the so-called secret realm not a dimensional space, but rather another celestial body? This was utterly absurd. The desolation was palpable, devoid of any vitality. Only yellow earth and a dim, overcast sky were swept by fierce winds. Was this truly the lair of the insectoid race? However, since the system had assured him, he believed there must be no issue. Thus, Ye Bai endeavored to summon the Thunder Beast. With a thunderous roar, as the Thunder Beast entered this barren planet, it let out a deep, resonant growl, echoing like an ancient behemoth, imbued with a sense of tragic grandeur. Fear not. Ye Bai understood that the vastness of this realm was only matched by the singularity of the Thunder Beast. Consequently, he raised his hand once more, using 50 points of mental energy to summon another. In this manner, the desolate world became inhabited by 2 Thunder Beasts. Yet, compared to the immense dimensional secret realm, the presence of 2 was still insignificant. Therefore, Ye Bai chose to exit the dimensional realm entirely and head directly to Fragrant Mountain, where nearly 20,000 worker insects were concealed. As the worker insects beheld this secret realm, it was as if they had glimpsed a new world. Their excited chirps filling the air like a tide as they surged forth. Peering deeper into the realm, Ye Bai was taken aback to discover a multitude of worker insects encircling the Thunder Beasts, digging into the ground to bury themselves. Clearly, they were fond of this place. Indeed, it was a true lair of the insectoid race. Ye Bai stood in astonishment at this sight. He felt that he finally resembled an interstellar swarm of insects. Oh, now it only remains to unlock the insect queen. Once a few more queens are summoned, nurturing and propagating within will commence. TSK. At that point, he would merely need to raise his hand to unleash a cataclysm of insectoid calamities, surging forth from the dimensional realm. Who would dare stand against him? However, as the hour grew late, Ye Bai decided to return to Qinglong City. Upon arriving at the hotel, he found that Yi Longtian and the others were still awake. As he entered, Li Hanyin was the first to rush forward, exclaiming, "Ye Bai, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you. Why are you all still awake?" Ye Bai inquired, noticing his family seated neatly on the sofa, an expression of peculiar astonishment on his face. Needless to say, Yi Longtian replied with irritation. "You disappeared for such a long time without a word. How could we not be concerned?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ye Bai scratched his nose and explained, "It was merely a minor inconvenience, and I have resolved it." Minor inconvenience? Was that truly a trivial matter? Yi Longtian and the others were left speechless. Goodness, that was an ice demon, over 20 meters tall, resembling a villa. A tank would be crushed beneath its feet, and you single-handedly defeated it. My goodness, son, you are astonishingly powerful. With a son as formidable as you, how could I possibly fear the apocalypse? Yi Longtian felt elated. Yet, Ye Bai remained unfazed. This was merely the beginning. There would be even more formidable calamities to face, especially that winter behemoth, standing over 200 meters tall. Even the thunderous beasts could not withstand it. One must be well prepared in advance. As time was running short, he decided, "All right, you all should rest for now. We shall discuss this further tomorrow." Understood. With Ye Bai's safe return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and gradually retired to their quarters. Ye Bai also entered his room to rest. However, in the dead of night, he felt a soft, delicate figure stealthily slipping into his bed. Chapter 49. Contract with Chu Mingyao, attaining the Golden Fire Affinity. Oh, but do not misunderstand. It is not Li Hanyin. Please, she is my sister, my half-sister. The visitor was none other than Chu Mingyao. Hey, what brings you here? As he beheld her enchanting eyes, filled with springtime allure, Ye Bai's expression became somewhat peculiar. Wow, considering what you just said, what do you think? It turned out that Chu Mingyao had witnessed Ye Bai's remarkable performance outside. My goodness. He had single-handedly challenged a level 30 ice magic boss. Such prowess was unlikely to be found elsewhere in the world. With a brother like him, only a fool would not seek to ally with him, following Ye Bai, who would fear the tribulations of the apocalypse. Thus, the captivating beauty before him revealed a smile capable of bewitching hearts. Of course, I cannot be without you. Oh, is that so? Ye Bai, well aware of the woman's intentions, regarded the alluring figure before him, who possessed the coveted Golden Fire Affinity. He had just reached the status of a second-tier contractor. This brought his total to 4 individuals, with 2 remaining slots available. Consequently, a faint smile graced Ye Bai's lips. Before long, the room was filled with the spirited conversation between Ye Bai and Chu Mingyao. Mingyao, shall we engage in something thrilling? Ah, something thrilling. Chu Mingyao's voice chimed in. What is it? A contract? Have you ever played it? Wow, another round of cosplay. You are quite mischievous, but I really enjoy it. The following morning, after a night of fervent activity, Ye Bai finally rose from his slumber. However, when Li Hanyin saw Chu Mingyao emerging from the room alongside Ye Bai, she was momentarily taken aback. Hey, boss lady, what is going on? Oh, it's nothing. At that moment, Chu Mingyao wore a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. She could never have imagined that while she was indulging in fun, Ye Bai was engaging in mental games, resulting in her being bound by a contract. It turned out that Chu Mingyao had been so caught up in the excitement of the previous night that she mistakenly believed Ye Bai's transformation was mere trickery. In her dazed state, she unwittingly signed a contract with him, only to discover at dawn that she had become a maid. In her heart, 1,000 expletives surged forth. But there was no remedy. She had already been contracted. What more could she say? Yet, she still wished to maintain her dignity. Thus, she quickly exclaimed, I am here to deliver money. Deliver money? At this, Li Hanyin and Li Xuanxin felt a spark of interest. Indeed, Li Hanyin then produced the funds from the auction of the Ice Beast boss's heart that had taken place the previous night, handing it to Li Xuanxin with a smile. This contains 10 million. It is the money Ye Bai asked me to auction for the Ice Beast boss's heart. Alas, what a pity. At this moment, Li Hanyin expressed her regret. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances yesterday, the auction could have fetched a staggering 18 million. Who could have anticipated the arrival of the cold wave, accompanied by a monstrous siege? Consequently, no fewer than 20 Ice Beast bosses appeared outside Qinglong City. In just one night, the city saw an increase of 6 boss hearts, leading to a decline in prices. Had it not been for the monster siege yesterday, the value would have surged by at least 80%. What? 10 million. Upon hearing this, the joy in the eyes of the mother and daughter duo was unmistakable. It was a substantial amount, indeed. Li Tsuxin eagerly took the offer, exclaiming, "It is worth noting that in Qinglong City, 10 coins suffice to pay a guide for an entire day's work, equivalent to 500 yuan. Thus, this 10 million holds the purchasing power akin to 500 million before the apocalypse. Of course, this is only in certain aspects. Hence, Li Tsuxin felt that having such wealth was more than sufficient. Indeed, Li Hanyan quickly nodded in agreement, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Miss Chu Mingyao. "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Chu. It's no trouble at all," with a gentle flick of her hair. Every movement of Chu Mingyao exuded an innate charm. She smiled and said, "I am a friend of Ye Bai, so it's only natural. Now, it seems I have become a maid. I can hardly dare to ask for anything more. Oh, it hurts so much. Sister Mingyao, Sister Mingyao." Just then, Jiang Shaoan rushed in, a picture of urgency. "What is the matter? Why the flurry?" Upon seeing her close friend, Chu Mingyao furrowed her brow slightly and expressed her displeasure. "Yes, yes." At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyun's delicate face revealed a hint of anxiety and excitement. "It is Commander Li and Mayor Chen Qingchuan who have arrived." "Oh." Upon hearing that it was Mayor Chen Qingchuan, Chu Mingyao was somewhat taken aback. "What brings them here?" "It seems they are here to see Mr. Yi." "Mr. Ye Bai?" Chu Mingyao was momentarily stunned. Just as she was speaking, a group of fully armed soldiers approached, followed by Chen Qingchuan, clad in a warm jacket, and the dashing Li Xiaoya. As soon as they entered, Chen Qingchuan boisterously greeted Chu Mingyao. "Miss Chu, it has been a long time." "Oh, is that not our esteemed Mayor Chen?" Upon recognizing Chen Qingchuan, Chu Mingyao immediately displayed a warm and charming smile. She maintained a good rapport with such high-ranking officials. Having successfully managed a large hotel, and with her innate talent, she also held a significant position. Thus, she inquired, "What brings you, Mayor Chen, to our Rose Hotel?" "Oh, it's quite simple." Chen Qingchuan replied straightforwardly, positioning himself appropriately. "We heard that Mr. Yi is here. We have come to find him." "Indeed." Li Xiaoya promptly nodded in agreement. "We wish to discuss some matters with Mr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Li Tsuxin and her daughter exchanged glances, both reflecting surprise at the unexpected news. They had not anticipated that Ye Bai would attract the attention of the mayor of Qinglong City. Mayor? What significance does the title hold? At present, Ye Bai perceives it merely as a stroke of good fortune for a survivor. However, after forming a pact with Chu Mingyao, he finds himself eagerly experimenting with his fire-based abilities. After all, this is the legendary golden talent. Indeed, with a mere flicker of his intention, he discovers that he can summon a massive fireball for attack with only a slight expenditure of mental energy. The power it wields is quite formidable. Moreover, as indicated by the level prompts, his control over fire will progressively enhance. Notably, Chu Mingyao, despite being only at level 10, can produce flames with a terrifying temperature reaching 3,000 degrees Celsius. What does this imply? To put it into perspective, the temperature of armor-piercing shells is approximately 4,000 degrees Celsius. And yet, Chu Mingyao, at merely level 10, is capable of unleashing power nearly akin to that of a missile. It is no exaggeration to commend the prowess of golden talent. It truly is extraordinary. As he extinguishes the flames, Ye Bai muses to himself. At this rate, it seems likely that Chu Mingyao will evolve into an imperial-level powerhouse, capable of single-handedly obliterating a city. What a pity it is that such a talent is bestowed upon a woman who only delights in management. If it were his, he would undoubtedly become a future Emperor of Flames. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupts his thoughts, and he hears Chu Mingyao's gentle voice from outside. "Brother Ye Bai, someone is looking for you." Upon hearing her voice, Ye Bai is taken aback and wonders who might be seeking him. Nevertheless, as he rises and steps out of his room, his curiosity piqued. Upon observing the figure clad in military attire, one could not help but notice Li Xiaoya, alongside Chen Qingchuan, who was dressed in a warm administrative jacket. "Ah, this individual must be Mr. Ye Bai, the very same who vanquished the ice demon boss yesterday." As soon as Ye Bai was sighted, Chen Qingchuan, who had been engaging in jovial banter with Li Tsuxin and Yi Longtian, approached with a courteous bow. "Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am Chen Qingchuan, the mayor of Qinglong City." Chapter 50. The Dormant Volcano, a foreboding of the next catastrophe? Chen Qingchuan and Ye Bai were acquainted. As the mayor of Qinglong City, he possessed an affinity for foreign languages. However, Ye Bai showed little interest in such matters. He inquired succinctly, "What brings you to me?" "Mayor Chen." "Ah, I shall be forthright." Chen Qingchuan replied, adopting a humble demeanor, a sheepish smile adorning his face. "We have come today to express our gratitude for your assistance yesterday. Had you not slain that ice demon, our beloved Qinglong city would have faced dire consequences. Please, there is no need for such formality. It was merely a trifling effort," Ye Bai responded with serene composure. "Observe, this is the demeanor of a true powerhouse. One might think, to slay a level 30 ice demon boss with such equanimity. However, there was yet another matter." Chen Qingchuan rubbed his hands together, a bashful grin on his face, and continued, "We wish to extend an invitation for you to join us in Qinglong City." "Certainly." Fearful of a potential refusal from Ye Bai, Chen Qingchuan hastily presented the benefits. "Should you choose to accept our invitation, the position of deputy mayor of Qinglong City shall be yours. Furthermore, you would possess the authority to command all military forces within the city and enjoy precedence in accessing all resources." The deputy mayor? Yet, Ye Bai chuckled upon hearing this. He truly held little regard for the deputy mayor of Qinglong City. A more legitimate position would be more appealing. Thus, he shook his head and declared, "No interest." "What?" Chen Qingchuan, taken aback by these words, displayed a look of disbelief. "No interest at all, big brother?" However, he was not so easily discouraged. The ability to effortlessly slay a level 30 ice demon marked him as a potential global powerhouse. Retaining him would undoubtedly elevate Qinglong City to the ranks of the foremost apocalyptic cities in the future. Therefore, in a moment of resolve, Chen Qingchuan said, "Mr. Yi, as long as you are willing to stay, we will fulfill any conditions you propose, provided we can manage it." Ye Bai recognized Chen Qingchuan's sincerity, yet he had little desire for the position of deputy mayor. He aimed to cultivate his own apocalyptic base. Wang Xiaoqing and Li Mingyao were merely the prototypes of his vision. Nevertheless, his abstention did not preclude others from taking on such roles. Coincidentally, his father required a position to foster his own apocalyptic economy. Thus, Ye Bai addressed Chen Qingchuan. "How about this? I have no interest in the deputy mayor of Qinglong City, but you could appoint my father, Yilong Dian, to this position." "What? Me?" Yilong Dian, bewildered, pointed at himself. "Wait, you want me to transition from security guard to deputy mayor?" "Precisely." Ye Bai responded to Chen Qingchuan. "If Mayor Chen agrees to this request, I shall commit to assisting this city on 3 occasions. What do you say?" "What?" Chen Qingchuan was taken aback upon hearing this. His original intention was to retain Ye Bai, yet he inadvertently kept his father instead. Could it be that his father was even more formidable than he? He cast a questioning glance at Li Xiaoya beside him, only to find her subtly nodding in agreement. The implication was unmistakable. She actually consented, though the reasons remained unclear. Chen Qingchuan gritted his teeth and affirmed, "No problem. As long as Mr. Yi is willing to contribute to this city, we are prepared to appoint Mr. Yilong Dian as the vice mayor of Qinglong City. He shall be the second in command, beneath myself." "Very well," Ye Bai nodded. Recognizing that to thrive in this place and swiftly seize control of the economy, one must possess not only wealth but also power. Of course, he could also conquer the city through brute force, but at what cost? Such an approach would render this rare city preserved much like it was before the apocalypse, into a desolate ruin. What he sought were resources, people, and the economy, not a landscape ravaged by plunder. After exchanging a few more casual remarks with Chen Qingchuan, they departed. Once they had left, Yilong Dian finally regained his composure, staring incredulously at Ye Bai. "Goodness, my son, have I really become the vice mayor?" This was astonishing. From a mere security guard to a vice mayor. What a leap. Even Li Hanyan and the others were astonished. They had never anticipated that defeating that ice demon could lead to such elevated status. Yet, little did they know that what was valued was not Ye Bai's current prowess, but rather his future potential. Consider this. It has been less than a month since the onset of the apocalypse, and already, such terrifying power has emerged. What lies ahead? It is certain that this individual will become one of the foremost elite in this world. This is precisely the sentiment of Li Xiaoya. Indeed. Upon descending the stairs and settling into the luxurious Mercedes S450, Chen Qingchuan inquired, "Xiaoya, do you think our decision this time was a bit hasty?" He perceived that while Ye Bai was formidable at present, the position of a deputy mayor could only be exchanged for 3 of his interventions, which seemed rather extravagant. However, upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya merely smiled. "Mayor, that is where you are mistaken." "What do you mean by that?" Chen Qingchuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the implication. Yet, Li Xiaoya was acutely aware of the future potential of players. Currently, everyone was merely at level 7 or 8. while Ye Bai had already demonstrated the capability to vanquish a level 30 ice magic boss. One must ponder the future growth of such an individual. Indeed. This revelation jolted Qinxuan into realization. It was only the beginning, and yet that individual exhibited such outrageous prowess. Imagine, months from now, or even a year or two later, he would undoubtedly emerge as one of the most formidable global titans, if he could be persuaded to intervene 3 times. Although the present may not reveal his full potential, the future, goodness, he could very well safeguard the entire Qinglong city. At last, Qinxuan comprehended why Li Xiaoya had acquiesced to his terms. To exchange the intervention of a future world-class powerhouse for the position of deputy mayor was indeed an exceedingly advantageous bargain. Yet, little did he realize, it was not merely advantageous. It was due to the formidable growth of Ye Bai's insectoid calamity that he had become virtually invincible. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya and Qinxuan had returned, and Ye Bai was not idle either. After bidding farewell to Qinxuan, he retreated to his chamber to further cultivate and expand his insectoid army utilizing the mother nest. With his current level at 30, and supported by Wang Xiaoqing, Li Mengyao, and the newly joined Chu Mengyao, Ye Bai's mental prowess had surged to nearly 900 points. This figure is astounding. It allows him to summon 900 dream seekers or 200 stinging serpents in mere moments. Notably, this is achieved without the aid of mental recovery potions. Of course, these potions are relatively inexpensive, costing merely 100 gold coins each, and they can restore one's mental state to full capacity. Acquiring 100,000 bottles in a day would not pose a challenge for Ye Bai. However, the crux lies in his inability to withstand such mental strain. If he were to employ this method, it would likely lead to his mental collapse after consuming a mere 100 potions. Thus, it is imperative to swiftly unlock the Insect Queen to assist in his development. Consequently, Ye Bai commanded the Thunder Beasts and the Flying Dragons to venture forth in search of new targets, aiming for a more rapid elevation of levels. Through the perspective of the Flying Dragons, he observed that a dozen of them had arrived at the desolate western region of Dragon Kingdom, around a barren mountainscape. In stark contrast to the surrounding frigid temperatures of -40 degrees, the warmth in this vicinity was markedly higher. What is this? Ye Bai furrowed his brow upon realizing that it was, in fact, a dormant volcano. Chapter 51. Is that not Liuru? With the merging of calamities, the landscape of the world has undergone significant transformations. In addition to the numerous volcanoes previously present, many more have emerged. However, these are not true volcanoes, rather, they are the entrances and exits of the infernal realm of the third calamity's creatures, the flame wolves. Ye Bai recalls that most of these flame wolves are at least level 20, exhibiting an astonishingly high temperature that can soar to 100 degrees Celsius. A mere touch from an ordinary person would result in instant incineration, let alone the prospect of vanquishing them. The sole method to eliminate these creatures is through the use of freezing weaponry, which proves most effective. However, Ye Bai was taken aback to find that the Flying Dragon had arrived at one of the origins of the third calamity. Through the perspective of the Flying Dragon, he gazes down at the barren, slumbering volcanoes below. There is not a trace of ice or even a single drop of water. The environment is evidently sweltering. As the distance narrows, Ye Bai also spots some flame wolves. He observes creatures measuring approximately 4 to 5 meters in length. Their fiery red fur distorting the surrounding air due to their elevated temperature. They are sprawled near the volcanic crater, dozing peacefully. Judging by their numbers, there are at least thousands. This sight stirs something within Ye Bai. Indeed, these are creatures of the third calamity, with his current level continuously rising. Ordinary ice beasts can no longer provide him with experience points. Moreover, the ice beast bosses are exceedingly scarce, collectively across the globe. There are probably not even a few thousand. Thus, leveling up has become exceedingly challenging. The Inferno Wolves were markedly different now. Even the lowest among them boasted levels exceeding 20, representing the pinnacle of experience potential. Leaf White conducted a cursory estimation, concluding that there were approximately 4 to 5,000 of these creatures, merely on the periphery. Should one venture deeper, undoubtedly, higher-tiered entities such as the Inferno Demon or the Inferno Tyrant would emerge. If he were to vanquish them all, it was likely that his level would ascend to 39. Gazing upon the Inferno Wolves, they appeared as fearsome beings to ordinary individuals and even average players, yet Leaf White perceived only a vast expanse of experience points before him. Perhaps it was time to embark on an endeavor. After all, within the volcano's interior, formidable calamity creatures awaited, far beyond his current capacity to confront. However, this situation differed. As long as he engaged in combat from the periphery, he could expedite his level advancement significantly. With this thought in mind, Leaf White decisively summoned a dragon and mounted it to journey towards the volcanic secret realm. Considering the dragon's relatively diminutive size, he expended 2,000 energy points to upgrade it to an aerial guardian. Consequently, the dragon's size expanded to approximately 15 meters. Thus, he swiftly found himself aboard the aerial guardian, en route to the volcanic crater. The distance was not trivial, spanning nearly 1,000 kilometers. Even the aerial guardian required approximately 2 hours to arrive. As Leaf White approached the vicinity of the crater, he was met with a temperature far exceeding previous levels. It felt as though he had entered an entirely different world, with a fierce heat wave assaulting him, approximately around 40 degrees. As for the view that stretches far and wide, it is even more desolate. For over 100 kilometers, not a single shadow of a person can be seen. Desolation reigns. The ice and snow surrounding the volcano are melting away. There is no way to approach this place. It feels as if one has arrived at the legendary Flame Mountain. Aside from the bare rocks and the fiery wolves, there are no trees or creatures in sight. It is akin to stepping into the infernal realm of fire serpents. Here lies the periphery of the third calamity's secret domain. Ye Bai observed this scene and murmured softly to himself. It is far more astonishing than the previously encountered Ice Beast's secret realm. Roar. At this moment, as the aerial guardian brought Ye Bai to this location, the fiery wolves that had been dozing near the volcano caught sight of him. Their once languid gazes sharpened, their pupils narrowing with alertness. They began to converge slowly, surrounding him. There were at least 100 of them. However, due to the altitude at which the aerial guardian flew, they could not reach him. Nonetheless, gazing down at the watchful fiery wolves, Ye Bai couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and summoned. Buzz. In an instant, as he called forth the insect swarm, a massive rift appeared in the sky. As if the very heavens had been torn asunder, revealing a grand exit to a dimensional secret realm. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Following that, a horde of worker insects and swift beasts, including spiked serpents, surged forth. Moreover, due to the evolution gained after Ye Bai ascended to level 30, these worker insects, while not significantly larger, had greatly enhanced their attack and defense capabilities. There is no longer a need to crawl upon the ground. Instead, one can soar through the air, gliding just above the earth. Thus, upon the emergence of the insectoid creatures, they charged towards the flame wolves with frenzied zeal. It is understandable. The absence of sustenance does not equate to a lack of appetite, particularly when the prey is so tantalizing. With a roar, the flame wolves responded to the onslaught of the insects, emitting deep, resonant growls as they rushed towards the source of the disturbance. The two factions were soon embroiled in a chaotic melee. Before long, Ye Bai was greeted by the long-awaited chime of a notification. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 31. Indeed, witnessing the continuous growth of his experience points and the accumulation of energy, a look of delight illuminated Ye Bai's countenance. He felt assured that he had made the right choice in venturing here. Although he could not contend with the larger beasts, the ordinary flame wolves surrounding him would suffice to satiate his hunger. With no hesitation, Ye Bai sought refuge in a safe spot and commenced the summoning of flying dragons and stinging serpents, amplifying his offensive units. Within merely an hour, the flame wolves near the volcano were decimated, leaving the area in disarray, shaking from the aftermath of battle. Simultaneously, not far from the volcano, a rugged vehicle appeared, from which emerged 2 men and 2 women, all heavily armed. Clearly, they were players as well, and their levels were commendably high. At the forefront was a statuesque, slender young woman, adorned in elite equipment and wielding a sophisticated energy gun, unmistakably a player of considerable investment and prowess. Among the remaining trio of 2 men and 1 woman, although their equipment was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the female. However, what captured attention was their level, all having reached the notable milestone of level 20, a rarity among current players. As they drew closer to the volcano, a peculiar rumbling sound echoed from its vicinity. This intrigued the petite, enchanting girl who had poked her head out, prompting her to wonder about the source of the noise. It seemed to emanate from that direction. A middle-aged man, possessing keen hearing, furrowed his brow and gestured towards the volcano. Beside him, a strikingly beautiful girl hesitated, endowed with the insight to perceive the levels and health bars of monsters, as well as the damage dealt. She was aware that the fiery wolf creatures would pose a considerable challenge. Thus, she addressed the alluring figure, saying, "Sister Ro, perhaps we should reconsider venturing over there. The monsters' levels are excessively high and could prove hazardous." However, the one referred to as Sister Ro, possessing a delicate and youthful visage, dismissed her concerns with a carefree remark. "Ali, what are you afraid of? We are well equipped, and our purpose here is to slay monsters. Surely, you do not wish to forego leveling up? I certainly wish to, but... Ali hesitated. Isn't the level of these monsters a bit too daunting? Yet, the petite girl remained undeterred, asserting, we have the capability now. We must swiftly elevate our levels. Moreover, I truly require the fiery wolf creatures. If Ye Bai were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the girl named Sister Ro. After all, she was none other than his younger sister, Liu Ro. Chapter 52, The Level 35 Inferno Demon. The boss Inferno Demon. Indeed, Liu Ro has also arrived. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, she never imagined that the game would descend into reality. Moreover, she possessed a staggering 15 million in recharge credits, 150 million gold coins. What was there to fear? Thus, she brought along her dearest friend Ali and 2 subordinates with orange talents. Within less than a month, they had ascended to level 20. Now was the opportune moment for her to advance into the 3rd cataclysm ahead of time. With a mere smile, she could enter a more formidable dungeon for leveling up, ensuring she would remain far ahead. To be ahead, one must be ahead. With a swift gesture, Liu addressed her companions. Brothers, follow me. We shall lead the world. Understood. The 2 subordinates had been with Liu for nearly a month and had certainly reaped substantial rewards. Her words were invigorating, akin to a rallying cry, prompting the 4 of them to charge forward. Of course, Liu was no fool. Before entering, she established a temporary safety portal, a one-time use. In the event of danger, it would allow for immediate escape. However, it came at a steep price, 10,000 gold coins. Fortunately, she had yet to utilize it. Let us go. With the setup complete, she led her companions into the fray. Yet, upon entry, they were taken aback, gasping in astonishment at the scene before them. As far as the eye could see, countless inferno wolves were engaged in a fierce battle with peculiar insectoid creatures near the volcano. There exists a creature over a meter in length, alongside a 2-meter-long beast with an entirely rigid skeletal structure. There is even a 5-meter-long spiked serpent, launching terrifying venomous attacks. This led Liu to believe she had arrived in the wrong place. Goodness, is this a cataclysmic battle of monstrous beings? What on earth is going on? However, Allure, possessing the eye of insight, discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Sister Ro, these insectoids lack a hierarchy. What? Upon hearing this, Liu was taken aback. No hierarchy? Does that imply these insectoids are not creatures of catastrophe? Look over there. What is that? At that moment, a junior suddenly whispered in astonishment. Following the direction of his finger, Liu noticed a figure in the distance, halfway up the mountain, riding a colossal dragon, observing the battle. Whoa, this is... Allure, grappling with disbelief, remarked, Sister, that individual is actually level 32. What? Level 32? Liu gasped in shock. Is this for real? I've worked so hard. And despite investing so much money, I've only reached level 22. I thought I was among the top few in the world. But now, there's someone here at level 32? No wonder, no wonder. Liu felt utterly dumbfounded. It made sense why these insectoids lacked a hierarchy. It is likely that this individual summoned them. Goodness, level 32. How on earth did they level up? Are they building rockets or something? This is not right. However, it did not take long for Liu, squinting her eyes, to identify the problem. With a face capable of enchanting any man, she tilted her head, sensing a hint of familiarity. Why does it feel like I have seen him before? He somewhat resembles my rather eccentric younger brother. Meanwhile, Ye Bai was incessantly summoning units of serpent and behemoth. Even as his level rose to 32, he had already summoned 8 thunder beasts. Just as he was about to continue his summoning, a sudden voice caught his attention. Who goes there? Ye Bai frowned and turned his gaze toward Liu. Oh no, I've been discovered. Ali and the others felt a chill run down their spines at the sight. Goodness, if such a formidable player spots us, we might as well be doomed. Yet, to their surprise, they saw their leader's expression shift from alarm to exhilaration, even exclaiming with excitement. Ye Bai. It really is you. Third sister. Upon recognizing the figure, Ye Bai was momentarily stunned, never expecting it to be Liu. What are you doing here? Commanding the flying dragon to flap its enormous wings, Ye Bai approached Liu in astonishment. Holy smokes. At this moment, the 3 bystanders were utterly bewildered. Wait, such an extraordinary individual is your brother, boss. Coming to her senses, Ali couldn't help but gaze at Liu in astonishment. Are you kidding me? Is this for real? With a sister so astonishingly exceptional, I can only imagine how much wealth she possesses. The younger brother has single-handedly ventured into the advanced dungeon and has reached level 32. What kind of family is this? I must ask you the same. What brings you here? Moreover, How on earth did you attain such a high level? Upon realizing it was her younger brother, Liyuru's anxious heart finally found solace, and she was overwhelmed with excitement. Just moments ago, she was pondering which player could be so extraordinarily skilled. If they were to cross paths in the future, it would certainly pose a challenge. But now, this formidable figure turned out to be her longed-for brother. Pointing at herself, Ye Bai was equally surprised to encounter Liyuru here, yet he replied, "I'm here to level up." Liyuru gestured toward the densely packed swarm of Zerg, numbering at least 20,000, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "Are they all yours?" "Yes." Ye Bai nodded, saying, "Didn't I mention? I invested a bit into the game. It's just a stroke of luck and remarkable talent." Liyuru could no longer contain her disbelief. Her younger brother was already over level 30. This was utterly absurd. "Brother, I can't let this slide. You must help me level up. And don't forget, you still owe me 15 million. She whimpered, immediately adopting her most endearing demeanor, enhanced by an irresistible sweet and innocent image that no man could refuse. Who could withstand such charm? Even the younger subordinates were left dumbfounded. "Wait, boss, this is quite unbecoming." "Oh, right. Suddenly, Liyuru thought of her parents and hurriedly inquired, "What about mom and dad? How are they?" "They are doing very well," Ye Bai replied with a smile. "They're in Qinglong City, and dad has become the vice mayor. You can visit them when you have the time." "What? The vice mayor?" Liyuru was momentarily taken aback. "It feels like the players who invest the most in this game are not living as comfortably as my parents." Of course, she had attempted to find them before but had been unsuccessful. She never expected them to be in Qinglong City. Nevertheless, as long as they were safe, that was all that mattered. Hearing that everyone was safe, Liyuru felt a great weight lift from her heart. Then she immediately focused on the main point. She seized Ye Bai's collar and leaned close to his alluring, youthful face that radiated with vitality, her expression filled with urgency. "Quickly tell me how you leveled up so fast. Hurry and take me with you to level up." Of course, that's not a problem for him. Bringing along a few people to level up was quite manageable. After all, his own experience points were limited, but they being at a lower level would gain significantly more. However, before Ye Bai could form a party, a tremendous rumble echoed. Suddenly, the entire volcano seemed to tremble as if it had experienced an earthquake. "What is happening?" Liyuru and her companions struggled to maintain their balance, nearly falling to the ground. But when they looked up towards the source of the sound, they were horrified to discover, within the depths of the volcanic crater, an immense creature, enveloped in crimson flames and measuring over 20 meters in length, emerged with a thunderous roar. As it surfaced, a cloud of volcanic ash erupted into the sky, darkening the heavens with ominous clouds, while lightning crackled and thundered in a cacophony of chaos. This was dire news. The Inferno Demon, a level 35 boss. Beside Liyuru, the petite and delicate Ali pointed in terror at the colossal beast, exclaiming in fright. Chapter 53. The Inferno Demon? Just a single strike. What? A level 35 Inferno Demon? Hearing this, Liyuru felt a jolt of apprehension. Could it truly be so coincidental? Yet, Ye Bai regarded the small beauty, Ali, with a peculiar expression. Having been reborn, he understood the implications of her abilities. "How did you manage this?" "Oh." Realizing the urgency, Liyuru hastily explained, "This is Ali, my dear friend. She possesses a rather unique talent, a golden insightful eye, capable of discerning the levels, health points, and even critical damage of any creature." "What reborn and able to see health points?" Upon hearing this, Ye Bai's gaze towards Ali shifted dramatically. Such a talent is indeed remarkable. However, now is not the time for contemplation. With a resounding roar, the colossal Inferno Demon had fully emerged from the crater. Its towering form reached nearly 30 meters in height, yet even this immense size appeared diminutive against the vastness of the volcanic pit. Meanwhile, the sky became increasingly choked with volcanic ash and crackling lightning. A chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, seemingly raising the temperature significantly. Upon witnessing this, Liyuru's first instinct was to flee, an urgent desire to escape surged within her. Yet, it was already too late. With the appearance of the flame demon, the surrounding flame wolves seemed invigorated, erupting into excited howls. Within the volcanic crater, the flame wolves surged forth in a dense mass, akin to a torrent of magma. Heaven help us. If these creatures set their sights on us, we would be roasted alive without even a chance to defend ourselves. What to do? Ali, in a state of panic, was at a loss. Fortunately, Ye Bai was nearby. "You all leave first. I will hold them off," he declared. "No," Liyuru exclaimed. After finally locating her brother, she could not possibly allow him to remain behind alone. Grasping his arm, she insisted, "Come with me. I have a one-time teleportation portal." However, before she could finish her sentence, a fireball suddenly erupted towards them. Be careful. Fortunately, Ye Bai reacted swiftly, pushing Li Yuru aside just in time to spare her from the flame wolf's fiery projectile. Yet, this act of separation only invited an even greater horde of flame wolves. Ye Bai wasted no time, issuing a command, attack. At his command, nearly 20,000 assorted insectoids surged forth from all directions, their incessant screeches filling the air. In the sky above, 100 flying dragons launched their sword-wielding insect projectiles, each strike powerful enough to shatter steel. Let those fiery wolves suffer heavy losses. Roar. Yet they are accompanied by a formidable boss, a fiery demon adorned with 2 dragon-like wings and tattered plumage, engulfed in flames. With a thunderous roar, he wields a massive sword ablaze with fire. He strikes at the sky with a single swing. Boom! The terrifying flame sword cleaves through a flying dragon. The dragon, taken by surprise, crashes to the ground, wounded. At this moment, countless fiery wolves charge downwards. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Similarly, the insectoid swarm refuses to yield, surging forward like a relentless tide. The two sides engage in fierce combat once more. Today's worker insects, facing fiery wolves 2 to 3 times their size, exhibit no fear, even managing to press forward. Their sharp pincers can inflict damage that even the fiery wolves cannot withstand. Despite being the most basic of units, these insects possess the strength to crush crystallors. The bones of the fiery wolves cannot endure. Moreover, with 7 or 8,000 swift beasts and 5 to 6,000 stinging serpents in the fray, the scene resembles that of a grand battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. Li Yuru, Ali, and the others are left utterly stunned. My goodness, what an astonishing sight. Especially the berserker, Sun Qianhuan, who stands beside them, completely awestruck by the terrifying clash of the two armies. This is beyond outrageous, more shocking than a monster siege. Yet, this is not the end. As the winged fiery demon begins to wreak havoc, numerous worker insects and swift beasts fall victim to his onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the ground beneath him begins to collapse and crumble. Before the flame demon could even react, the ground beneath it erupted with a thunderous roar. A colossal arm, resembling a massive cleaver, emerged from the depths. With a single strike, it sent the flame demon soaring through the air. A guttural roar followed, accompanied by the anguished cries of the flame demon, while the Yuru, Ali, and the others watched in shock. From the earth's depths, a terrifying thunder beast, towering at an astonishing height of 28 meters, emerged. But that was not all. On other battlefronts, more and more thunder beasts began to surface. Their sheer size was staggering. With a single step, several flame wolves were crushed into a pulp. The arrival of the thunder beast transformed the battlefield into a veritable meat grinder, instantly reversing the tide of the conflict. Li Yuru was utterly astonished, unable to believe her eyes as she gazed at Ye Bai. Is this really possible? My goodness. No mere player could summon such terrifying creatures. Little did she know, this was the culmination of nearly a month's worth of Ye Bai's efforts, finally coming to fruition. Meanwhile, Ye Bai was far from idle. As the thunder beast toppled the flame demon, the latter roared in defiance. The two titanic beings collided with a resounding crash, sparks flying amidst a maelstrom of dust and flames, creating an array of dazzling effects. However, it was clear that the flame demon and the thunder beast were evenly matched. Thus, Ye Bai produced a high-grade energy gun. Just before unleashing a barrage, he suddenly turned to Ali and inquired, "Can you discern its weaknesses?" Upon hearing these words, Ali was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed. His vulnerability lay in his aversion to low temperatures. The colder it became, the greater the harm inflicted upon him. Oh, thank you. Ye Bai responded with a smile, realizing that the little girl was unlikely to escape now. However, she was not the main focus at present. Watch closely. I shall demonstrate only once how to vanquish the flame demon. Thereafter, you must fend for yourself. With that, Ye Bai seized the icy bow from Ali's hands, which was also a shade of purple, evidently a reward from defeating an ice beast boss. Ali was taken aback, intending to caution him that the purple bow's damage output was insufficient to make a significant impact. Yet, in the next instant, as Ye Bai produced the icy spear from his storage ring, substituting arrows with a spear, a peculiar resonance seemed to occur as he drew the bowstring taut. The icy bow began to emanate an astonishing chill, gradually enveloping the already frigid spear in an aura of frost. At that moment, the air itself seemed to still, and the searing heat dissipated as if replaced by a wintry landscape. In that fleeting instant, the icy spear radiated an extreme and terrifying low temperature, causing the surrounding air to freeze in place, speeding toward the flame demon still engaged in battle with the thunder beast. Boom! The arrow struck true, piercing the heart of the flame demon with unerring accuracy. A pain howl erupted as Li beheld a staggering critical hit damage of 9,999. Simultaneously, frost began to encase the flame demon, and beneath the icy mantle, the flames that once engulfed it gradually extinguished. Ultimately, with an astonishing and furious roar, he collapsed to the ground. In the very moment the fire demon fell, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Even the battling fire wolves and Zerg were taken aback. Dead. Dead? The leader has perished? Silence reigned. An unprecedented stillness before the volcano. The fire wolves could hardly fathom that their elder brother, having just emerged from the mountains, had already returned. Meanwhile, the Zerg were equally astonished, exclaiming, "What the hell? Our leader is so formidable. A single arrow has annihilated the fire demon?" Chapter 54. Equipment Drop. Flame Feather Arc Light. Not to mention Liyuru and the others. Staring at the vanquished fire demon, Liyuru, regaining her composure, gazed at Ye Bai with the eyes of one observing a monster. Good heavens! To what extent has this individual grown powerful? Level 32. To slay a level 35 fire demon in a heartbeat? This creature, in the outside world, would be a colossal boss during a siege. And yet, it was so effortlessly dispatched? How could this be accomplished? Of course, the primary factor was the enhancement provided by the weapon, coupled with Ye Bai's 3 female companions granting him nearly 60-fold augmentation. Thus, with that single arrow, it was akin to a level 100 powerhouse and bare essentials slaying the fire demon. How could it possibly survive? Moreover, upon defeating the fire demon, Ye Bai also received a system notification. Ding, congratulations on defeating the level 35 boss, fire demon. Experience gained, 2,000. Energy gained, 5,000. Fire demon heart 1. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring equipment. Fire demon armor 1. Flame feather arc light 1. Another equipment drop. Upon hearing the notification, Ye Bai promptly stowed his bow and arrow and hurried towards the direction of the fire demon. Hey, wait for me. Liyuru and the others regained their composure and hurriedly followed. Upon arriving at the location of the flame demon, they were nearly overwhelmed by the residual heat in the air. After all, this was a level 35 boss, and the temperature was exceedingly high, even if it was merely lingering. As the massive form of the flame demon dissipated, the group beheld the equipment that had dropped within. Equipment dropped. Quick. Let us see what it is. Ye Bai picked up the flame demon armor and the flame feather bow, examining them closely. Flame demon armor, quality. Purple. Upon equipping. Defense 200, possesses fire resistance, capable of withstanding temperatures up to 2,000 degrees Celsius, can be activated for a duration of 20 minutes. Flame feather bow, quality. Orange. Upon equipping, strength 200, defense 200, agility 100. Possesses fire attribute attack, inflicting double damage to ice attribute creatures, with special effects that allow it to launch explosive fire arrows, causing splash damage. Well, this is indeed a piece of purple armor and an orange quality fire attribute bow. Liyuru gasped in astonishment upon seeing the equipment. The flame demon boss was impressive to have dropped such valuable items. It is worth noting that acquiring a single piece of purple equipment is already remarkable. Who would have expected an orange weapon to emerge this time? Truly, as a level 35 flame demon boss, the loot it yielded is exceptional. Liyuru exclaimed in admiration. And Ye Bai, upon reviewing the attributes, also expressed surprise. Due to this armor, it was his first time experiencing such an explosion of power. However, it was evident that the flame demon was a creature of fire, thus the equipment it yielded was intrinsically linked to flames. What particularly caught Ye Bai's attention was a flame bow named Flame Feather Arc Light, which emanated a gentle red glow, exuding a jade-like warmth. This was merely the beginning. Ye Bai was aware that the most formidable flame demon boss could drop legendary-grade bows, known as Ling Yin Zhui Xin. That weapon was truly a paragon for those with fire affinity. Nevertheless, for now, this bow was still quite useful. Ye Bai stowed away the flame feather arc light. However, he soon noticed the eager glint in Liyuro's eyes, prompting him to tease. What, do you desire it? Oh, Liyuru could hardly suppress her longing. It was no jest. A being with golden talent deserved at least an orange weapon. Yet, she quickly shook her head. Perhaps not. Let's wait until we can find another one for me later. After all, there was only this singular bow. Liyuru felt that Ye Bai wielded it quite fittingly. Well, that is acceptable. Ye Bai contemplated, realizing he indeed had a need for it, as he intended to venture to the wild wolf base soon, where a secret realm of ice beasts awaited. Previously, he had refrained from going due to insufficient strength. But circumstances had changed. With an abundance of insectoids and this bow specifically designed to counter ice beasts, Ye Bai was eager to explore what treasures lay within. He sighed, casting a glance at Li Yuro, reflecting on how he had been so cautious in the past. However, this unexpected turn of events left Li Yuro somewhat bewildered. "What kind of look is that? I haven't done anything to you," she exclaimed. "Of course," Ye Bai chuckled. "Now that we have vanquished this inferno demon, should we depart from this place or proceed in another manner?" With the inferno demon defeated, the fiery wolves that had originally emerged from the volcano were utterly terrified and had scattered in every direction, not daring to approach. Instead, many of them fell prey to the insectoid creatures, who devoured them entirely. Ye Bai then noticed that his level had risen to 36, prompting him to turn his gaze toward Li Yuro. Upon hearing this, Li Yuro hurriedly responded, "We haven't even formed a party yet, and I haven't leveled up. How about we team up for a while?" "Certainly," Ye Bai nodded. He was in need of 3 more levels himself. So he joined forces with the 4 of them and continued to let the insect creatures hunt the fiery wolves. As more and more fiery wolves were slain, the 4 of them were astonished to see their experience bars steadily rise. Wow, leveling up alongside this big brother is truly exhilarating. Ali found himself quite enamored with this laid-back approach. No wonder Ye Bai's level increased so rapidly. Having tens of thousands of insect creatures assisting in leveling up was bound to yield remarkable results. Meanwhile, Ye Bai was not idle. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to augment his collection of thunderbeasts within the insect hive, having now reached level 36. His initial 2 thunderbeasts had multiplied to an impressive 128. Just imagine the implications of having 128 of these creatures at his command. They could easily lay siege to a city, and even missiles would struggle to eliminate them. Thus, Ye Bai continued to summon thunderbeasts throughout the afternoon, successfully augmenting their numbers to 40. As night began to descend, he heard the system's notification. "Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 39. A flicker of joy ignited within Ye Bai as he opened his eyes. He then retrieved the Inferno Demon Heart. Boom. Upon consuming the Inferno Demon Heart, Ye Bai felt a warm, soothing energy coursing through his body. Although the Inferno Demon was merely at level 35, the effects of the Inferno Demon Heart were equivalent to those of a level 40 boss, capable of enhancing his rank. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully elevated your level to 40. Ding. Congratulations, your Zerg catastrophe level has ascended to tier 4, successfully unlocking a new unit, Broodlord. Chapter 55, The Wolf Base Besieged by Ice Demons. It worked. Upon hearing the notification, Ye Bai's heart stirred. Moreover, he had unlocked the tier 4 unit, the Broodlord. Ye Bai was familiar with this entity. It was akin to a large-scale bomber within the Zerg, comparable to a small warship, albeit a biological one. Furthermore, the most astonishing aspect was its ability to launch broodlings, akin to projectiles, capable of effortlessly piercing through armored defenses. Upon landing, the broodlings would swarm and tear apart the enemies, akin to a diminutive biological battleship. It was, indeed, the most formidable biological warship beneath the Leviathan. Who would have imagined that he would unlock the first biological warship at merely level 40? Even Ye Bai felt a tinge of emotion. Because of this entity, I now possess a true model of an interstellar Zerg catastrophe. Although the dragon is also an aerial unit, its combat prowess is rather lacking, far from the terror of a hive tyrant. Thus, upon regaining his senses, Ye Bai immediately focused on the Zerg hive, with a consumption of 2,000 energy for summoning. A rumble echoed through the desolate hive as the ground split open. A creature, extending over 40 meters in length and resembling a manta ray, emerged. As it flapped its wings, its massive form ascended slowly, akin to a Y-20 cargo aircraft, releasing a deep, resonant roar that seemed to convey respect towards Ye Bai. Is this the hive tyrant? Ye Bai gazed in astonishment at the colossal figure of the hive tyrant, which surpassed even the thunder beast in size. Moreover, its aerial nature allows for rapid flight, its speed comparable to that of a fighter jet. Of course, it possesses its drawbacks. Its defensive capabilities are inferior to that of the thunder beast, relying solely on long-range attacks. Nevertheless, this was sufficient, especially since I currently seek a mount. And this creature is perfectly suited. Ye Bai had taken a liking to the hive tyrant, contemplating silently. Soon, as his consciousness withdrew from the Zerg hive, Ye Bai turned to Li Yuro, Ali, and the others beside him, smiling. All right, it's done. Let us go. However, Ali, observing Ye Bai, who had now reached level 40, wore an expression filled with disbelief. Wait, this level up is happening far too quickly. It is noteworthy that some ordinary players have only reached the modest level of 10, while you have astonishingly attained level 40. Good heavens! Ali could not help but exclaim, is there anyone left who can rival you? Rivals? Ye Bai chuckled softly. He did not regard those survivors and players as adversaries at all. His true competitors were the formidable apex calamity beast of the future. Ye Bai's aspirations were aimed squarely at them. Now that he had leveled up, Liu Ro, regaining her composure, hastily inquired, "Where shall we go now?" After a brief contemplation, Ye Bai replied, "I must return to City A." He elaborated, "There lies an Ice Beast's secret realm that I could not venture into previously due to insufficient strength. However, with approximately 30,000 insectoids and an additional 40 thunder beasts at my disposal, I wish to give it a try. Will you be accompanying me?" "Of course," Liu Ro responded, as she had little else to occupy her time, and following Ye Bai would surely facilitate her own advancement. Why not seize such an opportunity? "Very well, then, let us depart." Liu Ro offered to take Ye Bai by vehicle, but he waved his hand dismissively. "No need for a vehicle. It would take far too long." "Then what shall we do?" she inquired. "A battleship, a biological battleship. What on earth is that?" Liu Ro was still trying to grasp the concept when suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. In the next moment, a colossal rift materialized in the fabric of space, leaving Liu Ro utterly astonished. "What is this?" Her pupils widened in awe. Was this a special hidden reward bestowed upon her due to her talent as an insectoid summoner? What an enormous fissure! Yet, this was merely the beginning. For the rumbling continued. As the colossal nest insect lord, measuring an astonishing 40 to 50 meters in length, emerged from the crevice like an ancient behemoth. An overwhelming shadow engulfed the surroundings. Even the ground trembled slightly beneath its weight, stirring up clouds of dust. "Goodness!" Li Yuru, Ali, Sun Qianhuan, and the portly companion were all left astounded, their gazes fixed upon the immense nest insect lord, momentarily rendered speechless. Are we truly in the same world? However, Ye Bai wasted no time with idle chatter. He made his move. With a slight bend of his knees, he propelled himself upwards, covering a distance of over 20 meters in a single, thunderous leap, akin to a cannonball. "Wait for me." Recovering her senses, Li Yura hurriedly followed suit. Now at level 27, she found the ascent effortless. Soon after, Ali, Sun Qianhuan, and the portly companion joined them. Ye Bai took the reins of the nest insect lord and commanded, "Let us depart." With obedient grace, the nest insect lord flapped its enormous wings, resembling a colossal manta ray, swiftly departing from Flame Mountain. Simultaneously, the previously grounded insect tribes and ferocious beasts hurriedly retreated to their nest. Hundreds of flying dragons surged forth like a tide, following Ye Bai. Naturally, Liuru had not forgotten her off-road vehicle and equipment as they passed by. She deftly stowed them in her storage ring. As the nest insect lord departed from the territory of Flame Mountain, the sweltering heat of 40 degrees Celsius swiftly transformed into a frigid minus 40 degrees. Under normal circumstances, this would be manageable. However, in the biting cold of minus 40 degrees, and with insufficient clothing, the situation becomes dire, coupled with the rapid flight of the nest lord. Even though the 5 individuals are inconspicuous and somewhat shielded, Ali and the others find themselves struggling against the chill. It is indeed quite frigid, even with their exceptional physiology. They feel as if they are turning into snowmen, which is rather embarrassing. Liuru, too, did not anticipate such extreme cold. Yet, one must acknowledge the astonishing speed of their mode of transport, which exceeds 800 kilometers per hour. Such velocity inevitably brings forth a biting cold. "I have a solution," exclaimed Liuru, promptly producing a thermal tent. She swiftly erected a small windbreak on the back of the nest lord. Once they stepped inside, a wave of comfort enveloped them. Even Ye Bai couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of their situation. Well, this has turned into a vacation. Now all we need is a hot pot set up on the back of the nest lord. After approximately an hour of travel, covering nearly 1,200 kilometers, the nest lord arrived at City A, outpacing even an airplane. From several thousand meters above, City A appeared as it always did, blanketed in snow, resembling an icebound city. Perfect. Thoughts of Li Mengyao and Wang Xiaoqing at the wolf base crossed Ye Bai's mind. He wondered how they were faring. Thus, he pondered for a moment before deciding to visit the base. However, before he could reach the wolf base, he noticed from a distance that a fierce cold wave was erupting there, with thousands of ice beasts emerging in droves. The assault on the nascent wolf base is underway. Is that a cold wave? Hearing the commotion, Li Yura stepped outside, only to witness the vast expanse of the wolf base under siege by 6 ice beast bosses, led by a formidable ice demon boss. Quick, hold the line. Hold the line. Atop the fortress, Xiao Yang wielded his firearm, firing incessantly while rallying his comrades, desperately defending the final bastion. Chapter 56, The Wolf Base Besieged by Monsters. The terrifying nest worm lord has descended. However, the sheer number of ice beasts was overwhelming. Despite the wolf base's population exceeding 400, bolstered by 1,000 worker insects, they faced an onslaught of 5 to 6,000 ice beasts, most at level 10, along with a level 30 ice demon. Goodness, what a formidable array! Who could withstand such a force? Fortunately, with Li Mingyao's daily returns allowing them to acquire a substantial cache of premium weapons, they could barely hold their ground. In any other base, they would have already succumbed. Boom! A shot from the electromagnetic gun struck an ice beast, shattering its leg. As more ice beasts surged forward, Xiao Yang's resolve began to falter. He urgently called out to Wang Shaoqing, who was still shooting the ice beast's boss. "We can't hold out much longer. The brothers are nearing their breaking point. We must evacuate the ordinary survivors to the underground shelter. We will hold them off here." Without hesitation, Wang Shaoqing ordered him to escort all survivors to the underground refuge, while she drew her bow to continue firing. Understood. Xiao Yang and his companions were acutely aware that ordinary survivors would only hinder Wang Shaoqing, Li Mingyao, and the few evolved beings around them. Thus, they promptly organized the retreat of the survivors. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy accompanied by the icy brilliance of Jin Bingshui instantaneously pierced through a level 20 ice beast boss. Roar! The colossal ice demon, towering nearly 30 meters, unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the very heavens. The surrounding throngs of ice beasts joined in with frenzied howls, nearly drowning out the entire wolf base. Even Wang Shaoqing and Li Mingyao felt a shiver run down their spines. Uncertain if the underground refuge could withstand the onslaught of this gargantuan ice demon's trampling. Boom! Just as Xiao Yang led the survivors toward the underground shelter and the wolf base was on the verge of being overrun by the ecstatic ice beasts, a terrifying green light suddenly surged down from the sky, unerringly striking hundreds of ice beasts. Following this formidable onslaught, the bodies of the ice creatures shattered, their agonized wails echoing as they collapsed into the snow, sending countless snowflakes spiraling into the air. What? This unexpected scene left everyone momentarily bewildered. What on earth was happening? Yet, in the next instant, as Wang Shaoqing and the others lifted their heads, they were horrified to behold a massive, manta ray-like biological warship gently descending from the sky. My goodness, it was. The group stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the sight of the biological warship. But wait. Soon, when Wang Shaoqing beheld the man standing atop the nestworm lord, her previously furrowed brow unfurled, revealing an expression of surprise. It was Ye Bai, brother Ye Bai. Li Mingyao also spotted him and exclaimed in delight. What? Ye Bai? No way. Is this real? Others, initially incredulous, were left astonished at the sight of Ye Bai, who appeared as if he had descended from the heavens upon the colossal biological warship. Instantly, Xiao Yang, Niu Dan, and the others were struck with awe. No way. It really is the boss. The boss has returned. They were well aware of Ye Bai's formidable strength. These insectoid creatures were indeed his. To their astonishment, after such a long absence, the boss had returned, seemingly more powerful than ever. The excitement among his subordinates surged. This is fantastic. We are saved. Simultaneously, with the emergence of the massive nestworm lord, the thousands of ice beasts also raised their heads in unison. A dozen level 20 ice beast bosses bared their teeth, casting fearful glances upwards. Of course, Ye Bai had not anticipated that the wolf base would be besieged by such a multitude of ice beasts, including an ice demon boss. However, witnessing the imminent fall of the wolf base, he decisively commanded the hundreds of flying dragons accompanying him to charge forth. Eliminate them. With the command given, the multitude of flying dragons immediately soared into action. Boom, boom, boom. They unleashed a frenzied barrage of sword worms, comparable to cannon fire. With each shot fired, an ice wolf was shattered. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Coupled with the ferocious beasts emerging from the depths of the earth, the once solid concrete ground cracked open, and a multitude of these creatures burst forth, charging directly at the ice beasts. Hell, the ice beasts, caught off guard, had anticipated an easy conquest of the wolf base, only to be confronted by a sudden onslaught of the swarming insectoids. With no other recourse, they turned en masse towards the advancing ferocious beasts. However, the insectoids, under Ye Bai's continuous enhancements, had evolved into a formidable force. Thus, as the chaos erupted and the two factions collided, hundreds of ice beasts were mercilessly torn apart by the ferocious beasts. Additionally, in the skies above, dragonflies released swarms of sword insects, while the brood lord unleashed nest bombs. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous bombardment ravaged the icy tide. Even the minions atop the wolf base walls were left awestruck by the spectacle reminiscent of an interstellar war. Incredible! There, in the heavens, The Brood Lord released biological bombs measuring 40 to 50 meters in length. As they breached the defenses of the ice beasts, they did not vanish. Instead, they transformed into nest insects approximately 1 meter in size, surging like a tidal wave and voraciously tearing into the ice beasts. Combined with the relentless assaults from the dragonflies above, this scene was nothing short of a cosmic battle. The minions were left dumbstruck. Yet, once they regained their composure, exhilaration coursed through them. With such reinforcements at their side, why fear the ice beasts? Brothers, with the boss leading such a formidable contingent, let us join the fray. Indeed. Vanquish those ice beasts. As hundreds regained their senses, many of them had been rallied from the rear, yet the awe-inspiring spectacle invigorated their spirits. They swiftly armed themselves with an array of weaponry, unleashing a counterattack against the ice beasts. In an instant, those who had already breached the wolf base found themselves facing a cataclysmic onslaught. They could never have imagined that subduing such a modest stronghold would prove so arduous. Roar. Roar. In merely a few minutes, they could no longer withstand the pressure and began to retreat. However, the ice demon was unwilling to relent. Witnessing over 2,000 ice beasts turning to flee, it let out a furious roar that halted their retreat. Simultaneously, its colossal form surged forward like a mountain, charging at the defensive perimeter of the wolf base, intent on annihilating the last line of defense with its immense bulk. This is dire. The behemoth approaches. Everyone, open fire. Open fire. As the ice demon prepared to breach the fortress with its massive frame, the survivors' expression shifted dramatically, urging them to unleash a barrage of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets cascaded forth, accompanied by the thunderous bombardment of tanks, boom, 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 relentlessly crashing upon the ice demon. Yet, the demon's defenses were insurmountable. A level 30 boss fortified by an absolute zero shield. The projectiles merely disintegrated upon impact, unable to draw near. However, just as the monstrous creature raised its gigantic claws to breach the stronghold of the wolf base, as the lord of the nesting insect stood beneath the gaze of Ye Bai, he raised his hand, drawing back the bowstring. The air buzzed with the fiery energy of the flame feather arc, imbued with a fire attribute that dealt double damage to ice-based creatures. Under Ye Bai's skilled archery, an arrow, brimming with searing energy reaching thousands of degrees, gradually took shape, locking onto the ice demon boss in an instant. Chapter 57. Annihilation of the ice demon boss. A display of utter bravado. The terrifying heat wave, soaring to at least several thousand degrees, began to coalesce, instilling an unprecedented sense of mortal danger in the attacking ice demon. With a thunderous roar, it immediately turned to defend itself. But it was too late. As Ye Bai's formidable arrow descended, the intense heat surged forth like a colossal missile, incinerating every ice creature in its path. The arrow struck the ice demon boss with pinpoint accuracy. With an enraged howl, the ice demon boss felt the immense energy of the fiery projectile collide with its shield. The overwhelming heat began to consume the protective barrier, culminating in a thunderous explosion as the shield shattered. In that decisive moment, the arrow pierced through the heart of the ice demon boss. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the ice demon, followed swiftly by a rapid decline in its life force. As its massive form crumpled to the ground, dead, perished. The onlookers, who had nearly succumbed to despair, were collectively astonished by the sight of Ye Bai's arrow slaying the ice demon boss. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "Goodness! Our master has slain the ice demon boss with a single arrow." On the beautiful and delicate face of Wang Xiaoqing, astonishment was vividly etched. She murmured in disbelief, "Goodness! How long has it been since we last parted?" "Just a few days. And now, the master can effortlessly vanquish a level 30 ice demon boss with a single arrow. This is utterly absurd. Not to mention the other survivors, who were already left awestruck by Ye Bai's astonishing feat. Is this truly the power of humanity? This is divine. Absolutely remarkable." At that moment, with the ice demon boss defeated, the remaining ice beasts lost their will and began to flee. Yet, how could anyone forsake such a splendid opportunity for energy course? Regaining their composure, the crowd surged forward in exhilaration, shouting, "Kill! Eliminate all these monsters!" Indeed, they charged ahead. They flung open the gates of the base and rushed out en masse. Coupled with the few thousand swift beasts from earlier, they swiftly eradicated the remaining ice beasts. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoqing and Li Mingyao made their way to Ye Bai. "Master, what brings you here?" Wang Xiaoqing asked excitedly. "Why are you asking me? That question should be directed at you. What is happening?" Ye Bai observed the chaos surrounding them in City A, noticing that this area was under siege. Well, Wang Xiaoqing hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed, but ultimately recounted the events. It turned out they had ventured near the secret realm to level up. As the ordinary ice beasts yielded no experience points, They aimed to defeat some ice beast bosses. As a result, an ice demon boss inadvertently appeared, and we were swiftly attacked. No wonder. I thought to myself that typically, ice demons take little interest in these ordinary doomsday bases. Yet, here it was, leading a horde to assault the Wolf Denver. So, have you entered the secret realm? Ye Bai inquired. No. Li Mingyao shook her head. We haven't entered. We merely happened to see an ice demon emerge from within. So that's how it is. Ye Bai nodded. Realizing that this ice demon must have emerged specifically to orchestrate the cold wave in City A, and it had merely been drawn over by Li Mingyao and the others. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, Master. At this mention, Wang Xiaoqing, feeling a sense of dread, patted her flawless form and remarked. If you had arrived even a moment later, we would have been doomed. Indeed. Just then, Niu Dan and the others rushed over, gazing at Ye Bai with unabashed admiration. Goodness, our leader is truly formidable. Just moments ago, those thousands of insectoids. Honestly, it's not just the wolf den. It seems we could seize an entire city with ease. The enthusiastic group of subordinates exclaimed. After all, given Ye Bai's current prowess, they need not confine themselves to such a modest doomsday base. They could effortlessly conquer a large city and revel in the glory of being the leaders. However, Ye Bai's purpose for coming this time was to explore the secret realm, drawing from the experiences of his past life. Ye Bai understood that while the secret realm was fraught with peril, the dangers that lay ahead were nearly unfathomable. Yet, it is a realm where peril and opportunity coexist. With a stroke of fortune, one might unearth remarkable equipment. In my previous life, many of the world's titans acquired their prestigious gear, such as golden weapons, from the depths of secret realms. This is precisely why countless individuals fervently sought to form teams and delve into these hidden domains. The treasures within were simply too abundant. Thus, Ye Bai yearned to venture into the secret realm in advance, hoping to discover something of great value. This time, my purpose is to explore the Ice Beast secret realm. Consequently, Ye Bai addressed the two women. What? The Ice Beast secret realm? Upon hearing this, the crowd momentarily fell silent, unable to believe their ears. Are you serious? Master. It has only been a month since the outbreak. Do you truly wish to enter that place? One ice demon emerging is already terrifying enough. Who knows how many more lurk within? This seems exceedingly perilous. Li Mingyao exclaimed. Indeed. It sounds rather absurd. What if something even more formidable than the ice demon emerges? Wang Xiaoqing echoed. However, Ye Bai remained unfazed. Previously lacking strength, he had now accumulated power comparable to that of a level 100 player. Coupled with the presence of numerous insectoid allies, venturing into the ice demon's secret realm seemed trivial. Moreover, if he could indeed acquire something extraordinary this time, it would place him far ahead of others. So what do you say? Are you willing to give it a try? Ye Bai inquired of the two women. The two exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes as they regarded Ye Bai. Yet, in the end, they nodded in agreement. Where the master goes, we shall follow. Goodness, this left Li Yuru beside him utterly astounded. My dear brother, what charm you possess. To have attracted not one, but two such exquisite and well-proportioned maidens who were so wholeheartedly devoted. Of course, if she were aware that these two were bound by a contract, her thoughts might differ. And what of you? However, as Ye Bai cast a glance at Li Yuru and posed the question, she was momentarily taken aback. But then she considered, for goodness sake, I am Ye Bai's third sister. If you're going, what I have to fear? I shall join as well. With a determined expression, she declared, and I too. Ali expressed her desire to see as well. As for Sun Qianhuan and the chubby fellow, they exchanged mischievous grins. We would prefer to remain here at the Wild Wolf base and rest a while. After all, big brother, we are collaborating with sisterly, not seeking our demise. No matter. Yet Ye Bai bore no grievance. Everyone has their own aspirations. Having 4 companions sufficed. Thus, after a brief respite and securing the ice demon heart obtained from the ice demon boss, along with a pair of purple ice claws, Ye Bai led the 4 of them aboard the nesting insect lord, arriving at the ice beast secret realm of the snow-capped mountains. Chapter 58. You call this a secret realm? Soon, they reached the ice beast secret realm. As always, the biting cold wind howled, accompanied by an extreme chill, enveloping the surroundings in a world of purest white. Even before entering, the cold was already unbearable. One could scarcely imagine what awaited within. Li Yuru remarked with a hint of nostalgia upon witnessing the scene. However, Ye Bai merely smiled and remarked, you'll find out once you enter. Naturally, he did not proceed directly. Instead, he opted to summon a ferocious beast to pave the way ahead. With a roar, the creature emerged from the earth. displaying an eagerness towards Ye Bai before hastily making its way into the Ice Beast's secret realm. Observing this scene, Ali felt an even deeper envy. Wow, this talent is absolutely incredible. Not to mention, it can scout ahead. As the ferocious beast stepped into the Ice Beast's domain, a bone-chilling cold swiftly enveloped its entire body. Ye Bai, having connected with the beast's senses and perspective, immediately sensed the frigid air within. The temperature plummeted to at least -70 degrees. Ye Bai commented, "Fortunately, the ferocious beast possesses remarkable adaptability." After a brief encounter with the piercing cold, it shook its body vigorously, dislodging the icy particles before burrowing in with great force. What greeted Ye Bai's eyes was a vast expanse of pristine white, a breathtaking sight that momentarily took him aback. Through the beast's eyes, he observed that the landscape was no longer merely snow-capped mountains, but an endless glacier expanse, where a biting wind howled, capable of freezing everything in its path. Surrounding him were numerous ice beasts lying in wait. Upon sensing the intruder, they instinctively lifted their heads and beheld the ferocious beast. With a mighty roar, one of the ice beasts rose to its full height. However, the raptor was undaunted, for it possessed the ability to resurrect infinitely. With resolve, the confrontation was imminent. Bang! Snap! The raptor swiftly severed the ice beast's neck. Ack! The sight incited fury in another ice beast. With a thunderous roar directed skyward, it charged at the raptor. Yet, how could an ordinary ice beast contend with the raptor? In the blink of an eye, both foes lay lifeless. From the raptor's perspective, it was evident that numerous ice beasts surrounded the area, yet they posed little danger. Let us proceed and explore. Thus, while the raptor drew the fire, Ye Bai turned to Ali, Wang Xiaoqing, Li Mingyao, and Li Yuru. Indeed, we shall follow your lead. The women had no objections, after all. They were accompanied by a formidable level 40 expert capable of defeating the ice demon boss. With his guidance, they might very well conquer the ice beast's secret realm. Consequently, after reaching a consensus, the fully equipped Ye Bai took the lead, stepping into the ice beast's secret realm. But, the moment he made contact, a dazzling blur enveloped his vision, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast world of glacial tundra. Behind him loomed the colossal entrance to the ice beast's secret realm, shimmering like the blue waves of a wolf. As Li Yuru, Wang Xiaoqing, Ali, and Li Mingyao emerged one by one, they were struck by the magnificence before them. The only thought resonating in their minds was awe at the sheer scale, immense, overwhelmingly immense. As far as the eye can see, an endless expanse of glacial snowfields unfolds. This scene is set upon the cliffs of a snow-capped mountain. Before them lies a realm of glaciers teeming with countless ice creatures, even formidable ice creature bosses. Occasionally, the thundering footsteps of ice golems can be heard. Is this truly the secret domain of the ice beasts? Li Yuru stepped forward, gazing upon this vast world of ice beasts, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder. Whispering in astonishment, "How does it feel as if I have entered another world?" However, as the five of them ventured deeper, they soon caught the attention of several ice beasts. Upon the intrusion, the ice beasts, momentarily stunned, emitted a deep, resonant roar, as if calling for reinforcements. Indeed, nearby ice beasts, alerted by the commotion, swiftly converged towards them. Yet, Ye Bai had no interest in them, for their levels were far too low. There was no gear or experience to be gained from their defeat. Let us move on. Thus, Ye Bai immediately summoned the Nest Lord. With a thunderous crack, a massive fissure appeared on the icy plain, and from within, the colossal Nest Lord emerged. Its size dwarfed even that of the ice golem boss, drawing the attention of many ice beast bosses below the cliffs, who responded with furious roars. Yet, Ye Bai paid them no heed, as their experience points were negligible. Let us proceed. He beckoned the four women to mount the Nest Lord, and with a powerful flap of its wings, the Nest Lord soared through the air like a manta ray gliding through the ocean. Lin Yi yearned to comprehend the vastness of this realm. Yet he had severely underestimated the enormity of the ice beast's secret realm. It resembled an immense new world, teeming with an abundance of ice beasts below. Behold, there lies the congregation of ice beast bosses. The keen-eyed Wang Xiaoqing discerned, amidst the frigid expanse, the reemergence of the ice beast bosses after traversing through layers of countless ice beasts. The sheer number evoked an involuntary gasp from the onlookers as they followed her pointed finger. There were approximately several thousand ice beast bosses meandering about, seemingly oblivious to the colossal nest worm lord looming above, engrossed in devouring the icy terrain. The magnitude was astonishing. Li Yuru was equally taken aback. Should these ice beast bosses charge forth, they could very well decimate an entire city. Yet, this was not the most staggering revelation. Look over there. Upon delving deeper into the icy expanse, they beheld vast swathes of towering humanoid ice beast monsters, each standing over 20 meters tall, some nearing 30 meters, forming an apparent cluster of nearly 1,000. Li Mingao gasped in utter astonishment, her small mouth covered in disbelief. It was none other than the ice demons. Even Ye Bai felt a stirring within his heart upon witnessing this. The sheer number of ice demons was overwhelming, each one colossal, classified as level 30 bosses. It must be noted that these creatures were akin to the hidden bosses on the outside. Yet here, there existed over 1,000 of them. My heavens! What manner of place is this? Even Li Yuru was taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She had initially believed that having a dozen or 20 formidable bosses was already extraordinary. However, upon entering, she discovered that the so-called bosses outside were as numerous as ants. The thought of such a horde of ice demons rushing forth was inconceivable. It was hard to imagine any city enduring such an onslaught. Gazing at this shocking scene, Li Yuru couldn't help but mutter to herself. She felt a sense of relief that they were aboard the nesting insect lord, flying thousands of meters above the ground. Had they traversed the surface, the sheer number of ice beasts, over 1 million, would have been sufficient to surround and annihilate all the survivors who dared to intrude. Chapter 59, Level 70 Boss, Ice Mountain Bird? What a farce. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. As they ventured deeper, they found that the glacial plains were not only inhabited by swarms of ice demons but also by even larger creatures. Towering ice wolves, measuring 30 to 40 meters in length, emerged. Boom. The massive paw of an ice wolf crashed onto the glacier, producing a thunderous sound. Its colossal form reached over 10 meters in height, emanating an icy chill. As if sensing something, its cold, red eyes turned skyward, fixating on the departing nesting insect lord. In that moment of eye contact, even Ye Bai felt a shiver run down his spine. This creature was none other than the snowfield ice wolf, a level 40 boss. While he remained perplexed, he noticed Alalai's delicate face had turned pale, possibly from the cold. Due to her keen insight, she was able to discern the levels of these creatures at a glance. Thus, Ali immediately recognized that this was a level 40 ice wolf boss. What? Level 40? Li Yuru and the others were equally astonished upon hearing this. Moreover, they discovered even more never-before-seen beings. There was a colossal ice ape towering over 50 meters, as well as an enormous turtle-like creature covered in icy spikes, resembling a small mountain. As they ventured deeper, they encountered increasingly bizarre ice beasts. The sight left Ollie nearly paralyzed with fear, clinging to the nestworm lord. After all, her perspective was vastly different from that of Ye Bai and the others. To Ollie, these were the epitome of terrifying data monsters. It was akin to a level 20 player unexpectedly stumbling into a realm filled with level 50, 60, or even 70 high-level secrets. Even a minor creature could easily overwhelm her. One blow could spell her doom. Furthermore, this was not merely a game. She turned to Ye Bai, panic-stricken, and urged, "We must retreat. Is this really still our homeland? Or have we been transported to another planet?" This was Ye Bai's first foray into the secret realm, and he too realized that even with his current prowess, he was no match for the high-level bosses lurking in the depths of this domain. Thankfully, the nestworm lord could not fly. Otherwise, it would be a one-way ticket to disaster for them all. Upon witnessing the absurdity of the ice beast's secret realm, Wang Xiaoqing let out a long sigh. Yet, whether it was due to her ill-fated words, she could not tell. Look, what is that? Suddenly, Li Mingao discovered something emerging from the boundless glacial expanse ahead. Amidst the biting cold winds, atop a snow-capped mountain, it appeared to be an ice mountain monster bird. Following her gaze, Ye Bai also noticed the colossal creature crawling upon the snowy peak, and his pupils constricted sharply. Instantly, memories flooded his mind of an ice mountain monster bird that had once laid waste to a city in his past life. No, this is bad. We must leave. As he caught sight of the ice mountain monster bird's piercing gaze fixated upon them, Ye Bai made a swift decision to pilot the nestworm lord away. But it was already too late. Boom. As the ice mountain monster bird emerged from the ravine, its keen, eagle-like eyes had locked onto Ye Bai. Then, it unfurled its enormous wings. In an instant, a tempest of snow and ice erupted, with countless shards cascading from its wings. The creature's massive form measured nearly 80 meters in length. With a powerful flap, it soared towards Ye Bai. "You cursed tongue." Li Yuru, witnessing this scene, nearly fainted with rage, almost wishing to seal Wang Xiaoqing's mouth. This truly was a case of speaking misfortune into existence. Yet now is clearly not the time for such thoughts. Ye Bai realized that this was a level 70 ice mountain monster bird boss. Its formidable strength was beyond the capability of ordinary players to contend with. Thus, With swift determination, he drew forth the flame feather bow, urging the nesting insect lord to depart, while simultaneously drawing the bowstring taut. A resonant hum filled the air as a vibrant fire arrow coalesced, akin to an armor-piercing missile. Imbued with searing temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. With a tremendous roar, it was launched forth with ferocity. To his astonishment, the ice mountain beast, upon perceiving the fiery projectile, exhibited not a trace of fear within its eyes. Instead, an unmistakable excitement flickered, revealing its recognition that this was no creature of the ice beast's secret realm, but rather a player hailing from the blue star. It surged forward with increased speed, even utilizing its massive wings to deflect the fire arrow upon contact. With a thunderous explosion, the arrow, potent enough to vanquish a level 30 ice demon boss, detonated upon impact. Yet, undeterred by the flames, the ice mountain beast soared with greater velocity. "It's coming. What should we do?" Ali exclaimed, panic-stricken. "Remain calm and tell me its weakness." Only Ye Bai maintained his composure. Despite his previous inadequacies in confronting such a formidable creature, the numerous enhancements he now possessed instilled a sense of confidence within him. Alleviating his fears of demise, he urged Ali to regain her composure and said, the weakness, Ali," regaining her clarity. Swiftly employed her insightful eye to investigate. She soon discerned, thanks to her innate talent, that the ice mountain beast bore a softer spot on its abdomen. Pointing with urgency, she exclaimed, "There. The abdomen has a relatively weak defense, but even so, one would likely require a level 70 prowess to breach it. There was no alternative." This illustrates the terrifying nature of high-level calamity creatures. Even when one is acutely aware of their vulnerabilities, the inadequacy of one's equipment renders them utterly defenseless. Yet, Ye Bai remains undaunted. Armed with knowledge, he devises a strategy. His gaze swiftly fixates on the abdomen pointed out by Ali, where he observes a slight undulation amidst the ice armor encasing the creature's body, revealing a relatively softer spot. Nonetheless, that area is still several tens of times harder than steel. A common energy blade proves ineffective in breaching this formidable defense. Ye Bai attempts to unleash another arrow using the flame feather arc light, and it strikes true. However, to his astonishment, the attack fails to penetrate the creature's defenses. It is evident that while this weapon possesses strength, it has yet to undergo any enhancements, rendering it incapable of overcoming the formidable barrier. The ice mountain monster, too, recognizes this flaw, displaying a hint of surprise at the revelation of its weakness. Yet, it remains unfazed, its eyes betraying a human-like disdain as its colossal form continues to pursue relentlessly. These insignificant creatures pose no threat to its defenses. What to do? As the creature closes in on the nestworm lord, Ali grows increasingly frantic. Even Liu Ro and Wang Shaoqing find themselves in a state of alarm. Without hesitation, they resolve to open fire, hoping to impede the ice mountain monster's advance, at least until they can withdraw to safety. Li Mingyu expresses their collective anxiety, and her words resonate with the others, prompting them to unleash a barrage of electromagnetic gunfire in an attempt to slow the beast's momentum. And indeed, the effort proves effective. Although these equipment pieces are ineffective in inflicting significant damage upon such a creature, they indeed hinder its speed. Yet, despite this, it continues to close the distance. At this moment, the nest insect lord is desperately fleeing. Alas, there is no remedy. The current nest insect lord is merely level 1, lacking any enhancements. Were it in its prime, it would hardly fear this entity. Of course, with a greater number, fear would be unnecessary. "Master, what shall we do?" As the glacial avian creature, now provoked, draws ever closer, Wang Shaoqing anxiously turns to Ye Bai. Suddenly, inspiration strikes. However, she notices that Ye Bai is not only refraining from attacking the glacial avian, but has instead set his sights on the ice demon boss's leisurely wandering below. He has devised a new strategy. With a swift draw of his bow, he unleashes a terrifying fiery arrow, instantly locking onto a level 30 ice demon boss. In an explosive conflagration, the ice demon boss is reduced to mere shards of ice. This spectacle leaves Li Yuru and the others in bewilderment. No, big brother. At this moment, why target the ice demons instead of the glacial avian? Yet, Ye Bai appears oblivious, continuing to unleash arrow after arrow upon the ice demon bosses. Even as the hearts of the bosses manifest, Ye Bai has no time to collect them. As the glacial avian draws nearer, he fires once more. Finally, with yet another arrow imbued with fierce flames, the ice demon boss is melted and slain. At last, Ye Bai hears the melodious notification ringing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations. Your level has risen to 41, and the current number of nestworm lords has increased to 2. Upon hearing the notification, Ye Bai felt a surge of excitement. He promptly chose to summon Thus, with a resounding rush, a terrifying dimensional rift gradually opened before the ice mountain monster bird. Within the enormous fissure, a nestworm lord, measuring over 40 meters in length, slowly emerged. The moment it appeared, it unleashed a barrage of nestworms, all directed at the ice mountain monster bird.